The air quality in the country is truly deteriorating. Su Rui stood at the entrance of the airport, inhaling deeply the capital's air, though his words dripped with disdain. A smile that hinted at nostalgia and satisfaction graced his face. It had been a considerable time since he last returned to Huaxia, and upon his sudden arrival, even the slightly hazy air felt remarkably familiar. He longed to shout, "In back," but refrained, mindful of the many people around him, unwilling to be perceived as a fool. Now that in back, I suppose I won't rush away this time. At least a month or two, wouldn't you agree? He mused to the air, yet no one could respond to him. It was only mid-May, and the weather had already begun to warm. The ladies were eager to don their summer outfits, especially at the bustling Ninghai airport, where vibrant young women began to catch the eye. Dressed in a red plaid shirt, tucked neatly into tailored casual trousers that accentuated his tall frame, Su Rui appeared to embody the image of a successful individual. However, in stark contrast to this polished appearance, he was seated on the steps of the airport exit, sipping bottled water, while cheerfully observing the passing beauties. His grin unwavering. Having spent too long in the West, he had grown somewhat subdued, and now, back at home, he felt the need to unwind and recalibrate his spirits. Disregarding appearances, Su Rui sat on the steps and retrieved his phone, dialing a rather peculiar 20-digit number. "Hello, I've arrived in Ninghai. Aren't you going to inform me of the specifics of this task?" He expressed his dissatisfaction, for given his current standing, few could summon him anymore. Were it not for a promise made to the man on the other end of the line to assist unreservedly should he encounter difficulties, Su Rui would not have traversed such a distance from the West back to Huaxia. What troubled him most was that this task was to be pro bono. "I knew it. You truly are back, and you haven't changed. You're still the same Su Rui from before." The voice on the other end was tinged with excitement. "Enough with the melodrama. I have no ties to you. This is the first time I'm doing this for free. I assure you, after this, there will be no next time." Su Rui spat his chewing gum into a nearby trash can with a hint of irritation, clearly impatient. "Now, tell me, what's the matter?" A nearby airport security officer stood in astonishment, for while Su Rui had expertly aimed his gun into the trash can, it was, in fact, the one located across the street, a good 10 meters away. "I merely need you to assist me in resolving some troubles for a certain individual, assist others in resolving their troubles." "Who?" Su Rui pursed his lips and gently whistled towards a beautiful woman passing by, a sound only he could hear. Whenever a lovely figure graced his sight, his spirits were invariably lifted. Of course, this could merely be superficial. While Su Rui posed his inquiry, he focused solely on the recipient of assistance, neglecting the mention of certain troubles by the other party. "It is Lin Fuzong, the chairman of Baikan Pharmaceutical Group. More specifically, it concerns his only daughter, Lin Oshue. Why should I help her?" "Provide a reason. I don't even know what she looks like." Lin Oshue is a dual master's graduate in polymer science and management from Capital University. She currently serves as the executive vice president and head of R&D at Baikan Group. 2 months ago, she published a groundbreaking paper in the esteemed scientific journal Nature, causing a stir both domestically and internationally. "Ah, so she is quite the academic prodigy. What was the focus of her publication?" Su Rui raised an eyebrow. "The synthesis of trichloromethylamine using polymer techniques on a microscopic level." "Trichloromethylamine. I am aware it is a primary component in psychiatric medications and rather expensive." The male voice opposite him grew more somber. "But you do not know, nor does Lin Oshue, that this trichloromethylamine, with a simple additional chemical synthesis, becomes the principal raw material for Zong Koni?" Su Rui furrowed his brow. "Is that the newfangled drug sweeping across Europe and America?" "Indeed. Lin Oshue's synthesis method is far more streamlined than the current extraction techniques employed in the West, reducing costs by more than 5-fold. Both international pharmaceutical companies and underground drug lords covet her patent as a prize to be seized. Lin Fuzong has realized that the publication of this paper poses significant threats to his daughter's safety, which is why he sought my assistance. We share a bond forged in life and death circumstances from years past. So, you're saying the dark underbelly of the West has set its sights on this?" Su Rui's voice dipped to a low, grave tone, placing particular emphasis on the words dark underbelly of the West. He had just returned from such a realm. "That is one way to interpret it. I know you are somewhat familiar with them. Enough chit-chat. I have one more question." Su Rui raised an eyebrow. "What is the timeline for this mission? A month? 2 months? You must understand, I am quite busy abroad." The man on the other end chuckled sheepishly. "Well, the deadline is currently unknown. Why are you only informing me of this now? I feared that if I told you sooner, you might not come." "You scoundrel! You've completely duped me." Upon hearing there was no deadline, Su Rui abruptly hung up the phone. He had a multitude of affairs to attend to abroad, and here they were claiming the task had no time constraints. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. This woman, Lin Oshua, had unwittingly stirred up such immense trouble by publishing her trivial paper. The dark underbelly of the West was that a jest. He sat on the steps, swung his knee, and attempted to kick a water bottle into the trash can across the street. However, the mineral water bottle did not soar gracefully into the trash bin as intended. Instead, it traced a beautiful parabola in the air, striking the thigh of a stunning woman. This lady appeared to be in her 20s, tall and possessing alabaster skin, adorned in a flowing bohemian gown that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an enchanting aura as she walked. More captivating than her physique was her visage, nearly flawless and striking from every angle, exquisitely refined to the utmost degree. As she traversed the path in front of the airport, she effortlessly captured the attention of all those around her, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon being struck by the water bottle, the woman instinctively let out a gasp, instinctively covering her thigh, then casting a frosty glare at Su Rui. The force of Su Rui's kick was not light, and he surmised that the area where she had been hit must be reddened and swollen. He had not anticipated such an occurrence and stood momentarily stunned. Of course, the primary reason for his daze was the woman's extraordinary beauty, her icy demeanor particularly striking even in her frigid gaze. It was difficult not to be captivated. Under her piercing stare, Su Rui, after regaining his composure, smiled and waved his hand, momentarily forgetting to apologize. "Hello, beautiful. Our meeting must be fated. I possess a modicum of divination skills, and I perceive a dark omen upon your brow. If you have a moment, I could elucidate this for you." Upon hearing this, the woman released her grip on her thigh and coldly inquired, "Whom do you speak of as having an ominous fate?" Any reasonable person would interpret Su Rui's words as a curse aimed at themselves. Even the most even-tempered individual might bristle, especially in light of having been struck. Yet, this icy beauty remained oblivious to the deeper meaning within Su Rui's words, as the nuances of the Chinese language are indeed profound. In truth, Su Rui had not always behaved this way. Upon his return to the homeland, he had deviated from his usual demeanor, perhaps compelled to manifest what he felt was lacking. Within himself, his gaze swept across the woman's face. "Why, it is you. Our encounter is indeed fated, and this very water bottle serves as the red thread connecting us. Shall we find a place to sit and chat? I could offer insights on how to dispel your ominous fate." The woman's gaze grew even colder. Su Rui smiled slightly. "Even if we do not converse, let us exchange contact information." Despite having injured her, he dared to ask for her contact details. The woman could scarcely contain her irritation at Su Rui's audacity. "If you utter another word, I shall have you tossed into the Ning River to feed the fish." She issued the warning with a frosty expression, unaware that her impassive demeanor only added to her allure in Su Rui's eyes. "Ah, fiery maiden, I truly find this type irresistible." Unfazed by her threat, Su Rui grinned, for a love of beauty is a sentiment shared by all. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sudden chill upon his face. The icy beauty had unscrewed her water bottle, dousing him with the remaining contents before turning on her heel and departing. "How utterly outrageous!" Su Rui exclaimed, wiping the water from his face and drying his damp hair. He gazed indignantly at the beautiful figure before him, muttering, "Is it really so remarkable to have a few extra inches in leg length, a more admirable physique, or a touch of beauty? Does that grant one the liberty to douse others with water? If you possess the audacity, I challenge you to try again. I assure you, I won't hesitate to yank your skirt off." Soaked and disheartened, Su Rui sat on the steps, his grievances seemingly boundless. The icy beauty, evidently having overheard his ungracious remarks, paused momentarily before continuing on her way. At the airport's exit, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited her arrival. Upon her approach, two men clad in black suits and sunglasses, resembling bodyguards, swiftly opened the car door, respectfully ushering the Ice Princess inside. "Ah, she seems to be the daughter of a wealthy family, riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth at least 7 million. Su Rui smacked his lips and rose from the ground, his previous discontent dissipating. Engaging in idle chatter with a beauty appears to promise a rather pleasant life ahead, he mused with a grin, hailing a taxi and instructing the driver to become pharmaceuticals. "Please, you seem like a returnee, heading to become group for work. That's quite a renowned enterprise in Ninghai. I've heard even the security guards earn over 8,000 a month," the taxi driver remarked, his tone brimming with pride. "Is it really that high?" Su Rui replied, incredulous. "Absolutely. They say security personnel are meticulously selected and must possess martial arts skills. Do you think just anyone can land a job at Become Pharmaceuticals?" The driver's pride was palpable, as the company was a local pharmaceutical giant that instilled great local pride. "I suppose I am going for an interview," Su Rui contemplated, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "An interview?" What do you mean supposed to? If you lack such confidence and assurance, how can you expect to join become group? The driver chastised him, exasperated. Su Rui chuckled, unperturbed, and fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. The vehicle came to a halt in front of Beacon Plaza. Stepping out, Su Rui gazed at the towering Beacon headquarters and the expansive plaza before it, marveling. What an impressive establishment. With that, he strode into the building. Good day, sir. How may we assist you? Upon entering the lobby without a work badge, Su Rui was promptly intercepted by 2 receptionists. Irritated, he replied, I am looking for Lin Fuzong. Lin Fuzong. That name sounds familiar, one receptionist said, her expression dazed as she struggled to grasp the situation. Lin Fuzong is our chairman. The other receptionist exclaimed in astonishment. It was no wonder in a colossal enterprise like Beacon Pharmaceuticals. The chairman was akin to a celestial emperor, a figure rarely encountered by ordinary staff. I seek none other than your chairman. Su Rui asserted confidently. May I inquire, sir, what is your surname? My surname is Su. Faced with 2 charming young ladies, Su Rui found it inappropriate to continue venting his frustrations. The receptionist swiftly perused the chairman's schedule, yet found no appointment under the name Su. Sir, I regret to inform you that the chairman's schedule is fully booked for today, and you do not have an appointment. You cannot enter, the 2 receptionists said, mistakenly believing Su Rui's imposing demeanor indicated a prior acquaintance with the chairman, only to discover he had no appointment at all. Clearly a deception. Ah, how intriguing. He summons me to resolve his issues yet denies me entry at the threshold. Su Rui stopped, then addressed the receptionists. You might want to call Lin Fuzong and have him personally escort me inside, otherwise I shall refrain from assisting with the issue at hand. What is San Chao and Luan? The 2 receptionists exchanged glances, clearly bewildered by Su Rui's words. We apologize, but we do not have the authority to directly report to the chairman. Kindly leave. Very well. If you refuse to make the call, let me be frank. I am the chairman's appointed son-in-law. Have you considered the consequences of denying me access? Su Rui, unaware of Lin Aoshu's appearance, was determined to aid in this matter. The chairman's son-in-law. So, the boyfriend of the president. How is that possible? The receptionists, evidently lacking worldly experience, were quickly intimidated by Su Rui's bravado. It is worth noting that Lin Aoshua is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Ninhai business community, with countless eligible bachelors desiring to marry this unparalleled beauty and become the favored son-in-law of the Beacon Group. On Valentine's Day and Qixi Festival, the flowers she received would require a truck for transport. Yet, Lin Aoshua was wholly devoted to her business, icy towards people and matters, with no inclination for personal relationships. How can it be impossible? I have been in a clandestine relationship with Lin Aoshua for many years. Su Rui replied with a grin. Upon his return to the country, he was in high spirits, and had his Western friends seen him, they would surely have been left in awe. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. Who are you claiming to have been in a relationship with for many years? Upon hearing that voice, the 2 receptionists fell silent, and Su Rui, sensing familiarity, quickly turned around, only to find that the speaker was none other than the stunning beauty he had previously referred to as having a foreboding aura. Her presence illuminated the entire hall, enhancing its brightness. What a remarkable coincidence! Recalling the earlier incident when he had been splashed with mineral water, he found no inclination to admire her beauty and, in a fit of anger, approached the icy beauty. Excuse me, miss, what does my relationship with anyone have to do with you? With that dark aura you possess, no matter how beautiful you are, no man would dare to desire you.
As Su Rui concluded his words, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 2 receptionists and the high-ranking security personnel, each earning salaries exceeding 8,000, stood frozen in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. With skin as fair as snow, how could there be any darkness in her demeanor? The expression of the icy beauty finally shifted, and if possible, she would have donned an expression riddled with exasperation. It was indeed the first time in her life that someone had openly scolded her in public. No, the second time. The first instance occurred merely 2 hours prior. As Su Rui noticed his words had rendered the audience speechless, he chuckled and clapped his hands. Well, it seems I've left you at a loss for words, hasn't it? I must say, a woman as stunning as you, yet exuding such an icy demeanor, resorting to dousing others with cold water at the slightest disagreement. What a paradox. The icy beauty's expression darkened further. Was that truly a mere disagreement? She had struck first with her foot, and then with her words. Observing the surrounding silence, Su Rui sighed and remarked, Your face betrays no emotion at all. one might wonder if your facial nerves are misaligned. You know, every time I gaze upon your countenance, four words come to mind. Who has misaligned facial nerves? What four words? She retorted. Physiological imbalance. Security, escort this unreasonable troublemaker out. If he dares to set foot within the gates of Bekong again, you may as well resign. The icy beauty shot Su Rue a fierce glare before storming off in her high heels. Yes, President. Upon hearing her command, the high-paid security personnel wasted no time. Fearing the loss of their hard-earned positions, and swiftly seized Su Rue's arms, pushing him towards the exit. The surrounding staff exchanged bewildered glances, wondering who this audacious individual was. Bold enough to berate Lin Aoshue within the territory of Bekong, claiming to be her boyfriend and questioning her facial coordination. Followed by a remark about physiological imbalance. This was beyond mere audacity. The president? Is she truly Lin Aoshue? Su Rue questioned, grappling with disbelief. At that moment, he had already been thrust outside. One of the security guards, with a hint of irritation, replied, Of course, she is our President Lin. Who in Ninghai could possibly be more beautiful than her? That said, my friend, your audacity is truly remarkable. Daring to stand at the gates of Bekong and speak of the president's menstrual irregularities. You're unprecedented. Another guard, with an admiring expression, added that this president was known for her cold demeanor, and Su Rue had articulated the suppressed thoughts of many. Feeling somewhat distressed, Su Rue admitted, I never anticipated she would be Lin Aoshue. You don't recognize our president, yet you claim to be her boyfriend? One guard patted Su Rue on the shoulder. Brother, I advise you to leave promptly. Don't make it difficult for us. With a smile, Su Rue reassured them. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. Within 10 minutes, I will have Lin Fuzhong personally come down to meet me. Come on, stop bragging. What kind of figure is the chairman? Even the mayor of Ninghai might not gain an audience. How could he possibly come down to meet you personally? The security guard scoffed, for they had distinctly heard Lin Aoshue's command. If that troublesome individual dared to step another inch into the gates of Baikan, they would undoubtedly lose their jobs. Do you doubt it? Su Rue said, retrieving his phone and dialing the 20-digit number once more. I cannot enter the gates of Baikan at this moment. Within 10 minutes. Have Lin Fuzhong personally come down to greet me. If you send some secretary to deal with this, I will turn around and leave. With that, Su Rue hung up the phone. Buddy, you should really leave quickly. If the president sees you still here, we're in trouble before he could finish. The security guard's eyes widened, his face suddenly a canvas of frustration. Su Rue casually pulled out a chair from the security room and settled himself in front of the Baikan group's grand entrance. Lounging comfortably with his arms crossed and legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. You need to leave at once. Stop causing a disturbance. Su Rue's actions were a blatant provocation to the Baikan security. After attempting to reason with him to no avail, they resorted to force. Two security guards approached, grabbing Su Rue's arms, preparing to eject him from the premises. However, to their astonishment, despite their considerable strength, Su Rue remained seated, utterly unmoved. What is going on? The two guards were momentarily taken aback. They strained with all their might, yet still could not budge Su Rue an inch. Su Rue glanced at the two guards with a languid expression and said, Listen, fellas, save yourselves the trouble. I'm not making things difficult for you because I think you're decent. Trust me, Lin Fuzhong will be down shortly. Lin Fuzhong, in his 50s, appeared somewhat portly, with a shiny bald head reminiscent of a Mediterranean style. He was presiding over a shareholders' meeting when his secretary approached, holding his phone. Chairman, you have a call. I've made it clear, Haven TI. No calls during meetings, Lin Fuzhong snapped impatiently, his temper having been rather short of late. But Chairman, this is your other phone. You instructed that whenever this phone rings, it must be answered, no matter what before the secretary could finish. Lin Fuzhong snatched the phone from her, glancing at the number, his fingers trembling with excitement as he pressed the answer key. The shareholders present were taken aback. They never expected the usually dignified Lin Fuzhong to exhibit such fervor. All right, I'm coming down now, he exclaimed, and the call ended abruptly. Rising with an unmistakable joy on his face, Lin Fuzhong announced, The meeting is temporarily adjourned. I must go downstairs to receive an esteemed guest. Thus, Su Rue remained nonchalantly seated in front of the Baikan building. The two security guards, after 10 minutes of futile effort, were drenched in sweat, unable to budge him an inch. One guard, increasingly incensed, drew an electric baton from his waist, and, upon pressing the switch, a series of crackling blue sparks erupted. You're asking for trouble. The security guard was poised to jab the baton at Su Rui. However, in the next moment, a stern voice echoed through the grand hall of the Baikan headquarters. Nonsense! Lin Fuzhong exclaimed as he stepped out of the elevator, immediately confronted by the scene before him. It was absurd. This young man was the protector he had painstakingly invited. A figure so vital to the Baikan group that Lin had even resorted to an old promise to secure his presence. If such an individual were to be incapacitated on his very first day, what hope remained for future cooperation? Upon hearing the commotion, the security guard trembled, dropping the electric baton to the ground, scarcely having time to retrieve it. He hurriedly reported, "Chairman, there is someone causing a disturbance." Given that Chairman Lin rarely concerned himself with such trivial matters or engaged in conversation with the guards, this was the first time the guard had directly reported to him, rendering him somewhat flustered. "Disturbance? I believe it is you who are causing the disturbance," Lin Fuzhong retorted angrily. "Mr. Su is a distinguished guest of our group. How dare you treat him in such a manner? Each of you shall have a month's salary deducted and be placed on probation." Upon hearing this, the guards felt a cold sweat break out on their foreheads. With the chairman's words, the threat of losing their jobs loomed ominously. The obsequious head of security would surely seize the opportunity to dismiss them to curry favor with the chairman. The two beautiful receptionists were equally stunned, realizing that the man who had just had a heated argument with the attractive president was indeed a valued guest of the chairman. Had they known this, they certainly would not have attempted to stop him. At that moment, Su Rui rose, smiling at Lin Fuzhong. "Chairman Lin, they were merely unaware and acted out of an excess of responsibility. Please do not hold it against them." The guards, hearing this, cast grateful glances at Su Rui, utterly astonished that he would speak in their defense. Lin Fuzhong pondered for a moment before conceding. "Very well, on Mr. Su's account, I shall refrain from punishing you too. Just be more vigilant in the future." Yes, rest assured, Chairman." The guards nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. "Mr. Su, I apologize for the incident upon your arrival. Please, allow me to invite you to my office for a glass of water," Lin Fuzhong said apologetically. The receptionists were completely astonished. The chairman, who usually maintained an air of superiority, had never spoken so courteously to anyone in their presence before. Su Rui chuckled and nodded, then turned to the guards and the receptionists, saying, "It seems we've made an acquaintance through this misunderstanding. I would be delighted to treat you all to a meal sometime." The guards eagerly agreed, albeit with somewhat stiff smiles. Settling into the luxurious sofa of the chairman's office, Su Rui looked around with curiosity. "Ah, Chairman Lin, that vase of yours is from the Song Dynasty official kiln, worth at least 5 million, I presume," he remarked with a grin. "Indeed, it is from the Song Dynasty official kiln. I am surprised that Mr. Su possesses such discerning eyes," Lin Fuzhong replied, astonished that Su Rui could identify his prized possession at a distance, a feat that even some antique appraisal experts would struggle to achieve. Su Rui chuckled softly. "I spent several years abroad dealing in antiques." I see, Lin Fuzhong replied with a dry laugh. If he knew that Su Rui possessed an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's golden scepter at home, his eyes would likely pop out in astonishment. "Xiaoqing, please come in," Lin Fuzhong said as he picked up the phone. At that moment, a woman clad in a sleek black business suit entered, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her features were both pure and exquisite, and her figure was astonishingly alluring, with curves that seemed ready to burst from the constraints of her attire. Her well-defined posterior and long, straight legs were equally captivating. An angelic face paired with a devilish physique. Such was the sight. Su Rui couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. It was unexpected that the Baikan group was indeed a treasure trove of talent. Having just encountered the stunning Lin Aoshua, here came another breathtaking beauty. This trip was certainly not in vain. Lin Fuzhong introduced, "Xiaoqing, allow me to present to you our esteemed guest, Mr. Su Rui." "Hello, Mr. Su," Xiaoqing said, slightly leaning forward, extending her flawless, porcelain-like hand to shake Su Rui's. As their hands met, Su Rui nearly exclaimed, "The texture is exquisite." "Mr. Su, this is our group's chairman's assistant, Xiaoqing. If you have any inquiries regarding work or life, feel free to approach her. I shall certainly trouble her often," Su Rui candidly admitted, unwilling to miss the opportunity to engage with such a striking beauty. "No problem. Please feel free to ask for my assistance," Xiaoqing replied, her cheeks flushed. During their handshake, while Lin Fuzhong was momentarily distracted, Su Rui had playfully scratched her palm, leaving Xiaoqing stifling a giggle. This girl is quite remarkable. With a stunning figure, yet easily embarrassed. She is precisely my type, Su Rui mused, reluctantly releasing Xia Qing's hand. Xia Qing, please fetch the president, Lin Fuzhong instructed. Certainly, she replied. Su Rui watched as Xia Qing's graceful silhouette gradually faded from view, discreetly retracting his gaze before turning to Lin Fuzhong. Xia Qing is quite young, yet has already risen to the position of chairman's assistant. Her future is undoubtedly bright. She is a top graduate from Capital University and has returned from Yale, demonstrating exceptional capabilities, Lin Fuzhong responded. Mr. Su, shortly I will introduce you to my daughter, Lin Aoshue. I am aware of her. Had it not been for her troublesome paper, I wouldn't have had to wade through this murky water, Su Rui remarked bluntly. Although the icy beauty was undeniably attractive, the mutual animosity had already run too deep. Haha, Lin Fuzhong could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Indeed. As Lin Aoshue entered with a frosty expression, she immediately spotted Su Rui lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, and her lovely brows furrowed in discontent. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. President Lin, must we begin our acquaintance in such an unfriendly manner? Su Rui replied with a smile. Acknowledging that Lin Aoshue was indeed as stunning as her reputation suggested, the first beauty of the Ninghai business community. Aoshue, Mr. Su Rui is an esteemed guest of our group. Show him the proper respect. Upon witnessing his daughter's rudeness, Lin Fuzhong immediately interjected, fearing that if his daughter offended this revered figure they had painstakingly invited, it would lead to significant trouble. Humph, he is nothing but a rogue. What does it signify to invite a rogue as a distinguished guest? Lin Aoshue exclaimed in anger, feeling a surge of frustration every time she encountered the smile on this man's face. Su Rui chuckled inwardly, finding this woman to be remarkably cold, even speaking to her father with such impoliteness. Aoshue, what troubles you today? Lin Fuzhong's expression darkened instantly. Today at the airport exit, Lin Aoshue was about to speak. But Su Rui swiftly interjected. At the airport exit, I happened to encounter President Lin, and I wished to befriend her, but she rebuffed my advances. Su Rui spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Lin Fuzhong understood immediately. He knew his daughter's temperament all too well. She had always been frosty and excessively aloof when approached by men. If a conflict arose, it would undoubtedly be her fault. Aoshue, do not be impolite, Mr. Su Rui has been specially invited from abroad to assist our group in overcoming challenges. Lin Fuzhong insisted. You must cooperate wholeheartedly. Assist our group in resolving issues. Lin Aoshue scoffed. Our group's business is flourishing. Once the new production process for Sanjiaoanluan is realized, we shall leap to become the most renowned pharmaceutical enterprise in all of China, even the world. What problems could our group possibly have? Lin Fuzhong was exasperated. His daughter, with her lofty ambitions, was oblivious to the dangers surrounding her. Su Rui spoke slowly. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Do not presume that capital and research can resolve everything. If it were not for your Sanjiaoanluan, Baiken would not be facing such grave risks. And I would not have returned from abroad to assist. What do you mean by that? Lin Aoshue's expression grew even colder. The successful development of the new synthesis method for Sanjiaoanluan is my greatest pride. What does this man mean by saying it is fraught with risk? Truly, she is as stubborn as they come. Since you do not believe, I shall demonstrate it to you. Su Rui rose and reached out towards Lin Aoshue's bosom. Rogue, what are you doing? Lin Aoshue quickly covered her chest and stepped back. Do not be so alarmed. I merely wish to borrow a button from you. With that, Su Rui's right hand darted out and returned with a flourish, revealing a button in his palm. It was the first button of Lin Aoshue's professional attire. It had been so easily removed. With the absence of that button-esque constraint, the allure of her figure blossomed forth, a deep crevice revealing itself, as if beckoning the gaze of onlookers. What are you doing? If this continues, I shall call the police. Lin Aoshue, oblivious to her own exposed allure, grew even colder in demeanor. Lin Fuzhong did not fully comprehend Su Rui's actions, yet he refrained from voicing an opinion, for at that moment, Su Rui still radiated an air of profound mystery in his eyes. With a subtle pinch of his fingers, Su Rui effortlessly split the exquisite button in two, revealing a diminutive electronic device concealed within. What is this? Lin Fuzhong exclaimed in astonishment. Just a micro-listening device. No need for alarm, Su Rui replied nonchalantly. Hiding a bug within a button is a common tactic employed by competitors. How could there be a listening device on me? Who placed it? Lin Aoshue was evidently taken aback by Su Rui's revelation. She was left wondering how long the device had been attached, realizing that her every word might have been monitored during that time. The mere thought sent a chill of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. With a flick of his finger, Su Rui sent the micro-listening device soaring in a graceful arc, landing precisely in the glass cup on the coffee table. Do not worry. Once submerged in water, such devices become inoperative. Our immediate priority is to identify the individual who placed the listening device, he stated firmly. Regaining his composure, Lin Fuzhong said earnestly, Mr. Su, had you not arrived, my daughter and I would have remained oblivious to the imminent danger. Lin Aoshue apologized to Mr. Su for your earlier rudeness. Humph. Lin Aoshue scoffed coldly. Despite now being aware of Su Rui's exceptional skills, the thought of apologizing to someone who had insulted her was utterly unacceptable. We can address apologies later. There are more pressing matters at hand. At that moment, Su Rui opened his silver briefcase. As the case clicked open, Lin Aoshue gasped in shock, for her eyes fell upon a gleaming silver desert eagle. Beside it lay a menacingly sharp throwing knife, causing her pupils to involuntarily constrict at the sight. The mere thought of having previously doused this armed individual with cold water filled her with trepidation. Seemingly reading their minds, Su Rui explained. My briefcase is constructed from a material of special density, capable of obstructing the penetration of rays, thus eluding detection by airport security scanners. Impressive, Lin Fuzhong thought. Further convinced that Su Rui was indeed the right choice to safeguard the Baiken group through its tribulations. Su Rui retrieved a round, black device resembling a disc and pressed a switch. The disc transformed into a screen, upon which several red dots flickered incessantly. Do you see this? He asked, lowering his voice as he presented the screen to the father and daughter. The 7 red dots indicate the presence of 7 listening devices in this room. What? Lin Fuzhong could hardly believe his ears. Never had he imagined that his office was infiltrated by 7 listening devices. Lin Aoshue was left speechless, her stunning visage now even colder. Following the device's guidance, Su Rui quickly located the 7 bugs hidden within the office desk, sofa, and lamp. Gazing at the small collection of devices, Lin Aoshue's voice turned frigid. I must uncover who is responsible for this. In silence, Su Rui placed the pile of listening devices atop the metal safe, then retrieved the Desert Eagle and smashed each device to smithereens with the butt of the gun. Meanwhile, in a somewhat dimly lit office, a man with an androgynous appearance discarded his headphones, clutching his ears with a visage of agony. Evidently, Su Rui's earlier violent act of shattering the listening device had reverberated through the headphones, causing him distress. Mr. Su, I am profoundly grateful to you. Without your intervention, our every move would have been under scrutiny. Lin Fuzhong exclaimed, fervently grasping Su Rui's hand, clearly shaken by the young man's audacious action. I insist, Director Lin. You may simply call me Su Rui. The constant address of Mr. Su feels rather awkward, Su Rui humbly responded, though this modesty appeared to Lin Aoshue as sheer pretense. Very well. I shall consider myself your elder brother, Lin, if you do not mind my calling you Su Laudi. Lin Fuzhong chuckled heartily. Su Rui smirked inwardly, thinking, you are not merely a few years my elder, but rather decades. However, upon gazing at Lin Aoshue's graceful figure, he cleverly remarked, Brother Lin, if I am to address you in such a manner, does that not make your Aoshue my niece? Amidst Lin Aoshue's piercing glare, Su Rui nonchalantly whistled, reveling in the unexpected familial connection. Su Laudi, during this time, I must trouble you to serve as the vice president of Bikong. If you can help us navigate through these turbulent waters, I, Lin Fuzhong, shall reward you handsomely. Should outsiders learn that Lin Fuzhong, the chairman of a billion-dollar consortium, had personally invited Su Rui as his vice president, it would surely leave them astounded. Lin Aoshue also exhibited a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated her father would extend such an invitation to a man who could almost be considered a stranger. Moreover, would this not raise objections from the shareholders? Father, is this truly appropriate? I cannot agree. Lin Aoshue protested. You may disagree, but your consent is still required. You fail to grasp the significance of this matter. My decision is not up for debate. Lin Fuzhong retorted, exasperated with his daughter's obstinacy, lamenting that she was oblivious to the wisdom of the elders. The position of vice president at Bikong is a coveted dream for many. You are indeed fortunate. Lin Aoshue shot a glare at Su Rui. Brother Lin, I too must decline. To Lin Aoshua's astonishment, Su Rui rejected the splendid offer, leaving her somewhat taken aback. "Oh, may I inquire the reasoning behind your decision, Su Laudi?" Lin Fuzhong asked, perplexed. In light of the recent turmoil surrounding Sankyu and ammonium, Bikong has become the focal point of much scrutiny. The sudden emergence of a vice president would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention, Su Rui articulated. Indeed, that is a valid point. Lin Fuzhong nodded slightly in agreement. Therefore, it would be wiser to assign a more modest position, perhaps as a bodyguard or security personnel. Though seemingly inconspicuous, it could yield significant results. Su Laudi possesses remarkable foresight. I am increasingly convinced that I have stumbled upon a treasure. It is imperative that I find a way to retain you at Bikong, Lin Fuzhong resolved. Su Rui cast a glance at Lin Aoshua, his gaze briefly sweeping across her exquisite features. Perhaps you could arrange a position for me, dear niece Aoshua. That would be acceptable. Let Aoshua take charge, and I shall not interfere. Lin Fuzhong chuckled as he shifted his attention between Su Rui and his daughter. I shall be picking up an old friend shortly, Brother Su. This evening, I will host a welcome gathering for you. Let us not depart until we are thoroughly inebriated. It seemed that Lin Fuzhong was intent on fully aligning himself with Su Rui. Aoshua, do ensure you get along well with Brother Su. Of course. Lin Aoshua thought with a cold smile, as if I would allow this rogue to leave of his own accord. Coincidentally, there was an opening in the marketing department due to a recent resignation, and I believe you would fit perfectly there. Lin Aoshua declared decisively, prepare yourself. Report to the marketing department within half an hour. No, I oppose this. I must personally ensure your safety, Su Rui remarked, feeling quite pleased with his ostentatious justification. Such a stunning beauty, albeit a bit frigid, would indeed make for an excellent choice for close protection. The marketing department was located on the same floor as the president's office, which was proximity enough. With that, Lin Aoshua strode out, leaving Su Rui to gaze after her retreating figure, shaking his head and letting out a gentle sigh. This task appeared to be rather challenging. Amusingly, Su Rui reflected on how in the past, individuals abroad had clamored for exorbitant fees for his protection, yet now, when he volunteered to safeguard such an icy beauty, she had declined. Moments later, the alluring chairman's secretary, Xia Qing, entered. Upon seeing Su Rui, a flush crept onto her attractive face, as if she were still pondering the fleeting moment when Su Rui had lightly grazed her palm. Although Su Rui's behavior had been somewhat irreverent, the man was undeniably not unpleasant to behold. Mr. Su, President Lin has asked me to escort you to the marketing department for an overview, Xia Qing stated with a smile. Oh, just call me Su Rui. There's no need for all this, Mr. Su formality. We are colleagues, are we not? Su Rui replied, eyeing the voluptuous yet gentle-natured beauty with a grin. Xia Qing, lovely lady, old Lin mentioned that I could approach you for assistance with any work or personal matters. Is that correct? Indeed, Xia Qing affirmed earnestly. Then, my shoulders are a bit sore. Would you be so kind as to give them a gentle massage? Su Rui reclined on the sofa, twisting his shoulders to feign discomfort. Xia Qing paused, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of providing such a service. Haha, never mind. I won't tease you any longer. Su Rui, observing her serious demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion. I haven't yet secured a place to stay. And since I haven't been to Ninghai in years, I'm unfamiliar with many areas. Could you assist me in finding temporary accommodations? What specific requirements do you have for your lodging, Mr. Su? Xia Qing inquired. I already mentioned, just call me Su Rui. Su Rui candidly expressed, in truth. My primary purpose here is to protect the Lin family. Ideally, living with Lin Aoshua would be splendid, yet given her demeanor towards me, such a scenario seems unlikely. I assess that they are currently quite safe, so a simple rental will suffice, preferably not too far from the Lin family villa. Xia Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, Su Rui. I shall arrange a hotel for you, and as for the house, I will endeavor to have it sorted within 3 days. Of course, it would be ideal if it were relatively close to your accommodation. Su Rui could not resist teasing. At least I could hitch a ride to work. I usually take a taxi to commute, Xia Qing replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. Thus, Su Rui's aspirations of charming a lady and securing a convenient ride were dashed. Accompanying Xia Qing to the marketing department, Su Rui found himself genuinely admiring her alluring figure. He marveled at how this young woman possessed such an enviable physique, curvaceous and firm, likely outshining even the top international supermodels. As the assistant to the chairman, Xia Qing was indeed a goddess within the company, holding a prominent position and rarely accompanying anyone to the marketing department. Her presence undoubtedly captured the attention of all. The director of the marketing department is named Shui Riyun. I will take you to her office now, Xia Qing introduced as they walked, while Su Rui only half listened. Upon entering Shui Riyun's office, Su Rui felt an instant brightness in his eyes. Behind the desk, a woman was bending over, arranging flowers. Her voluptuous figure was even more pronounced than Xia Qing's, seemingly exuding a ripeness that could almost drip with allure. Su Rui slapped his forehead in disbelief. My goodness, what kind of place is the Biken Group to have such a plethora of uniquely stunning women? Director Shui, this is Su Rui, as I mentioned to you previously, Xia Qing stated, nodding to Su Rui before excusing herself. I will be on my way now. If you need anything, just call me. I will send you the hotel address and room number before the end of the day. The hotel address and room number? That sounds rather intimate, Su Rui joked, causing Xia Qing's cheeks to flush once more. Ah, still a young lad, are you? Quite the handsome one to my taste, Shui Riyun remarked, her voice sultry as she turned around, allowing Su Rui to fully behold her striking features. She was the epitome of a mature beauty, an absolute goddess. In that instant, Su Rui found his gaze somewhat uncontrollable, struggling to rein it back in. The allure of a mature woman was certainly beyond that of mere teenage beauties. I hadn't anticipated Director Shui would possess such charm, Su Rui chuckled, clearing his throat with a hint of embarrassment. After all, Su Rui had encountered countless extraordinary women. How could he falter before a seemingly confident and alluring lady? However, unbeknownst to him, Shui Riyun was a renowned enchantress within the Biken Group and throughout the entire Ninghai region. Countless suitors vied for her affection, yet not a single one had succeeded in winning her heart. How bold you are to gaze at your sister like that, Shui Riyun pouted and remarked. The president instructed me to look after you, so rest assured, dear sister will take good care of you. She emphasized the words take care, and with a playful pout, flashed an exceedingly flirtatious smile at Su Rui. Upon witnessing such a smile and figure, Su Rui felt a warmth rise from within, even as the temperature of his cheeks subtly increased. How utterly unsettled he was. A temptress, Su Rui instinctively exclaimed. Oh my, little brother, you truly are brave. Among so many at Biken, you are the only one bold enough to address me like that, Shui Riyun laughed. As per President Lin's instructions, I've arranged for you to join Group 1 of the sales department. She requires you to start as a basic salesperson with a base salary of 3,000. If your sales fail to reach 1 million within a week, you are to resign voluntarily. Frankly, that expectation is rather steep, but since it comes directly from the president, I am powerless to intervene. 1 million in a week? That wicked woman. The thought made Su Rui grit his teeth. Lin Aoshua's intentions were crystal clear. She sought to drive him away. I came here to be a bodyguard, not to peddle goods. Su Rui felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Having lowered himself to assist her, he was met with such treatment. At that moment, he considered leaving, but upon reflection, he had navigated through both domestic and international arenas for years. When had he ever been bested by a woman? No, he could not allow this affront to stand. He must reclaim his dignity. Since the president has spoken, my dear brother, I am truly at a loss to assist you, Shui Riyun thought privately, astonished. It was known that even the most outstanding salesperson at Biken might only achieve 1 million in sales over a quarter, with some failing to reach that figure in an entire year. Yet Lin Aoshua demanded that Su Rui accomplish this within a week, with resignation as the penalty for failure. Her intentions were glaringly evident. Poor brother, I am genuinely curious about what you have done to the president to incur such her animosity, she mused, leaning slightly forward, her alabaster neck captivatingly alluring. This woman, I suspect she will remain single for life, Su Rui muttered fiercely, convinced that his assumption could not be mistaken. Recalling her icy demeanor, then I can only wish you good luck, Shui Riyun shrugged, her curves appearing to quiver slightly. 1 million, 1 million. Who could he possibly sell to? Bored and restless, Su Rui sat before his computer, perusing Biken's product catalog. He had not returned to Ninghai in quite some time and had no clients here. Yet he did not wish to appear inadequate in Lin Aoshua's eyes, leading to his furrowed brow. It seemed he would have to enlist the help of old friends. An idea struck him, and he quickly logged on. Hey, are you there? Su Rui found a contact and typed a few English words. In the capital of England, within a soaring skyscraper, a conference room brimmed with over 100 individuals. A woman clad in a fitted dress, with golden hair and striking blue eyes, was smiling as she spoke animatedly. The individuals gathered in the conference room gazed upon the woman, rumored to possess royal English blood, with admiration as she articulated the group's forthcoming strategy. Her youth and position as the chief executive of the English Royal Military Corporation evoked envy in many hearts. Her name was Victoria. However, at that moment, an unexpected beeping sound emanated from Victoria, disrupting the otherwise harmonious atmosphere of the meeting. The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the cause, until Victoria, visibly shaken, retrieved her phone, her face alight with elation. "Quickly, can anyone find me a computer with the software installed?" Victoria urged with urgency. The elite in the conference room looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to fathom the reason behind her sudden request. Unlike in China, where such technology was ubiquitous, its prevalence abroad was notably lower, and many had yet to even hear of it. After considerable effort, one of Victoria's secretaries finally managed to download the English version of the software. Disregarding the curious stares from those present, Victoria returned to her private office with the computer. Once she opened the software's dialog box, she immediately initiated a video call with Su Rue. Upon witnessing Victoria's swift response, Su Rue smiled subtly and accepted the video invitation. The antiquated computer lacked a camera, ensuring that he remained unseen. However, when Victoria's stunning visage appeared on the screen, Su Rue felt a sudden dryness in his throat. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet she seemed even more enchanting. "Apollon, where are you?" Victoria inquired eagerly as soon as the connection was established. The secretary beside her was momentarily taken aback by the name. It was rare to hear it in modern society, as it belonged to the sun god of ancient Greek mythology. Moreover, it was astonishing, given that she had never addressed anyone with honorifics during all their time together, as she typically regarded others with disdain. "I've returned to China," Su Rue replied, unable to speak vocally in his office. So he listened through his headphones before typing his response. Victoria's expression instantly became more fervent, her breath quickening. "You've returned to China? I shall come to find you right away." "Do not come. I haven't informed anyone of my return. You are the only one who knows." Su Rue's text conveyed a hint of a subdued tone. "I need some time to rest, and prefer that those individuals remain unaware. You must keep this confidential." "It is an honor to serve you," Victoria exclaimed, her excitement mounting. She understood that the once radiant sun god Apollon had long vanished from the dark realms of the West, and now his first contact upon reemergence was with her. How could she not be elated? Moreover, the fact that their exclusive means of communication was through the software was something no one else would ever conceive. "Let us not stand on ceremony. I have stated before. We are friends." Su Rue spoke somewhat awkwardly, reflecting on his previous adventure in the Americas, where he had been intimately exposed to this woman. One might wonder what their relationship could be if not friends. Perhaps friends with benefits seemed too inappropriate. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, Victoria relaxed. Recognizing that Apollo remained the same person he had always been, he had not changed. Since he referred to her as a friend, she understood that being overly formal might displease him. "What are you doing now?" she inquired. Su Rue hesitated for a moment before responding. "I work at Bicon Pharmaceutical in China. You might have heard of it." Victoria's interest piqued. "Working there? How much do they pay you? Is it 10 million a day?" "No, I doubt they could afford you at that rate." Su Rue chuckled bitterly. "My monthly salary is 3,000 in Chinese currency." Good heavens. Victoria felt as though her worldview was being turned upside down. The illustrious Apollo, the sun god of the Western shadowy realm, was reduced to working for a modest company with a mere monthly salary of 3,000. How could this be possible? Suddenly sensing a potential opportunity, Victoria's heart ignited with enthusiasm. "Apollo, if you are willing, the English Royal Military Group would gladly hire you as a special consultant, offering 50 million a day. What do you think?" "Victoria, are you trying to poach me?" Su Rue laughed heartily. "I'm here seeking your assistance. It's a moment of urgency. Speak quickly. I shall do my utmost to help, and even what seems impossible will be attempted." For someone like Apollo, who rarely solicited help, it was a significant favor for Victoria. "It's not too difficult. I simply need you to find a medical company to procure some Bicon medications or medical equipment. Just 100,000 Chinese yuan will suffice. Consider it a debt I owe you." "Just 100,000? Is it really that simple?" Victoria found it hard to believe. She had never imagined that Su Rue's request for help amounted to merely procuring 100,000 in pharmaceuticals. Converted to euros, it was just a little over 10,000. To Victoria, This was hardly even a trifle. Yes, just that simple. All right, I will have it arranged within 2 hours. After ending the video call, Victoria immediately set about arranging the matter. For her, a mere 100,000 was akin to pocket change. Su Rue smiled faintly, his mind drifting back to Lin Aoshue's exquisite visage, contemplating that upon completing this order, he would have much to say. One video call had accomplished what others might take a year to achieve. With time to spare, he began watching a film, Hollywood's newly crowned leading lady, Donnie Landor's latest feature. Urban Mirage, touted as the most sensual film of the year, just released in American theaters yesterday. Are you new here? Instead of working, you dare to watch a movie, jeopardizing the entire team's performance. I shall hold you accountable. A voice, filled with indignation, erupted at that moment. Su Rue turned his head and beheld a slightly plump man, appearing to be in his 30s, with fair skin and a pair of glasses perched on his nose. Upon seeing this individual, Su Rue curled his lips in disdain. You must be the team leader of Group 1, Chao Tianping? How do you know me? Chao Tianping had just been rebuffed by a particularly irascible major client and was seething with frustration. The sight of a new team member casually watching a film only intensified his ire. Come on, brother, your picture is on the wall. Su Rue gestured towards the sign displaying Chao Tianping's image. At that moment, Chao Tianping was rendered speechless. A new recruit was already asserting dominance over him. Since you've joined this company, you ought to know that entertainment activities are strictly prohibited during work hours. Watching a movie like this is unacceptable. Chao Tianping cast a glance at Su Rue's screen. You shouldn't be watching My City Phantom. It just premiered in America yesterday. It's not set to debut in China for another week. How on earth did you get your hands on it? Oh my, and in high definition. Chao Tianping, the team leader, was suddenly electrified, shaking Su Rue's shoulders with fervor. Do you have any idea? I am a die-hard fan of Tanny Landor. I am the leader of the Ninghai fan club. Whenever Landor comes to China, I am always there to greet her at the airport. Quickly tell me, how did you manage to acquire this film? Su Rue internally scoffed, thinking, brother, your mood swings are rather extreme. Moments ago you were enveloped in gloom, and now the clouds have parted to reveal the sun. This is quite the roller coaster. He paused, contemplating that he could not divulge the truth, and thus replied. A friend of mine used to work for Tanny Landor's agency. He sent it to me as a sneak peek, and I hear it's the uncut version. The uncut version? Chao Tianping's excitement surged, his blood pressure rising and his hands turning icy. This film, touted as the sexiest and most alluring of the year, naturally contains some steamy scenes that would not pass the scrutiny of China's film authorities. To be screened, it would need to be edited, leaving many fans of Landor in despair over the excised content, which had also affected the storyline. The fact that Su Rue had procured the uncut version sent Chao Tianping into a frenzy. For those who do not follow celebrities, it can be difficult to comprehend such fervor. However, Su Rue understood all too well, as he too was an admirer of stars, often viewing himself as the greatest of them all. Yet, it was somewhat perplexing to witness a man in his 30s, like Chao Tianping, so passionately chasing after celebrity, which struck Su Rue as rather absurd. Hey, Su Rue, Chao Tianping rubbed his hands together, settling into a seat, and somewhat bashfully suggested, since we've just become colleagues, why don't we watch this movie together for a preview? As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at the computer screen to indulge in the anticipation. Su Rue decisively shut off the monitor, displaying hesitation. Team leader Chao, my friend specifically cautioned me against leaking this. Then let me treat you to dinner tonight. Consider it a welcome gesture, Chao Tianping replied with a sycophantic smile, demonstrating that for the sake of Tanny Landor, he was willing to go to any lengths. Su Rue felt a chill run down his spine from the gaze of the rotund man, forcing a smile as he replied, all right, let us watch together. Thus, the two rather unsavory fellows huddled close, fixated on the Hollywood goddess displayed on the computer screen. The marketing department at the headquarters of Baiken had retained only a handful of business teams, with the rest of the employees stationed at subsidiary companies. Coupled with client meetings and collections, the office was surprisingly empty that afternoon, containing only Chao Tianping and Su Rue. 2 hours later, Chao Tianping gazed at the now darkened screen, his face radiating happiness and satisfaction. Lan Duoer is truly my goddess. She must be an angel descended from the heavens. Su Rue glanced at his watch and subtly hinted, well, group leader Chao, about dinner. I insist on treating you. Rest assured from now on, if you need anything in business group 1, just come to me. I've got your back. Chao Tianping was completely smitten by Su Rui's sweet words, having entirely forgotten the displeasure he had brought from the clients. Group leader Chao is certainly a straightforward person. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Rui continued. You can count on me. I'll have my friends procure a few signed photos of Tanny Landower to gift you. Really? That would be fantastic, Chao Tianping exclaimed, nearly hugging Su Rui in excitement. Su Rui, with an air of distaste, quickly dodged, thankful he hadn't mentioned acquiring Tanny Landower's personal camisole. Otherwise, this older fan might have lost his composure entirely. Just then, as closing time approached, Chairman Lin Fuzhong unexpectedly made an appearance at the marketing department. Upon seeing the big boss, many employees stood up, their hearts racing with excitement, some feeling quite flattered, while Director Shui Riyun emerged from her office to greet him. Welcome, Chairman, to the marketing department for guidance. The charming Shui Riyun was at a loss as to why Lin Fuzhong had suddenly come, wondering if he was dissatisfied with the department's recent performance. Not at all. You all carry on. I'm merely here to invite Su Laudi to dinner. Lin Fuzhong replied with a chuckle. Su Laudi? Shui Riyun was momentarily taken aback, but a sudden realization struck her. Could it be the new recruit, Su Rui? As she pieced it together, Lin Fuzhong had already approached Su Rui amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, his expression warm yet tinged with awkwardness. Su Laudi, I had not anticipated that the impetuous Ao Xue would place you here. How about we discuss a position change for you? The surrounding staff were in a state of utter shock, pondering who this new employee could be to warrant such personal attention from the chairman. And it appeared there was an element of flattery involved as well. Even group leader Chao Tianping was rendered speechless, astonished that the new hire he had just reprimanded was favored by the chairman. Su Rui, unfazed, replied, It's quite all right. I'm content in the marketing department. Although President Lin has set quite the daunting task for me, achieving a sales target of 1 million in a week, or I'll have to pack my bags and leave. Su Rui mused to himself, letting Lin Aoxue take charge of me? I cannot let this opportunity to report her slip away. Upon hearing that the protective shield of Baiken was about to be dismissed by his daughter, Lin Fuzhong's anger flared instantly, disregarding the numerous subordinates surrounding him, exclaiming, 1 million a week? This is utter nonsense. This girl has truly become increasingly audacious. I must have a serious talk with her. Old Lin, why must you be so agitated? You are well aware of your daughter's temperament by now, aren't you? Observing Lin Fuzhong's fury, Su Rui felt a surge of delight. How about this? I shall remain here, and you can ask Lin Aoxue to lighten my sales targets a bit. After all, I did not come to Baiken to sell medicine. Absolutely. I will ensure that, Lin Fuzhong replied, his expression filled with apology as he warmly grasped Su Rui's hand, saying, Brother Su, I will host dinner tonight, both to welcome you and to apologize on behalf of Aoxue. Everyone around was envious. The chairman of Baiken personally inviting someone to dinner was indeed a significant honor. However, to their surprise, Su Rui appeared somewhat conflicted. He abruptly pulled over Chao Tianping, stating, Old Lin, I just remembered that I have already made dinner plans with my direct supervisor, Group Leader Chao, for tonight. It may not be convenient for me to attend your invitation. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianping nearly choked on his drink. What was this guy thinking? This was the chairman inviting him for dinner. No matter how great his own stature was, it could not compare to that of the chairman. It seemed this fellow was determined to ensure that he, a group leader, would not remain at Baiken any longer. Not only Chao Tianping, but even Shui Riyun, who was not far away, could hardly contain her amusement. The exquisite woman cast a knowing glance at Su Rui, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chairman, I suddenly recalled that tonight is my ex-girlfriend's birthday, so I cannot invite Su Rui to dinner after all. It will have to be postponed, Chao Tianping said hurriedly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before making a swift exit. Remaining any longer would only lead to further entanglements with Su Rui. Seated in Lin Fuzhong's luxurious vehicle, Su Rui glanced at the cold-faced Lin Aoxue and wondered if this woman had undergone some form of trauma, as she perpetually wore an icy demeanor. Even the most beautiful of ice queens could freeze a soul. Moreover, after Lin Fuzhong had previously reprimanded Lin Aoxue, she couldn't even spare Su Rui a glance. Old Lin, I must trouble you with something. Su Rui recalled the listening device concealed within the button and spoke up. I need the information on all of Baiken's competitors, especially those companies competing most fiercely for market share. Of course, Xia Qing, after you return home tonight, please assist Su Rui in preparing the information, Lin Fuzhong instructed. Understood. Xia Qing, seated in the passenger seat, was just within Su Rui's line of sight, her snow-white neck exuding an enchanting beauty. Su Rui continued, I have a few more inquiries that I need to discuss with old Lin and Aoshua's cousin. Lin Aoshua shot Su Rui a glare, while Lin Fuzhong could only manage an amused smile. Who usually arranges your attire? In other words, who do you suspect could have had the opportunity to replace your button with a listening device? Upon the mention of this matter, Lin Aoshua's delicate brows furrowed, for she recognized the gravity of the situation. A thorough investigation was imperative. Otherwise, the presence of a spy among them could lead to dire consequences. Reflecting on the situation, Lin Aoshua, who typically operated on the principle of trusting her subordinates without suspicion, found it exceedingly challenging to doubt those around her. Su Rui turned his attention to Lin Fuzhong, inquiring, Old Lin, who are the individuals typically granted access to your office? There are designated cleaning staff assigned to maintain my office, a fixed number of 2, which should simplify the investigation, Lin Fuzhong responded. I have already taken the initiative. One has been detained for questioning, while the other recently resigned, and I have dispatched personnel to locate them. Su Rui's eyes gleamed with interest. Indeed, the suspicion surrounding the remaining individual is considerable. We must expedite the search. From now on, I will conduct regular inspections of your office and residence to ensure safety. That is agreeable. Tonight, I would appreciate it if you could inspect our residence thoroughly, Su Laudi. The thought of visiting Lin Aoshua's private quarters sparked a flicker of anticipation in Su Rui's heart. Perhaps this was simply the nature of man. The Junlan Kaibin Resort Hotel, renowned as the most luxurious retreat in Ninghai, boasted a 6-star standard in amenities. Lin Fuzhong had chosen this venue for the welcoming banquet, a testament to his sincerity. Su Rui gazed upward at the opulent Junlan Kaibin, complete with a private beach and scenic mountains, and remarked, Old Lin, this meal must have cost a fortune. Lin Fuzhong chuckled, Su Laudi, money is of no concern. You have traveled from afar to assist. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Tonight, we shall indulge until we are inebriated. To his surprise, Su Rui declined. Old Lin, I must refrain from drinking. Alcohol can lead to complications. And I have to inspect the rooms for you and Aoshua tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshua shot a disapproving glance at Su Rui. Lin Fuzhong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Excellent, excellent. What you say is absolutely right, Su Laudi. Tonight, I shall drink, and you shall enjoy tea. It's settled, haha. The staff at Junlan Kaibin were notably refined, adorned in high-slit kipeos, their fair legs glimmering under the lights. Su Rui's gaze wandered, occasionally punctuated by a casual whistle, exuding an air of nonchalance. You wolf. Lin Aoshua remarked coldly, having observed Su Rui's behavior with disdain. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. You are not the only woman here. Are you jealous because I admire others? Su Rui countered without hesitation. Lin Fuzhong observed the exchange silently, acutely aware of his daughter's temperament. She was stubborn to a fault. Unless she recognized the severity of the situation herself, no one could alter her perspective. Such a disposition could prove advantageous in business, but was often ill-suited for personal interactions, a true double-edged sword. Lin Fuzhong had secured a position at one of the few seaside terraces of the Junlan Kaibin Hotel. The expansive terrace was situated not far from the shore, with a staircase leading directly down to the beach, offering breathtaking views that were simply mesmerizing. However, Su Rui's behavior seemed discordant with such beauty. Each time a charming waitress approached, he would engage her in conversation, eliciting peals of laughter, some even casting flirtatious glances his way. Lin Aoshua appeared increasingly intolerant of the cheerful laughter surrounding her. She set her cup down, rose from her seat, and walked toward the exit. Where are you going? Su Rui stood up in pursuit. To the restroom, Lin Aoshua replied without turning back. Su Rui hastened to keep pace with her, shadowing her every step. Don't follow me. She insisted. I must ensure your safety, he replied, pausing momentarily before adding, close protection. Lin Aoshua's irritation with his behavior reached a breaking point. Unable to contain herself, she spun around and exclaimed, Have you had enough? What she did not anticipate was how closely Su Rui was trailing her. As she turned, he was caught off guard, and they collided face to face. Su Rui felt 2 soft curves press against his chest, and instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Lin Aoshua's slender waist to prevent her from losing her balance and toppling backward. However, this maneuver rendered their position exceedingly intimate. Their abdomens were pressed tightly together, One of Su Rui's hands held her waist, while the other inadvertently rested on the curve of her hips. The sensation was astonishingly delightful. Overwhelmed by her remarkable elasticity, Su Rui couldn't help but marvel internally, realizing that he had not misjudged her at the airport. Her figure and beauty truly qualified her as the most stunning woman in Ninghai's business circles. Thus, without conscious thought, he instinctively squeezed her waist. If other men from Ninghai were to witness Su Rui's actions at that moment, they would undoubtedly band together to exact vengeance upon him. Lin Aoshua let out a sharp cry, momentarily flustered, her eyes blazing with anger as she pushed against his chest. "Let go of me. Are you certain?" Su Rui coughed lightly, inquiring. "Let go. Very well, but you said so yourself." Reluctantly, Su Rui removed his hand from her waist. Yet, as soon as he did, Lin Aoshua's body, already off balance, began to tilt toward the ground. If given a choice, she would willingly trade 10 years of her life to avoid ever crossing paths with Su Rui. Encountering such a man had become the most unfortunate event of her life. Without exception, wasn't she supposed to be as unyielding as ice and as tranquil as still water? Why was it that only on their first day of acquaintance had he managed to ignite her ire so repeatedly? If it weren't for this insufferable man, how could she have found herself in such an undignified position in the prestigious Junlan Kaibin resort, surrounded by numerous high-profile guests? In that fleeting moment when Lin Aoshua felt Su Rui's arm encircle her waist, a myriad of thoughts raced through her mind. However, in the next instant, she found herself preoccupied with a more pressing concern. Her body was tilting at a perilous angle, careening backward toward the ground. Regardless of how rational one may be, the instinct to react manifests in myriad forms when faced with the imminent prospect of falling, struggling, reaching out for anything to grasp. Lin Aoshua instinctively extended her hand during her backward descent, desperately attempting to maintain her balance. Finally, when the angle between her body and the ground was less than 40 degrees, her hand caught hold of a pair of strong, warm hands. With a gentle yet firm pull, Lin Aoshua was yanked back to safety. Unbeknownst to her, in that moment of rescue, alongside her relief, a subtle yet undeniable emotion flickered within her, a sense of reassurance, deeply buried, so much so that she herself did not recognize it. Observing Su Rui's mischievous grin, Lin Aoshua felt a surge of indignation. How could she have ever been so disheveled as she was tonight after all these years? "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" "Why would I intentionally do that? You clearly urged me to let go. I merely pulled you back when I saw you were about to fall. It's not my fault that you don't express gratitude. Do you truly wish to repay kindness with malice?" "I will say it once more. I am going to the restroom. Do not follow me," Lin Aoshua exclaimed as she turned to leave, her demeanor brimming with indignation. This man had an uncanny ability to provoke her with just a few words, which was infuriating. "I can wait for you at the restroom entrance," Su Rui called after her retreating figure. At the sound of his voice, Lin Aoshua stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance once more. Su Rui stood at the entrance of the women's restroom, hands tucked into his pockets, whistling as he occasionally winked at the beautiful women exiting the facility. Given his decent looks and charm, some women responded not with disdain, but with warm smiles. If Su Rui were to frequent this establishment a few more times, he would surely become quite popular among all the female guests and staff. When Lin Aoshua finally emerged from the restroom, she immediately averted her gaze upon spotting Su Rui, choosing instead to straighten her attire in front of the mirror. At that moment, a tall, handsome gentleman approached, his expression lighting up with surprise upon recognizing Lin Aoshua. "Aoshua, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you at Junlan Kaibin." The man, clad in a well-tailored suit, wore a smile as warm as spring, making him seemingly flawless at first glance. Yet, Su Rui felt an instinctual aversion towards him. He despised handsome men, and his disdain multiplied for those with wealth. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence," Lin Aoshua replied coolly, attempting to turn away. "Aoshua, serendipity is rare. Since we have crossed paths today, why not join me in my private room for a drink? Many old friends are present." The man gazed at Lin Aoshua's stunning visage, a flicker of greedy desire glinting in his eyes. Although subtle, this expression did not escape Su Rui's keen observation. "I have guests on my side, so I must excuse myself for now," Lin Aoshua stated, turning to leave. "Aoshua, today," the man intended to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by an individual in a red checkered shirt who appeared before him, effectively blocking his path. "Who do you think you are?" Entangling yourself with our Aoshue? Speak another word of nonsense, and I'll make you regret it. Su Rue stood there, exuding an unrestrained air of bravado that made the man before him frown. He was Song Ili, the heir to the Tianxiang pharmaceutical group. To Su Rue's surprise, Lin Aoshue spoke up to clarify. Su Rue cast a perplexed glance at Lin Aoshue, quickly concluding that this man was not favored by the esteemed lady. Oh, so you are the esteemed young Master Song. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Su Rue feigned respect while inwardly deriding him, adding, however, young Master Song, our Aoshue is quite uninterested in you. What are you still doing here, lost in delusion? Can't you see she is already accompanied by me, her illustrious protector? In terms of audacity, Song Ili was no match for Su Rue. They were entirely incomparable in that regard. Your Aoshue? Pray tell, what is she to you? Have you gained her approval to address her so? Song Ili sneered. Just then, as Lin Aoshue turned to leave, Song Ili attempted to follow. But a powerful hand suddenly reached out from the side, seizing his collar and pinning him against the wall. Despite weighing around 180 pounds, Su Rue effortlessly lifted him, demonstrating the terrifying extent of his strength. Who is this little rascal, daring to act so recklessly at the Junlan Kempinski? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Song Ili's expression darkened as he found the audacity of his opponent utterly bewildering. Having mingled in Ninghai for so many years, he was familiar with various young masters, yet he had never encountered someone like Su Rue. Thus, he remained composed, knowing that the other's status was not worthy of his concern. Although Ninghai was vast, this was the first time anyone had dared to treat him in such a manner. Observing the previously pristine fabric of his shirt now crumpled, Song Ili's expression turned ominous. You little rascal, you are courting death. If I am a little rascal, then you lack even the qualification to be considered a mere footnote. Su Rue replied with a cold smile, his earlier bravado vanishing, replaced by an aura of razor-sharp intensity. This piercing presence, though fleeting, left Song Ili feeling chilled to the bone. What is happening? Why does this man exude such an aura? How peculiar, Song Ili thought, struggling to comprehend. I find your gaze upon Lin Aoshue to be unclean. Should there be a next time, I shall break your third leg, rendering you a eunuch for life. Of course, if you continue to persist, I would not hesitate to employ more permanent measures, Su Rue declared, his murderous intent unmistakably radiating from his eyes. What constitutes a foolproof method? The answer is already evident. With these words, Su Rue turned and departed, leaving Song Ili alone in the washroom, gasping for breath. Lin Aoshue had not wandered far. She stood at the corner, quietly observing the scene. As Su Rue exuded an aura of determination, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she turned and left. Unfazed, Su Rue cheerfully whistled his way back to the terrace dining table. Young master, are you all right? Two burly men, resembling bodyguards, rushed to Song Ili's side. Concern etched on their faces. Their young master had merely visited the restroom, yet had returned in such a state. Should the elder learn of this, he would surely dismiss these two bodyguards without hesitation. I'm fine. Song Ili's expression was stormy as he fixed his gaze on the corner, clenching his fists. Lin Aoshue is destined to be mine, and the biking group shall be mine as well. No one can take them from me. This man is not to be underestimated. It seems the plan requires adjustment. Song Ili retrieved his phone and stepped into a secluded corner, saying, Brother Yang, I wish to take action ahead of schedule. Su Rue paid no heed to the earlier incident, instead indulging heartily at the table. After all, not everyone possesses the privilege to dine at the Junlan Kempinski. And for Su Rue, eating was the most grounding activity. It reminded him that he was very much alive. Thus, he devoured plate after plate of food with astonishing speed. The patrons here were all of high status, savoring their meals slowly, yet this fellow disregarded utensils entirely, opting to spear an entire steak with a fork and bite into it, to the extent that Lin Aoshue found it hard to watch. Lin Aoshue, who naturally had a modest appetite and needed to maintain her figure, had long set down her utensils. The primary reason, of course, was her lack of appetite in Su Rue's presence. Lin Fuzhong, however, seemed unfazed, cheerfully raising his glass and stating, It appears that Brother Su is truly a man of character, even in his dining habits. Su Rue chuckled, My principle is to eat my fill at every meal, especially when someone else is treating. The smile on Lin Fuzhong's face instantly froze, while Xia Qing beside him struggled to stifle her laughter, covering her mouth in an effort to contain herself. At that moment, A woman clad in a white blue and white porcelain qipao approached, appearing to be in her 20s. Standing at a height of approximately 1.75 meters, her long, fair legs paired with the high-slit qipao made her strikingly captivating, her eyes perpetually adorned with a smile. 2 waitstaff followed her, each carrying a tray. What a stunning leg model. Upon seeing this woman approach, Su Rue paused his chewing, astonished. Beautiful women were not uncommon. But it was rare to encounter one with such exquisite legs. They were delicate and smooth, reminiscent of fine cream, as if perpetually immersed in milk, stirring endless fantasies. It was likely that many a lecherous man's first thought upon seeing her would be to hoist those legs onto his shoulders. Of course, Su Rue harbored no such thoughts. He merely gazed upon her with pure admiration. Who is she? Su Rue instinctively inquired, likely the only one present unaware of her identity. This exquisite leggy beauty was named Qin Yueran, renowned as the Queen of Junlan. At such a tender age, she had already ascended to the position of the overall head of Junlan Kaipin. While there were numerous malicious speculations and discussions behind her back, it was evident that Qin Yueran was a woman of remarkable stature. Opportunities for her to make an appearance were scarce, and today, the guests were fortunate enough to behold her, irresistibly drawn to her captivating legs. I specifically came to raise a toast to Chairman Lin, Qin Yueran remarked, holding her elegant glass aloft with a beaming smile. Su Rue glanced at her, then at Xia Qing and Lin Aoshua, feeling a twinge of sentimentality. On his very first day in Ninghai, he encountered such a plethora of beauties. How would he navigate the days ahead? As she spoke, Qin Yueran winked at Xia Qing, who scrunched her nose adorably in response. Clearly, the two were old acquaintances. I'm truly delighted that President Qin could grace us with her presence today. This visit to Junlan is indeed worthwhile, Lin Fuzhong exclaimed, raising his glass with hearty laughter. But may I ask, who is this gentleman? To hold the esteemed position of the overall head of Junlan Hotel, one must possess the finesse to navigate various circles adeptly. Upon seeing Su Rue dining at the same table as the Lin family, Qin Yueran assumed him to be a young master from a prominent family. However, she was well acquainted with the elite of both the capital and Ninghai, yet had never encountered such a figure. Allow me to introduce. This is our esteemed guest and my dear friend, Mr. Su Rue, Lin Fuzhong said. Su Rue shook hands with Qin Yueran. The sensation was simply delightful. Hello, Mr. Su. Do make a point to visit Junlan often, Qin Yueran said amiably, appearing quite familiar. The fact that such a young man was referred to as a close friend by Lin Fuzhong piqued her curiosity. However, upon noticing the empty plate before Su Rue, she was taken aback. Such a hearty appetite was indeed rare. Certainly, even if it's just for your lovely legs. No, I mean, for you, President Qin. I shall come to support you, Su Rue said, momentarily distracted by her long legs, unintentionally eliciting a delightful laugh from Qin Yueran, the social butterfly. You are truly amusing. Please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave, she said gracefully before departing. Su Rue watched her retreating figure, as if wanting to carry those long legs in his heart. Thus, the meal concluded without any tumult. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Su Rue unexpectedly recalled the gloomy gaze of Song Yili, the young master of Tianxiang Group, and halted the Lin family as they prepared to enter their vehicle. Wait a moment, he said. What is the matter? Lin Aoshua asked, slightly furrowing her brow. I'll be riding with Xia Qing in this RV, old Lin. You and Aoshua take the Audi in the back, Su Rue stated, pulling Xia Qing into the RV. This luxurious RV has been professionally modified, equipped with bulletproof features and tires that possess an automatic inflation capability, along with the ability to switch to solid rubber tires autonomously. Even if the tires are struck by bullets, it can still operate smoothly. In Ninghai, Lin Fuzhong's vehicle symbolizes the Beacon Group. However, at this moment, Su Rue insists on changing the car. What could be the reason behind this? Lin Fuzhong and Su Rue exchanged a knowing glance. Their years of experience in the business realm making Lin Fuzhong far more astute than Lin Aoshua. I will not change, Lin Aoshua adamantly refused. You must change. Su Rue's resolute demeanor sharply contrasted with his usual playful nature. I am here to assist you in resolving this issue, so please do not make it difficult for me. Surprisingly, upon witnessing Su Rue's serious expression, Lin Aoshua, who typically bore a strong aversion towards him, relented and took a seat in the Audi usually occupied by bodyguards. Settling into the spacious RV, enveloped by the faint fragrance emanating from the enchanting woman beside him, and stealing occasional glances at her alluring figure was undeniably delightful. Yet, Xiaqing understood all too well that Su Rui's intention was to draw attention away from himself, allowing the unseen individuals to shift their focus. But why would he do this? She possessed no skills and would only become a burden to him. Unbeknownst to her, Su Rui's motivation for inviting Xiaqing into the RV stemmed from his own desires. A vehicle as opulent as this, occupied solely by himself and a male driver, would indeed be rather dull. Having a stunning beauty with a devilish physique and an angelic face accompanying him was the epitome of enjoyment for a man. The RV, flanked by two Audis, glided smoothly towards the Lin family villa at a speed of 60. At that moment, Su Rui glanced into the rearview mirror, a hint of concealed coldness flickering in his eyes. Accelerate to 100, Su Rui suddenly commanded. Understood, the bodyguard and driver did not question further. As Lin Fuzhong had previously instructed all bodyguards to obey Su Rui unconditionally. Speeding up to 100, the bodyguard reported via the intercom. Indeed, all three vehicles simultaneously increased their pace. Lin Aoshua, seated in the last car, furrowed her brow. What is that guy up to? Aoshua, you should learn a thing or two from Su Rui, Lin Fuzhong remarked unexpectedly. Learn from him. He is not worthy, Lin Aoshua retorted angrily. The detestable man had just taken advantage of her at the hotel. Throughout her life, no man had dared to touch her in such a manner. He was the first. You will come to understand in due time. Lin Fuzhong did not press the matter, believing that Su Rui would have ample opportunities to interact with his daughter. Su Rui maintained his gaze on the rearview mirror, his expression composed. Increased speed to 120. The three vehicles surged forward once again. Lin Aoshua could no longer contain herself, seizing the driver's intercom. Su Rui, what are you doing? Driving so fast on a dark road is dangerous. Typically, urban roads had a speed limit below 80, while highways were capped at 120. Currently, the speed of the three vehicles had reached the standard limit for highways. Su Rui also grabbed the walkie-talkie and responded, Miss Lin, take a look behind. The convoy has accelerated significantly twice. Yet the three Buick cars at the rear remain close behind. If they were ordinary vehicles, this would be impossible. What does this indicate? Lin Aoshua's heart sank. It suggests we are being followed. Su Rui replied coldly. Whoever they are, their intentions cannot be good. Lin Aoshua fell silent. Throughout her life, this was an unprecedented experience for her. From now on, everyone must follow my commands. Su Rui's voice suddenly bore an undeniable authority. Lin Aoshua felt a deep conflict within her. Was this truly the same man who had previously made lewd remarks to her on the plane? Switch the positions of the third car and the RV. Let the two Audis drive side by side at the front, with the RV at the rear, Su Rui instructed. Why do that? Lin Aoshua asked instinctively. As she spoke, the Audi she occupied began to accelerate while the RV started to decelerate. There's no time for questions. Su Rui replied coldly. Rejected, Lin Aoshua huffed and tossed the walkie-talkie aside, choosing silence. At that moment, the three vehicles had formed an inverted V formation, racing forward at high speed. Upon learning of the mysterious vehicles tailing them, Xiaqing in the RV felt a moment of panic. After all, she was merely in her 20s, and such a situation was inherently frightening. However, as she listened to Su Rui issue commands with calm precision, her initial anxiety began to dissipate. She studied Su Rui's profile intently, seemingly trying to discern the true nature of this man. What are you looking at? Su Rui, sensing her gaze, suddenly turned to meet her eyes. I wasn't looking at anything, Xiaqing stammered, her face flushing slightly. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed her embarrassment from Su Rui. Unbeknownst to her, Su Rui was thinking, a girl with a stunning figure who blushes easily is undeniably charming. At that moment, Su Rui's hand unexpectedly reached for Xiaqing's shoulder. Come, fasten your seatbelt. We might have to brake suddenly. How do you know we will need to brake suddenly? Xiaqing pondered Su Rui's words as he swiftly secured his own seatbelt. Whether it was an accident or due to Xiaqing's prominent physique, as Su Rui pulled the seatbelt, his hand inadvertently brushed against her curves, sending a distinct sensation racing through his heart. What an exquisite sensation! Xiaqing seemed equally unprepared for such an encounter. Her body subtly trembled, and she lowered her gaze, as if too shy to meet Su Rui's eyes. However, it soon struck Su Rui how astute his decision had been to bring Xiaqing into the RV. The seatbelt happened to pass between her curves, tightly cinching and accentuating her alluring silhouette. Stay composed, Su Rue urged himself. Yet his gaze seemed unable to stray from her figure. Thank you for fastening my seatbelt. Xiaqing seemed eager to break the awkwardness and said, no need for thanks. No need for thanks. If you require it, I can assist you in fastening your seatbelt every day. Su Rue chuckled heartily, musing that if he could experience such delightful sensations daily, it would indeed be a remarkable stroke of fortune. If that were the case, not only fastening seatbelts, but even letting Su Rue play the part of a penguin every day would be acceptable. Are we nearing the Lin family villa? Su Rue inquired, pulling back from his whimsical thoughts to address the driver. Yes, we will arrive after crossing the Fangting River Bridge. Just 5 kilometers more, the driver replied. 5 kilometers? Su Rue repeated to himself, already spotting the distant bridge, while 3 Buicks pursued closely behind. A sense of danger began to seep into his consciousness. Just as the 3 vehicles ascended the bridge, Su Rue suddenly commanded, accelerate the 2 Audis through the bridge and reduce the armored vehicle's speed to 20. The driver had to slam on the brakes to decelerate from 120 to 20. Do not be afraid, hold my hand. At that moment, Su Rue reached out, firmly grasping Xiaqing's hand. She did not flinch away, nor did she display any fear in her eyes, for Su Rue's actions inspired her with profound confidence. Indeed, as the 2 accelerating Audis burst through the bridge's entrance, a dump truck suddenly collided into their path from the side. Had they not decelerated, the armored vehicle would have been involved in a catastrophic crash with the dump truck. Su Rue's foresight proved to be decisive. Although the armored vehicle was fortified and robust, a collision with such a heavy dump truck would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries on its occupants. Release the brakes, turn the steering wheel to the left, and engage the handbrake. Su Rue shouted to the driver. The driver acted without hesitation, executing the commands almost instantaneously after Su Rue spoke. The rear wheels of the armored vehicle screeched against the asphalt, and the vehicle completed a 90-degree turn, narrowly avoiding the dump truck. Xiaqing distinctly felt the tremor caused by the dump truck's reckless passage, her palms now cold with sweat. Do not worry, I am here. Su Rue seemed to sense her anxiety, casting a reassuring glance her way. The 3 Buicks encircled the armored vehicle, indicating that Su Rue and his companions were indeed cornered. As the 2 Audis dashed off the bridge, the dump truck roared past them, and although Lin Aoshua maintained a stoic expression, cold sweat had already formed in her palms, a serious look glimmering in her eyes. If not for Su Rue's quick thinking, they might have been sent flying. This was undoubtedly a meticulously orchestrated ambush. They were in grave danger. Lin Aoshua's tone was laced with urgency, as Su Rue and Xiaqing remained in the vehicle, unaware of whether they had collided with the dump truck. Furthermore, 3 Buicks trailed behind, and the thought was ominous. Do not mind us, you all should leave first. Su Rue's calm voice clearly resonated through the intercom, seemingly in response to Lin Aoshua. No, I cannot abandon you, Lin Aoshua stated resolutely, revealing that her inner resolve was not as frigid as her exterior suggested. Listen to Su Rue, returning will only complicate matters for them. Departing is the best aid we can provide. Lin Fuzhong coldly commanded, accelerate, let's return home. Lin Aoshua finally revealed a complex expression, biting her lip, leaving clear teeth marks. Knowing that the Lin father-daughter duo had already departed, Su Rue felt a sense of relief. He glanced at the 3 Buicks outside, and then turned to the driver, inquiring, Brother, can you swim? The driver, named Wang Yuan, was actually the deputy captain of the Lin family's bodyguards. Initially, he was somewhat reluctant to accept Su Rue's orders, but now he was utterly convinced. It was as if he had orchestrated a masterful strategy, predicting every move of the opposition. Of course I can, Wang Yuan replied earnestly. That's good. When the car door opens, you must jump into the Foding River immediately, Su Rue instructed. Huh, don't you need me to stay and fight alongside you? I heard it's better to escape first, Wang Yuan asked, astonished. If you stay, you'll only become a burden to me, Su Rue replied bluntly. What? I would be a burden? Wang Yuan, a skilled fighter in his own right, felt somewhat embarrassed by Su Rue's remark, but recalling Su Rue's impressive performance moments ago, he quickly dismissed his concerns. Let's go now? Su Rue commanded, and Wang Yuan swiftly rolled out of the driver's seat. Seizing the moment while the occupants of the Buick had not fully disembarked, he leapt over the bridge railing and plunged into the river with a splash. From the 3 Buicks emerged 12 brawny men, most of whom were bare-chested, brandishing knives or steel pipes, exuding an aura of menace. At the forefront stood a bald man, his head marred by a long scar, his face etched with a fierce expression. "Get out of the car," the scarred man bellowed, striking the vehicle with his steel pipe. Noticing the slight tremor in Xia Qing's body, Su Rui cast her a reassuring glance and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Xia Qing nodded. "It's all right. Just come out with me." Su Rui whispered in her ear, "I won't let you get hurt." Xia Qing murmured in agreement, gripping Su Rui's hand even tighter. As Su Rui led her out of the car, the expression on the scarred man's face transformed dramatically, resembling someone who had been constipated for days. "What is going on? Is there no one else in the car?" The scarred man scrutinized the RV's interior, confirming that aside from the one who had jumped into the river, there was indeed no one else. Where had Lin Fuzhong and Lin Aoshua gone? They were the targets for tonight. The scarred man's face turned anxious. If he failed to complete the mission, he would undoubtedly face punishment from Brother Yang. This was a significant job that Brother Yang had taken on. Reportedly funded by a super-rich heir to kidnap the Lin father and daughter, this could not fail. "Where is Lin Fuzhong? Where did Lin Aoshua go?" the scarred man demanded, grabbing Su Rui's collar fiercely. Su Rui feigned humility. "Please, my good brother, our chairman and the young lady left in another vehicle after dining. We were arranged to take his car. You see, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding?" At that moment, the scarred man realized he had been outwitted by Lin Fuzhong. After all the grand posturing and meticulous planning, he had apprehended the wrong individuals. It was utterly humiliating, and he would have no explanation to provide upon his return. Unable to locate Lin Fuzhong, "You two will accompany me back. I assure you, I shall treat you well." Scarface said menacingly, "You should not blame me. The sole blame lies with Lin Fuzhong, who has turned you into bait." Scarface was acutely aware that these two individuals must be taken back. However, when his gaze swept over Xia Qing, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of admiration. Such exquisite features, such a fiery and stunning figure, perhaps rivaling that of Lin Aoshua. Scarface surveyed the scene and noticed that his subordinates were eyeing Xia Qing with predatory, green-hued glances. In light of this, Xia Qing became acutely aware of her precarious situation. She understood the danger she was in and instinctively tightened her grip on Su Rui's hand, as if that could provide her with a modicum of reassurance. Yet, compared to these dozen or so burly men, Su Rui's physique appeared rather frail, seemingly outmatched. Scarface, gazing at Xia Qing's alluring form, swallowed hard. Since he could not capture the Lin father and daughter, and punishment was inevitable, he thought to take pleasure in this beauty first. The space inside the RV was sufficiently spacious, and the thought of a stunningly beautiful woman soon to be beneath him made Scarface feel a stirring in certain areas. "Come, beautiful, let me have some fun with you. Fear not, my brothers will treat you tenderly." Scarface chuckled, seemingly having completely forgotten about the failure of his mission. Su Rui stared coldly at Scarface and said, "What do you intend to do? Do I need to report my intentions to you, brat? Get lost." With that, Scarface raised his fist, resembling a stone mortar, and swung it directly at Su Rui's face. Such terrifying force, if it connected, would certainly leave Su Rui's face irreparably disfigured. "Do not harm him." Xia Qing, instead of cowering in fear, summoned her courage to shout. However, just as Scarface's fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Su Rui's face, it suddenly halted, for Su Rui's legs struck like lightning, landing precisely between Scarface's legs. "Ah!" Accompanied by a profoundly agonizing scream, Scarface doubled over, clutching his groin. Collapsing in sheer agony, a wave of debilitating pain radiated from that focal point throughout his body. The pain was excruciating to the very soul. The remaining 11 men were utterly astonished at this unforeseen turn of events. Was this a sudden reversal of fortunes? "Stand behind me and close your eyes." At that moment, Su Rui suddenly turned his face towards Xia Qing and smiled. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qing instinctively shut her eyes. Strangely, she felt no fear whatsoever. It seemed this man, whom she had only known for a day, possessed a certain charm that could provide a sense of security with just a few light words. "What are you all standing there for? Get over there and take him down." Scarface groaned on the ground, drenched in sweat from the pain. "Brothers, he dared to strike Brother Jia. Let us all go after him." A swarm of men rushed eagerly towards Su Rui. "You intend to take me down?" Su Rui let out a cold laugh, picking up the steel pipe that the scarred man had dropped on the ground, and swung it fiercely towards his knee. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed in everyone's ears. The scarred man howled in pain, his face flushed with rage. Clearly having had his kneecap brutally shattered by Su Rue. Xia Qing's eyelashes trembled slightly, yet her eyes remained closed. Su Rue sneered. Who among you dares to take another step forward? The crowd exchanged glances, none of them expecting this seemingly unimposing individual to strike first with such ferocity, completely seizing the initiative. Truly, he was more fearsome than organized crime itself. Release Brother Jia, or else one man stepped forward, his face a mask of menace. Su Rue fixed his gaze on the man's advancing foot. I warned you not to step forward. Since you have, you shall face the consequences. With another ruthless swing, the steel pipe crashed down on the scarred man's other kneecap. This blow seemed even more brutal than the last. The pipe had utterly shattered the bone. It was a complete comminuted fracture. The scarred man's future was now destined to be spent in a wheelchair. Facing 11 adversaries, Su Rue stood unyielding and fearless, exuding an aura that seemed to surpass the collective presence of his opponents. If you wish to avoid suffering the same fate as Brother Jia, I suggest you leave immediately. The cold glint in Su Rue's eyes sent shivers down the spines of the men before him. You shall pay for this. At that moment, a hot-headed individual could no longer contain himself, lunging forward with a glimmering cleaver aimed at Su Rue. However, all he saw was a flash of movement before excruciating pain coursed through his face, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Su Rue, wielding the steel pipe, made an unadorned yet intimate connection with the side of his opponent's face. The lateral strike shattered his entire facial structure, blood erupting in gruesome streaks across his visage. The man did not utter a single scream, but collapsed swiftly to the ground. This was merely the result of Su Rue's restraint. Had he struck with full force, the man's skull would have been obliterated, his brain matter splattered. Let us go. The remaining men, fearful of Su Rue's ruthless prowess, hastily abandoned two injured comrades and fled in a Buick. As long as there are survivors, Su Rue did not pursue, but gently patted Xia Qing's hand. You may open your eyes now. It's all right. Xia Qing opened her eyes, gazing at Su Rue with an expression illuminated by an unexplainable brilliance. The earlier situation had been perilously intense. Although her eyes remained closed, she had heard everything clearly. Su Rue, single-handedly, had driven away so many foes. Such a man was undeniably formidable. Looking at the scarred man, whose legs had been thoroughly broken, Su Rue smiled and asked, Brother Jia, tell me who sent you? Hatred flickered in the scarred man's eyes, knowing that not only would he never stand again, but he would also be rendered incapable of being a man for the rest of his life. You need not regard me with such a venomous glare. It is you who has come to take my life, not I who sought to transform you into this state. You must comprehend the relationship between cause and effect. However, at this moment, Su Rue clearly lacked the disposition for rational discourse with the assailant. He gently tapped the scarred man's face with a steel pipe and stated, Reveal the identity of your master, and I shall grant you a swift release. Dream on. I would rather die than divulge anything. The scarred man displayed a commendable resolve. Despite being drenched in sweat from the pain, he still refused to expose the mastermind behind his actions. Do you doubt my capacity? I possess over 1,000 methods to compel you to speak. Su Rue's smile appeared to the scarred man like that of a demon. You bastard. I will not spare you. Oh, I hope you remain so defiant 5 minutes from now. Su Rue clapped his hands, turned to Xia Qing, and remarked, The ensuing scene may be unsuitable for younger audiences. If you are fearful, you may turn away and cover your ears. I am not afraid. With Su Rue by her side, Xia Qing felt no trepidation. She was genuinely intrigued by what he might do next. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously begun to yearn to step into Su Rue's world. That is well. Su Rue gently patted Xia Qing's hand before turning back to crouch beside the scarred man. Let us play a game, shall we? Su Rue grasped the scarred man's right hand and declared, I will pose a question. Should you choose not to answer, I shall break one of your fingers. Upon hearing this, the cold sweat on the scarred man's face intensified. Of course, you have no right to refuse. You are a bastard. I will kill you. The scarred man attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized. Su Rue's grip on his arm was akin to an iron gate. The scarred man was astounded. This man appeared neither particularly strong nor imposing, yet he possessed an astonishing degree of power. It was truly inconceivable. Devil, demon. With all 3 of his legs incapacitated, the scarred man felt as though the lower half of his body had lost sensation, and this man intended to break each of his fingers. Was he not a demon? The first question is, who sent you? I do not know. Crack. Just as the scarred man uttered those words, a shriek escaped his lips. For Su Rue had already snapped his right index finger before the last syllable had left his mouth. The agony of having one's bones and muscles torn apart was no less severe than that of a shattered kneecap. The pain seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. My second question is the same as the first. Who dispatched you? Su Rue's expression remained impassive, seemingly unaffected by the scarred man's excruciating torment. The scarred man continued to feign toughness. I won't say anything. With that, the second finger was brutally broken. The two fingers, bent in the opposite direction, were nearly pressed against the back of his hand. It was a gruesome sight. Xiaqing's gaze from behind was somewhat shocking. Throughout her life, she had always been the obedient girl, consistently achieving the highest academic accolades in her school. She never skipped classes or engaged in early romantic entanglements. After graduating from a prestigious university, she was awarded a full scholarship to the esteemed Yale University in America. She had never imagined, nor had she ever witnessed, the other side of the world that Su Rue was now revealing to her. Please, I beg you, stop, the scarred man exclaimed, the pain from his wounds rendering him breathless. Every inch of his body radiated agony. He vowed that even if he were to die instantly, it would still be preferable to falling into this man's hands. Why didn't you do this earlier? Su Rue clapped his hands and remarked. Just as the scarred man was halfway through his sentence, a deafening roar abruptly pierced the air. Two xenon headlights blazed from the nearby road, their intensity blinding in an instant. Xiaqing quickly shielded her eyes. The sudden brightness rendered her unable to see anything for at least 10 seconds. The vehicle, indistinguishable in model, approached at an alarming speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. It seemed intent on exploiting the brief blindness of its target to execute a crash. Su Rue's eyes remained unflinching against the harsh glare. Had it been only him, he would have easily evaded such a collision, but with Xiaqing by his side, he had to act swiftly. Jump! In a moment of dire urgency, Su Rue firmly grasped Xiaqing's waist, took a few running steps, and leaped over the bridge railing. At that moment, the vehicle reached the spot where they had just stood, crushing the scarred man into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Murder to silence him. Clearly, the driver possessed exceptional driving skills. After running over the scarred man, the car executed a sharp drift, astonishingly only grazing the bridge railing despite the high speed. This was an incredible display of driving prowess. The driver did not exit the vehicle. Instead, he peered through the window at the pitch-black Hehe River before turning the car around and roaring away. Xiaqing was tightly embraced by Su Rue. Although the blinding light had momentarily obscured her vision, she remained acutely aware of the entire process of their plunge into the river, albeit in a daze. In her past, this obedient girl would never have encountered, let alone engaged in such reckless behavior. As they plunged into the cold river, the chilling water jolted her back to her senses. Despite her proficiency in swimming, the skills she honed in a pool were utterly inadequate for handling such a high dive. Had it not been for Su Rue adjusting their position midair, she might have succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Held securely by Su Rue, Xiaqing made no attempt to struggle. She could feel his strong arms and warm chest, even with her eyes closed, guiding her toward the shore. This was a sense of security she had never experienced before. Nestled against him, with their bodies pressed closely together, Su Rue did not display his usual lewd demeanor, but instead silently swam toward the bank. Once ashore, both were drenched, and the wind caused Xiaqing to involuntarily sneeze. Although it was already mid-May, the night breeze still carried a refreshing chill. After getting into the vehicle, Su Rue effortlessly scooped up Xiaqing in a princess carry, briskly ushering her into the RV. True to the reputation of the Lin family, the RV was replete with every amenity one could desire: towels, bathrobes, formal attire, and more, all belonging to the father-daughter duo. Upon noticing Xiaqing's clothes completely drenched, clinging to her form and revealing her enchanting curves, Su Rue could not help but swallow hard. You must change out of those wet clothes, otherwise you may catch a cold. Without hesitation, he grabbed a towel and began to dry her hair meticulously. For Xiaqing, experiencing a man tending to her hair for the first time felt strangely intimate. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Were it not for this man, she might have already faced the indignities of a dozen assailants. He had saved her life. Yet, The thought of changing clothes with Su Rue still present was daunting. All right, I'll head to the driver's seat. Take your time to change, he chuckled, opening the door and moving to the front, pulling up the partition between the cabins. Such a sophisticated custom RV was truly considerate. The partition not only obscured vision but also provided soundproofing, ensuring that even if the backseat secretary engaged in less than appropriate activities, the driver would remain oblivious. Once Xiaqing had donned a women's bathrobe, Su Rue finally drew back the partition. Is your home far from here? I can drive you back. As he leaned in, his eyes widened. He was taken aback by the unique allure exuded by Xiaqing in her white bathrobe, a modest outfit that somehow enhanced her appeal. Avoiding his gaze, Xiaqing replied, not very far, just at Maple Harbor Community. It's a 15-minute drive. In a rare moment of propriety, Su Rue found himself acting like a gentleman, perhaps a consequence of the river's chill affecting his mind. After escorting Xiaqing home, he bizarrely declined her invitation for a cup of hot tea. Feigning decorum is truly exhausting, he lamented, recalling the enticing sight of her in the bathrobe as he tapped the steering wheel in frustration. At that moment, Lin Fuzhong called, and after briefly explaining the situation, Su Rue ended the call. After checking into the luxurious suite at the 5-star hotel Xiaqing had booked for him, Su Rue took a shower and lay on the bed, reflecting on the enchanting women he had encountered that day, soon drifting into slumber with a mischievous smile. The next day, he refrained from picking up the Lin father and daughter in the RV. What a ridiculous notion. He was Apollo, the sun god, not a mere chauffeur. However, when he arrived at Biking Group driving the well-known RV, the 2 security guards from the previous day were left wide-eyed. Could this scoundrel truly be the son-in-law of the big boss? Otherwise, how could he possibly have the privilege to drive such a vehicle? Moreover, the chairman was not even inside. This was clearly a case of public vehicle misuse. Upon recalling the events of yesterday, the 2 security guards were instantly drenched in cold sweat as they surrounded Su Rue, pleading, Brother Su, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold our actions against us. We acted as we did to safeguard our livelihoods. Su Rue smirked. I fully understand. Otherwise, you would have already packed your belongings and sought other employment. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in our hearts. One guard exclaimed. Spare us the flattery, Su Rue replied, glancing around before winking at the 2 awkward receptionists. Has Lin Aoshue not arrived yet? In the entirety of Ninghai, it seemed only Su Rue dared to refer to Lin Aoshue in such a familiar manner. The guards exchanged glances, their faces darkening with concern. President Lin has yet to arrive, one of them quickly informed him. Another chimed in, Brother Su. Did you not claim to be President Lin's boyfriend? Surely you must know why she hasn't come. Reclining on a chair, Su Rue savored the back massage from the 2 guards, lamenting, You both must have girlfriends. You understand how unpredictable women can be when they are upset. Alas, I've been at odds with that girl lately. She won't even let me on the bed. Wait, you share a bed with the president? The guards exclaimed, astonished and skeptical. Just then, a crisp voice echoed from the entrance of the security room. Su Rue, clarify your words. Who is preventing you from getting on the bed? Lin Aoshue stood at the doorway, her expression icy. Initially, Lin Aoshue's impression of Su Rue had slightly improved after his remarkable performance the previous night, during which he had saved her life. However, she had not anticipated that upon her arrival at work, she would overhear Su Rue boasting in the security room. How infuriating that he would claim she was the one denying him access to her bed. To Lin Aoshue's surprise, her attempt to clarify only deepened the misunderstanding. Who is preventing you from getting on the bed? Implied that she had always been willing to allow him. The 2 guards, previously skeptical of Su Rue's claims, were now convinced after hearing Lin Aoshue's words. The couple indeed seemed to be embroiled in a lover's quarrel, and it was best for them not to interfere. Su Rue chuckled at her words, but chose not to clarify. Lin Aoshue, still unaware of the ambiguity in her statement, continued. Did we not agree that you would come to my home last night? Where did you disappear to? Upon hearing this, the guards were taken aback. The president had invited Su Rue to her home. It seemed this fellow was truly the favored son-in-law of the Beikong family. With the couple at odds, the guards wisely maintained their distance, pretending not to have heard anything. Yet, this was undoubtedly sensational news. The most beautiful woman in Ninghai's business realm not only had a boyfriend, but had already shared a bed with him. Henceforth, the Beikong group would have a new son-in-law. Su Rue could hardly suppress his laughter, for he understood that Lin Aoshue was referring to his promise to inspect the bugging devices at the Lin family villa. However, Why did this girl always seem to omit crucial details in her speech? What a delightful misunderstanding. Observing the two security guards with expressions akin to simpletons, Su Rue felt a surge of amusement as he approached Lin Aoshua, chuckling. Aoshua, let us keep our matters private. We wouldn't want to give others a chance to mock us. Lin Aoshua turned on her heel and walked away, finding this guy utterly unbearable, as he seemed to take advantage of her both in public and in private. Su Rue jogged after her, not forgetting to exchange a knowing glance with the two security guards and the receptionist. I still stand by my original decision. If your sales in the marketing department do not reach 1 million within a week, you must leave Baiken immediately. I do not wish to see you again. Su Rue instantly felt displeased. Lin Aoshua, if it weren't for me last night, you might have been kidnapped by those ruffians. And now you repay kindness with malice? Lin Aoshua's expression faltered, as if she recognized her own harshness. Yet this man before her was indeed insufferable. Lin Aoshua, do you think your beauty gives you the right to bully others? I am not one to be trifled with. Upon finishing his words, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped out first. Do you think your beauty gives you the right to bully others? Watching Su Rue's indignant back, Lin Aoshua let out a cold huff, yet she was unaware that her lips had curled into a barely perceptible smile simultaneously. Upon arriving at the marketing department, Su Rue casually settled into his seat, since he had no need to run errands. He opened his computer to watch the live broadcast of the regular season. However, after a brief while, he began to angrily exclaim, "That fool Triss. Didn't I tell him not to play solo last time? Acting rashly again. When I return, I'll make him shoot 20,000 three-pointers." If there had been any fans nearby, they would have thought Su Rue was being absurdly boastful, for Triss was last year's Rookie of the Year, highly sought after and adored by many fans. Just then, the leader of Business Group 1, Chao Tianping, approached. He dared not be arrogant in front of Su Rue, who was a favored guest of the chairman. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Su Rue had somehow procured the latest uncut film of Tang Mulan. And as a devoted fan, Chao Tianping felt compelled to ingratiate himself with his subordinate. Chao Tianping pulled over a chair and leaned closer to Su Rue, saying, "Ahem. Su Rue, when can you help me get Nilan's new song? I heard it's set to debut in 7 days." Su Rue looked at Chao Tianping with disdain. "It's still 7 days until the release. What's the rush? I can get it for you then." "Really? You mean it?" Chao Tianping's face lit up with joy. "Of course. Do you think I would deceive you over such trivial matters?" Su Rue rolled his eyes. "A trivial matter? This is monumental." Chao Tianping excitedly rubbed his hands together. "I'll treat you to lunch in the cafeteria." "Treating me to lunch in the cafeteria?" Su Rue scoffed. "What a miser." Chao Tianping chuckled heartily. "The meals at our cafeteria are quite delightful. Once you taste them, you'll surely forget everything else." Just then a woman, exuding an overwhelming fragrance, approached Su Rue and Chao Tianping from behind, sneering, "Group leader Chao, is it not against company policy to watch match videos during work hours? No wonder your team's performance never seems to improve. Be cautious. Don't let yourself suffer too greatly during the month-end evaluations." Achoo! Su Rue was momentarily taken aback by the pungent scent of her perfume, causing him to sneeze involuntarily. Wiping his nose, he turned to see a woman clad in a striking red business suit. "Pray tell, did you spill an entire bottle of imitation perfume on yourself?" "The aroma is quite overpowering," Su Rue remarked, pinching his nose. "Who are you calling big sister?" In Xiaomei retorted sharply, her brows furrowing. As the leader of Group 2, she initially intended to boast about her team's achievements while disdainfully regarding Chao Tianping, but she had not anticipated encountering such an irreverent newcomer. After all, she was merely 31. How could she be addressed as big sister? In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to silence Su Rue's insolent tongue. In Xiaomei, the leader of Group 2, was met with a slight frown from Chao Tianping. This woman was notoriously aggressive, her ego inflated by a modicum of success. Although she was not well liked within the company, her distant cousin held the position of deputy director at the Ninghai City Bureau of Commerce, which deterred anyone from crossing her. Thanks to this connection, her performance was consistently impressive. During business dealings, she would have her cousin make preliminary calls to ensure favorable treatment. Naturally, when potential clients heard that the business was referred by the deputy director, they would eagerly comply, making it impossible for her sales figures to falter. "Of course, I'm referring to you." Su Rue rolled his eyes. "If I don't call you big sister, should I address you as Miss instead?" Uft. Just as Chao Tianping was about to take a sip of water, He found himself unable to suppress a laugh at Su Rui's words, inadvertently spraying In Xiaomei with a mouthful of tea. The expensive red suit she wore was instantly marred by yellow liquid, along with a splash of Chao Tianping's saliva. In Xiaomei glared at her drenched attire, shrieking in fury, "You lot from Group 1 are all bastards." Bastards. Instantly, all eyes in the shared office space turned in their direction. Flustered, In Xiaomei exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? What's so interesting?" The onlookers, accustomed to such antics, quickly turned away, eager to avoid any misfortune associated with her. Su Rui leaned closer to Chao Tianping, whispering, "I bet the makeup on that big sister's face weighs at least a pound." Chao Tianping, who typically avoided provoking In Xiaomei, found himself inexplicably drawn into the banter. Responding mischievously, "Indeed, it seems about right. Enough powder there to make 2 batches of dough. You 2 insufferable bastards." In Xiaomei, now even more agitated, could scarcely contain her rage. Typically, she was the one who bullied others. She could not tolerate being mocked in return. "Chao Tianping, my outfit is the latest from Vassarch. Worth over 8,000. You've ruined it. You must compensate me." Upon hearing this, Chao Tianping hesitated once again. Although his salary and commission were quite decent, the sum of over 8,000 was not insignificant. If this woman truly persisted, it would be challenging to resolve the situation. Was it merely a matter of spraying a mouthful of tea? Su Rui shrugged nonchalantly, displaying a rather irreverent demeanor. "We won't compensate. If you have the ability, go ahead and deduct it from our wages." In Xiaomei was momentarily at a loss for words, her frustration erupting into a high-pitched scream. "You, big sister, are you really so shameless? Who do you think you are, yelling here? Do you believe I can have security escort you out?" Su Rui rubbed his ears, expressing his annoyance. Unexpectedly, the uproar had escalated to such proportions that colleagues gathered around, yet none dared to intervene, highlighting the extent of In Xiaomei's unpopularity. Filled with rage, she resolved that this matter could not be brushed aside. Should she relent now, she would never be able to hold her head high in the company again. "Bring those useless security guards over. Let us see if they can remove me or you." With her hands on her hips, In Xiaomei declared, "I will pursue this matter to the very end." "Very well, we shall see," Su Rui replied, picking up his phone and asking Chao Tianping for the security office's number. Chao Tianping quickly relayed the digits. After dialing, Su Rui said, "Hello, this is Su Rui." "Yes, it's me. There's a raucous woman causing a scene in the marketing department. Please hurry and drag her out." "Drag her out." Realizing his verbal misstep upon sensing the peculiar gazes around him, Su Rui quickly corrected himself. "Actually, don't drag her out just yet." Uffed. Whether intentional or not, Chao Tianping could no longer suppress his laughter, inadvertently spraying tea everywhere, hitting In Xiaomei right below her abdomen. A considerable portion of her dress became soaked, resembling a mishap as if she had wet her pants. "I will ensure you pay for this," she thundered, slamming her hands on the table, oblivious to the fact that the president's office was on the same floor. Meanwhile, several individuals in the security room rushed out with electric batons in hand. "Quickly! Our group's son-in-law has given the word. It's rare we're called upon. Let us make a good impression. Call in more brothers for backup." For reasons unknown, Director Shui Riyun had yet to emerge from her office despite the chaos unfolding in her department. Observing through the floor-to-ceiling glass, she shook her head and, surprisingly, gave Su Rui a discreet thumbs-up along with a flirtatious wink. While Su Rui was engrossed in the spectacle with Chao Tianping, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy shoot through him, causing him to shudder. Turning his head, he caught sight of Shui Riyun's playful gaze, sending a tingling sensation through him, akin to being tickled by a cat's paw. Truly, she was a captivating enchantress. Confronted with such provocation, Su Rui could not afford to show any sign of weakness. His gaze shifted from Shui Riyun's face to the imposing peaks that loomed below, and he blinked. The latter, seemingly oblivious to this exchange, rose gracefully, stretching languidly, her curves fully on display, before retreating into her private lounge. Was this an invitation for the flames of conflict to burn unabated? It appeared that this woman, In Xiaomei, was truly unlikable, as even her supervisor failed to offer support, indicating her dreadful social standing. Su Rui diverted his attention from Shui Riyun's flawless figure. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that although his gaze was somewhat lecherous, it lacked any trace of desire. "Chao Tianping, you 2 wretched fellows must compensate me for this outfit, along with damages for emotional distress," 20,000 yuan. In Xiaomei persisted relentlessly, revealing herself as a truly incorrigible shrew, leaving one to wonder which man could possibly tame her. 20,000? Do you think you're robbing me? That outfit costs only 50 to dry clean. I'll give you a maximum of 50. Comrade Xiao, already somewhat timid, found himself at a loss against the aggressive and assertive In Xiaomei. Despite having summoned considerable courage today, he struggled to keep up in this verbal skirmish. For arguing was a domain traditionally dominated by women. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's expression darkened, his frustration with old Qiao palpable. How could he muster the audacity to suggest a mere 50 yuan in compensation? Was he even a man? Su Rui's principle was that once one had made an enemy, one might as well go all the way. Leaning in with a smile, he whispered something into Chao Tianping's ear. Chao, unable to catch the words, asked in confusion. What did you say? Su Rui leaned closer, repeating his words in a hushed tone. I still can't hear you. Chao Tianping lamented, exasperated that Su Rui chose this moment to speak softly when a fierce tigress was glaring at them. Su Rui suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming, this woman's bosom is so ample. Do you think it's filled with silicone? At this proclamation, the entire floor fell silent. The staff, already aware of Su Rui's audacity, were taken aback by the sheer boldness of his remark. In Xiaomei's brows shot up in indignation, for Su Rui had struck a nerve. Indeed, her bosom had been augmented. In an effort to charm her cousin, the deputy director, she had undergone surgery to enhance her assets. No wonder he was utterly captivated by her. You are slandering me. You are making baseless accusations. How dare you? In Xiaomei fumed, stomping her feet in rage. She pulled out her phone, muttering, I'm calling the police. What's the number for 110 again? It seemed the woman was thoroughly flustered by Su Rui's remarks. The mention of the police caused Chao Tianping to shrink back once more. He grasped Su Rui's arm, saying, What should we do if she calls the police? Su Rui rolled his eyes in annoyance. This man was undoubtedly henpecked. Let me teach you. Su Rui approached, seized In Xiaomei's phone, and hurled it directly into the teacup on Chao Tianping's desk, which was still half filled with water. The screen flickered momentarily before plunging into darkness. This phone is a limited edition from Weitu, worth 70,000. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will pursue this matter until my dying breath. In Xiaomei was on the verge of madness. She was like a shrew facing a rogue, utterly outmatched. Su Rui, with a helpless gesture, indicated his lack of options, his innocent expression exuding an air of provocation. You too, I will ensure you are expelled from biking group. In Xiaomei's demeanor suggested she was ready to pounce and tear Su Rui apart. At that moment, 6 security guards, wielding electric batons, burst in, parting the crowd while shouting, Make way, everyone step aside. The leading guard, upon seeing Su Rui, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, saying, The security patrol team has assembled. Please give your orders. Esteemed sir, how perceptive. This young man, no, this brother was remarkably considerate. Su Rui felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the term esteemed sir and the deference shown by the security team. Su Rui looked at the guard with admiration and inquired, What is your name? The guard, brimming with excitement, stood tall and replied, Reporting to you, esteemed sir, I am Chen Dao, the leader of the first security team. Su Rui nodded approvingly. Very well, I shall speak favorably of you in front of Aoshua when the opportunity arises. Chen Dao was even more elated, nodding vigorously, on the verge of tears. After all, this was the group's esteemed sir, and a mere word from him could alter his fate. Now, you must escort this troublemaking shrew out of the group. She has severely disrupted our working environment. Su Rui pointed at In Xiaomei, exuding righteous indignation. Upon recognizing In Xiaomei, the guards' confidence waned, their expressions turning hesitant. They had all heard of her connections. Despite being merely a team leader, she was a formidable figure within the group, commanding respect from many directors. Torn between the esteemed sir and the fierce woman, Chen Dao weighed the pros and cons before stepping forward, addressing In Xiaomei with difficulty. Group leader In, please remain calm and refrain from disrupting the company's work environment. In Xiaomei was teetering on the edge of madness. Seeing the guards align with Su Rui, she could no longer contain her fury and began to berate them harshly. Me disrupt the work environment? You watchdogs have no right to speak to me. Do you think donning a human guise grants you humanity? Who in the company would look upon you? A bunch of sycophants. In Xiaomei's words were venomous and malicious, provoking even Su Rui to contemplate kicking her off the 25th floor. Such insults were a blatant personal attack. The security guards, filled with righteous anger, were incensed upon hearing her words. However, they are the guardians of the organization's order and must never be the first to disrupt it. If any of them were to lay a hand on In Xiaomei, with their security chief's penchant for sycophancy, they would undoubtedly be dismissed en masse. Thus, despite their simmering rage, none dared to act. At this moment, Lin Aoxue returned from outside and fortuitously approached the scene, where all eyes were fixated on Su Rui, leaving no one to notice her in the corner. Observing Su Rui fervently delivering his remarks, she refrained from interrupting, instead standing quietly to the side, her gaze fixed on the eye of the storm. Upon hearing In Xiaomei's personal attacks, Lin Aoxue's elegantly shaped brows furrowed slightly. In Xiaomei sneered at several security guards. "Why aren't you speaking? Are you at a loss for words? A pack of lapdogs. I bet none of you even graduated from middle school. It's truly a stroke of luck for you to be employed at Baiken." Slap. Before In Xiaomei could finish her taunt, a resounding slap echoed throughout the office hall. Su Rui's powerful hand made solid contact with In Xiaomei's left cheek. He had truly exerted force, causing her to stagger, a vivid imprint of his fingers appearing on her face. Perhaps no one had ever dared to treat her this way. After receiving the slap, the boisterous In Xiaomei surprisingly did not retaliate, instead standing frozen with her hand covering her face. The security guards, witnessing Su Rui standing up for them, were instantly stirred. Some nearly brought to tears. This son-in-law is a real man, truly admirable. For this single slap, they would gladly devote themselves to him. The surrounding staff were utterly stunned, as Su Rui's actions were completely beyond their expectations. He actually struck. This was an unprecedented occurrence since Baiken's establishment. Well done. At that moment, some began to silently commend Su Rui for doing what they had longed to do but dared not attempt. Seeing Su Rui strike, Lin Aoxue's brows furrowed further. But for some inexplicable reason, in the next moment, her frown softened entirely. "Team leader In, your words lack conscience. Today, I must seek justice for our security brothers." Su Rui rolled up his sleeves, puffed out his chest, and radiated an air of authority as he pointed at In Xiaomei's nose, declaring loudly, "Every person is born equal, and every profession holds its own dignity. Team leader In, let me ask you, without the tireless efforts of our security brothers patrolling day and night, could you sit comfortably in your pristine office? While you enjoy the air conditioning, they brave the scorching sun, while you bask in the warmth. They endure the biting cold at the entrance, and yet you dare to speak of them as you just did? It pains me to see how devoid of humanity you are." Su Rui appeared somewhat agitated, and the security guards were already welling with tears. As the security personnel of Baiken, the hardships and pressures they endure are beyond the imagination of others. Su Rui voiced their heartfelt sentiments. This discourse is truly earth-shattering. Su Rui continued, with palpable anguish. "You are the epitome of a shrew, the dregs among dregs. I simply cannot fathom how that little Lin Aoxue could possibly let someone like you into the company." Su Rui's vitriol was unabashed, while Lin Aoxue, standing in the corner, merely raised an eyebrow, her ample bosom heaving dramatically. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone who dared to say their eyes were merely for sipping congee. Strangely enough, instead of feeling anger, Lin Aoxue found herself bemused, though her expression remained as frosty as ever. Initially, some were poised to applaud Su Rui's remarks, but when he mentioned Lin Aoxue in such a derogatory manner, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. This fellow was audacious, daring to berate the president within the company's headquarters, truly a case of no pain, no gain. At that moment, In Xiaomei, who had received a slap, finally regained her composure, touching her stinging cheek in disbelief. "You actually dared to hit me. Why wouldn't I? You simply deserve it. I merely acted upon what everyone else wished to do." Su Rui replied with a hearty laugh. "Do you believe I won't strike you again? Go ahead and try." In Xiaomei shot back, only to be met with another crisp slap from Su Rui. "Bravo." Many silently applauded in their minds. "You asked for it, so do not blame me." Su Rui feigned innocence. "I will tear you apart. I will make sure you end up in the Ningjiang River, feeding the fish." In Xiaomei's fury was uncontainable, her demeanor reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, her face swollen and red, resembling a fierce matron. "Stop her," commanded Chen Dao, as two security guards stepped in to restrain In Xiaomei. "You gatekeepers, get out of my way," she shrieked, clawing at the guards, leaving visible marks on their faces. Though the guards seethed with anger, they could not retaliate with the same fervor as Su Rue. In that moment, Su Rue decisively seized the electric baton from Chen Dao's belt. "Young master, what are you doing?" Chen Dao barely had time to react before Su Rue strode towards Yin Xiaomei, the baton in hand. "Your incessant noise has been unbearable. Be quiet." With a flick of the switch, the baton crackled with brilliant blue sparks. Without hesitation, Su Rue thrust the high-voltage weapon into Yin Xiaomei's abdomen. Her body convulsed violently from the electric shock, her eyes rolling back as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. A deputy director's cousin from the Municipal Commerce Bureau had been knocked out in public? Su Rue's strength was truly formidable. Would this not lead to dire consequences? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss, for they had never encountered such a situation before. "Quick, call for an ambulance." Some employees began to shout. "What are you calling an ambulance for? She's not even dead yet." Su Rue cast a glance at the motionless Yin Xiaomei on the ground, then picked up the electric baton and, much to the astonishment of the crowd, thrust it into her once more. With a crackle, Yin Xiaomei's body convulsed violently a few times before going still again. Su Rue discarded the baton, clapped his hands together, and exhaled. "All right. Now we can call for an ambulance." The crowd was left in disbelief. In a corner, Lin Aoshue wore an expression of exasperation. In truth, such a level of electric shock would not cause any lasting harm. She would awaken on her own shortly. Instead of being taken away by an ambulance, Yin Xiaomei was hoisted by a few security guards to the break room of the security department, having just been insulted as mere watchdogs. The guards were harboring their own frustrations, and during the process of lifting Yin Xiaomei, they certainly exerted some force, leaving her body bruised and battered. "Take care. We want to see you off. Come play with our group next time," Su Rue chuckled, waving at the unconscious Yin Xiaomei. "Old Chow, did you see that? If this woman dares to ride over you again, handle her like this." Chao Tianping was nearly in tears, thinking, "Brother, I can't match your ferocity." At that moment, Lin Aoshue stepped forward and coldly commanded, "Su Rue, come to my office." The crowd gasped, so engrossed in the spectacle. They had failed to notice the president standing right behind them. This was disastrous. Publicly injuring someone at the company, especially in the presence of the notoriously frosty president, surely meant Su Rue would be dismissed. However, the security guards had a different perspective. After all, he was the son-in-law of the group and Lin Aoshue's undisclosed boyfriend. Who would dare to fire him? Perhaps he was merely sneaking into the president's office for a bit of intimacy. Su Rue felt no apprehension as he followed Lin Aoshue, his eyes lingering on her figure, inwardly lamenting. This woman was flawless in both appearance and form, yet her expression remained perpetually cold, undoubtedly harboring her own stories. Had she been wronged by a previous lover? Otherwise, how could she remain indifferent to a handsome man like him? Su Rue mused with a wicked sense of curiosity. If Lin Aoshue were to discover his current thoughts, she would likely wish to dismiss him on the spot out of spite. Upon entering the luxurious presidential office, Su Rue closed the door behind him, sank into the plush sofa, and regarded the frostbitten expression of Lin Aoshue, asking, "My beautiful boss, what brings you to summon me? You knocked Yin Xiaomei out in public. Have you considered the consequences?" Lin Aoshue scrutinized Su Rue's eyes, only to find no trace of fear or concern. What consequences could there be? Women like her deserve a shock. If given another chance, I would shock her a few more times. I hardly felt satisfied just now. Su Rue replied nonchalantly. Lin Aoshue furrowed her brow. Although Yin Xiaomei was typically unpleasant and quick-tempered, Su Rue's actions were, indeed, somewhat inappropriate. One might appear fearless, yet how could he be so concerned about her? Her cousin, the deputy director of the Ninghai City Bureau of Commerce, handled many of the procedures for Baiken. And if he held a grudge against Su Rue, it could lead to significant losses for the company. Of course, that was not the primary concern. Even if it were an ordinary individual, one could not recklessly incapacitate someone, as it could entail criminal liability. After voicing her thoughts, Lin Aoshue was puzzled as to why she felt compelled to explain herself to such a detestable individual. What was wrong with her today? Su Rue, unfazed, replied, "What does it matter? I have stated that I am here to assist Baiken in resolving issues, which encompasses all concerns. Therefore, you need not worry. I will handle this matter without any need for gratitude. Why should I thank you? It was your actions that created this problem." yet you shamelessly claim to be solving it. Lin Aoshue was left speechless by Su Rui's arrogance. Ninghai, being a directly governed city, had Deputy Director Zhang Kai been at the bureau, a position of considerable authority. Given his local connections, even a major taxpayer like Baiken would tread lightly around him. And now, Su Rui had rendered his cousin unconscious. How could he possibly expect not to face repercussions? I told you, leave everything to me. There will be no issues. Su Rui stated, looking at Lin Aoshue. Though he wore a smile, his gaze bore an air of unassailable confidence. In that moment, Lin Aoshue was reminded of Su Rui's calm and decisive demeanor from the previous night when he faced pursuit. Please leave. And do not forget about your 1 million in sales, Lin Aoshue said, adjusting her emotions with a measured tone. That is not a concern. I can achieve it in no time, Su Rui replied. Suppressing the impulse to bite at the delicate curve of her neck and the glistening lobes of her ears as he turned to exit. As he sauntered away, Lin Aoshue contemplated thoughtfully. Upon regaining consciousness, In Xiaomei naturally cried out for Su Rui to pay for his actions. Fortunately, she was aware that making too much noise could result in further electrifying consequences, so she did not cause a prolonged scene at Baiken. Instead, she stormed off, fuming, to seek assistance from her deputy director cousin. She was confident that with his status, a mere word from him would ensure that Su Rui would not linger in Ninghai for another day. News of Su Rui incapacitating the notorious troublemaker In Xiaomei spread rapidly, especially among the members of the market department's first sales team, who reveled in the moment. The team, consisting of 15 individuals, was abuzz with excitement, eager to celebrate Su Rui's triumph, making him feel quite magnificent. Even members from other teams approached him with flirtatious glances, which thrilled him immensely. Had In Xiaomei appeared, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to incapacitate her once more. It was a thrilling sensation, akin to being a hero, exhilarating. Certainly, this also reflects from another perspective just how unpopular In Xiaomei is. Su Rui, regardless of the circumstances, it is I who ought to express my gratitude to you today. Chao Tianping, with a serious demeanor, placed his arm around Su Rui's shoulder and remarked, after being subservient to that woman for so many years, I finally had the chance to bask in your glory today. It feels absolutely exhilarating. Su Rui shot him a disapproving glance. Then you should hasten to treat me to a meal. It was indeed mealtime, so they decided to head to the cafeteria. The ever-frugal Chao Tianping jovially pulled the eye-rolling Su Rui along. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Chao Tianping's demeanor was commendable. He filled several plates with an array of dishes, setting the table for 4 abundantly. Well, this shows some sincerity, but if you were to treat me to dinner as well, that would be even more genuine. Su Rui nodded approvingly. Many patrons in the cafeteria were abuzz with discussions about Su Rui, some expressing curiosity, while others offered admiration. In any case, Su Rui had become the principal topic of conversation at the Baiken group. Do you know he is actually the man of our president? I heard he even spent the night at her home. Is that so? Our president is the most beautiful woman in the Ninghai business world. How could she possibly be interested in him? Besides, she usually comes across as rather aloof and unfeeling. What is there to doubt? A security guard told me so himself. Didn't you hear them calling him son-in-law? Su Rui possessed remarkable hearing. Upon catching the whispers nearby, he not only refrained from anger, but instead offered a friendly smile to the group discussing him. At that moment, Xia Qing, the esteemed assistant to the chairman at Baiken Group, approached. She seemed to hesitate for a moment before standing beside Su Rui with a tray in hand. Such a lavish spread. May I join you? She inquired with a smile, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she recalled their private interaction the previous evening. Of course. Assistant Xia, it is indeed my great honor to have you dine with us, Chao Tianping exclaimed, visibly astonished by her presence. He had not anticipated that the usually elevated and revered beauty, the chairman's assistant, would choose to share a table with him. What could this mean? Was fortune finally smiling upon him? However, his spirits quickly dampened as he caught sight of Su Rui across the table. It was clear that the stunning Xia was there for Su Rui, not for him, a mere plump fellow. Once Xia Qing was seated, Chao Tianping felt increasingly awkward. The allure of such a top-tier beauty was undeniably overwhelming. His hands trembled as he held his chopsticks, feeling quite out of sorts. Old Chao, thank you for this lunch, Su Rui suddenly said. No need to thank me. It is my duty, especially since I have the honor of hosting Assistant Xia. Chao Tianping replied, his obsequiousness surfacing once again, as he always seemed to cower in the presence of women. What I meant to say is, if you have no further business, perhaps you should take your leave so as not to intrude upon my time with Assistant Xia, Su Rui remarked. Somewhat exasperated by Chao's lack of subtlety, Xia Qing stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Chao Tianping was taken aback, but soon he realized the true nature of this cad, who prioritized romance over friendship. However, Chao still held on to the hope that Su Rui would procure a few more signed photographs of Tang Milan for him. Thus, until that goal was achieved, he dared not oppose Su Rui in the slightest, especially since Nilan was the celebrity he had idolized for so many years. As he observed Xia Qing and Su Rui seated together, the gossip in the cafeteria intensified. It was well known that Xia Qing's popularity within the group was nearly on par with Lin Aoxue. This diligent and stunningly attractive assistant to the chairman was the object of desire for countless male employees. It was an unprecedented occurrence to see Xia Qing dining with another man. This was a remarkable first. Hey, isn't it said that Su Rui is the chairman's son-in-law and the president's man? Why is Assistant Xia having a meal with him? Some speculated whether Xia Qing intended to undermine the president. With two exquisite beauties by his side, Su Rui was indeed enjoying an abundance of romantic fortune. Jealous murmurs arose around him, and if looks could kill, Su Rui would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows at that moment. What truly transpired last night? As I reflect on it, I still feel a bit dazed. Xia Qing spoke up, her smile raising the temperature in the dining hall several degrees. She was not lying. It was her first encounter with a kidnapping incident, and her mind had been in a state of extreme tension, coupled with the subsequent plunge into the river. She had relied entirely on Su Rui, lacking any independent thought. Therefore, when she reminisced about the events of last night, she remained somewhat confused. Curiosity about this enigmatic man began to blossom within Xia Qing. Yet, she seemed to forget the adage that curiosity killed the cat. When a woman becomes intrigued by another man, it often signifies that she may eventually develop feelings for him. I can recall only fragments of what happened last night. Su Rui remarked, blinking playfully. I remember you were completely drenched, your clothes clinging to you, revealing your exquisite figure in all its glory. Xia Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent. This man, with his flippant words, seemed a stark contrast to the decisive figure he had been the previous night. Previously, Xia Qing would never have dined with a man who spoke so frivolously, yet now she found herself amused by Su Rui's banter, a remarkable change indeed. At that moment, Lin Aoxue entered the cafeteria. Upon spotting Su Rui laughing and chatting with Xia Qing, her gaze lingered for a moment before she strode past them without a greeting. This girl is becoming increasingly insufferable. I must have a serious talk with her soon, Su Rui thought, his teeth clenched as he observed Lin Aoxue's graceful silhouette. In the afternoon, Su Rui found his time in the office significantly less tedious than before, as he had now become the star of the biking group. A throng of people surrounded him, chattering excitedly, particularly the younger female employees, who were captivated by Su Rui's charming yet slightly roguish demeanor. I'm back. Today, I closed another significant deal, achieving sales of 200,000. Come celebrate with me. At that moment, a man clad in a white striped shirt appeared at the office door, his voice resonating loudly. This gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, bore an air of sophistication. Yet he was quite renowned in the industry, being none other than Chun Leigang, last year's top sales performer at Baiken Group. Previously, Chun Leigang had shone like a star within Baiken, with his earnings soaring alongside his sales. As a young and affluent individual, he had always been the object of affection among the female employees of the company. However, when he concluded his statement today, he was met with a striking silence. No one in the office paid him the slightest attention. In times past, his words would have elicited a resounding uproar. A deal worth 200,000 was not something that came by easily. Only then did he notice that the office's beautiful ladies were congregated around a stranger, who was engaging them with lively banter, causing them to erupt in laughter. Chun Leigang felt a surge of indignation. As last year's sales champion, he had always considered himself the unrivaled star of the marketing department. Those enchanting women ought to have been flocking around him. Yet today, despite securing a substantial deal that would yield a commission of 20,000, he was utterly disregarded. Who was this man? Why had he never encountered him before? Suppressing his anger, Chun Leigang turned to a nearby colleague and inquired, "Are you not aware? His name is Su Rui, the new sales representative in your team, and he is currently basking in the limelight," replied the colleague with a knowing smile. Nevertheless, it must be said, he possesses a certain talent. What does talent amount to? Chen Leigang retorted coldly. In the marketing department, everything is measured by performance. Without results, there is no merit. He strode towards Su Rue, determined to reclaim his spotlight. For he was the sales champion of Baikan Group. How could a newcomer overshadow him? Chen Leigang had always reveled in the attention that accompanied his status. Accustomed to being the center of admiration, he would not permit a novice to rise above him. In truth, Su Rue had no intention of making enemies. He was about to become the target of envy and unwarranted animosity. Amidst the bustling chatter during work hours, Chen Leigang approached Su Rue from behind, cleared his throat, and spoke in a commanding tone, prompting an immediate silence. All eyes turned to him, and he stood tall, feeling a semblance of his former confidence return. Cough, cough. The team leader, Chao Tianping, who had been conversing with Su Rue, felt a twinge of embarrassment at being chastised by one of his own team members. Leigang, you've returned? Chao Tianping remarked awkwardly, pondering why this individual, simply because of his superior performance, believed he could elevate himself above others. Leader, who is this? Chen Leigang asked with a cold smile. Chao Tianping, adhering to the principle of harmony, suppressed his dissatisfaction and replied, Well, I haven't had the chance to introduce you yet. He is our new colleague, named. Before he could finish, Chen Leigang interrupted, casting a disdainful glance at Su Rue, who was lounging with his legs crossed. Newcomer. Are you aware of the rules of the Baikan marketing department? Chao Tianping furrowed his brow. It was evident that this Chen Leigang was looking for trouble. Before he could even mention Su Rue's name, he was interrupted, which left him rather displeased. Su Rue chuckled, finding the marketing department to be quite an eccentric place. Just as one eccentric, In Xiaomei, departed, another oblivious man arrived. Meanwhile, others nearby began to prepare for the unfolding drama. Seemingly unaware that Su Rue had just incapacitated the marketing department's most formidable woman. What are the rules of the marketing department? Care to enlighten me? Su Rue clasped his hands in a gesture of humility, feigning modesty. It seems you are a senior. Do teach me well. The unwritten rule of the marketing department is that results speak for themselves. I was the top sales performer across the entire Baikan Group last year. How about you? A newcomer who has just joined for a day, dictating orders and not taking work seriously. Do you understand that if you fail to deliver results within your 3-month probation, you will be dismissed immediately? At this point, Chen Leigang cast a glance at Chao Tianping, saying, Right, team leader Chao? Chao Tianping dared not agree. Su Rue was a favored individual close to the chairman and had a complicated relationship with Lin Aoxue. Who would dare to dismiss him? Was he implying that his tenure at Baikan had been too lengthy? Oh, so you are Baikang's sales champion? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Su Rue feigned enlightenment. Humph, now you know, Chen Leigang replied, standing with arms crossed. Newcomers should embody the demeanor of newcomers. A little humility never hurts. At that moment, Chen Leigang finally felt the halo that had vanished for a few minutes return to him, and he cast a self-satisfied glance at his colleagues, reveling in his sense of superiority. Oh, may I inquire what the sales figure was for last year's champion? Su Rue asked with a smile. My sales of pharmaceuticals and medical devices totaled 12 million, Chen Leigang boasted, his pride swelling further. This was an unmatched figure. By the end of last year, he had earned over 120,000 in commissions from sales. In the Ninghai area, that amount could buy a significant portion of a house. It was estimated that after this year, the outstanding performer Chen Leigang would be able to lead his own sales team and become the head of a business group. Impressive indeed, Su Rue remarked, appearing genuinely admiring. Young people must be diligent and hardworking. Such talent is what Baikan truly needs. Mere bluster and grandiose claims are of no use, you know? With a sense of victory, Chen Leigang assumed a lecturing tone. Before Su Rue could respond, his phone began to buzz incessantly. It was a message from Victoria. Dear Apollo, I have arranged for the contract to be faxed. According to the product list you provided, I have purchased from every category, totaling 20 million Huaxia coins. 20 million Huaxia coins. Su Rue couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Victoria was being extravagantly reckless. Was she truly giving away 20 million just like that? Wasn't the agreed amount 1 million? It seemed she anticipated his thoughts. For another message swiftly followed. Originally, the agreement was for 1 million. However, I felt that this sum did not befit the stature of the illustrious Apollo. So I unilaterally raised the amount slightly. Slightly raised? Dear sister, is this merely a slight increase? It is evidently 20 times the original price. Upon noticing Su Rue engrossed in his phone, seemingly disregarding him, Chun Lei Gang snapped. Hey, newcomer, are you even listening to me? Have you retained anything I've said in your mind? Su Rui glanced at the sales champion, thinking to himself that this fellow truly has the audacity to overstep bounds. Give him an inch, and he takes a mile. At that moment, the fax machine of Group 1 suddenly erupted into action. A nearby young lady, after examining the transmitted contract, could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, Wow, whose contract is this? 20 million. A staggering 20 million. What? How can this be possible? A single order for 20 million? The first to react was Chun Lei Gang, who, after exerting tremendous effort the previous year, managed to sign over 100 contracts for just over 10 million. Now, this one contract alone amounts to 20 million. Utterly inconceivable. The marketing department was also in an uproar. Could it be that a client mistakenly wrote an extra zero? Yet, that seemed unlikely, as the figures on the contract were clearly stated in both numerals and words. No chance of error. Why are you making such a fuss? This is disruptive to the office's order. Chun Lei Gang retorted, utterly disbelieving the validity of the contract. It's Su Rui's. His name is written right here. The young lady continued to exclaim, her eyes now gleaming with admiration for Su Rui. Su Rui smiled silently. Chun Lei Gang stepped forward and snatched the document. Let me see that. Despite examining the contract from various angles, he found no discrepancies. Every detail was impeccably clear, with the sum of 20 million boldly inscribed. Nonetheless, Chun Lei Gang shook his head, proclaiming, there must be something fishy about this contract. Brother Lei Gang, the contract states in black and white, 20 million exactly. What could possibly be dubious about it? Retorted Li Xiaohuan, who had long been irritated by Chun Lei Gang's condescending demeanor. What do you know? This is impossible. Chun Lei Gang responded, growing agitated as he shouted at Li Xiaohuan. A newcomer could never achieve 20 million in sales in a single day. This time, it was Su Rui's turn to smirk. Champion Chun, I am indeed a newcomer, but my abilities are not lacking. Why should it be impossible for me to sell 20 million? Besides, on what basis do you assume my contract is fraudulent? On my experience, Chun Lei Gang replied coldly. Even if this contract is genuine, the sale is not truly finalized until the payment is received. Over the years, I have encountered countless clients who signed contracts but were unwilling to pay. He continued, moreover, 20 million in renminbi. What sort of client could possibly produce such a sum all at once? I have never seen such a thing. Your lack of experience does not negate its existence. It merely reflects the caliber of clients you have engaged with. Su Rui blinked, feeling an even deeper disdain for Chun Lei Gang, a narrow-minded individual who cannot tolerate others. Such a person, regardless of being a sales champion, is nothing but a malignant tumor within the company. Chun Lei Gang slammed the contract onto the table and exclaimed, You, a newcomer, come to the company not to focus on genuine business, but to concoct some fraudulent contracts to deceive the company. Is this amusing to you? Su Rui shook his head and scoffed, not in the slightest. It's primitive and foolish. If you fail to collect payment within 3 days, I shall relish watching you face the consequences. I will certainly lead the charge to report you to higher-ups. Chun Lei Gang spoke with bravado, envisioning Su Rui's dejected expression when he failed to retrieve the funds. Primitive? Foolish? No one had ever insulted Su Rui in such a manner since he could remember. Chen Champion, what will you do if I successfully collect the payment? Su Rui inquired with a sly smile. Chun Lei Gang sneered, convinced that a rookie like Su Rui could not possibly think that 20 million was a trivial sum. What a joke. If someone like him could amass 20 million in sales, wouldn't that mean he was handing over his title as sales champion? You collect the payment? Chun Lei Gang took a cup of water, spat into it, and declared, if you manage to collect 20 million, I will drink this cup of saliva-infused water. Can this really be consumed? This wager is utterly repulsive. Observing the white saliva floating in the water, someone couldn't help but comment. Su Rui thought to himself that he had been pondering a method of punishment, and here this fellow was, presenting it to him on a silver platter. No, that's not harsh enough. It truly lacks severity. If we are to play, let us play for high stakes. Chen Champion, what do you think? Su Rui asked with a smile, a sinister glint in his eyes. Confident that Su Rui would not recover the payment, Chun Lei Gang felt no fear at all. Fine. Let us go all in. Just don't be scared. Do you think I would be afraid to play with you? Su Rui scoffed disdainfully, raising the cup of spittle-infused water and stepping towards Chao Tianping. Group Leader Chao, I require your assistance. What are you planning to do? I am not drinking that water. Chao Tianping protested, pinching his nose and shaking his head repeatedly. I'm not asking you to drink. I'm inquiring if you have any phlegm, Su Rui replied. Phlegm? Of course, I have plenty. I've been rather congested these past few days. After saying this, Chao Tianping asked warily, what do you intend to do? Su Rui raised the cup in front of Chao Tianping's face and said, come on, spit all your phlegm into this cup. Goodness, that's quite grotesque. A male colleague exclaimed. Initially, they thought Chen Leigong's act of spitting was audacious enough, but little did they know that Su Rui was 100 times more ruthless. He directly invited a hefty individual to contribute to the vile concoction. Hearing Su Rui's words, some delicate young women began to feel nauseous. Even Chen Leigong's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He was now in a predicament of his own making. Is this really appropriate? Chao Tianping hesitated. As both individuals were his team members, and offending either would not bode well. What is inappropriate about it? It's a fair competition, mutually agreed upon. The more grotesque, the more entertaining. Su Rui brought the cup slightly closer and said, come on, spit it out. All right then, Chao Tianping replied, clearing his throat with considerable effort. 1, 2, 3 coughs, and he expelled all the phlegm from his throat into the cup. The corpulent man indeed produced a substantial amount, filling nearly half the cup. The yellowish-green phlegm appeared exceedingly viscous, the thick strands seemingly unbreakable even with a few bites. The intensity was nothing short of exhilarating, far surpassing that of pulling noodles. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, Su Rui held the cup up in front of Chen Leigang, giving it a gentle shake as he spoke. Chen the great scholar, what do you think of this wager? Chen Leigang gazed at the thick phlegm floating within the cup, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably for a moment. A sinister smile crossing his face. Excellent, just to my liking. I eagerly anticipate the sight of you drinking this concoction. I share your anticipation, Su Rui declared, placing the cup of repulsive liquid prominently on the conference table of the marketing department. Turning his face, he suggested, to avoid any disputes later. How about we sign an agreement now? Conveniently, Chen Leigang was also wary of the other party backing out, making Su Rui's proposal perfectly aligned with his thoughts. All right, I'll draft a note, and we shall sign it immediately. If anyone reneges, they shall automatically be expelled from the Baikong company. Su Rui smiled faintly. That is absolutely agreeable. Whoever fails to drink shall be considered the other's subordinate. These two were indeed remarkably venomous. The marketing department had become quite the spectacle, ever since Su Rui's arrival. There had been a whirlwind of events, from dizzying encounters with Yin Xiaomei to verbal sparring with Chen Leigang, ensuring an abundance of entertainment in the future. Very well. Chen Leigang, looking at the paper bearing his red thumbprint, glanced once more at the cup filled with enough repugnant substance to sicken countless individuals. Feeling quite pleased with himself as he imagined Su Rui gulping down the vile brew, Shui Ruyun, the director of the marketing department, peered through the slats of the office blinds, clearly observing the scene, a hint of amusement dancing across her features as she softly remarked, at long last. Baikong has welcomed someone intriguing. Just then, the telephone on Shui Ruyun's desk rang abruptly. Noticing the caller ID, her expression turned curious. What does the finance department want with me? Hello, Director Zhou, what brings your call? Shui Ruyun chuckled, her laughter resonating warmly in the ears of others. Indeed, this woman possessed remarkable social skills, having ascended to the position of marketing director at Baikong. On the other end of the line, a smooth and delicate female voice responded, akin to the soothing sensation of being immersed in a milk bath. Ruyun, an accountant just reported that your marketing department has received the payment. Does such a trivial matter warrant your personal notification, Deputy Director Zhou? It seems the amount must be quite substantial, Shui Ruyun jested. Not just substantial, but extraordinarily so. Zhou Ank, on the other end, took a deep breath. A staggering 20 million. And that's just for a single order. I am quite curious about which genius salesperson from your department secured this deal. 20 million? Upon hearing this, Shui Ruyun's face was etched with shock. She then glanced outside the glass wall at Su Rui, her expression transforming into one of realization. Yet even so, she found it difficult to calm the tumultuous waves of emotion within her. Prior to this, she had believed that Su Rui could recover the payment, but she never anticipated that it would occur so swiftly. Achieving a sales figure of 20 million on just his first day was not only unprecedented at Baikong, but would be remarkable in any company across the nation. Ruyun, I will arrange for someone to deliver the payment receipt to the marketing department right away, Zhou Ank stated before hanging up the phone. Still enveloped in shock, Ryun gazed at Su Rue outside the window, her feelings immensely complex. What manner of identity did this man possess? Why had Lin Aoshue assigned him to the marketing department? Chen Leigang let out a cold chuckle, in black and white. Su Rue, I must warn you not to play tricks later. The entire company is watching. At that moment, an excited voice resonated from the entrance of the marketing department's joint office hall. Who is Su Rue? Our finance department has received your 20 million payment. Before the words could settle, the smile on Chen Leigang's face froze. The entire hall of the marketing department fell eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone recognized the vivacious young woman, waving the payment receipt, Hu Qianqian, the secretary of the finance department's vice president, Zhou Ang. Had the 20 million truly been received? If Hu Qianqian confirmed it, then this matter would be indisputable. With a sinister glare, Chen Leigang fixed his eyes on Hu Qianqian and inquired, Is what you say true? The ponytailed Hu Qianqian bounced over, exclaiming, Of course it's true. The receipt is right here, 20 million. Our entire finance department is in a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Chen Leigang's expression darkened ominously. Su Rue had indeed accomplished what he claimed. Hu Qianqian excitedly remarked, What's wrong, Leigang? Why the long face? Is this 20 million not your deal? We all thought only you had such prowess. Her words were like salt in Chen Leigang's wounds. What did she mean? Only I had such capability? There were many talented individuals in our marketing department. Chen Leigang nearly shouted in exasperation. Hu Qianqian, taken aback, responded, Why are you shouting at me for no reason? How do you speak to people? Are you afraid someone might usurp your title as sales champion? Indeed, Hu Qianqian was a master of delivering blows directly to Chen Leigang's vulnerabilities. His agitation stemmed from the fear of losing his coveted title. What he failed to notice was that the entire marketing department was now watching him with glee. Questions arose among them about Su Rue's true identity. Able to secure such a substantial deal on his very first day, such a person would be regarded as a national treasure in any company. Su Rue, with a smile gracing his face, lifted the cup filled with a repugnant concoction and approached Chen Leigang, saying, Brave warrior, please indulge in this cup of hot phlegm. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, many employees could no longer contain their laughter. This fellow was indeed quite merciless. Was there no limit to his humiliation? Chen Leigang felt a surge of anger and deep humiliation as he gazed at the revolting liquid, tears welling up in his eyes. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? This was the most vivid embodiment of that expression. Hu Qianqian looked at the cup in astonishment and curiously asked, Is the yellowish-green liquid fresh fruit juice? Fresh fruit juice. Chen Leigang was consumed by regret, questioning why he had ever signed that agreement with Su Rue. In retrospect, it was clear that this person had been plotting against him from the very beginning. How foolish of him to have naively walked into such a trap. Now, confronted with this nauseating substance, he pondered his options. The agreement explicitly stated that if he did not drink, he would be automatically terminated from Baiken. Of course, no one would force Chen Leigang to resign, but how could he possibly continue working in the company if he defaulted? Who would associate with someone lacking integrity? If he adhered to the agreement, oh heavens! Just the sight of the contents in that cup made him feel a strong urge to die. If he truly drank it, he would not be a warrior, but a martyr. Once again, brave warrior, please drink this cup, Su Rue said with a grin, pushing the cup forward. Chen Leigang's face turned a shade of purplish red. At that moment, some onlookers, who had long harbored disdain for Chen Leigang, began to jeer. Is he even a man? Can't he even speak without sounding foolish? Signing an agreement, yet refusing to comply. Are we all blind here? Chen Leigang, if you are a real man, drink this phlegm. If not, then resign yourself. We do not wish to work alongside a coward. It seemed that Chen Leigang's usual arrogance had indeed earned him many enemies. When the walls come tumbling down, onlookers often revel in the spectacle. Chen Leigang's face flickered between shades of green and white, his throat constricting in turmoil. Could this truly be phlegm? Hu Qianqian, seemingly unable to accept this reality, exclaimed in disbelief before covering her mouth and fleeing the scene. The men from the marketing department had an exceedingly morbid sense of humor, far exceeding the limits of human endurance. Su Rue smiled slightly, waving his hand in a gesture of magnanimity. How about this? Chen, you need not drink at all. Just take a sip, that will suffice. Chen Leigang looked at Su Rue with suspicion. Could this fellow genuinely be offering him assistance? It hardly seemed plausible. Was he playing some sort of trick? Moreover, what difference was there between a sip and a cup? Was it truly acceptable to only take a sip? Chun Legang questioned, doubt clouding his mind. Indeed. Why would I deceive you? Su Rui assured him with a firm nod. As a man of courage, surely you could accomplish this small task. Su Rui and the surrounding colleagues continued to employ provocation to spur him on. Very well, a sip it is, I shall drink. Chun Legang understood that if he truly defaulted, it would not merely be a matter of gambling and unwillingness to accept defeat. He would undoubtedly find it impossible to continue his career at Baiken Group, where all his resources and connections resided. Leaving was not an option. What held greater significance? Reputation or profit? After weighing the two, Chun Legang finally mustered the courage to make his decision. The office hall of the marketing department fell silent once more. Each individual holding their breath as their gaze fixated on the transparent glass cup in Chun Legang's hand. Everyone was eager to witness how he would accomplish this astonishing feat. Was it merely a sip? To remain at Baiken, he was willing to risk it all. With gritted teeth, Chun Legang pinched his nose with one hand while raising the cup with the other, pouring its contents into his mouth. Gulping slowly. He did not adhere to Su Rui's instruction to take just a sip. After 10 seconds, the yellow-green liquid at last reached the bottom of the glass. Chun Legang desperately wanted to toss the cup aside, wipe his mouth, and proclaim boldly, "What a fine wine." Yet, envisioning it was one thing. He simply could not follow through. The thought of consuming such a substantial amount churned his stomach violently. Su Rui, fighting back nausea, thought. Wasn't he agreed that he would only take a sip? Why did he drink it all in one go? Chun Legang cast a resentful glance at Chao Tianping. The thickness of that fat man's phlegm was unbearable, and one sip led to another, making it impossible to stop. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I need to vomit for a while. I need to go too. I doubt I'll have any appetite for a meal today. Truly disgusted. The onlooking employees scattered in disarray. In just half a minute, the once bustling office hall of the marketing department was left with only Chun Legang. Everyone had rushed to the restroom to vomit. Even Su Rui seized the opportunity to slip away. Feeling the nauseating taste rising up his esophagus and gazing at the empty hall, Chun Legang forcefully smashed the cup onto the floor. Damn Su Rui. I will definitely avenge this. Just wait. With reddened eyes, Chun Legang strode out, determined to go home and brush his teeth. After a brief span of 10 minutes, people gradually returned to the office, and at that moment, Su Rui was undoubtedly the center of attention. A newcomer, achieving 20 million in sales on his very first day, was nothing short of astonishing. If one claimed he had no backing, only a fool would believe it. Lin Aoshue was engrossed in her documents in the office, oblivious to the events outside, when suddenly, a knock resonated at the door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Shui Ruyun, the director of the marketing department. This woman, despite her conservative professional attire, exuded an allure that effortlessly ignited the fantasies of all men around her. Ruyun, is there something you need? Although Shui Ruyun was older than her, Lin Aoshue still called her by her first name, indicating their amicable rapport. Director Lin, there's something I must report to you. Oh, what is it? Lin Aoshue inquired, puzzled by Shui Ruyun's demeanor. I believe the annual sales champion of our Baiken Group has likely emerged ahead of schedule. Shui Ruyun remarked with a smile. The annual sales champion has appeared so early? It's only May, Lin Aoshue thought to herself. She vividly recalled that last year's Chun Legang had completed over 10 million in orders, but more than 4 million of that had been achieved in the final month. If he could only manage that, how could Shui Ruyun assert that the sales champion had already emerged? Shui Ruyun elegantly settled down, placing 2 sheets of paper before Lin Aoshue. 20 million? Su Rui? Lin Aoshue discerned the words on the contract with clarity. Even someone as composed as she was could not help but feel moved at that moment. Naturally, her first reaction was disbelief. Is there any verification of the contract's authenticity? Shui Ruyun chuckled. The authenticity of the contract is no longer significant, as the payment of 20 million has already been credited to the finance department. Therefore, General Manager Lin, the weekly sales target of 1 million you assigned to Su Rui has been exceeded by 20-fold. 20-fold. Lin Aoshue was left in a daze. When she had set that task for Su Rui, it was purely out of her disdain for him, as she was determined to oust him from Baiken. Yet, he had astonishingly surpassed the target by 20 times. Even if she wished to dismiss him, she could find no justification. Would she fault him for generating excessive profits for the company? A record-breaking single sale of 20 million certainly warranted commendation. 20 million was not a sum that an ordinary wealthy individual could easily procure. Who exactly was Su Rui, and how had he achieved such a feat? If Lin Aoshue were aware that Su Rue had completed this colossal order merely by sending a few messages, she would likely be 1,000 times more shocked than she was at present. The icy beauty Lin Aoshue sat lost in contemplation, oblivious to when Shui Ruyun had departed. Meanwhile, as Chun Legang transformed into a hero, or rather a martyr, In Xiaomei, who had been rendered unconscious by Su Rue, was weeping in a lavish villa, crying to a man, "I will make him pay. I must make him pay." The man frowned and replied, "I am in the midst of a meeting. You called me back without explaining what happened, and now you're sobbing like this? Cousin, you must help me take revenge. You must help me." In Xiaomei cried pitifully, her eyes swollen like light bulbs, her hair in disarray, resembling a completely different person. Revenge? What on earth happened? Do tell me quickly. If anyone else were present, they would immediately recognize the man as Zhang Kaibin, the deputy director of the business bureau of Ninghai City. Although In Xiaomei and Zhang Kaibin were ostensibly cousins, they were not related by blood. In fact, In Xiaomei was secretly the mistress of Zhang Kaibin, and this villa was purchased by him to hide her away. Today, a new employee at our company spoke to me disrespectfully. I merely retorted a couple of times, and he had the audacity to use the security guard's electric baton to knock me unconscious. "I will make him pay. I will make him pay," In Xiaomei cried, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with uncontainable fury. Zhang Kaibin was taken aback. He was aware that Baiken had treated his cousin In Xiaomei relatively well due to his influence. What could possibly have happened today for someone to have used an electric baton to render her unconscious? Such audacity was unfathomable. A surge of indescribable fury welled up within him. In Xiaomei had been by his side for several years, and he harbored considerable affection for her. Though her temperament was somewhat unruly, she remained obedient in his presence, and Zhang Kaibin was utterly captivated by her ample bosom. The mere thought of not being able to touch her for a day left him feeling uneasy. Thus, upon hearing that In Xiaomei had been electrocuted, he felt as if he were about to combust with rage. Who was the scoundrel responsible for this? He demanded angrily. The culprit was Su Rue, a new employee in the marketing department. Upon seeing Zhang Kaibin willing to stand up for her, In Xiaomei's sobs lessened. How dare a newcomer act so brazenly? "I must demand justice from Lin Fuzhang," Zhang Kaibin declared, seething with anger. "I will go to Baiken right now. I will accompany you. That scoundrel named Su Rue must be expelled from Baiken." In Xiaomei insisted on following him. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Kaibin, being a man of the system, knew that openly seeking justice for his cousin could invite gossip and scandal, which would be detrimental to his reputation. Moreover, Baiken was a large pharmaceutical enterprise, and its chairman, Lin Fuzhang, held significant power. Though Zhang Kaibin was a deputy division chief, he wondered whether he would be accorded the respect he deserved upon arrival. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to seek an explanation for the incident involving his lover. To silently swallow his indignation would be unmanly. If word of this spread, he would find it impossible to maintain his standing in Ninghai. "I am going with you." In Xiaomei gritted her teeth and declared, "I want to witness that scoundrel's expulsion with my own eyes. Stay here and don't interfere with me." "Do you think this matter can be resolved so easily?" Zhang Kaibin could no longer tolerate her. He understood that while she claimed to be the victim of slander, her nature was well known to him. Even if she had been electrocuted, it was likely that she had instigated the situation. "Just wait here. You can remain here. You are such a source of worry." Zhang Kaibin pressed In Xiaomei onto the sofa and then stormed out. "Su Rue, I want you out of Baiken, and once you leave, I will ensure you face dire consequences." Contemplating the events of the day, humiliation consumed In Xiaomei. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she seized a fruit knife and stabbed it repeatedly into the cushion on the sofa, stuffing flying throughout the living room. At that moment, someone in the marketing department's lobby shouted, Su Rue, the president wants to see you." Everyone looked at Su Rue with envy. A single deal worth 20 million had quickly garnered the attention of President Lin. Lin Aoshue is the dream girl of the majority of male employees at Baiken, with many fantasizing about the opportunity to sit in her office, though few possess the qualifications. However, Su Rue, after merely one day, managed to enter not once, but twice. Upon opening the door, a subtle fragrance enveloped him. Su Rue, eyes closed, inhaled deeply, his face radiating satisfaction. "What are you doing?" Lin Aoshue frowned. Bemused by the unprofessional demeanor he always exhibited in her presence. "I'm savoring the scent of your office," Su Rue replied, lost in delight. Lin Aoshue was not inclined to engage in banter over such matters, and quickly shifted to the main topic, her tone remaining frosty. Now, let us be serious. How did you secure that 20 million contract? How I acquired it is of no concern to you, is it? As long as I can deliver results. Su Rue replied with a slight smile. 20 million should yield a commission of at least 2 million, right? Lin Aoshue responded with a nonchalant indicating that he could collect his commission from the finance department shortly. Due to the substantial amount, it required the signature of Vice President Zhou Ang. He could approach her directly. You're not going to fire me now, are you? Su Rue asked cheerfully, his gaze wandering over Lin Aoshue's exquisite features. How could this young woman be so strikingly beautiful? Lin Aoshue's expression faltered. Indeed, Su Rue's behavior had exceeded her expectations. This audacious man consistently brought her a unique perspective. Moreover, following the events of the previous night, she understood that Baikon and herself were under the watchful eyes of many. Trusting in her father's judgment, she felt reassured by the presence of the enigmatic Su Rue, believing it would diminish their danger. In just 2 days of interaction, this man had revealed an abundance of extraordinary qualities. You won't need to pursue business anymore, Lin Aoshue stated matter-of-factly. What will I do then? Su Rue raised an eyebrow, wary that she might be considering his dismissal. Stay in the marketing department and take it easy. With that single remark from Lin Aoshue, Su Rue became the most leisurely person at Baikon Group, his daily tasks reduced to casual conversations and charming women. By the way, don't forget that I'll be checking your room tonight for any listening devices. Make sure to tidy up your undergarments so I don't accidentally see them. Su Rue teased with a smirk before exiting. Lin Aoshue remained silent, returning her focus to the documents, though her attention lingered on a single page for far too long, revealing her distraction. At that moment, Zhang Kaibin, the deputy director of the business bureau, arrived at the Baikon building in his official vehicle. He stood before Chairman Lin Fuzhong's office and gently knocked 3 times. Without waiting for permission, he opened the door. After years of navigating the bureaucratic landscape, Zhang Kaibin had developed his own approach to such formalities. Lin Fuzhong, engrossed in his emails, looked up and immediately smiled upon seeing Zhang Kaibin enter. Director Zhang, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here for a work inspection today? Please, take a seat. Lin Fuzhong greeted him warmly. Zhang Kaibin chuckled dryly a couple of times before taking a seat, his mind perplexed. Was it possible that the incident involving Yin Xiaomei being electrocuted had not reached the ears of this chairman? Or was this old fox merely feigning ignorance? Director Lin, to be candid, I seldom visit without cause. Although I claim to come to seek an explanation, my demeanor is not confrontational, albeit slightly stiff. I maintain a courteous disposition. Oh, might I inquire what brings Director Zhang here? Should there be any way I can assist, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Lin Fuzhong personally poured water for Zhang Kaibin. With a slight smile, Zhang Kaibin replied, Chairman Lin, you are aware that I have a cousin, Yin Xiaomei, who works in the marketing department at Baikon Group. Indeed, I am aware of her. Her performance has been remarkable, and she is currently the leader of Business Group 2. Lin Fuzhong appeared entirely uninformed. However, Chairman Lin, my cousin was recently rendered unconscious at Baikon's headquarters by a newly hired employee wielding an electric baton. I wonder if you have heard of this incident? Zhang Kaibin paused, observing Lin Fuzhong's astonished expression. This could surely be classified as intentional harm, warranting criminal accountability. What? An employee so audacious as to publicly inflict harm with an electric baton? Who is responsible? I shall summon him immediately to apologize to Director Zhang. Following his apology, he shall collect his belongings and depart from Baikon Group. Lin Fuzhong slammed the coffee table, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaibin was convinced that Lin Fuzhong's reaction was genuine. He seemed unaware of the incident. After all, as the chairman of a large corporation, Lin Fuzhong's stature was too elevated for such matters to typically reach him. Truly, there is no need for such drastic measures. Chairman Lin, you are excessively courteous. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, Zhang Kaibin felt compelled to reciprocate, lest he appear overly domineering. There is no need for dismissal. After all, it is no small feat for him to secure a position at Baikon. I merely seek an apology and appropriate compensation for the emotional distress incurred. Zhang Kaibin wished to maintain a semblance of authority, but trusted that Lin Fuzhong would grant him some concession. As anticipated, Lin Fuzhong vehemently asserted, such a person must be dismissed. Not only has he inflicted severe physical and psychological harm on Director Zhang's cousin, but he has also cast a profoundly negative shadow on Baikon's overall image. He cannot remain a moment longer. Chairman Lin, truly, there is no need for such measures. You are far too generous to me. Zhang Kaibin had not expected Lin Fuzhong to cooperate so readily, indicating that he would need to facilitate certain processes for Baiken moving forward. I am shocked that such a grievous incident could occur in my company. It reflects a failure in my management. On behalf of the entire company, I extend my sincerest apologies to Ms. Yin and hope that Director Zhang can convey this. Lin Fuzhong's countenance was grave. If it is convenient, I would like to visit her in the hospital tomorrow. A visit to the hospital? No, that is truly unnecessary. My cousin will only require a couple of days to recuperate. Zhang Kaibin hastily waved his hands. His cousin, the mistress, was not lying in a hospital bed but rather at home, stabbing a pillow with a knife. Then I shall visit her at home. I hope to alleviate some of her distress. Lin Fuzhong gently caressed the teacup and, shifting the subject, inquired, by the way, do you happen to know who that reckless individual is who knocked out Director Zhang's cousin? I hear he's a new employee named Su Rue. Zhang Kaibin let out a cold chuckle, observing Lin Fuzhong's demeanor. It seemed inevitable that this wretched Su Rue would soon be dismissed. Once he was sent packing from Baiken, Zhang planned to find someone to give him a thorough beating. At least in the territory of Ninghai, he was well acquainted with numerous individuals, both above and below the law. After dealing with Su Rue, he believed that Yin Xiaomei would become even more devoted to him. Rumor had it that this woman had a sister who was equally beautiful. The prospect of courting both sisters filled him with anticipation. As he contemplated this, Zhang Kaibin swallowed hard, already scheming about when he could invite Yin Xiaomei's sister out for dinner. However, Zhang Kaibin was taken aback when he noticed Lin Fuzhong's expression shift dramatically upon hearing the name Su Rue. It was a mixture of astonishment and complexity, laced with a hint of caution. The chairman of Baiken Group, a figure of such high status, displaying such emotions was indeed shocking to Zhang Kaibin. Su Rue? Director Zhang, are you certain the man who knocked out Miss Yin is named Su Rue? Lin Fuzhong asked, his tone strained, as if he were choking on a morsel of food. A sense of foreboding surged within Zhang Kaibin, and he sneered. Yes, it is indeed Su Rue. Am I causing you trouble, Director Lin? With a wry smile, Lin Fuzhong sighed deeply. Zhang Kaibin's smile grew colder as he replied, Director Lin, I am not one to lack discernment. If I have truly put you in a difficult position, then let it be as if I never came here today. With that, he stood to leave. Director Zhang, please allow me to explain. Lin Fuzhong pressed his hand down, stating, it's not that I am unwilling to extend you courtesy. It's just that this matter is exceedingly unique. If it were someone else, I would not hesitate to dismiss them and ensure that the police pursued criminal charges. However, Su Rue is genuinely different. Zhang Kaibin had no intention of actually departing. He was merely putting on an act, awaiting Lin Fuzhong to draw him back in. Oh, from your tone, Director Lin, does this imply that Su Rue's identity is quite extraordinary? Zhang Kaibin remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Fuzhong, as if to ascertain the authenticity of his words. Regardless of how remarkable Su Rue's identity might be, he was still the deputy director of the Ninghai Municipal Bureau of Commerce in this domain. Who would dare to disregard him? A newcomer, no matter how formidable, could hardly compare to his stature. Yet, Lin Fuzhong, with his years of experience in the business world, would not allow himself to be easily deciphered. That would be rather simplistic. Indeed, Director Zhang, you are correct. Lin Fuzhong paused before continuing. Su Rue's true identity is indeed exceptional. Is that so? Then I must trouble you, Director Lin, to enlighten me about this new dragon crossing the river in Ninghai. At this moment, Zhang Kaibin finally perceived that Lin Fuzhong was merely putting on an act. It was evident that this fellow was attempting to deceive him. Consequently, his tone turned rather unkind. Observing the expression on Zhang Kaibin's face, Lin Fuzhong shook his head, fully aware of the deputy director's thoughts. He leaned in slightly and lowered his voice, saying, Su Rue is the grandson of that esteemed figure from the capital. Though Lin Fuzhong's voice was barely audible, it sent a jolt through Zhang Kaibin. The capital, whose esteemed figure was he referring to? Zhang Kaibin understood that compared to Ninghai, the situation in the capital was far more intricate. That place was teeming with influential personalities, and the political struggles there surpassed his wildest imagination. If Su Rue truly was the beloved grandson of some powerful figure in the capital, then he was certainly not someone Zhang Kaibin could afford to offend. Director Zhang, how could you be so oblivious? Think about it. Among those esteemed figures in the capital, who bears the surname Su? Lin Fuzhong continued to guide him. Zhang Kaibin's face was etched with astonishment. He was indeed taken aback by such an identity. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Fuzhong nodded affirmatively. Precisely, it is he. If Su Rui were indeed the grandson of that esteemed figure, then this matter could only end with Zhang Kaibin lamenting his misfortune. Zhang Kaibin had not anticipated that his aggressive confrontation would culminate in such a revelation. It was utterly unexpected. But, Mr. Lin, how can you prove that he is indeed the grandson of that esteemed figure? I cannot return to my cousin without a satisfactory explanation. Su Rui was indeed sent to Baikan Group for training by that esteemed figure. Otherwise, why would I have personally invited him to dinner last night? It was at the Junlan Hotel, and many witnessed it. If Director Zhang doubts this, a simple inquiry will confirm it, Lin Fuzhong asserted with unwavering confidence. Zhang Kaibin was astounded. He could not yet ascertain the truth of this matter, but given Lin Fuzhong's conviction, it was unlikely to be unfounded. A pang of fear coursed through him. What kind of influence did Lin Fuzhong possess to be connected with such an esteemed figure from the capital? He had barged in recklessly to demand accountability, yet Lin Fuzhong had responded with reasoned words. If Lin Fuzhong truly had ties to that esteemed figure, then he had grievously offended him. That esteemed figure could determine his fate with a mere word. Had he known the outcome would be thus. Even if he had severed ties with In Xiaomei, he would not have dared confront Su Rui at Baikan. Was he not, in essence, courting his own demise? As he swiftly analyzed the situation, he ultimately reaffirmed that Lin Fuzhong was speaking the truth. If Su Rui were just a lowly employee, Lin Fuzhong would have no reason to fabricate such a perilous lie. His actions indicated that Su Rui's status was indeed remarkable. If he were truly the grandson of that esteemed figure, then In Xiaomei would have no choice but to swallow her pride and avoid Su Rui from then on. For that esteemed figure was not someone they could contend with. Realizing these truths, Zhang Kaibin felt cold sweat soaking through his back. Today, Director Lin, I have come solely to inquire about my cousin's situation. I harbor no intentions of confronting Su Rui, Zhang Kaibin said with an awkward smile. Of course. This also pertains to my managerial negligence. I hope you can understand, Director Zhang, Lin Fuzhong replied with a cheerful demeanor. How about this, Director Zhang? Tonight, I shall host a banquet at Junlan Kaibin as an apology. Let us indulge until we are inebriated. What do you say? Zhang Kaibin hastily waved his hands. That is quite unnecessary, Director Lin. You are far too generous. I recall that I have unfinished matters at my office, so I must take my leave. Another day, I shall treat you to dinner. With that, Zhang Kaibin promptly turned to exit, wiping the sweat from his brow. Watching Zhang Kaibin depart, Lin Fuzhong sneered, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What are you, to dare act so brazenly before me? However, recalling the lie he had just told, Lin Fuzhong couldn't help but smile wryly. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. The esteemed gentleman in the capital likely wouldn't discover that he was fabricating a grand fade. This Su Rui truly does not make things easy for himself. Upon arriving at the office, he had already rendered In Xiaomei unconscious. If anything were to happen to her, how would he cover his tracks? Lin Fuzhong lamented while rubbing his temples. Before Su Rui could approach the vice president of finance, Zhou Ang, for his signature, the workday had already come to a close. Having secured a substantial contract worth 20 million, his team clamored for a celebratory dinner, to which Su Rui readily agreed. However, the heavy-drinking Chen Leigang had mysteriously vanished. Just as the group was preparing to gather their belongings and head to the restaurant to thoroughly enjoy a feast at Su Rui's expense, the door to the president's office swung open. Lin Aoshue, clad in a pristine white professional outfit, emerged from the end of the corridor. Her arrival was akin to a snow lotus blossoming in the office lobby, cold and pure, illuminating the room with her presence. For as long as anyone could remember, Lin Aoshue had been the most stunning sight within the entire Beacon group. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. All actions ceased, as if the very air held its breath. The influence of the goddess was undeniably profound. All eyes converged upon Lin Aoshue as she gracefully approached Su Rui. Many of the men swallowed hard, envious of Su Rui's fortuitous circumstances, having the chance to engage so closely with the president. How many would yearn for such an opportunity? Due to the majority of the marketing department's personnel being out the previous evening, only a select few, including Chao Tianping, had witnessed Lin Fuzhong personally inviting Su Rui to dinner. These individuals murmured among themselves, the chairman invited him yesterday, and now the president comes today. What is this Su Rui's true standing? Perhaps he is a revered figure within the marketing department. Those who dare cross him, like In Xiaomei and Chen Leigang, are bound to face dire consequences. Where are you headed? Lin Aoshue inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Su Rue offered an awkward smile, saying, well, it's just that I am new here. I plan to treat my colleagues to a meal to foster camaraderie. Lin Aoshue's brows furrowed even deeper. Have you forgotten your promise to me? Those around were astonished. When had they ever witnessed the icy President Lin Aoshue speak in such a tone to a subordinate? Yet, the surprises did not end there. What did I promise you? Su Rue replied, while secretly thinking, this girl looks stunning even when frowning. Truly, she is a gem among gems. Did you not agree to come to my house tonight? Lin Aoshue stated coldly. Her words seemed to shake the very foundation of the office building. Did you not agree to come to my house tonight? Who would dare believe that such a statement could emanate from the lips of the frosty beauty Lin Aoshue? A woman uttering such words to a man carried a meaning that was unmistakable. In that moment, Su Rue felt a barrage of envious and resentful gazes directed at him. If looks could kill, he would have been pierced countless times over. Xiao Tianping never imagined that among his team members there could be such a formidable individual, who had captured the heart of the most sought-after beauty in the Ninghai business realm. Haha, indeed, we agreed to go to your room. I can't believe I forgot about that. Su Rue cleverly rephrased your home to your room, as he would eventually have to check in Lin Aoshue's room anyway. He wasn't mistaken after all. However, Su Rue mused that Lin Aoshue had a tendency to speak ambiguously, leading to misunderstandings. Yet, in truth, such misunderstandings weren't entirely unwelcome. Nevertheless, her words, when heard by others, came across as overly suggestive. In a public setting, mentioning the president's room, what could possibly be in there? Surely a bed. Thus, what could the two do in that room? Undoubtedly, they would engage in intimate activities. Lin Aoshue, however, held a different perspective. Given her status and character, she had no need to concern herself with others' opinions. She simply needed to act in accordance with her responsibilities. And all would be well. Let us go then, Lin Aoshue stated, turning on her heel to leave. Su Rue sheepishly smiled at the crowd, saying, well, the president has some matters to discuss with me. Another day, I promise to treat everyone to a meal. The others responded with disdainful glances. How could Su Rue possibly feel inclined to dine with others when he was accompanied by such a stunning beauty? It was unexpected that Su Rue was indeed the president's boyfriend. No wonder the security guards had called him son-in-law upon arrival. What a revelation. At that moment, some who enjoyed leveraging relationships couldn't help but lament. Had they realized Su Rue's connections earlier, they would have been the first to defend him against In Xiaomei's bullying. Perhaps they would have even been quick to stun her into silence with a taser. Some individuals have begun to look down upon Chen Leigang, while Su Rue, being the boyfriend of the president, holds a significant stake in the company. Yet, you foolishly insist on comparing sales figures, only to find yourself utterly oblivious to your own demise. Even a mere cough seems mild in comparison. At the headquarters of the Tianxiang Group, the chairman's son, Song Yili, was enjoying a cup of coffee when a text message appeared on his phone. Upon reading its contents, his expression darkened dramatically, and he hurled the cup to the ground, staining the expensive carpet with coffee. Enraged, Song Yili seized a vase from the windowsill and smashed it against the glass coffee table. The sound of shattering glass echoed as both the vase and the table lay in ruins. Vile creature, you present yourself as so cold and noble, yet you are nothing but a commodity. Song Yili fumed, kicking the sofa in fury. It was evident that he harbored a considerable inclination towards violence. Meanwhile, Lin Fuzhong's RV entered a charming, verdant estate, surrounded by picturesque scenery of mountains and waters. Amidst the lush trees and blooming flowers stood a quaint four-story building, quietly positioned at the heart of the estate. Is this your family's villa? Su Rue remarked, gazing at the surroundings. This is not merely a villa. It is truly an estate. I shudder to think of the fortune required to possess such land in the capital. Lin Fuzhong chuckled. This property was acquired over 20 years ago. In my youthful exuberance, I believed that residing in a grand house was essential for prestige, so I specifically purchased this land. If you find it appealing, you are more than welcome to stay here. The guest rooms in the small building are vacant, and it would facilitate our bonding. Su Rue nodded, yet smirked inwardly, thinking, who wishes to bond with you, old man? If there is to be any bonding, it ought to be with Lin Aoshue. However, upon hearing her father's words, Lin Aoshue's expression abruptly changed, and she promptly slapped Lin Fuzhong's thigh. Su Rui could discern a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Amused by the situation, he pondered whether he truly presented such a threat that warranted Lin Aoshue's concern. Noticing the apprehension in his daughter's gaze, Lin Fuzhong offered a wry smile, recognizing his daughter's stubborn nature. Some lessons must be learned through personal experience. Brother Lin, have the driver circle the estate. I wish to assess the surroundings, Su Rui suddenly suggested. Certainly, Lin Fuzhong replied, understanding Su Rui's intent to familiarize himself with the situation, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility. Lin Aoshue merely huffed, but did not object. The estate was expansive, and the leisurely pace of the vehicle took nearly 10 minutes to complete a circuit. Brother Lin, the security measures you've implemented here are quite impressive, Su Rui noted, observing the faint silhouettes of 14 guards amidst the foliage. 30 surveillance cameras. This must cost a substantial sum each month. Upon hearing this, Lin Fuzhong's face was a canvas of undisguised astonishment. Indeed, as Su Rui has stated, the security personnel arranged at the estate number 14, most of whom are concealed within the foliage. How did he discern this? Moreover, the number is indeed exact. While spotting a human figure might be somewhat plausible, Su Rui's ability to enumerate 30 hidden cameras without fail left one utterly astonished. It is essential to recognize that these cameras have been camouflaged in various ways. Even upon close inspection, they might not be easily detected. Who exactly is this Su Rui? Lin Aoshue raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. She had never inquired about the security situation at home, leaving it entirely to her father's management. This was the first time she had heard such figures, and she was taken aback by Su Rui's keen perception, which effortlessly pierced through her father's arrangements. Su, I must express my admiration, Lin Fuzhong exclaimed incredulously. The security configuration of this villa was designed by a professional firm and subsequently modified and refined. For you to discern it all at a glance is truly remarkable. Lin Aoshue retorted coldly. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Aoshue. Lin Fuzhong shot a glare at his daughter, finding her words somewhat excessive. However, Su Rui appeared unfazed. Seemingly accustomed to Lin Aoshue's demeanor, he smiled gently and remarked, Brother Lin, to be honest, while your security force appears adequate on the surface, it would be woefully insufficient against a professional assassin. What? Is that truly the case? Lin Fuzhong regarded Su Rui's words with skepticism. Could a dozen professional security personnel, lurking in the shadows, really be inadequate? That's alarmist, Lin Aoshue coldly interjected. I have no need to deceive you. Su Rui recalled certain matters from the Western underworld, speaking gravely. Against ordinary thieves, your security personnel might prove somewhat effective. However, should they encounter internationally renowned assassins, they would scarcely have the opportunity to sound an alarm. Without turning her head, Lin Aoshue continued to gaze out the window. International professional assassins? How could they possibly find me here? Su Rui replied icily. Driven by interests, nothing is impossible. Your utilization of polymer techniques to synthesize trichloroacetic acid has significantly diminished the production costs of that new drug, which has taken Europe and America by storm. As far as I know, both international pharmaceutical companies and underground drug lords regard your patent as a coveted prize. This is no longer a matter of tens or hundreds of billions. Lin Aoshue raised her eyebrows. This is Huaxiao, a society governed by law. What could they dare to do? You are far too naive. The realities of the dark world surpass your imagination. Su Rui shook his head, finding this obstinate woman beyond redemption, wishing he could simply take her by the hand and impart some wisdom. Lin Fuzhong sighed deeply as well. I also do not believe that the security measures my father implemented would be ineffective against the individuals you describe. There is one secret Lin Aoshue is aware of. These security personnel are provided by a high-end bodyguard company and are all armed. Even if those foreigners possess extraordinary skills, how could they possibly evade such a barrage of bullets? It is simply inconceivable. In truth, this cannot be attributed to Lin Aoshue. For the violent confrontations depicted in films are worlds apart from the realities of life. Just as those who have never encountered malevolence often believe life to be idyllic, and those who have never witnessed miracles assume their existence to be mundane. Lin Fuzhong also perked up his ears, eager to hear what profound insights Su Rui might share, as this matter directly pertained to the safety of the Lin family and could not be taken lightly. How about we make a wager? Su Rui suggested with a cheerful smile. What kind of wager? Lin Aoshue inquired, her interest slightly piqued. though her expression remained frosty. Quite simple. If your security personnel can stop me, you win. If they cannot, you lose. What do you say? Agreed, Lin Aoshue added. Can they shoot at you? This girl is truly ruthless. Su Rui raised an eyebrow, having resolved to spank Lin Aoshue one day, ensuring that she would eventually find herself before him. Singing socialism is good with a tear-streaked face. Aoshue, do not act recklessly. Lin Fuzhong admonished. Su Rui is a valued guest I have gone to great lengths to invite. If anything were to happen to him, how would I explain it? And now you wish to allow them to shoot? Does my daughter not think before she speaks? I am not being reckless, Lin Aoshue replied coldly. Since Su Rui intends to emulate the assassins he mentioned, he must first create a believable environment. Otherwise, who could discern whether he is merely bluffing? That reasoning is utterly incomprehensible. How rude of you. Lin Fuzhong was visibly displeased, realizing that his indulgence had led to his daughter's increasingly outrageous behavior. I believe Aoshue is correct. If I am to prove the inadequacy of the villa's security, I must demonstrate some genuine skill. Su Rui nodded, stating, I permit the security personnel to fire at me without hesitation. Pausing for a moment, Su Rui continued, of course. You need not inform them of this. Let it be considered a spontaneous anti-terrorism drill. Afterward, he reassured Lin Fuzhong, Brother Lin, rest assured, I will be fine. If I say it, I can certainly accomplish it. Lin Fuzhong sighed, clearly skeptical of Su Rui's ability to undertake such a formidable task, having never ventured into the shadowy realms of the West. However, since it was a wager, a stake must be established. Su Rui glanced at Lin Aoshue and remarked, Of course, what would you like to wager? Lin Aoshue responded with poise, I have a simple stake. If you lose, you must leave the Lin family and Baiken, and never show your face to me again. Are you really trying to challenge me? Su Rui's irritation was palpable upon hearing her words. This woman, whom he had saved the previous night and had assisted in earning 20 million today, seemed ungrateful. In truth, Lin Aoshue did not genuinely wish to dismiss Su Rui. After a series of events, he had become an enigma to her, and her initial disdain had considerably waned. However, the memory of his brazen demeanor on the airplane and his flippant remarks soured her mood. One must accept the consequences of their bets, Lin Aoshue stated coldly. Very well. Since you have proposed such a severe wager, I too must think of something equally bold, Su Rui replied, his mind already brimming with ideas. Indeed, the wager had been formulated long before. Otherwise, he would not have compelled Lin Fuzhong to exit the vehicle. If I win, you must allow me to spank you, he said with a mischievous smile. Lin Aoshue's face flushed crimson. You rogue. This was the first time in her life that another man had dared to utter such words in her presence. How brazen and shameless. A man must possess a certain edge for a woman to take an interest. Su Rui shrugged. You know I am indeed a rogue. Besides, you were the one who insisted on betting. Surely, you aren't afraid to take the risk now? Provoked by Su Rui, Lin Aoshue retorted. Why would I be afraid to bet? It's a deal. Su Rui beamed with satisfaction. After having engaged in a wager earlier that afternoon, compelling Chun Lei to choke on his drink, he was eager for another opportunity that evening, perhaps even to indulge in a more intimate encounter. Life is truly splendid. He mused, smacking his lips. Be cautious. Do not let a bullet find its mark, Lin Aoshue coldly remarked before stepping out of the car. Such a sharp tongue. And yet so naive, Su Rui chuckled to himself as he exited the vehicle, slowly making his way out of the Lin family estate. Throughout his departure, 2 ominous gun barrels remained stealthily aimed at his head. Inside the villa's surveillance room, Lin Aoshue and Lin Fuzhong monitored the multiple screens that displayed various angles of the estate. The head of security stood vigilant at the control panel, his eyes fixed on the screens, ready to alert his colleagues at the slightest hint of trouble. Aoshue, your recklessness is alarming, Lin Fuzhong chastised his daughter. Lin Aoshue scoffed. To gain entry into Baiken, one must possess real skill. If he were to meet his demise by a bullet in the process, it would be his own folly. Lin Fuzhong shook his head in resignation. He felt utterly powerless against his precious daughter. Boss, miss, does this man truly believe he is invincible? Our team is not to be underestimated, and every member is equipped with live ammunition. There's no way he could breach our defenses unscathed, the head of security scoffed. With cameras covering nearly every angle and all bodyguards being professionally trained, it was no wonder he felt so confident. Lin Aoshue hesitated momentarily before stating, notify them to refrain from aiming at vital areas when they fire. Lin Fuzhong cast a surprised glance at his daughter and then replied calmly, Let us treat this incident as a genuine drill. Su Rui is not one to boast, and none of us have encountered those elite assassins. So we should avoid hasty conclusions. Understood, boss. The security captain appeared displeased by his superior's praise of an outsider. After issuing several commands over the intercom, he focused intently on the various screens. For some inexplicable reason, a subtle sense of unease crept into his heart. Maintain vigilant observation of all directions. If anything unusual arises, immediately notify others. Everyone, report every 3 minutes. The security captain instructed with a grave expression. At that moment, all the screens fell silent, devoid of even the slightest movement. The sky had gradually darkened, and this atmosphere weighed heavily on Lin Aoshue. The typically composed and fearless woman had not felt such oppression in a long time. Just then, the image on the first screen abruptly vanished, replaced by a flurry of static. Lin Aoshue clasped her hands together, her gaze momentarily frozen. This could either indicate a malfunction or a deliberate severing of the signal. Naturally, she leaned toward the latter explanation. The security captain quickly inquired, "Position 1. Respond if you hear me. What is happening? Why has the signal been cut?" His only answer was an unsettling silence. Cold sweat immediately trickled down the security captain's brow, indicating that something had gone awry with the bodyguard at Position 1, who could not even provide the simplest of responses. "Everyone, move towards Position 1. The enemy is likely there. Exercise caution and cooperate." The security captain commanded without hesitation. Lin Aoshue and Lin Fuzhong exchanged glances, each reflecting the tension and shock in the other's eyes. The camera was capable of nearly full-angle coverage, yet Su Rui's presence was conspicuously absent, and the signal had been severed. No sounds of struggle emanated from the intercom. The bodyguard at Position 1 was already in peril. What could possibly be happening? Just as the security captain's orders were issued, another screen flickered to static. Upon his urgent call, it became apparent that the bodyguard at Position 2 had also encountered difficulties and was entirely unresponsive. Soon after, the same situation unfolded at Positions 3, 4, and 5. The security captain was thoroughly panicked. He had no idea where the enemy was or what methods they employed, having already lost 5 men. "Can someone tell me what is happening?" The security captain shouted anxiously into the intercom. "I don't know. We can't see where the enemy is," a bodyguard replied, their own hearts racing with fear. Lin Fuzhong's expression darkened, as if rain could pour from it. He had never anticipated that the heavily invested security measures he had established would prove so feeble before Su Rui. The adversary had managed to achieve this without a single sound. In the ensuing half-minute, 5 additional screens transformed into static snowflakes. The entire security team found themselves utterly powerless against this phenomenon. The enemy moved like a specter within the estate, evading detection and leaving them at a loss for solutions. Subsequently, Su Rui seemed dissatisfied with the current level of assault, as if he deemed the pace too lethargic. A minute later, the remaining 20 screens simultaneously succumbed to the same snowy fate. Such a rhythm was utterly unstoppable. "Can anyone still hear me? What on earth is happening?" The security captain repeatedly shouted into the intercom, yet no one responded. Total annihilation. The captain's expression grew grave as he set down the intercom and drew his sidearm, positioning himself at the doorway. Even if Su Rui intended to breach the premises and seize the owner, he would have to pass through him first. "Aoshue, it appears that the wager you placed may lead to your downfall," Lin Fuzhong remarked bitterly, his voice strained, as Su Rui's formidable prowess exceeded his expectations by far. If this were a genuine assault, the Lin family might as well lay down their arms and surrender. They were utterly defenseless. Lin Aoshue's heart was also tumultuous. Was this truly the same man who had once spoken frivolously and acted frivolously? In these past few minutes, he had transformed into a harbinger of death. Which version of him was the authentic one? Lin Aoshue found it incomprehensible how such stark contrasts could coexist within a single individual. However, upon recalling her wager with Su Rui, a faint blush crept onto her fair cheeks, which had not graced her countenance in quite some time. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the surveillance room was intensely tense, and no one noticed her unusual demeanor. How foolish of me to accept such a wager. Lin Aoshue could scarcely accept the prospect of defeat. The thought of being subjected to the unwanted advances of that detestable man was simply unimaginable. "Aoshue, Su Rui is not a mere simpleton. There is much you can learn from him," Lin Fuzhong stated, treating the current situation as a genuine attack. his body taut with tension as he constantly glanced at the screens engulfed in static. Lin Aoshue addressed the security captain. Are we to sit idly by in this room? The captain turned, his face etched with bitterness. Given how silently and effortlessly the opponent has dispatched our brothers, forcing our way out would undoubtedly lead to our demise. Lin Aoshue fell silent. The captain's words rang true, and the sensation was indeed unsettling, as if death loomed ominously nearby. At that moment, all screens in the surveillance room abruptly lost power, and the overhead lights extinguished in an instant. The entire Lin estate was plunged into darkness. As darkness enveloped the estate, Lin Aoshue's heart tightened with trepidation. An unprecedented fear gripped her, gradually spreading throughout her being. Lin Fuzhong was also on edge, genuinely immersed in the dire situation. The room was enveloped in pitch-black darkness, where the shadows of fear often loom larger than life. Boss, young lady, stand against the wall. I am here. The head of security, though gripped by fear, had to maintain a facade of righteousness. With so many subordinates eliminated, what could he possibly do? The wind howled. But he was unperturbed. What could his presence accomplish? At that moment, a voice laced with mockery echoed through the room. Who? The head of security felt every hair on his body stand on end. His hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. How had the intruder managed to enter while he stood guard at the door? Lin Fuzhong and Lin Aoshue recognized that voice distinctly. It was Su Rui. Their hearts were filled with incredulity. Indeed, that voice had genuinely frightened them. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot. The head of security positioned himself in front of the Lin father and daughter, aiming his gun toward the source of the voice. You should shoot immediately instead of issuing threats. That would be of no use at all. Su Rui's voice suddenly came closer, whispering in the head of security's ear. The latter felt as if he had encountered a ghost. He shivered, completely unaware of any footsteps. How had Su Rui gotten so close? In a panic, the head of security attempted to raise his weapon, but Su Rui interjected, Don't shoot. With this much time, I could kill you dozens of times. As he finished speaking, a sharp pain struck the back of the head of the security chief, and with a slight tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Rui clapped his hands, walked to the main switch, and pulled up the lever, illuminating the entire villa. This bodyguard is truly weak. He didn't even realize there was a main switch in the surveillance room. Su Rui remarked with a smile, addressing the stunned Lin father and daughter. All right. The war is over. You are all dead. Observing Su Rui's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Aoshue's gaze was complex. The events that had just transpired had left her in a state of intense visual shock, a sensation that would likely linger for some time. At that moment, thoughts of the wager were far from her mind. She was solely overwhelmed by astonishment. From the moment the first surveillance screen flickered with static to the illumination of the lights, the entire ordeal had taken less than 5 minutes. What astonishing physical prowess and combat awareness must one possess to achieve such a feat? Lin Fuzhong was rendered speechless by the shock. He was profoundly relieved that this was merely a drill. Otherwise, the entire Lin family would have been utterly annihilated. That so-called impenetrable security arrangement was as flimsy as paper in the face of Su Rui. Reflecting on his earlier confidence regarding this security system, Lin Fuzhong felt his face flush with embarrassment. Su, my brother, I never imagined. Lin Fuzhong struggled to find the right words. I have always said. Why else would I bet with Aoshue? Su Rui replied with a grin. At the mention of the wager, Lin Aoshue's expression grew complicated. She had always been a person of her word. Would she truly go back on her promise this time? However, the thought of allowing Su Rui to slap her own back was unbearable. How could he be so formidable? Having already given the green light, the bodyguard was permitted to use his weapon. Sensing Lin Aoshue's thoughts, Su Rui smirked and remarked nonchalantly, I will not grant them the opportunity to fire. Brother Su, you are indeed bold and skilled. May I be so bold as to inquire what the wager between you and Aoshue entails? Lin Fuzhong inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshue's expression darkened. Su Rui glanced at her and chuckled. Brother Lin, Aoshue has stated that if I lose, I shall pack my belongings and leave Baikan, never to return. How can this be? Lin Fuzhong exclaimed, growing anxious. Such a remarkable individual is exceedingly rare to find. Su Rui is undoubtedly a distinguished guest, and it is quite unreasonable for Aoshue to insist on driving him away repeatedly. Lin Aoshue shot Su Rui a surprised look, initially thinking he might blurt out something ridiculous regarding a punishment, only to realize he cleverly diverted her father's attention with a different wager. Thankfully, if Lin Fuzhong had known she would face a spanking upon losing, Aoshue would likely reconsider her stay at the Lin family villa. Aoshue, Brother Su is our esteemed guest. You must refrain from uttering such impolite remarks in the future, Lin Fuzhong said sternly. Whatever, Lin Aoshue replied dismissively. By the way, Brother Su, how are those security personnel faring now? Lin Fuzhong was curious about how Su Rui had managed to incapacitate the elite bodyguard so quietly. They have all fainted. But it is of no consequence. They will awaken in half an hour, Su Rui replied. Lin Fuzhong nodded, somewhat embarrassed. It seems the security measures at my villa need considerable enhancement. Su Rui waved his hand dismissively. In truth, your personnel are quite competent. They are capable enough to handle ordinary assassins. After all, not everyone is as formidable as I am. Lin Fuzhong wholeheartedly agreed, while Lin Aoshue coldly retorted, arrogant. Su Rui shot her a glance, but remained silent, thinking, when the time comes for me to administer that spanking, let us see how you plead and wail for mercy. I mentioned a single spanking, but I did not specify how many that entails. I have brought some equipment to install in the blind spots of the surveillance system. It will significantly enhance our warning capabilities. Su Rui had not forgotten the purpose of the day, stating, there is no time to waste. I shall begin inspecting the listening devices now. To Lin Fuzhong, Su Rui had become the epitome of a distinguished guest, and upon hearing this, he hurriedly replied, no rush. No rush. We can check after dinner. Allow me to introduce you to my wife, your sister-in-law. Lin Aoshue again wore a disgruntled expression. It seemed Su Rui's status was firmly established above hers. Sister-in-law, Su Rui chuckled inwardly. Lin Fuzhong's wife, Lin Aoshue's mother, named Wei Shuling, had stood by him when he was still a struggling young man, remaining steadfast until he found success. Eventually, she became Mrs. Lin, enjoying a life of luxury that many envied. Over the years, the relationship between old Lin and his wife has remained remarkably harmonious, with even the most mundane quarrels being a rarity. Wei Shuling exudes the warmth of a kind-hearted, yet slightly gossipy middle-aged woman. Upon encountering Su Rui, her eyes sparkled with delight at his presence. Although Su Rui occasionally displayed a hint of rebelliousness, his handsome exterior and the charisma he radiated were undeniably captivating, particularly for women of her age, aligning perfectly with their preferences. The meal was prepared, and Wei Shuling eagerly served Su Rui, simultaneously inquiring about his past. What did you do in America, Xiao Su? She asked. Oh, just a little business here and there. I didn't stay in America all the time, but traveled to various countries, Su Rui replied candidly, omitting significant details. And how long do you plan to stay in China this time? Wei Shuling asked, casting a glance at Lin Aoshue, who remained silent, absorbed in her meal. Wei Shuling recognized that Su Rui was the first outstanding young man old Lin had brought home in many years, which spoke volumes about his esteemed position in her husband's eyes. Such a remarkable individual was indeed a suitable match for Aoshue. The thought of her daughter's future weighed heavily on her mind. After all, no matter how successful a woman is in her career, marrying and starting a family is paramount. With Aoshue's aloof demeanor, who would dare to take her home as a bride? However, if Aoshue could cultivate a relationship with Su Rui, it would be a promising prospect. Once this notion settled in, Wei Shuling found herself increasingly fond of Su Rui. After all, there is a saying that a mother-in-law finds her son-in-law ever more likable. Of course, it could also be that Wei Shuling had spent too much time alone at home, which had made her more inclined towards gossip. I'm here at the request of old Lin to assist with certain issues within the group. Once this matter concludes, I must return to America, Su Rui explained. Though he was uncertain about the duration of this task, he felt a strong sense of obligation to fulfill his responsibilities once he had committed. And how long will this matter take to resolve? Wei Shuling hoped for Su Rui to provide a more extended timeline, as the young man appeared genuinely promising. I estimate it will take at least a few months, Su Rui scratched his head, reflecting on the patent concerning the synthesis of triethylamine through polymer techniques. It was indeed a hot potato. Holding it felt akin to clutching a pile of glittering gold bricks in the night, inviting trouble. Given the circumstances, even a few months felt like an understatement. Persuading Lin Aoshue to relinquish the patent rights might be the best course of action, at least to divert some attention. Having experienced the scrutiny of international gangs, Su Rui knew it was an unpleasant sensation. That sounds wonderful. You should come over more often. I'll cook for you, Wei Shuling thought. believing that a few months would provide ample opportunity for this young man to develop something meaningful with her daughter. Her maternal instincts urged her to keep promising young men in mind for Aoshue. Certainly, certainly. Su Rui immersed himself in his meal. Finding communication with this Chinese aunt exceedingly taxing, her gaze bore down on him as if he were prey. When did the esteemed sun god become the quarry of a middle-aged woman? It is evident that these Chinese matriarchs are invincible. They are destined to conquer the world. After finally finishing his meal, Lin Aoshue observed Su Rui's awkward demeanor in front of her mother and couldn't help but find it amusing, genuinely believing that no one could manage this fellow. Now, the inspection of the room would commence, starting with Aoshue's. Su Rui set down his chopsticks, looking provocatively at Lin Aoshue, and said with a grin, since Lin Fuzhong has already briefed Wei Shuling, she is not at all surprised. She simply remarked, it would be troublesome for you, Xiao Su, to conduct a thorough inspection of our Aoshue's room, not just the room itself, but also the wardrobe and drawers. Everything must be inspected thoroughly. Oh, and do not neglect the cloakroom. Those little corners must be checked as well. This was an overt invitation for Su Rui to rummage through everything. What a supportive mother-in-law. Lin Aoshue, with a look of helplessness, thought her mother was being rather oblivious. After all, who could allow someone to inspect their personal belongings, especially not a rogue like him? Very well. I shall not overlook a single corner, Su Rui said, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Aoshue, with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Upon opening the door to Lin Aoshue's room, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Su Rui's nostrils. He inhaled deeply, puzzled, for this scent was also present in Lin Aoshue's office. It was certainly not that of any perfume. Could it be her natural scent? He inhaled again, and indeed, the subtle fragrance emanating from Lin Aoshue was distinctly captured by his senses. How remarkable! This was his first encounter with a woman possessing such a captivating natural aroma. The room was impeccably tidy, spotless, just as Su Rui had imagined. It seemed Lin Aoshue was meticulous in her daily life. But didn't that become tiresome? How about this? You wait downstairs while I conduct the inspection myself, Su Rui suggested, blocking Lin Aoshue from entering. No way. This is my room. I must supervise you, Lin Aoshue insisted. What if Su Rui were to sneak a peek at her undergarments? Very well. But I must declare that all my actions are solely for the purpose of inspection, and you cannot impede me, Su Rui stated. Furthermore, at your mother's request, I must focus on the cloakroom and other areas. Lin Aoshue gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy was merely concocting excuses. What's the matter? Upset? Su Rui grinned as he leaned closer to Lin Aoshue. It's just the two of us here. Why don't we execute that wager? The mere mention of the wager caused Lin Aoshue's face to flush crimson, rendering her stunningly beautiful. She would not grant Su Rui such an opportunity. With a swift retort of rogue, she turned and exited the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Su Rui chuckled and promptly locked the door without hesitation. As Lin Aoshue stepped outside, she realized something was amiss. She hurried to twist the doorknob, but it would not budge. This provided a perfect opportunity for the intruder to rummage through her belongings. Cursing under her breath, she stamped her foot in frustration at the doorway. However, a sudden thought seemed to strike her, and she turned to head towards the study next door. In the study, there was a laptop, which Lin Aoshue opened and pressed a few keys, astonishingly bringing up a surveillance interface. The footage displayed was none other than the interior of her own room. This covert camera had been insidiously installed at the insistence of Lin Fuzhong last year, purportedly for safety reasons, with cameras placed in every room of the villa. The camera had been cleverly disguised as a screw on a lampshade, making it nearly impossible to detect even upon close inspection. It appeared that Lin Fuzhong's concern for security was indeed formidable. Lin Aoshue had vehemently opposed her father's request. After all, who would install a camera in their daughter's room? It was utterly outrageous. Yet, one could not contend with authority, and ultimately, Lin Fuzhong had made the final decision, with only Lin Aoshue granted access to the surveillance footage. Until now, she had scarcely thought of the camera, but today, a flash of inspiration led her to recall it, and she desired to see what Su Rui was up to. Although Su Rui possessed an electronic device detector, the reliability of such instruments was questionable. If the adversary had installed counter-surveillance measures, the device would be rendered ineffective. Therefore, rummaging through her belongings was imperative, as only what her eyes beheld and her hands touched could be deemed trustworthy. Of course, any inappropriate sights encountered during the search could simply be considered the cost of her efforts. Su Rui opened the first drawer of the bedside table, finding merely some basic nighttime skincare products, nothing particularly noteworthy. The second drawer contained intimate apparel and monthly necessities for women. As Su Rui gazed at these delicate garments, envisioning Lin Aoshue wearing them, he chuckled softly, his eyes seemingly sparkling with amusement. Were anyone to observe, they would be astonished to discover that this somewhat lecherous grin bore no hint of desire, but was simply an innocent smile. If it had been another man, encountering such colorful, lace-trimmed, fragrant garments would surely have elicited an excited reaction. What a scoundrel! As Lin Aoshue watched the surveillance feed and saw Su Rui open the drawer of clothing, her body trembled with rage. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her flesh. Lin Aoshue was certain that Su Rui's next move would be to lift those garments to his nose and inhale deeply in a lewd manner. She had known all along that this man was no good. However, the unfolding events defied Lin Aoshue's expectations. Su Rui merely rifled through the drawer briefly before closing it, displaying no lingering interest in the fragrant garments, not even glancing back for a second. This was rather surprising to Lin Aoshue, who relaxed her fists, feeling the strain from her earlier grip causing her knuckles to whiten. What on earth was happening? It is indeed perplexing that Su Rui does not conform to the image one might expect of him. Is he not a lewd and unscrupulous rogue? Lin Aoshue pondered as she observed Su Rui's meticulous examination of the surveillance images, feeling a tinge of confusion. Su Rui conducted his inspection with great diligence, scrutinizing every drawer and corner, even crawling beneath Lin Aoshue's bed to ascertain if anything was amiss. After an exhaustive half-hour, he concluded his examination, drenched in sweat. If he were to inspect every room with such thoroughness, he would surely exhaust himself. Observing the beads of perspiration on Su Rui's forehead, Lin Aoshue remained silent, her shifting gaze betraying a hint of complexity. As Su Rui emerged, she hastily shut down her computer and positioned herself at the bedroom door. What were the results of the inspection? She inquired, unexpectedly breaking her silence. Su Rui wiped his brow and, with an air of astonishment, remarked, "The sun must have risen in the west. Shouldn't you be interrogating me about whether I have stolen a glance at your intimate garments?" Lin Aoshue's expression faltered. Indeed, by all accounts, she should not have shown such a congenial demeanor toward him. "I know you would undoubtedly pique. I need not guess," she replied coolly, feigning composure, unaware that a blush had crept onto her cheeks, rendering her all the more enchanting. Su Rui paused for a moment, then chuckled, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. By the time Su Rui had completed his thorough inspection of all the rooms, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Witnessing his drenched appearance, Lin Fuzhong and Wei Shuling expressed their profound gratitude, feeling quite indebted, and unanimously insisted that Su Rui stay the night. "Su, we have plenty of guest rooms. Why not stay with us tonight? It's rather late, and certainly unsafe to be out," Lin Fuzhong suggested. "Indeed. Look at the tremendous help Su has provided us this evening. He must stay over," Wei Shuling added, finding herself increasingly fond of Su Rui, recognizing how rare it is to encounter such a promising and industrious young man. "Oh, if Aoshue consents, I have no objections," Su Rui provocatively glanced at Lin Aoshue. "I do not consent," Lin Aoshue retorted coldly. "I have no desire to host a lecture in my home." Ever since that earlier moment of vulnerability before Su Rui, Lin Aoshue was eager to reclaim her dignity. "Aoshue, what is the matter with you?" Lin Fuzhong, witnessing his daughter's continued rudeness towards Su Rui, felt a headache coming on. Were they destined to be adversaries from the moment they met? After witnessing Su Rui's extraordinary prowess, Lin Fuzhong had envisioned him as a constant protector for his daughter. With him around, he would feel secure about the villa's safety. After all, even the most elite international assassins would likely not pose a threat. Yet, Lin Aoshue's stance was paramount. As long as she remained opposed, no amount of persuasion would sway her. This headstrong young woman was truly a source of exasperation. Lin Aoshue remained resolute. "I simply will not allow him to stay overnight." Lin Fuzhong's face revealed a hint of discomfort. However, Su Rui remained unfazed. "Brother Lin, sister-in-law, please rest early. I can take a taxi back," he stated casually. "That's out of the question. I will arrange for a driver to take you." "Aoshue, see Su Laudi off," Lin Fuzhong insisted, giving Su Rui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lin Aoshue wanted to retort, but noticed that her parents had already closed the door and entered the living room. She distinctly saw her father wink at Su Rui just before closing the door. What was happening? Her father was actually making such a gesture. Lin Aoshue rubbed her eyes, doubting her perception. Come on, see me out, Su Rui said with a grin, unperturbed by Lin Aoshue's potential objections, knowing she was still under his influence. Lin Aoshue remained silent, trailing quietly beside Su Rui. I must remind you, Aoshue, not to forget our wager, he teased. Lin Aoshue paused, clenching her teeth, and replied, I will not let you have your way. You did say you would abide by the wager. Why are you backing out now? Can't you bear to lose? Su Rui chuckled. Lin Aoshue was not skilled at engaging in verbal sparring with Su Rui, and considering the circumstances, she felt somewhat at a disadvantage. Resolutely, she decided to play coy, stating coldly, no way. Under no circumstances are you allowed to do that. Just because I'm not doing it now doesn't mean I won't later. Let's leave it at that, Su Rui smirked. And Aoshue, I must remind you. We agreed on a single spanking, but we never specified how many spanks that would entail. You're being unreasonable. This is clearly a play on words. Lin Aoshue was visibly displeased, yet simultaneously, a wave of unease washed over her. If Su Rui were to truly administer multiple spanks, how could she endure it? I am not being unreasonable. I stand by my word. You agreed to the wager, Su Rui replied with a grin. And Aoshue, given your adeptness in business, having negotiated countless contracts, you should be more astute with such nuances. Why did you overlook this today? Lin Aoshue found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, she hadn't considered the implications, believing her victory was assured, convinced that Su Rui would leave in disgrace. Who could have anticipated this outcome? That infuriating man. Lin Aoshue seethed with frustration, but as Su Rui pointed out, she had no recourse but to adhere to the terms of their wager. Aoshue, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Su Rui suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. What do you want to say? Lin Aoshue instinctively suspected he was up to no good, as a smile from him often signaled mischief. Su Rui chuckled. You truly possess an exceptional figure. Having sensed Lin Aoshue's impending outburst, he quickly added, I was merely complimenting you. It's crucial to distinguish between flattery and criticism. Well, this is where I take my leave. I must hurry. With that, Su Rui dashed out of the manor and jumped into the car. Lin Aoshue stood at the entrance, her face slightly flushed. Yet her teeth were gritted in frustration. This detestable fellow consistently incites my ire time and again. Just when I had managed to diminish my disdain for him, he reverts to his old ways. Yet, what Lin Aoshue fails to realize is that within the span of merely 2 days, her emotions have surged and ebbed countless times. Her previous existence resembled a stagnant pool, so tranquil that even the slightest pebble tossed and could not stir a single ripple. However, this has irrevocably transformed since Su Rui's arrival. Upon entering the vehicle, Su Rui discovered that the driver was none other than Wang Yuan, the same individual from the previous evening. Say, my friend, how was your swimming escapade last night? Su Rui inquired with a cheerful smile. During the enemy's ambush, Su Rui had deemed Wang Yuan a liability, urging him to leap into the river to escape, while he himself engaged the adversaries alongside Xia Qing. Although both had jumped into the river, the sensation of plunging in with a beautiful woman vastly contrasted with that of a solitary man. Your foresight is truly remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. Wang Yuan assented with a sycophantic grin. Though he had previously been somewhat skeptical of Su Rui's decisions, today's events illuminated the insurmountable gap between them, leading him to harbor genuine admiration for Su Rui. Moreover, rumors circulated among the company's security that Su Rui was the man of the young lady. A notion that Wang Yuan found to be quite plausible, having loyally served the Lin family for many years. He had never witnessed Lin Aoshue personally escort a man out on a late night before. Therefore, Wang Yuan's address of Su Rui as my esteemed son-in-law was sincere and heartfelt. Su Rui regarded Wang Yuan as astute and perceptive, possessing the potential for further development. However, the latter lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning close to Wang Yuan's ear. Do not divulge our matters to anyone. It is enough for you to know. At this, Wang Yuan became even more convinced, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, esteemed son-in-law, I shall never breathe a word about your affair with the young lady to anyone. Yet, as he spoke, he inwardly scoffed, thinking, do you truly believe your relationship is a secret? Even the company's security knows before I do. The entire company has already caught wind of it. Now, take me to the hotel, Su Rui instructed. After a long night of exertion, he felt quite fatigued and adjusted his seat to a comfortable position, preparing to rest for a moment. However, at that instant, he caught a glimpse of a vehicle out of the corner of his eye. It was a Volkswagen Passat, parked near a courtyard not far from the Lin family estate. Situated in Ninghai's renowned affluent district, replete with lavish mansions and gardens. Indeed, the Lin family's villa occupies a relatively large expanse. As Su Rui's vehicle started, the Passat also revved to life, trailing behind at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance of approximately 200 meters. How persistent they are. Having failed last night, they return once more, unrepentant in their pursuits. Su Rui observed through the rearview mirror, a glint of cold light in his eyes, yet his tone remained languid. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan tensed suddenly, for every instance of being followed suggested ill intentions on the part of the pursuers. He gripped the steering wheel, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he asked, "Should we accelerate to shake them off?" Su Rui replied with a faint smile, "Shake them off? No need. Pull over. I will exit the vehicle, and you can drive back to the Lin family." "That is out of the question, my lord. How could I abandon you?" Wang Yuan exclaimed, his urgency compelling him to press the accelerator and flee from their pursuers. "Have you forgotten what I told you last night?" Su Rui suddenly inquired. I haven't forgotten," Wang Yuan replied awkwardly, recalling Su Rui's words that he would only be a burden here. "Then heed my words. If we do not inflict pain upon them, they will remain unrepentant," Su Rui said, shaking his head. "Stop the car. They are targeting me and will not trouble you." Thus, with immense humiliation, Wang Yuan brought the car to a halt and turned it around to leave. As Su Rui stepped out, the pursuing Passat abruptly braked, halting in place. Neither moved, creating a peculiar standoff separated by over 100 meters that lingered for several minutes. Eventually, the Passat seemed to lose patience, revving up and suddenly accelerating with the intent of crashing into Su Rui. Simultaneously, two more Passats charged toward him with tremendous force. Were they planning to encircle him? Dispatching 3 vehicles to deal with him was quite the compliment. Observing the 3 cars, Su Rui recalled the mysterious vehicle from last night, equipped with modified xenon headlights. Given the driver's exceptional skill, he would likely rank highly in the underground racing scene of Huaxia. Had it not been for Xiaqing's presence at the time, Su Rui would have certainly apprehended that individual. It seemed he would need to choose his moments wisely in the future. Regrettably, the blinding light from the xenon headlights had obscured the brand and model of that car. Now, the opposition intended to employ the same tactic again, but for Su Rui, such maneuvers were utterly futile. He muttered to himself in resignation, "Should I shake them off or teach them a lesson? Isn't there a saying that gold will shine wherever it is?" He truly sparkled like gold, having just arrived in Ninghai. There were already those who sought to confront him. However, the intensity of this animosity had escalated rather swiftly. Su Rui smiled faintly, unfazed by the roaring engines approaching from all directions. In the next moment, he retrieved a throwing dart, one he had previously brought back from abroad in a silver case. Once deployed, this dart transformed into a 4-edged military dagger, a true weapon for bloodletting. This military dagger was crafted by the renowned Russian arms master, Zernikov, featuring exquisite workmanship, capable of withstanding any force and proving effective in all encounters. Many are not adept at using such weapons in close combat, as while they are quite nimble and easy to carry, their limited range of usable actions pales in comparison to that of swords and knives. If one lacks sufficient strength or speed, managing such a weapon can indeed become quite challenging. Su Rui harbored a profound affinity for the 4-edged military dagger, appreciating its stealthy deployment and high efficiency in dispatching foes. With repeated use, it had become a natural extension of his being. Whenever he gripped this dagger, a visceral connection surged through him. This particular dagger, associated with the esteemed sun god Apollo, had seldom made an appearance within the borders of China. Yet every occurrence must have its inaugural moment. The driver of the first Passat seemed taken aback by Su Rui's sudden draw of the dagger. Yet he displayed no signs of alarm. Rather, a sardonic smirk crept across his lips, his eyes gleaming with derision. "You're courting death," the driver coldly remarked. In this precarious situation, he pressed the accelerator even harder, evidently intent on running Su Rui down. Faced with such a scenario, Su Rui hesitated not for an instant. With a twist of his torso and a surge of strength in his arm, the 4-edged dagger transformed into a streak of shadow, hurtling forth with explosive speed. The dagger's tip shattered the windshield, and fortuitously, the driver instinctively ducked. The dagger narrowly grazed his hair, leaving a crimson mark atop his scalp, a pain that sent a shiver through his entire being. Su Rue retracted the dagger, standing firm and unyielding. The vehicle, nearly losing its balance, jolted momentarily before stabilizing, once again charging towards Su Rue. The distance of 20 to 30 meters vanished in the blink of an eye, and the Passat seemed poised to collide with him. The two vehicles approaching from the opposite direction showed no signs of slowing down. From their perspective, the three cars would not only evade collision, but would align perfectly, ready to crush Su Rue in between. Clearly, they were seasoned operatives well-versed in coordination. As the three vehicles converged, Su Rue suddenly darted to the side, slipping through the narrowest of gaps with a speed that resembled a fleeting specter. As he emerged, his dagger shot forth anew, piercing the front tire of the Passat. The rapid deflation led to a high risk of the vehicle flipping, and this Passat was no exception. Following the blowout, the car swerved and overturned, colliding head-on with the two oncoming vehicles. The tumbling Passat crushed the fronts of the other two cars, leaving them grotesquely intertwined, utterly deformed. After such a catastrophic impact, the occupants within the vehicles would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Su Rue had initially intended to spare a few lives, hoping to extract information from them. However, just as he prepared to extract the disoriented and bloodied individuals from the wreckage, the blaring of police sirens echoed from a distance. He could already perceive the flashing lights in the night. Why would the police arrive at such a moment? With their arrival, the prospect of capturing any survivors became futile. After a moment's contemplation, Su Rue opted not to linger and turned to depart. Though he could not apprehend any living witnesses, he also chose not to annihilate the remaining adversaries. After all, this is Huaxia, and Su Rue must be mindful of the repercussions in many matters. He departed with remarkable swiftness, vanishing into the vastness of the night in no time. However, at that moment, a vehicle suddenly passed the scene of the accident ahead of the police car. It was yet another Passat. Alas, did the plan fail? Has everyone perished? The driver muttered to himself, whether they are dead or alive is inconsequential. What matters is that I cannot allow any of you to survive. I must obliterate all traces. With that, he extended his arm out of the window, brandishing a handgun. He fired off 7 or 8 shots in rapid succession. The forceful bullets easily penetrated the car's metal body, some finding their mark in the heads of the occupants, while others made intimate contact with a full tank of gasoline. Boom, boom, boom. The three vehicles erupted in a simultaneous explosion. The tremendous blast illuminated the entire night sky, and the searing shockwave seemed to elevate the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Fragments of the cars were flung hundreds of meters away, littering the ground in disarray. The traffic on this road was utterly paralyzed. Beneath the blaze of the explosion, the Passat had completely vanished from existence. Wang Yuan drove at breakneck speed, returning to the Lin family villa within minutes. He hurried to report the situation to Lin Fuzhong. After briefly recounting Su Rue's ambush, Lin Fuzhong, without a moment's hesitation, instructed him, "Gather some men and weapons, and follow me." Wang Yuan was taken aback. He anticipated that the chairman would personally intervene to rescue Su Rue. The previous circumstances had been perilous enough, and if the chairman were to take action himself, any misfortune could lead to dire consequences. Of course, this also reflected the immense significance of Su Rue's position. "Boss, this puts me in a difficult position," Wang Yuan expressed. "What is there to be concerned about? If Su Rue had not assisted our Lin family, would he have encountered such peril? Those assailants were targeting the Lin family." Lin Fuzhong replied tersely, "One must practice gratitude and reciprocity. Are you not setting off immediately?" Upon hearing the phrase about gratitude and reciprocity, Lin Aoshua's expression turned somewhat uneasy. Lin Fuzhong had strongly insisted that Su Rue stay overnight, yet Lin Aoshua had intervened. Had she not done so, Su Rue would not have departed the Lin family villa, and tonight's ambush would not have occurred. At this moment, no one knew whether Lin Aoshua felt a pang of guilt. She merely bit her lip, her delicate brows furrowed. "I will accompany you," Lin Aoshua suddenly declared. Lin Fuzhong cast her a surprised glance before shaking his head decisively. "You must stay. It's too dangerous outside." Despite any fault Lin Aoshua may have had in this situation, a father's protective instinct would not permit his cherished daughter to venture into danger. "I will go with you," Lin Aoshua insisted. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out. The gunfire sounded distant, suggesting it was not nearby, yet it still tightened the hearts of the Lin family. The source of the shots was precisely in the direction Su Rue had taken. No one could ascertain whether it was Su Rue firing or the enemy. Regardless, Su Rui was in a perilous situation. Let us depart swiftly. Before Lin Fuzhong's words could fade, 3 resounding explosions reverberated through the air. Even from such a distance, the sound was deafening. The explosions, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and Lin Aoshue's complexion grew even paler. Simultaneously, the wailing of police sirens pierced the night. It seemed the authorities had intervened. Hearing the blasts and the sirens, Wang Yuan hesitantly inquired, "Boss, should we still proceed?" Lin Fuzhong pondered for a moment, inhaling deeply several times before replying. "Perhaps our concern has led to confusion. Have you all forgotten Su Rui's formidable skills?" The mere thought of Su Rui breaching the Lin family's armed guards in mere minutes eased their trepidation considerably. "I must ascertain the situation. The arrival of the police is of no concern to us," Lin Aoshue stated coldly. "Wang Yuan, prepare the vehicle for departure." "Understood. I shall get ready at once." Wang Yuan dared not oppose the young lady's wishes and promptly agreed. At that moment, Lin Aoshue's phone rang. She was taken aback, knowing her lifestyle. No one typically messaged her this late. Moreover, as the esteemed daughter of the Baiken Group, very few were privy to her number for security reasons. Upon checking her phone, she found a completely unfamiliar number with a simple message: "Do not come out. I am safe." Lin Aoshue was momentarily stunned. Was Su Rui capable of mind reading? How did he know she was preparing to investigate? "What is it?" Lin Fuzhong asked, noticing her strange expression. "It's Su Rui. He says he is fine." "Oh." Lin Fuzhong glanced at the phone and immediately felt relieved, his expression softening considerably. With his abilities, he should be unharmed. Those assailants were undoubtedly targeting the Lin family, and it was fortunate he had intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Reflecting on the earlier explosions, Lin Fuzhong shook his head with a wry smile. If such incidents continue, we might as well hand over the entire Baiken to them in gratitude. Lin Aoshue remained expressionless. "I'm going to sleep now." Once back in her room, Lin Aoshue gazed at Su Rui's text and pondered for a moment before replying with a succinct message: self-delusion. Meanwhile, Su Rui was strolling along a path when he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he found Lin Aoshue's message. Reading those 4 words, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He smiled wryly and shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, the victims had been silenced. Yi Binglan, clad in her police uniform, stood tall and elegant in the night, resembling a stunningly cold and beautiful landscape. Gazing at the fiery aftermath of the explosions, her enchanting eyes reflected an icy demeanor. This marked the second murder case within 2 days. The previous day, 2 bodies had been discovered on the nearby Fangting River Bridge, brutally crushed by a vehicle. Although the identities of the victims were eventually confirmed to be known fugitives, Yi Binglan's spirits remained low due to the malfunctioning surveillance cameras at the bridge, leaving the case devoid of any clues. As the vice captain of the criminal police, her inability to solve the case in a timely manner would undoubtedly reflect her dereliction of duty. This evening, Yi Binglan was out with her subordinates in search of clues when she heard the sound of gunfire and rushed over. The occurrence of gunfire in the affluent district of Ninghai City was alarming. It could only indicate that a homicide had taken place. Even more distressing than the gunfire was the subsequent explosion, which plunged Yi Binglan's heart into despair. The severity of the incident tonight might far exceed her expectations. Establish a perimeter and seal off this stretch of road. Request immediate support from headquarters, she commanded. Observing 3 mangled Passats, her expression grew complex as she remarked, "In such a short span of time, the suspect surely hasn't gone far." Half an hour later, her subordinate, a newly appointed detective named L. Xiaoming, reported, "Captain Yi, the count is complete, 12 dead, 8 of whom likely perished in the explosion, while the remaining 4 suffered gunshot wounds to the head, most likely a single bullet to each." L. Xiaoming, young yet astute, displayed great potential as a forensic expert. Upon hearing his words, Yi Binglan's expression turned grave. 3 vehicles had exploded, resulting in 12 lives lost. 4 individuals had been shot in the head. In just 2 days, this area had already witnessed 14 homicides. This would undoubtedly attract significant attention from higher authorities. If I am not mistaken, we only heard 7 gunshots, resulting in 4 fatalities, with 3 shots likely striking the fuel tank, Yi Binglan deduced. If Su Rui were present, he would surely be astonished, for her analysis aligned almost perfectly with the facts. "Captain Yi, I sense a hint of gang conflict in today's and yesterday's incidents." L. Xiaoming expressed his thoughts. If this were indeed a gang clash, the pressure to solve the case would diminish considerably. as the deceased were all known offenders, a loss deemed insignificant. Regardless of the circumstances, the severity of this incident was already established. The perpetrator must be a deranged and habitual criminal, highly skilled in marksmanship, likely a retired soldier. Inform everyone to exercise caution during the search, Yi Binglan stated calmly. Despite her youth, she held the position of vice captain in the district's criminal police, a feat impossible without backing. While she indeed had connections, her capabilities were undeniable. When Yi Binglan, a beautiful police officer, chose to join the criminal police, many awaited her downfall. Questioning why someone so lovely and well-connected would venture into such a dangerous role instead of remaining in administrative duties. Even graduates from prestigious institutions like the Huaxia University of Public Security would not risk themselves on the front lines, or so they thought. However, 2 years later, no one dared to mock Yi Binglan any longer. She had silenced them all with her remarkably high case-solving rate. Even without her so-called pedigree, her promotions were well-deserved. Review the surveillance footage from all nearby intersections. I refuse to believe that all these cameras are malfunctioning, Yi Binglan commanded, gazing at the remnants of the explosion and the still-burning flames. She knew another sleepless night awaited her. Even in his stride, Su Rue maintained an astonishing pace, rendering any pursuit by the police utterly futile. Otherwise, the esteemed sun god would become a laughingstock in the dark realms of the West. Under the cloak of night, Su Rue returned to the hotel, gradually relaxing, seemingly having forgotten the earlier events. Indeed, such trivial matters held no weight in his mind. The heir of the Tianxiang group, Song Yili, sat in his chair sipping tea, his brow slightly furrowed as he periodically glanced at his watch, evidently awaiting something. At that moment, his phone rang. Finally, it has arrived? He chuckled darkly. Tonight, I shall make you pay dearly. A sinister undertone accompanied Song Yili's smile. Those who dared to covet his woman would face a dreadful fate. Over the years, Song Yili had long regarded Lin Aoxue as his cherished possession. Should anyone dare to harbor feelings for her, he would immediately dispatch his men to act, without mercy. What he could not possess, no one else would be allowed to claim. Thus, when he received news from his informant within the Baikon group that Su Rue had become Lin Aoxue's man and that she had invited him to her room that evening, Song Yili could no longer contain himself. It was time for him to take action. Even without Yang Ji's assistance, Song Yili was not to be trifled with. He dispatched several of his elite subordinates to retrieve Su Rue, insisting they bring him back, dead or alive, even if they returned with a corpse. However, instead of Su Rue, Song Yili was met with the devastating news of the complete annihilation of his 12 men. Only he knew the substantial investment he had made to train those 12 individuals. Upon hearing the news of their sudden demise, he furiously slammed down the phone. This outcome was utterly intolerable. How could so many fail to subdue a single individual? Was Su Rue truly that formidable? Having failed yesterday, he faced yet another failure today. Dazed, Song Yili remained seated for a long while before finally rising. Kicking over the newly replaced coffee table and bellowing, "No matter where you emerged from, I will see you dead. Lin Aoxue, you wretched woman, if I cannot have her, neither shall anyone else." His face twisted in a grimace of fury. The following day, Su Rue awoke early in the hotel, with spring approaching. The dawn light broke well before 6 o'clock. He was not one to indulge in slothful mornings. After completing 500 push-ups and 500 rapid squats, he took a refreshing shower and prepared to venture out for breakfast. Having been away from Huaxia for so long, Su Rue was nearly forgetting the unique flavors of Ninghai's breakfast offerings. For many individuals or situations, forgetting is a form of betrayal. Su Rue did not wish to be someone who betrayed his past. Upon returning to Huaxia, he intended to reacquaint himself with certain aspects of his history. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself near Ninghai Park, where early risers were already exercising amidst the fresh air, prompting him to whistle with delight. "Boss lady, I'll have a steamer of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of millet porridge, please." Su Rue found a seat at an outdoor breakfast shop, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. The steamed buns of Ninghai are renowned, and it had been quite a long time since he last indulged in them. "All right, handsome. Just a moment," the proprietress cheerfully remarked. "Same as usual, 6 buns and a bowl of congee," Su Rue replied. At that moment, a striking young woman took a seat across from him. Clad in a white tracksuit, her ponytail neatly tied back, she spoke while wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel. She exuded an aura of cleanliness and vitality, radiating a certain elegance. Remarkable, Su Rue thought, his eyes lighting up. It was rare for him to encounter a woman with such a commanding presence, prompting him to steal a few more glances. The beauty's features were exquisite. Though she wore no makeup, her natural allure was undeniable. However, a slight hint of fatigue lingered beneath her eyes, betraying a weariness that suggested she had not rested well the previous night. Ice Blue has arrived? The proprietress greeted her regular patron with a warm smile. You look exhausted. I suppose you've had your share of cases lately? Indeed, there have been quite a few, Yi Binglan replied, rubbing her temples with a wry smile. Su Rue was taken aback to discover that this captivating woman was actually a police officer, and he felt an immediate sense of respect. Without a doubt, law enforcement is one of the most crucial and demanding professions in society. Are you a police officer? Su Rue inquired suddenly. Yi Binglan glanced at him, offering a faint smile and a gentle nod as her acknowledgement. Overwhelmed by the demands of her work, she had little energy or inclination to engage in conversation with strangers, especially after a long night. Yet, due to her habitual morning exercise, she had risen early, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes. Once their steamed buns arrived, Yi Binglan dove into her meal, while Su Rue remained transfixed, unable to begin eating as he continued to gaze at her intently. After consuming a couple of buns, Yi Binglan sensed something amiss. She lifted her gaze to scrutinize the man across from her, her brows furrowing slightly. What are you staring at? At you. Su Rue replied without hesitation. Humph, Yi Binglan scoffed. She had encountered many men like him, easily captivated by superficial beauty, revealing a certain shallowness. However, Su Rue remained oblivious to her derision, stating, I find you quite familiar. We must have crossed paths before. Yi Binglan set down her chopsticks, exasperated. Don't you think your method of flirting is rather outdated? At that moment, the proprietress chimed in with a smile. Young man, you might not know this, but whenever Ice Blue dines here, someone tells her that almost every day. Su Rue scratched his nose, but I am being quite sincere. The proprietress shot back. Those men all say the same thing. Su Rue felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He believed his intuition was genuine. This woman indeed evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity within him. He was convinced that in the course of his 20-some years, he must have encountered her before, as such a strange sense of recognition could not arise from nowhere. However, given Su Rue's formidable memory, he typically retains the intricate details of a person's features after merely one encounter, let alone that of such a striking beauty. Yet, despite his efforts, he simply cannot recall her, a sensation that is deeply frustrating. Is it merely an illusion? Yi Binglan chose to ignore the man opposite her. Although he possessed a certain charm and exuded a refreshing aura, she found his method of flirtation quite distasteful. At that moment, a sudden cry erupted from the roadside. A bag snatcher. Someone stealing a bag. An elderly woman, appearing to be around 60, hurriedly exclaimed as she took small, hurried steps. Ahead of her, a man clad in black athletic wear clutched a red handbag and dashed forward with fervor. As he ran, he growled threateningly at those around him. Get out of my way if you value your life. This unfortunate woman had just finished her morning exercise and intended to visit the nearby market for some groceries when she encountered the audacious thief. It was clear that this bag snatcher was a seasoned criminal, as the current societal climate in Huaxia often discourages bystanders from intervening in such incidents. The elderly, with their limited mobility, are unable to pursue these miscreants, making them easy targets for theft. Although the contents of the bags may not be substantial, perhaps a few hundred yuan at most, the high success rate of such crimes is enticing. With just a couple of successful heists per day, one could easily surpass a monthly income of 10,000 yuan. Indeed, during the thief's escape, not a single person stepped forward to intervene. Some even hastily retreated upon witnessing the commotion. Su Rue was about to take action when he noticed the beautiful police officer across from him had already set her chopsticks down and dashed out. Typically, Yi Binglan harbored a deep disdain for those who shirk hard work, particularly those robust individuals who, instead of earning an honest living, resort to theft. Therefore, when faced with such a situation, she instinctively took action to stop it. Observing Yi Binglan's retreating figure, Su Rue too set aside his meal and rose to his feet. The thief was remarkably swift, and even though Yi Binglan was an exceptional student of the police university, she found herself at a disadvantage in this physically demanding pursuit. Stop right there, Yi Binglan shouted as she ran, yet the distance between her and the thief remained approximately 20 meters, seemingly insurmountable. The thief, aware of her pursuit, glanced back and, upon spotting her beauty, taunted, "Hey gorgeous, come here and experience your brother's prowess." Yi Binglan, already struggling to keep pace with the man, found her energy waning, especially after a restless night. The gap between them widened further. Still, she was unwilling to let these societal scourges escape unscathed. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, moving with astonishing speed, swiftly surpassing her, and in the blink of an eye, had gained a lead of 3 or 4 meters. Su Rue did not fully unleash his speed, as he preferred to remain inconspicuous. However, even this restrained velocity was astonishing in the eyes of Yi Binglan. How swift! A distance of 20 meters, under Su Rue's deliberately suppressed pace, felt nearly instantaneous. The man who had snatched the bag was strutting ahead, confident that once he reached his motorcycle, he would be safe. Yet, at that very moment, Su Rue had already closed the distance behind him. With a swift kick, he landed a powerful blow to the thief's backside. Su Rue hadn't exerted much force. Propelled by inertia, the thief tumbled to the ground, his face meeting a harsh stop. Su Rue delivered 2 more firm kicks to the man's behind before retrieving the bag from the ground. This type of man was one Su Rue held in deep contempt. Even if Yi Binglan hadn't been present, he would have intervened today. Some principles are etched into one's very being and flow through one's blood, unerasable by the passage of time. Why engage in such petty theft when one could choose to lead an honorable life? Su Rue remarked, kicking the man once more with vigor. At this moment, Yi Binglan had rushed over, panting as she gazed at Su Rue, seemingly astonished that this seemingly unrefined man would act heroically. "Officer, this bag is for you," Su Rue said. Upon hearing the term officer, Yi Binglan's previously gloomy mood seemed to lift considerably. It was her first time being addressed as young lady by someone else, and she found it quite delightful. She promptly called the police, summoning the patrolling officers to take the bag snatcher into custody for questioning, hoping they might uncover further information. "Thank you for your bravery," Yi Binglan expressed to Su Rue, her smile illuminating her face. Upon witnessing her smile, Su Rue was momentarily taken aback. To see such a refreshing smile on a crisp morning was undeniably a beautiful experience. Yet, this smile felt strangely familiar. "It's nothing. It's what everyone should do." Su Rue regained his composure and replied. At this juncture, several bystanders began to take out their phones, discreetly capturing Su Rue and Yi Binglan on camera. After all, instances of heroism are becoming increasingly rare, making this a moment worth commemorating. Among them were a few journalists and editors, for whom this presented an excellent opportunity for reporting. The elderly woman who had been robbed soon arrived, showering gratitude upon Su Rue and Yi Binglan. "Thank you. Thank you so much." Yi Binglan glanced at Su Rue and smiled. "Auntie, please don't mention it. If you wish to express your gratitude, it should be directed at him." As he was the one who apprehended the thief, Su Rue raised his eyebrows in surprise at Yi Binglan's gesture. This police officer certainly demonstrated commendable character. Could it be that his unintentional act of valor had won her favor? The elderly woman, visibly moved, exclaimed, "I truly don't know how to thank you both. This bag contains several important documents. You have been incredibly kind. If only all couples in the world were as warm-hearted as you two." Su Rue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the elderly lady had misunderstood the situation. However, it was indeed a delightful misunderstanding. Yi Binglan's cheeks flushed with a faint hue as she remarked, "Auntie, you flatter me. I hardly know him. We've only exchanged a couple of words. Is that so? You two truly seem well suited for each other," the lady smiled, casting a few glances at Yi Binglan and Su Rue. "You really do have the appearance of a couple. I wonder if either of you has a significant other. If not, you might want to consider it." The elderly woman's inherent curiosity and enthusiasm for matchmaking were unmistakable. Su Rue stood quietly beside them, choosing not to speak. In such circumstances, it was evidently unwise to interject. Different personalities required distinct approaches, and there was certainly no universal solution, unless one were a master of manipulation. Yi Binglan's face grew even redder, her expression edged with embarrassment as she deftly shifted the topic. "Auntie, please go buy your groceries. We'll take care of things here." "Oh no, you must leave me your contact information. I'll invite my son to thank you both another day." "Auntie, you're too kind. It's really unnecessary." At that moment, Su Rue appeared as a model of courtesy, embodying the ideal of respecting elders and cherishing the young, which only endeared him further to the elderly lady. No, You must give me your numbers. The lady insisted. The two eventually succumbed to her persistent coaxing, reluctantly providing their phone numbers. Of course, Su Rui and Yi Binglan were indifferent to whether the elderly lady would actually treat them to a meal. Such matters were inconsequential. Such a perfect match. A true pair of talents, a golden boy and a jade girl. The elderly lady exclaimed in admiration as she walked away. Once the police had apprehended the bag snatcher, Su Rui turned to Yi Binglan with a smile. Shall we head back and finish our breakfast? We shouldn't let it go to waste. If Lin Aoshue were to witness Su Rui in this manner, she would likely be utterly astonished. For in the eyes of this ice queen, Su Rui was undoubtedly a shameless rogue, eager to flirt with women. Following this incident, Yi Binglan's impression of Su Rui had improved significantly. She no longer found him as detestable as before. The beautiful police officer possessed a strong sense of justice, and she admired men who upheld similar values. Though the elderly lady's comments had led to a moment of awkwardness between them, the gracious Yi Binglan did not dwell on it, quickly recovering after her initial blush. Su Rui, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned. Who wouldn't relish being mistakenly thought to have that kind of relationship with such a stunning beauty? This meal is on me, Yi Binglan declared, picking up a soup dumpling with her chopsticks. Su Rui raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? It is customary for a gentleman to pay when dining with a lady. Because I want to thank you for your bravery. As a police officer, it is my duty to apprehend thieves. But your actions were commendable and not to be taken lightly, Yi Binglan stated with unexpected seriousness. Su Rui chuckled heartily. I'm honored to accept. But I expect this should be the first of many such invitations. One meal of dumplings is hardly sufficient to settle the debt. In that case, you'd better perform acts of heroism more frequently, she retorted playfully. Yi Binglan smiled, seemingly much brighter ever since meeting Su Rui, as if the clouds of gloom had dissipated considerably. Well, in order to have you treat me to a meal, I shall dedicate my life to acts of valor. She jested. Su Rui adeptly seized the moment, delivering a light-hearted, yet perfectly timed quip. It appeared that Yi Binglan recalled the earlier misunderstanding with the elderly lady, a subtle blush creeping up her snow-white neck. However, it is crucial to clarify that this was not due to any romantic interest in Su Rui. Rather, she had never experienced love or felt any attraction towards men. The old lady's misinterpretation left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. After finishing breakfast, Su Rui indeed refrained from hastily offering to pay. Enjoying a complimentary meal alongside a beautiful woman was quite agreeable, which surprised Yi Binglan slightly, as most men in such a situation would rush to settle the bill. This was not to imply that she preferred men to pay. Rather, it instilled a newfound respect for Su Rui. As a police officer, Yi Binglan was naturally inclined to scrutinize details, often discerning the larger picture from subtle cues. Following the events of that morning, she recognized that this Su Rui fellow was distinctly different from other men. Noticing Yi Binglan rise to leave, Su Rui promptly inquired, "Where are you headed now?" "To Binjiang Garden." She casually revealed her residence, not due to a lack of vigilance, but because she felt no need to conceal it from Su Rui. After all, a person who bravely apprehends thieves surely poses no threat. Yet, this unguarded feeling felt peculiar. "That's conveniently along my route. I reside at the nearby Oriental Pearl Hotel." On the surface, Su Rui maintained his composure while internally exclaiming, "What a fortuitous opportunity. I can accompany this beauty for a while longer." "How fortuitous?" "The Oriental Pearl Hotel is quite pricey," Yi Binglan remarked, seemingly surprised that Su Rui would stay there. "It's nothing, just a temporary arrangement, reimbursed by the company." "Which company offers such generous benefits?" she queried. "Bekong." "I see," Yi Binglan said, suddenly curious. "I've heard that Lin Aoshue from Bekong is stunning. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her yet." "Have you?" Su Rui rubbed his nose. "Indeed, I've seen her. She resembles a moving iceberg. One could easily mistake her for someone who believes everyone owes her something. She's no comparison to you." Perhaps it was the vanity inherent in women, but upon hearing Su Rui's comparison, Yi Binglan's spirits inexplicably lifted. As they jogged onto the bridge, 4 men approached, walking side by side without any intention of yielding. Su Rui and Yi Binglan attempted to circumvent them, but the quartet clearly intended to block their path. The sidewalk was narrow, and they occupied it entirely, presenting an intimidating presence. Each of these men sported edgy hairstyles typical of the non-mainstream. Their ripped jeans adorned with metallic rings, some with cigarettes dangling from their lips, others casting sideways glances. Most alarmingly, one man brandished nunchaku. Do they truly believe that wielding nunchaku makes them the next Bruce Lee? Su Rue mused. What do you intend to do? Su Rue spoke first, positioning himself half a body length ahead of Yi Binglan, seemingly intent on shielding her from harm. So it was you two who brought my brother down? Sneered the man wielding nunchaku, his eyes roaming over Yi Binglan with a lecherous gaze, a smirk creeping across his face. Ah, so you are accomplices. Su Rue retorted with a cold laugh, in broad daylight. What do you intend to do? What do you think? The nunchaku wielder replied with a sinister grin. We came here to avenge my brother. If you kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, I might let you go. Otherwise, each of you will lose a hand. Yi Binglan remained silent behind Su Rue. Of course, the nunchaku wielder continued with a chuckle. If the beautiful lady were to spend the night with me, one of your hands would be spared. His eyes greedily roamed over her figure, filled with admiration. Encountering such a stunning woman was a rare fortune. To miss this opportunity would be a grave waste. Yi Binglan's expression darkened. She despised being regarded with such lewdness. Although she was a skilled fighter, facing 4 men would inevitably come at a cost. However, given the circumstances, it was imperative to teach these ruffians a lesson. Before Yi Binglan could act, a piercing scream erupted. Su Rue's leg struck the nunchaku wielder squarely between his legs. The man doubled over, clutching himself in agony. Men dread strikes to their vulnerable areas. Even a light touch could be excruciating, let alone such a forceful blow. That hurts. That hurts, he exclaimed. Get him. Kill him. The other 3, taken aback by Su Rue's sudden aggression, exchanged glances before charging him. They seemed to consider Su Rue their primary target, neglecting the striking figure of Yi Binglan standing nearby. Just as Yi Binglan prepared to intervene, Su Rue stopped her with a gentle hand, smiling as he said, Just stay behind me. Normally, she would have rushed forward without hesitation, but for some unknown reason, his words held her back, and she remained vigilant. Amidst the assault of 3, Su Rue appeared utterly unfazed. He leisurely retrieved the nunchaku from the ground, twirling them before delivering 1, 2, 3 swift strikes. Within moments, the 3 ruffians were crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, each having received a blow. Yi Binglan's gaze flickered with surprise. She could discern that Su Rue's nunchaku technique, though seemingly chaotic, demonstrated a speed, power, and precision far beyond that of a novice. I warned you against choosing the path of thuggery, yet here you are, brandishing nunchaku before me. Do you not realize I am the master of the nunchaku? Su Rue scolded, striking the 4 men cowering on the ground like a parent reprimanding wayward children. They were utterly defenseless against his onslaught. Those who have been struck by nunchaku undoubtedly understand that these implements inflict far more pain than ordinary clubs. Although Su Rue refrained from targeting vital areas, each blow landed mercilessly upon shoulders and arms, sufficient to render the ruffians utterly incapacitated. Yi Binglan, observing from the sidelines, found herself surprisingly at ease. Her lips inadvertently curling into a faint smile, casting aside the displeasure from earlier insults. Ouch, that hurts terribly, cried the ruffians, grimacing in agony, unable to conceal their suffering. Whenever they attempted to shield themselves, they exposed more vulnerable areas. Both arms throbbed as if they might snap, and their fingers felt numb from the onslaught. Do you wish for me to cease? Su Rue sneered. Of course, you should stop. Otherwise, someone might get killed. One of the yellow-haired thugs retorted defiantly. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he received a vicious strike that knocked several of his teeth loose, blood spilling forth from his mouth. Mind your tone, or I shall drive this nunchaku into your rear end, Su Rue warned, following up with a swift kick that sent the thug sprawling face first to the ground. His rear end elevated comically. With a precise swing, the nunchaku struck the thug squarely in the groin, causing him to nearly leap up in agony, as though his entire lower body were about to be torn asunder. Hearing Su Rue's coarse remarks, Yi Binglan chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed. Compared to her boisterous and rough criminal police colleagues, Su Rue's speech appeared remarkably civilized. All right, let us escort them to the police station, Yi Binglan stated. Though she felt a sense of relief from witnessing the thug's comeuppance, she remained mindful of her duties as an officer of the law. However, Su Rue waved his hand dismissively. It would be futile. Once they enter the police station, they would merely be detained for a few days before being released, only to continue their reign of terror. I must break their hands today, so they might think twice before bullying others again. As he spoke, he continued to administer blows, the thugs howling in despair. Villains must be dealt with by villains. Yi Binglan understood this principle well and did not intervene. Curiously, she found herself eager to witness Su Rui's next actions. Now, all of you, strip completely. Yes, every article of clothing must come off. Should anyone dare to keep even a single piece, I shall break his legs. Su Rui commanded, and upon seeing the four hesitate, he swung his nunchaku forcefully. Hurry up and strip. The thugs, already battered and bruised, felt the sting of pain coursing through their bodies. Though they did not comprehend Su Rui's motives for demanding their nakedness, they felt compelled to comply under the threat of further punishment. Yi Binglan's expression grew peculiar. What are you planning to do? Su Rui grinned mischievously. You'll find out soon enough. Yes, strip completely. I mentioned completely. What need have you for your underwear? Do you not comprehend human speech? Su Rui threatened to raise his weapon again, prompting one thug to hastily discard his underwear in fright. For naked men stood side by side before him, creating a scene that was decidedly inappropriate. Yi Binglan quickly turned her face away, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her exceptionally captivating. However, Su Rui continued to issue commands. You four, strip bare and collectively run from here to the Ninghai Public Security Bureau. I will oversee your progress, and should anyone dare to play tricks, they shall face dire consequences. Yi Binglan did not turn her face, but merely smiled coyly to the side. The distance from this location to the police station was at least several kilometers. And with the impending rush hour, the streets would be teeming with pedestrians. These individuals would undoubtedly become the center of attention, perhaps even overnight celebrities in Ningjiang. Furthermore, the act of running naked to the police station to surrender was truly unprecedented. The group of ruffians felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. When had they ever encountered such a perverse situation? Standing there in their nakedness, already subjected to the prying eyes of passers-by, was excruciating enough, not to mention the prospect of running such a distance in that state. They deliberated among themselves, resolutely deciding that they could not comply, otherwise, their reputations in Ninghai would be irreparably tarnished. They were ruffians, not fools to be ridiculed. Jump into the river. At that moment, the individual whose groin had been injured by Su Rui, suppressing the pain in his lower body, seized the opportunity while Su Rui was distracted and hastily climbed over the bridge's guardrail. The bridge stood at least 10 meters high, and as he leapt off, his back struck the water with a resounding splash, sending countless droplets flying. This impact would surely leave him disoriented. If they wished to avoid the indignity of running naked, their only option was to jump into the river. The other three, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, each one leaping into the water in their own state of undress. Yi Binglan shrugged her shoulders and remarked with a laugh, "It seems they are not heeding your orders." Su Rui watched the floundering figures in the water, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. Since they wish to swim, let them swim with all their might. They shall not resurface until utterly exhausted. As the group struggled in the water, believing they had narrowly escaped a calamity, they checked their bearings and began to swim toward the shore. Brother, this guy is ruthless. I'm in agony all over. It feels as though my bones are dislocated. We've completely lost face today. Once we reach the shore, we'll have to raid a clothing store for some garments to cover ourselves. What a disgrace. This is a lifelong humiliation. They continued to discuss amongst themselves as they swam, nearing the shore but oblivious to Su Rui's actions. On the bridge, a large truck loaded with bricks had come to a halt, and upon noticing that the driver was absent, Su Rui picked up 2 bricks and, with apparent effort, hurled them into the water. Ah! 2 anguished cries echoed from the depths. Yi Binglan was momentarily stunned. The straight-line distance was at least 20 meters. Yet Su Rui's seemingly casual throws had accurately struck the 2 men squarely on their backsides. How much training must it have taken to achieve such precision? Though the flesh on their posteriors was ample, the force of the bricks under the acceleration of gravity was undeniably painful. As the 2 individuals sank into the water, sputtering and choking, Su Rui shouted from the bridge railing, "Whoever dares to approach the shore again will face dire consequences." The 4 ruffians, genuinely frightened that another brick might come flying their way, promptly turned their backs. Thus, anyone attempting to reach the land would inevitably receive a brick from Su Rui, which in his hands became akin to a precision-guided missile, hitting its target without fail. Of course, even if those men remained floundering in the water, Su Rui, depending on his mood, might still reward them with a couple of bricks. Swimming is an exceedingly exhausting endeavor, especially under the duress of fear. As they swam, they were also haunted by the possibility of being struck by a brick, leading to a dual fatigue that was becoming unbearable for the ruffians. "Brother, I can't go on. I'm utterly drained." One groaned. "I'm spent too. Every part of me aches." After half an hour, they were completely worn out, all too aware of Su Rui's unwavering gaze. None dared to act out of line, uncertain whether the next brick might land on their heads. At such a height, a direct hit would likely result in catastrophic consequences. "Anyone willing to swim to the police station can take a breather," Su Rui called out. The mere mention of rest was irresistibly enticing to the four ruffians, who were utterly exhausted, feeling as though they were on the brink of collapse. If Su Rui continued to press them, they might very well become the first ruffians to drown from sheer fatigue. At that point, they wouldn't be martyrs, but rather complete fools. Better to endure embarrassment than to perish. Exchanging glances filled with despair, they reluctantly swam towards the shore, their bodies battered and pained beyond measure. Arms too weak to lift and legs too tired to kick. They were now driven solely by the instinct to survive. Should they fail to reach the surface in time, they might very well drown. Eventually, they crawled onto the riverbank, gasping for breath, their bodies feeling alien and numb from pain. "Hurry, do as I instructed, go to the police station and turn yourselves in. Anyone who dares to disobey will find themselves swimming no more. 5 kilometers away lies a large cesspool. I'll make sure you spend the entire day soaking in it." The mere thought of swimming in a cesspool sent shivers down their spines, and they wasted no time getting to their feet, disregarding the stares of onlookers. As they dashed away in a panicked frenzy, fearing another brick might come flying their way. As they sprinted past, pedestrians pulled out their phones to capture the scene, sharing it on social media, ensuring that these four would soon become infamous. Yi Binglan chuckled softly. "Your method appears to be quite effective." "Indeed," Su Rui replied. "Sometimes the law and government cannot address every issue, or rather, cannot resolve them effectively." Su Rui's words seemed to carry a profound significance. "Well, I must be off to work now. Thank you for today," Yi Binglan remarked. She had never spent such an extended period alone with a stranger, nor engaged in such reckless behavior. It truly felt quite astonishing. "Beautiful lady, since fate has brought us together, why not exchange contact information?" Su Rui chuckled. "Fate will allow us to meet again." Yi Binglan waved her hand with a smile and swiftly departed. "But I feel you are really familiar. We must have crossed paths before," Su Rui called out to her retreating figure. Upon returning to his room and taking a shower, Su Rui discovered that the Lin father and daughter had already parked their RV at the hotel entrance. Compared to the perilous adventures abroad, life domestically was indeed much more tranquil, allowing one to idly admire various exquisite beauties each day. Today, Lin Aoshue donned a flowing white chiffon gown complemented by a light pink blazer, exuding professionalism yet infused with a hint of vivacity. However, her enchanting face, capable of captivating countless men, remained devoid of expression, which was somewhat regrettable. Lin Fuzhong arrived late due to prior engagements, specifically instructing Lin Aoshue to personally pick up Su Rui for work and clarify the events from the previous evening. In the spacious vehicle, it was just the two of them, and Lin Aoshue felt a bit awkward, as Su Rui's gaze had been incessantly roaming over her face and figure since he entered. "What are you staring at?" Lin Aoshue's brows furrowed slightly. This fellow oscillated between being lecherous and serious, leaving her to wonder which was his true nature. "Of course, I am looking at you," Su Rui replied with a smirk. "I'm not blind. Sitting across from such a stunning beauty, how could I not look?" Lin Aoshue resolved to steer the conversation elsewhere, knowing that continuing on this topic would only further expose Su Rui's shamelessness. "What exactly happened last night?" Later, Lin Aoshue sent the driver out to investigate, and the findings revealed that the police had cordoned off the scene where 3 vehicles had caught fire and exploded, with those inside succumbing to gunfire. Upon receiving this news, Lin Aoshue remained silent, ultimately falling asleep only after 2 in the morning. She had once believed that terms like gunfire, explosions, and robbers belonged solely to the realms of film and television, distant from her reality. Yet, since Su Rui's arrival, such concepts seemed to have quietly encroached upon her life. Perhaps, the synthesis of Sanjiaoanluan was indeed a perilous endeavor. However, this represented a groundbreaking advancement in psychiatric medication, and Lin Aoshue, along with the research team at Bicon, had invested immense effort and resources into it. To abandon it now would not only be against her will, but likely unacceptable to the shareholders as well. Moreover, even if they relinquished the patent, Would the dark forces cease to pursue them? After all, the synthesis methods resided within her mind. Do you believe this attack was aimed at me? Lin Aoshua's voice remained cold. Or perhaps it was directed at the synthesis method of Sanjiao Onluan. It is possible, if you were to transfer the patent rights. While it may not entirely avert such incidents, it could significantly diminish the attention drawn to it. Su Rui pondered for a moment before speaking. Lin Aoshua fell silent. This synthesis method represented a monumental breakthrough for Baiken Pharmaceutical, invigorating the entire group with the exhilarating news, potentially positioning them as an industry monopolist. Lin Aoshua had already begun customizing a production line specifically for the synthesis of a certain compound, and plans for a new facility were underway, with substantial capital already invested. Withdrawing at this juncture would incur significant losses, severely undermining Baiken's vitality. Leaning languidly against the back of his chair, Su Rui observed Lin Aoshua, whose icy demeanor could not conceal her inner turmoil. He reassured her, saying, "You need not worry excessively, as long as I am here. Those individuals won't stir up much trouble." Lin Aoshua looked at Su Rui in astonishment, memories of last night's gunfire and explosions flooding her mind, and she nodded slightly. A man capable of effortlessly bringing in 20 million orders, a man held in high regard by her father, a man of mysterious composure. Lin Aoshua began to believe that Su Rui could indeed provide Baiken with a stable transitional period. Yet, she mused, surely, I cannot remain here forever. With a mischievous grin, Su Rui replied, if you were to plead with me to stay indefinitely, I just might oblige. What do you think? Lin Aoshua frowned. What a ridiculous proposition. This was a notorious rogue, and having such a lascivious character nearby was akin to setting a ticking time bomb. She would never agree to his permanent presence at Baiken. Arriving at the company in the chairman's designated vehicle, Su Rui rolled down the window as they passed the security office, greeting the personnel inside. Chen Dewu and others were on duty. And upon seeing the son-in-law seated in the luxury car, they quickly nodded and bowed with respect. Once the vehicle had entered, Chen Dewu's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Did you see? The president is indeed inside. It seems that Su Rui's position as son-in-law is secure. Indeed. We are fortunate not to have chosen the wrong side yesterday," several security personnel noted, relieved to have assisted Su Rui in teaching a lesson to In Xiumei. That ungrateful woman. Surely, he would remember their favor, and they would earn a favorable impression in return. Walking side by side into the headquarters, Su Rui and Lin Aoshua were met with attentive gazes from all around. Rumors had circulated that President Lin Aoshua personally invited Su Rui to her room the previous night, suggesting their relationship had indeed progressed. Given Lin Aoshua's character, such a public display could only signify a solid commitment. Meanwhile, in Zhang Kaibin's villa, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was time for work. Yet, the woman before him clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiumei, what are you doing crying like this? You need to go to work," he urged. "Zhang Kaibin, are you even a man? Your woman has been treated so poorly, and you still won't seek revenge for her?" In Xiumei cried, her hair disheveled and eyes swollen, devoid of her usual dignified appearance. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Kaibin replied, "Haven't I been trying to help you? I did not confront Bai Kong to seek retribution, did I? However, that individual hails from a prominent family in the capital, someone even Lin Fuzhong dares not offend. As a mere deputy director with little stature, to provoke such a scion of the Red Elite is akin to attempting to twist an arm with one's own. Yet, this cannot be allowed. One cannot simply stand by and watch as I am bullied. I do not care. I demand vengeance." In Xiumei relentlessly pounded Zhang Kaibin's chest, her frenzy seemingly unceasing through the night. Zhang Kaibin was thoroughly incensed. How could this woman not grasp the gravity of her actions? He had ascended to the position of deputy director of the Municipal Commerce Bureau solely through connections, devoid of any substantial background. If he were to recklessly provoke the powerful elite of the capital, he might not even realize how he met his demise. This reckless woman, how could she be so utterly selfish? The more Zhang Kaibin pondered, the angrier he became, and he raised his hand, delivering a sharp, resounding slap to In Xiumei. "Get away from me." With considerable force, he sent In Xiumei tumbling to the ground. She covered her stinging cheek, seemingly unable to comprehend that the man she loved most could strike her so forcefully. "I warn you, this matter is in the past. Do not mention it again. You will go to work at Bai Kong and act as if nothing has transpired. If you provoke any further trouble, beware that I might end this." After pointing a finger at In Xiumei, Zhang Kaibin slammed the door behind him as he left. In Xiaomei lay on the ground, her eyes filled with deep resentment, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Kaibin's words, as she incessantly murmured, "Fine, fine, fine. If you will not assist me, I shall act on my own. I will not rest until I eliminate him. I shall take them down." Su Rui and Lin Aoshue arrived at the market department S floor, with the latter heading toward the president's office on the opposite side of the corridor. Meanwhile, Su Rui leisurely took his seat amidst the admiring gazes of his colleagues, casually opening his computer. At that moment, a rather disheveled figure, looking somewhat apprehensive, entered the room. Upon seeing this figure, Su Rui instantly brightened, waving enthusiastically, "Hey, Chen Zhuangyuan. Good morning." The newcomer was indeed Chen Leigang, who had intended to slip in unnoticed, but Su Rui's seemingly warm greeting immediately drew all eyes upon him. Colleagues began to stifle laughter, murmuring amongst themselves, "He consumed so much phlegm yesterday. I wonder how he feels now. Is he really that impressive as the sales champion?" Su Rui just landed a 20 million deal, leaving his face swollen. How can he still show his face at work? The thought of yesterday's events made Chen Leigang feel queasy. After all, it had been half a cup of phlegm. Oh dear. He could not bear to think about it any longer. One must preserve their dignity. Even trees need their bark, and utility poles require concrete. Despite having resolved to endure the embarrassment for the sake of Baikong's generous rewards and clientele, Chen Leigang's muscles twitched uncontrollably upon hearing the gossip. Su Rui laughed heartily. Come, Chen Zhuangying, you must sit over here. I heard you are visiting clients today. Could you take me along? As a newcomer myself, I aspire to learn sales techniques from Chen Zhuangyuan." The crowd could no longer contain themselves. Su Rui was indeed quite audacious, having secured a staggering order worth 20 million yesterday, and now he was clamoring for Chen Leigang to accompany him on a client visit. Such relentless provocation was hardly fair. Chen Leigang feigned composure and coolly remarked, "I am not worthy. This year's sales champion is undoubtedly you. I dare not flaunt my skills in front of someone who has achieved such monumental success." Su Rui chuckled, finding the haughty demeanor of this fellow rather irksome. "I wonder if Chen Zhuangyuan felt unwell after returning home yesterday. We are in the same department. After all, let us not sour our camaraderie. How about I treat you to a bowl of 8 treasure porridge today? It will surely be richer than yesterday's. Even a clay figurine has its limits." And Su Rui's repeated taunts seemed to have pushed Chen Leigang past his breaking point. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed in anger, "Su, do not take your antics too far." Su Rui merely rolled his eyes and, pinching his nose, replied, "I have no interest in bullying someone as peculiar as you. After all your chatter, aren't you a bit parched? Should I ask our group leader Chao to fetch you another drink?" Upon hearing this, Chao Tianping coughed heavily from the side, realizing that Su Rui was only exacerbating the situation. "I shall report you to the director for undermining colleague relationships and disrupting the company atmosphere." Chen Leigang retorted angrily. "Go ahead, if you have the guts. Take it all the way to the chairman. Anyone who backs down is a coward." Su Rui shot back, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed, relishing the unfolding drama. Chen Leigang understood that in a profit-driven corporation, no management would dare to challenge a sales powerhouse capable of securing a 20 million order. Thus, his only recourse was to vent his frustration verbally. He certainly would not escalate the matter to the director. "I have no desire to waste further time with you." Su Rui suddenly recalled something and stood up, stating, "I must go to the finance department to collect my commission from Deputy Director Zhouan." The onlookers regarded Su Rui with envy, for that commission amounted to 200,000, enough to purchase 2 apartments in the suburbs of Ninghai. As Su Rui sauntered into the finance department, a piercing scream echoed in his ears. Hu Qianqian, upon seeing Su Rui, reacted as if she had encountered a celebrity, dropping a stack of files in her excitement. "Hu Qianqian, what are you doing?" Another colleague questioned. "You don't need to fawn over him at this moment. Although, he is rather handsome," another commented. Hu Qianqian pointed at the wryly smiling Su Rui, exclaiming, "Look, he is the one behind yesterday's 20 million order." At the mention of Hu Qianqian's words, the young women in the finance department gasped in awe. After all, such a monumental order was unprecedented, and they were all curious about what this prodigious salesman looked like. Today, their expectations were met. Handsome, wealthy, and capable. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a man? "Handsome, let us have a meal together." "Handsome, we want your autograph." The finance department is indeed characterized by an overwhelming presence of women, with the accountants being predominantly young ladies, each of whom has begun to cast flirtatious glances at Su Rue. Even though Su, the esteemed young master, possesses a thick skin, he finds it difficult to withstand such a barrage of sweet advances. He smiled at the crowd and then approached Secretary Hu Qianqian, saying, "Secretary Hu, I am here to see Director Zhou Ank." "You wish to see Director Zhou?" Hu Qianqian thought for a moment and swiftly grasped Su Rue's intent. With a smile, she replied, "Indeed, such a substantial bonus requires Director Zhou's approval. Come, I shall escort you." Upon reaching the door of Zhou Ank's office, Hu Qianqian knocked gently. A soft, melodious voice from within beckoned, "Please enter." The moment Su Rue heard that voice, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloping him. It was astonishing how a mere voice could evoke such a sensation. He even fancied that the speaker's vocal cords had been steeped in milk. The sound was so enchanting that he hoped the person behind it would not prove to be a disappointment. Hu Qianqian led Su Rue into the office, stating, "Director Zhou, this is Su Rue, who achieved a remarkable sales figure of 20 million yesterday." Upon seeing the figure seated behind the desk, Su Rue was momentarily dazzled. Dressed in a beige professional outfit, she embodied the essence of a typical Jiangnan woman, with long, flowing hair, porcelain skin, exquisite features, and eyes that sparkled like rippling autumn waters. She radiated an aura of tranquility, as if she had stepped out from a Jiangnan ink wash painting. She was Zhou Ank, the vice president of finance at the Baikon Group. To have attained such a high position at her age attests to her remarkable abilities. "Hello, Director Zhou." Su Rue greeted her with a smile, shaking her hand, which felt smooth to the touch. Unlike a certain lecher, he did not linger on the handshake, for he understood that different women necessitated different approaches. After all, one cannot always wear their desires so openly on their face. "Just call me by my name," Zhou Ank said with a smile, indicating her preference for her English name, as being addressed as Director Zhou felt somewhat peculiar to her. She had heard all about Su Rue's exploits, from his entanglements with Yin Xiaomei to his playful interactions with Chen Leigang, and of course, the rumors of him being Lin Aoshue's boyfriend. In a matter of days, Su Rue had become a figure of intrigue at Baikon. Zhou Ank handed him a check, saying, "This is your commission for yesterday's transaction, along with an additional bonus of 200,000 from the group, totaling 2,200,000. This marks the largest single bonus in Baikon's history. Congratulations." "Thank you," Su Rue replied, accepting the check and offering Zhou Ank what he believed to be a gentle and scholarly smile. However, after smiling, he felt a slight stiffness in his face, pondering whether he had perhaps overdone the pretense. Zhou Ank, appearing quite cheerful, jested, "You're welcome. With such a hefty bonus, I wonder when you might treat our entire finance department to a meal." Su Rue chuckled heartily. With so many lovely ladies in the finance department, dining with them is indeed a prospect I eagerly anticipate. Su Rue was acutely aware that he should not linger too long in Zhou Ank's office. Although he yearned to engage in further conversation with this enchanting girl, who seemed to have stepped out of an ink wash painting, he feared that his intentions might backfire. Unlike the icy Lin Aoshue, Zhou Ank was a different kind of woman. Once a negative impression was formed, it would be exceedingly difficult to rectify. Just as Su Rue was preparing to take his leave, his gaze fell upon a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall. Inscribed with the 4 characters, "Tranquility leads to depth," signed by Zhou Ank in the year of Wuyin. It appeared to be a recent creation, pinned by her own hand. This girl truly hailed from the picturesque Jiangnan region, and those 4 characters unreservedly conveyed her artistic sensibility, perfectly complementing her serene demeanor. Displaying a hint of surprise, Su Rue remarked, "You can write in calligraphy?" Zhou Ank smiled softly. "I practiced for a few years when I was young. What do you think? Care to offer your critique?" In truth, Zhou Ank regarded this piece as one of her better works. Otherwise, she would not have displayed it so prominently. Most who encountered it offered generic compliments, which she did not expect Su Rue to analyze deeply, considering it was merely a form of polite exchange. To Zhou Ank's astonishment, Su Rue stood there, arms crossed, seemingly immersed in genuine appreciation. She began to doubt whether he was merely putting on a facade. Yet as she observed his earnest expression, she dismissed her skepticism. Since arriving in Ninghai, Zhou Ank had never encountered a peer who could truly appreciate calligraphy. After observing Su Rue in silence for a minute, her heart began to swell with an unexpected anticipation. "To be honest, I cannot write calligraphy." Su Rue's admission momentarily dashed Zhou Ank's hopes. Indeed, Many people had long abandoned the art of calligraphy. Her sense of expectation crumbled, and her tone grew subdued. However, I can discern your emotions through these characters. Su Rue cast a knowing glance at Zhou Ank, his voice oscillating between restraint and elevation as he continued. Embodies a sense of tranquility and serenity. Tranquility is not mere blandness or mediocrity, but rather an enriching depth that resonates profoundly. Zhou Ank's hand quivered imperceptibly. She was not one to seek flattery. While many expressed superficial admiration for her calligraphy, they often failed to articulate what made it commendable. Yet Su Rue had ventured down a different path with his insightful words, echoing the very essence of the inner peace she sought. In this world, true kindred spirits are rare, and it is the tranquility of the heart that constitutes everlasting serenity. I believe the phrase, as serene as a maiden, aptly describes someone like you. Su Rue gently remarked. In that moment, his praise felt devoid of insincerity or obsequiousness, instead resonating with a comforting authenticity. I have never felt that an idiom could align so perfectly with an individual. You are truly the first. Su Rue spoke the truth. Today, as young women often succumb to restlessness and vanity, making it increasingly rare to encounter someone like Zhou Ank, who embodied the grace of a figure from an ink wash painting. Zhou Ank, a touch embarrassed, smiled and replied, Su Rue, your words are far too flattering for me to bear. All right, I shall refrain from flattering you for the moment, Su Rue chuckled. I hadn't finished my thoughts on this piece. Oh, do you have any additional insights regarding this artwork? Zhou Ank found Su Rue increasingly intriguing, evoking a sensation that was entirely distinct. Observing his earnest admiration for the calligraphy, she struggled to reconcile this man with the domineering CEO boyfriend depicted in legends. Indeed, it pertains to the script itself, Su Rue remarked with a slight smile. This character is rendered in a relatively simple semi-cursive style, though uncomplicated. It most effectively reflects one's skill and technique. Zhou Ank listened attentively, refraining from interruption, perhaps due to your inherent temperament. The overall impression of this piece appears somewhat delicate. A slight embellishment on certain strokes could yield a markedly different effect. Is that so? What insights do you possess? Zhou Ank's expression shifted to one of surprise. If Su Rue's earlier comments had seemed somewhat pretentious, this was undeniably a point well made. Consider this. If the vertical stroke of the character were to be slightly curved, and the component of were to be drawn more straight, would that not alter the character's essence? Zhou Ank furrowed her brow, contemplating Su Rue's suggestion. Gradually, her expression relaxed, and her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Has the delicate quality diminished, replaced by a more carefree aura? Su Rue inquired, observing Zhou Ank's reaction and silently commending himself. Ah, you are truly remarkable, Zhou Ank exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. She had never imagined that merely altering two strokes could transform the entire character's disposition. If the previous script was characterized by a tender fragility, the revised version exuded an air of elegance and vigor. You possess considerable skill, she praised sincerely. Flattered by her compliment, Su Rue seemed momentarily lost in pride. Winking as he remarked, actually, my prowess extends far beyond this. This statement carried myriad implications, especially coming from a man to a woman, steeped in subtle undertones. Had Shui Riyun been present, she would have undoubtedly teased him, but Zhou Ank remained blissfully unaware of any such connotations. You are already quite impressive, Zhou Ank affirmed earnestly. Having practiced calligraphy under the guidance of her elders since childhood, she recognized that Su Rue's discerning eye rivaled that of her mentors. The ability to alter merely two strokes and transform the character's essence was no small feat. Su Rue was undoubtedly a prodigy in the art of calligraphy. As he gazed at the character, Su Rue slowly shook his head. You are from Shijiang, are you not? Zhou Ank, somewhat taken aback, responded, Yes, I am from Shijiang. But how did you know? With a gentle smile, Su Rue replied, The moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed you were a woman hailing from the southern water towns, and now I am even more convinced. Zhou Ank listened intently. Her curiosity piqued as she awaited his elaboration. This cursive script, upon initial glance, appears to be no different from ordinary fonts. However, a closer inspection reveals subtle variations that exude a tranquil and harmonious aura. The elegance of this typeface, along with the finesse of its strokes, indicates to me that it is the Lian Tang style, suggesting your origins are from Lian Tang town in Shijiang. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Zhou Ank's teacup fell to the floor. Fortunately, The crystal cup was of high quality. Otherwise, it would have shattered into fragments. Who is this Su Rue? Able to discern one's hometown merely from a piece of writing? Observing Zhou Ang's astonished expression, Su Rue smiled gently, bending down to retrieve the cup and placing it carefully on the desk. There is no need for such astonishment, as the Lian Tang style may not be widely renowned. Yet I possess some knowledge of it. Legend has it that this script was created by the first daughter-in-law of a prominent family in Liantang town, thus possessing a touch of femininity while lacking in masculinity. It was traditionally practiced by the descendants of that family and gradually spread throughout the town, though it remains largely unknown outside its borders. Zhou Ang's shock was profound, stirring tumultuous waves within her. She genuinely felt as though she had encountered a ghost. How could Su Rue be so extraordinary? He was indeed more remarkable than any detective unraveling a case. I have heard whispers that the head of that distinguished family bears the surname Zhou, a lineage that has endured for centuries, Su Rue remarked, his words striking with an undeniable impact. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from that illustrious family. Never underestimate the number of extraordinary individuals in this world, nor judge by appearances. Zhou Ang could never have anticipated that a mere employee from the marketing department of Baikan could transform the essence of a piece of writing with just a few alterations, even deducing her familial background from it. Outside of Liantang town, scarcely anyone is familiar with the Liantang script, and among the younger generation in the town, the desire to practice calligraphy is dwindling. They probably do not even know what the Liantang style is, yet Su Rue is aware. You are truly remarkable. Zhou Ang remained in a state of astonishment, as Su Rue's display was an overwhelming shock to anyone. Observing her slightly parted lips, Su Rue found her utterly charming. He winked and said, I have heard that the lotus flowers in your hometown are extraordinarily beautiful. If you return there next time, would you be so kind as to take me along? In truth, Su Rue spoke this half-jokingly, as such a request could indeed pose a challenge for a woman who would invite a man they barely knew to visit their family. It would be tantamount to publicly declaring him as her boyfriend. However, Zhou Ang did not perceive it that way. Instead, she responded with a hint of excitement, saying, certainly. It is rare to meet someone who understands the Liantang style, and I will definitely take you to Liantang town. Su Rue beamed, stating, then it is settled, but you must not go back on your word. Zhou Ang smiled brightly, her femininity evident as she brushed her hair back. I certainly want tea. Very well. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Before departing, Su Rue casually cast a long line. All right. Due to the nature of the Liantang body, Zhou Ang currently held an exceedingly favorable impression of Su Rue, and thus she readily accepted his invitation without a moment's hesitation. Once Su Rue exited Zhou Ang's office, the inquisitive Hu Qianqian promptly approached him, inquiring, Hey, handsome, what exactly did you discuss with our general manager in there? Do you realize you are the longest-staying man I have ever seen in her office? Is that so? Su Rue replied, scratching his nose with a wry smile. What an honor it is. You truly do not know? Our general manager has numerous admirers. Yet neither male friends nor colleagues have ever lingered in her office for even 10 minutes. You have indeed broken new ground. Su Rue had not considered this aspect. He wondered why men were seldom allowed to remain longer in her office. Was she perhaps averse to cleanliness? Women are indeed a perplexing enigma. Hey, handsome. With such a substantial bonus, aren't you going to express your gratitude? Hu Qianqian, clutching a hefty stack of documents, chattered incessantly behind him. As Su Rue glanced around, he noticed the young women from the finance department gazing at him with hopeful eyes. He then retrieved his wallet and pulled out a substantial wad of red bills, at least a dozen, shoving them into Hu Qianqian's hands. Hu Qianqian, I have been too busy to treat anyone these past few days. Could you please grab a few dozen cups of coffee from Starbucks downstairs? Consider it my tribute to the lovely ladies of the finance department. Yay! Before Su Rue's words had fully settled, jubilant cheers erupted from the shared workspace of the finance department. Such generosity from the handsome guy. He is far more magnanimous than that Chun Lei, who, after receiving his commission, wouldn't even splurge on a cup of milk tea. With such charm and wealth, why aren't you ladies making a move? The finance department's ladies chattered excitedly, and Su Rue quickly became the center of their conversation. Unexpectedly, just 2 minutes after Su Rue had left, he returned. Hu Qianqian and several colleagues were preparing to head downstairs for coffee when they saw him reappear and couldn't help but ask in surprise, Su, are you not going to reclaim the money for our coffee? Su Rue chuckled, of course not. I feel a remarkable connection with the lovely ladies of the finance department. Merely treating you to coffee would be far too trivial. What do you plan to do then? Hu Qianqian tilted her head, increasingly impressed by Su Rui. This newcomer was truly quite astute. I am unaware of how many beauties the finance department comprises, so I have reserved a table for 50 at the Baruto Western Restaurant. And the payment has already been made over the phone. It is worth noting that the Baruto Western Restaurant is considered quite upscale in Ninghai, with individual meals costing several hundred yuan. A reservation for 50 would undoubtedly amount to tens of thousands. Moreover, such a high-end restaurant is not frequented by the average white-collar worker. It is likely that not a single one of the ladies from the finance department has ever dined at Baruto. Long live the handsome guy. Upon hearing this, Hu Qianqian raised her arm in a triumphant cheer. With one leading the way, the entire finance department joined in the spirited chorus. Hu Qianqian exclaimed once more, "Sisters, let us bask in the glory of the handsome Su as we gather for dinner at Baruto tonight." Hooray! The cheer erupted anew, with Su Rui emerging as the darling of the finance department. Su Rui had already departed for some time, yet Zhou Ank remained transfixed by the tranquil and profound calligraphy, seemingly oblivious to the jubilant sounds outside. Over the years spent studying and working away from home, opportunities to return had dwindled, yet the longing for her hometown, its lotus flowers, its script, its people, grew ever stronger. The Liantang script, once a staple for every child in Liantang town, had gradually faded from memory. But when Zhou Ank heard those 3 words from Su Rui, who could fathom the delight that surged within the heart of the vice president of finance at Baiken Group? Gazing at the calligraphy, Zhou Ank suddenly rose, tiptoed, and delicately removed it, carefully rolling it up and placing it in an exquisite box. No matter how fine the treasure, it deserves to be held by those who can appreciate it. Otherwise, it would be like a pearl cast into obscurity. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Zhou Ank looked up and said, "Come in." Hu Qianqian entered with a smile. "Director Zhou, I wonder if you have time this evening?" "What is it?" "Well, Su Rui said he would treat everyone in the finance department to dinner at Baruto Restaurant and has reserved a room. If you have time, you could join us." "Su Rui is treating you all to dinner?" "Yes, but not exactly. He himself is unavailable, but he has secured the reservation for us to enjoy." Hu Qianqian clarified. "I see." Zhou Ank smiled as she inquired, "Qianqian, tell me the truth. Did you coax him into it again?" Hu Qianqian quickly waved her hands. "Director Zhou, I wouldn't dare. This was initiated by Su Rui himself." "Very well, suit yourself." Zhou Ank was well aware of the situation. Hu Qianqian was quite clever and had likely coaxed Su Rui into this meal. Such incidents were not uncommon, though it was rare to encounter someone as generous as Su Rui. Upon returning to the marketing department, Su Rui settled down leisurely, reflecting on the applause he had enjoyed in the finance department. It was indeed a pleasant feeling. Men are such vain creatures. Chun Lei had just taken his seat. Outwardly, he appeared to be gathering client information, but inwardly, he seethed with resentment. For Su Rui had overshadowed him entirely in just a few days. How dull, Su Rui mused as he glanced at the computer. Opting instead to continue watching the match, he could very well be considered the happiest employee at Baiken. At that moment, a commotion suddenly stirred in the marketing department. Typically, whenever a beauty graced the office, a ripple of excitement would ensue. Yet this time, it was none other than Zhou Ank, the deputy director of finance. Ever since Su Rui joined the marketing department, the frequency of beautiful visitors had notably increased. Even Zhou Ank, who seldom appeared before the crowd, had made her way here. As she walked directly towards Su Rui, many gazes filled with envy followed her. In modern society, few women possess an ethereal grace reminiscent of ancient elegance, as does Zhou Ank. This classical beauty cannot be feigned. It must emanate from one's very essence. As she gracefully emerged from the elevator, it seemed as though a refreshing breeze swept through the entire hall. Su Rui rose, momentarily astonished, and inquired, "What brings you here?" The informal address elicited a peculiar sensation among the onlookers. While Zhou Ank occasionally allowed others to call her by her English name, this was, after all, China, a culture vastly different from that of foreign corporations. Who would dare to address a senior vice president of finance so casually? At that moment, Su Rui's use of Zhou Ank's English name suggested a familiarity between them, leading to whispers of admiration regarding the president's boyfriend. "I've come to present this to you," Zhou Ank said, placing an exquisite, elongated box on Su Rui's desk. "Oh, is this the calligraphy piece?" Su Rui asked, surprised by her gesture. Indeed. I didn't expect you to guess it, Zhou Ank replied, her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Her appearance and demeanor were impeccable, yet it was her voice, smooth and delicate, that captivated the attention of the men in marketing, rendering them weak-kneed. That Zhou Ank would voluntarily give a gift to a man was astonishing. Did she have an interest in the president's partner? Now, that is what one might call charm. Compared to Su Rue, their usual methods of courting women seemed utterly feeble. But isn't this your prized possession? Why gift it to me? Su Rue questioned. It deserves to be in the hands of someone who understands it. I have never encountered anyone familiar with Lien Tang's style. You are the only one, so I wish to gift it to you, Zhou Ank responded, casually brushing her hair. This simple gesture nearly caused the men present to swoon. Indeed, she was a renowned classical beauty, exuding femininity in every movement. Then I shall graciously accept, Su Rue declared, opening the box to admire its contents. For this piece, I must treat you to dinner. Zhou Ank laughed. I already have dinner plans for the next few days. I'll call you when I have time. Having encountered someone who genuinely appreciates Lien Tang's style, Zhou Ank felt an unguarded connection. Su Rue's previous remarks in her office had stirred a profound longing for her homeland. Once Zhou Ank departed, Chao Tianping approached with an air of mystery, saying, Hey, Su Rue, what are your secrets for charming women? Please share. Charm? What charm? I exude an aura of dominance that cannot be contained, Su Rue retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Chao Tianping's belly. If you wish to attract women, you should first shed that excess weight. What woman fancies a hefty man? Why wouldn't they like a plump fellow? Softness can be quite appealing, Chao Tianping pondered aloud. Su Rue rolled his eyes in exasperation. The moment they see your flabby form, they know you are lacking in bed. Su Rue's words nearly left Chao Tianping speechless. At that moment, Lin Aoshue emerged from her office, followed closely by two individuals resembling researchers. Where is Miss Aoshue headed? Su Rue inquired of Chao Tianping. Miss Aoshue, please. The president is en route to the laboratory. Though she holds the title of president, she also serves as the director of the technical department. Upon hearing this, Su Rue promptly rose and hurried after Lin Aoshue. Chao Tianping silently gave a thumbs up. The life of an impressive character requires no explanation. After all, having just attracted Zhou Ank to present a gift, he was now eagerly trailing behind the president, truly the pinnacle of courtship. What are you following me for? Lin Aoshue queried without turning, fully aware of Su Rue's presence behind her. I wish to see what the laboratories of Baiken Group are like, Su Rue shamelessly replied. Moreover, this world is fraught with danger, so I must ensure your safety wherever you go, understand? His voice was sufficiently loud for half the marketing department to overhear, prompting a series of suppressed coughs as they stifled their laughter at his audacity, which had reached an extraordinary level. Lin Aoshue did not refuse further. She proceeded to the changing room, donned a full white protective suit, and entered the laboratory without uttering a word to Su Rue. He attempted to follow her inside, but was halted by the two researchers. This is a sterile, dust-free laboratory. Entry is prohibited without proper disinfection. Scratching his head, Su Rue conceded. All right, Lin Aoshue, you're quite formidable. In fact, Lin Aoshue stood just behind the laboratory door, not having ventured far, listening to Su Rue's murmurs. She raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of light seemingly flickering in her icy gaze. Dejected, Su Rue returned to his seat. After fiddling with his phone for a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked Chao Tianping, Hey, Team Leader Chao, do you know of any local gangs that have the character Yang in their name? During his first encounter with the stalker, Su Rue had extracted the name Yang from the scarred man's lips, but unfortunately, before he could finish, a speeding vehicle had tragically ended his life. Recalling that mysterious individual's exceptional driving skills, Su Rue couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yang, Chao Tianping, not being involved in the underworld, appeared puzzled. Well then, if you don't know, I shall inquire with Lin Fuzhong. With that, Su Rue ambled over to Lin Fuzhong's office. Rarely one to knock, especially with familiar colleagues, he pushed open the door to find Market Department Director Shuirin seated inside, reporting on her work. Dressed in a cherry-red blazer paired with pristine white trousers, she showcased her figure even without revealing any skin. Upon seeing Su Rue enter, Lin Fuzhong greeted him with a broad smile, rising to say, Su Rue, you've come. Please, take a seat. Shui Ruyun, slightly taken aback, noted that despite her astute perception of Su Rue's remarkable status, it was uncommon to see Lin Fuzhong stand to welcome anyone. I'm not here for anything in particular, just hoping to inquire about a certain individual with Lin Gu, Su Rui said as he settled into a chair, crossing his legs casually. Upon hearing the name Brother Lin, Shui Riyun maintained a facade of composure, yet her heart was utterly astonished. This Su Rui appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet he was on such familiar terms with the formidable figure in the domestic pharmaceutical industry, Lin Fuzhong. When Lin Fuzhong uttered these words, he cast a glance at Shui Riyun without any intent to conceal his regard for her, clearly indicating that this exquisite woman held the chairman's profound trust. Are there any individuals from the underworld in the local area whose names include the character Yang? Su Rui inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Of course, they need not necessarily be from the underworld. They could also belong to prominent families within major corporations. Lin Fuzhong, taken aback, asked, "Why do you inquire about this, my young friend?" "I suspect that the events of the past 2 days were orchestrated by this individual," Su Rui replied. At this revelation, Lin Fuzhong's expression grew grave. It was a matter he too needed to investigate, as it had already threatened the safety of his daughter and himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fuzhong shook his head, admitting, "I truly had not considered who it might be." At that moment, Shui Riyun lifted her head and tentatively suggested, "Could it be Liang?" "Liang?" Lin Fuzhong appeared momentarily bewildered. "How did I not think of him? It must be him. Who is this Liang?" Su Rui's brow furrowed further. He was the leader of the Qinglong gang in Ninghai, and his entire family was entrenched in illicit activities. Years ago, he inherited his father's position and became the head of the gang, committing numerous crimes over the years. However, the police had been unable to gather substantial evidence against him, often hampered by the intricate web of connections he maintained. Moreover, Liang had cultivated excellent relations with the upper echelons of Ninghai, having established himself deeply in the region over many years. He could certainly be described as a local tyrant. With numerous establishments under his control, his wealth was estimated to be in the tens of billions. Listening to Shui Riyun recount these details, Su Rui raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "It seems that President Shui is quite well versed in matters of the underworld." Shui Riyun smiled, her expression appearing quite natural. "I have heard others speak of it." Lin Fuzhong fell silent. If this incident was indeed orchestrated by Liang, it would pose a considerable challenge. A powerful dragon cannot easily subdue a local snake, especially since Baiken was a legitimate enterprise, despite its substantial size. It would struggle to contend with the traditional gangs of the area. "I require detailed information on Liang. Brother Lin, could you provide it to me within half a day?" Su Rui leaned forward, his expression serious. "This matter is of great importance, and I trust you understand." Lin Fuzhong's demeanor shifted, and he replied, "Very well. I will immediately commence this task and ensure that Li Yang's detailed information is on your desk before the end of the workday." At that moment, Shui Riyun interjected, "Chairman, I have a dinner engagement tonight. I wonder if I could borrow Su Rui for a while." Upon hearing this, Su Rui rolled his eyes. What was this alluring woman up to? What did she mean by borrow? "I am a man, not a tool to be lent at will." Lin Fuzhong found himself in a quandary. Having witnessed Su Rui's exceptional capabilities, he had developed a sense of reliance on this young man. With him escorting Aoshua home, her journey would undoubtedly be much safer. After all, the safety of his daughter was of utmost priority. Indeed, this is the manifestation of the psychological struggle of transitioning from luxury to frugality. Had Su Rui not made an appearance, Lin Fuzhong would not have harbored such thoughts. Observing Lin Fuzhong's expression, Shui Riyun realized he had misunderstood her intent. "We recently became suppliers for Suk Company, and they have invited me to dinner tonight. Chairman, as you know, Suk Company bears the shadow of the Qinglong gang." Lin Fuzhong's eyes brightened. "Very well, Su Rui, would you accompany Riyun this evening?" Su Rui shrugged. "I have no objections. It would be beneficial to draw closer to Li Yang through this occasion. We cannot allow him to launch unprovoked attacks while we remain defenseless." Lin Fuzhong nodded in agreement. "However, you must also bolster security around Ao Shui." "I understand, for now. They do not dare to be overly brazen," Lin Fuzhong remarked. "Brother, since the chairman has spoken, you shall be my responsibility tonight." Shui Riyun winked, her voice nearly dripping with seduction. Upon finishing work, Su Rui chose not to ride with Lin Ao Shui, but instead departed alongside Shui Riyun, leaving everyone astonished. It appeared he intended to woo every beautiful woman in the company in a matter of days. Shui Riyun's vehicle was a robust Range Rover, a choice seldom made by women. The car, owned by the director of the marketing department, was undoubtedly worth a handsome sum, indicating that her position was quite lucrative. Su Rui opened the passenger door and settled in, a subtle fragrance enveloping the interior. The pressure in this position was palpable. "Dear brother, please refrain from calling me Director Shui. Just call me Ryunjia," she said with a playful wink, her alluring gaze inadvertently revealing her charm. "Enchantress, you would do well to refrain from employing such tactics in the car. Do you realize how perilous that is?" Su Rui chuckled, fully aware he could not allow himself to appear diminished in front of such a formidable woman. "Oh, I believe you are a gentleman at heart," she replied. Perhaps due to the warmth within the car, prior to starting the engine, Shui Riyun removed her cherry-red blazer, revealing a white blouse underneath. The thin fabric, illuminated by the light, appeared somewhat translucent from Su Rui's perspective, the faint yellow hue becoming quite evident. Once Shui Riyun fastened her seatbelt, her curves became even more pronounced, undeniably resembling surging waves. Su Rui stole a glance, nearly succumbing to a nosebleed. "Avert your gaze, avert your gaze." He promptly directed his eyes elsewhere, realizing that sharing a car with a beautiful woman was indeed a delightful experience, especially when they secured their seatbelts. "Enchantress, where do you hail from?" Su Rui inquired. "From Nanyang province in the south," Shui Riyun replied, seemingly unperturbed by Su Rui's choice of address. "Is a beauty like you accustomed to life in Ninghai?" He continued. "What does it matter? Life forces us to adapt. We have little choice in the matter." As she spoke, Shui Riyun's brows subtly flickered. "And you? Where do you come from?" "Ah," Su Rui pondered before responding with a smile. "I am from Huaxia." "You are not very straightforward, dear brother," she teased. Shui Riyun presumed that Su Rui was reluctant to address her inquiry. "I am quite sincere. I myself am oblivious to my origins. Ever since I can remember, I have resided in an orphanage, which happened to be located in Ninghai. Given the passage of so many years, it must have long ceased to exist," Su Rui reflected. "Those bygone days often resurface unexpectedly, shaken free of dust beneath the sun's rays." Upon hearing this, Shui Riyun cast a surprised glance at Su Rui, astonished that this seemingly cynical man harbored such a past. A flicker of complexity glimmered in her eyes. "I apologize. No need for that. It is nothing of consequence." Su Rui waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "So, to return to the matter at hand, I truly do not know where my roots lie." Shui Riyun chuckled, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. "It seems we are fellow townsfolk from Huaxia. I previously perused the extensive dossier that old Lin prepared regarding Liang. He epitomizes a quintessential gang leader. I suspect the events of a few days ago were indeed orchestrated by him." Su Rui's intuition was unfailingly precise, particularly regarding people, and he did not regard Shui Riyun as a stranger. He candidly shared his assessment. "That is plausible. After all, he is a formidable figure in Ninghai's underworld." Shui Riyun nodded in agreement. "Formidable figure?" Su Rui raised an eyebrow at this remark, a sardonic expression gracing his features. "I have examined his records, and if a person of his caliber can be deemed a formidable figure, then it seems such individuals are rampant in this world." Shui Riyun chuckled softly, believing Su Rui to be boasting. After all, Liang was the underworld boss of Ninghai. What level of prowess must one possess to be considered formidable in Su Rui's eyes? To dominate all of Huaxia? Certainly. If Shui Riyun had heard of the 12 deities of the Western underworld, she would not have doubted Su Rui's words. Under Zeus, the 12 deities shone like 12 radiant suns, illuminating the skies of the Western underworld with their splendor. Understanding that Shui Riyun harbored skepticism towards his claims, Su Rui merely smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Yet, Shui Riyun found herself feeling a sense of disorientation at Su Rui's calm demeanor. Could what this man asserted truly hold merit? Despite his youthful visage and irreverent smile, there was an occasional expression that betrayed a profound weariness, incongruent with his age. Strangely, these seemingly contradictory traits coexisted in Su Rui, harmoniously embodying an essence that felt singular and devoid of conflict. "To which hotel are we headed?" Su Rui inquired. "We are going to Wadojia Hotel. I have heard the cuisine is splendid, though it is said the Qinglong gang's influence lurks behind this establishment," Shui Riyun replied. "Fairy, do you often attend banquets alone?" Su Rui acknowledged that Shui Riyun, as the marketing director of Baikan Group, likely engaged in frequent social gatherings. However, given her alluring appearance, one could not help but wonder how men in the business realm could maintain their composure in her presence, particularly after indulging in drink. The allure of her curves and the charm of her expressions were undeniably lethal. Beacon is a reputable company, and its chairman promotes transparency in operations. In reality, such social engagements are infrequent unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, even if I were to attend a banquet, I would ensure the company of several male colleagues. Shui Ryun was acutely aware of the inherent dangers in this scenario. She cast a glance at Su Rue, her smile imbued with undeniable allure. The implication behind her words was unmistakable. Although this smile is presented before you, it does not signify that everyone is privy to it. I, Shui Ryun, am not a frivolous woman. Su Rue returned her gaze, deliberately lingering for a moment on her pronounced D-colletage, before lecherously remarking, I genuinely fear I might lose control. Shui Ryun discerned that, despite Su Rue's seemingly lascivious demeanor, there was an absence of desire in his eyes when directed towards her. He was a man adept at concealing his true self, with formidable self-discipline. Perhaps a woman nurtured in an environment like Lin Aoshue's might fail to perceive such depth. But Shui Ryun, raised in extraordinary circumstances, possessed insights and emotional acuity that surpassed those of ordinary women. The establishment of Vida and the hotel business was thriving, renowned for its Ninghai local cuisine. Upon alighting from the vehicle, they were greeted by Li Zhilong, the general manager of Suk Company, who awaited them at the entrance. Li Zhilong was a burly figure, his eyes squished into a line by his chubby face, a prominent beer belly protruding, adorned with a gold chain thick as a pinky finger, a quintessential nouveau riche stereotype. Upon seeing the alluring Shui Ryun emerge from the car, he excitedly rubbed his hands together. Suk Company, established by Li Yang, was a pharmaceutical enterprise leveraging an extensive network in Ninghai to engage in the drug trade, essentially functioning as a typical underworld operation. The successful negotiation of a partnership with Beacon Group was a significant triumph for them, as aligning with such a pharmaceutical giant is no small feat. Li Zhilong's accomplishment would undoubtedly enhance his standing in Li Yang's eyes. Having navigated the underbelly of Ninghai for so long, Li Zhilong was ruthless and decisive. Yet he exhibited two glaring flaws. Firstly, he was arrogant, often losing his bearings after a few drinks, disregarding anyone but Li Yang. On one occasion, he even harassed the sister-in-law of the deputy mayor while intoxicated, a situation that could have spiraled out of control had she not been of a similarly reckless disposition. His second flaw was an insatiable lust. He was known to require the company of two women each night to ensure restful slumber. Rumors abounded that Beacon Group was teeming with beauties, and while he could not aspire to women of Lin Aoshue's caliber, Shui Ryun, as a mature woman, might be within his reach. This evening's banquet was not merely an occasion for exchanging sentiments and celebrating their successful collaboration. He also harbored ambitions for a deeper connection with Shui Ryun. When Li Zhilong laid eyes on Su Rue, who followed closely behind Shui Ryun, his expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure and smiled once more. Dining alongside a young man of questionable character. Humph, does Li Zhilong take me for whom? Li Zhilong, after all, is considered a mid-level leader within the Qinglong gang, and he would hardly regard an ordinary youth with any seriousness. The establishment of Waideojia and the hotel is, without doubt, the territory of the Qinglong gang. Mr. Shui, welcome. Li Zhilong extended his large, furry, and dark hand, clasping it with Shui Ryun's delicate one. Su Rue could clearly discern the hesitation in Shui Ryun's demeanor. Indeed, shaking hands with such a character was rather distasteful. As their hands met, Li Zhilong couldn't help but chuckle, remarking how cool and fragile her hand felt, making it difficult for him to let go. The individuals standing behind Li Zhilong wore knowing expressions. They too felt an urge stirring within them. Who wouldn't want to conquer a mature woman like Shui Ryun? Who wouldn't wish to have her beneath them? After a second or two, noticing that Li Zhilong showed no intention of releasing her hand, Shui Ryun attempted to withdraw, only to find his grip too firm to escape. Su Rue stood nearby, a cold glimmer flashing in his smile. Mr. Li, shouldn't we proceed inside? Shui Ryun glanced at Su Rue before reminding Li Zhilong. The latter chuckled awkwardly, finally loosening his grip, scratching his slicked back hair, and stating, I was blinded by Mr. Shui's beauty. Su Rue quietly muttered, country bumpkin. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it was precisely audible to Li Zhilong. Country bumpkin? Li Zhilong's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Su Rue. What did you say? Years ago, when Li Zhilong first arrived in Ninghai, he had indeed been subjected to such insults, but ever since he had aligned himself with Li Yang and gradually made a name for himself, others addressed him with respect as Brother Long. Who would dare to belittle a mid-level leader of the Qinglong gang now? The men behind Li Jiong glared at Su Rui with threatening expressions, ready to pounce should he utter any further disrespectful words. Shui Ruyun gently tapped Su Rui's arm, signaling him to tread carefully, then smiled as she explained, "Mr. Li, I believe you misheard. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Su Rui, a business elite from our biking group, who is quite likely to secure the top sales position this year. Oh, I've long admired you." Li Jiong recognized the need to ease the tension and shot a cold glance at Su Rui. Su Rui returned the look to Shui Ruyun before turning back to Li Jiong with a slight smile, saying, "I too have long admired your esteemed reputation, Mr. Li. Despite the somewhat unpleasant encounter, it should not affect the camaraderie between the two parties." In a bid to win Shui Ruyun's favor, Li Jiong ordered a lavish spread of delicacies from Waidaojia and brought a case of Wuliangya, cheerfully proclaiming, "Mr. Shui, let us toast to the mutual development of our companies. We must not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." While speaking, Li Jiong couldn't resist stealing glances at Shui Ruyun's bosom, as if the softness and allure could be felt solely through sight. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a ghost of elegance. In Li Jiong's perspective, the mere thought of burying his face in Shui Ruyun's bosom and inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, even to the point of asphyxiation, seemed entirely worthwhile. At the dining table, 8 out of 10 were from Suker Company, leaving only Shui Ruyun and Su Rui, appearing somewhat outnumbered. The ambience was charged with the promise of revelry. Shui Ruyun cast a glance at Su Rui before addressing Li Jiong, inquiring about the drinking arrangements for the evening, expressing concern about their ability to withstand such a formidable assembly. She understood that pitted against 8, both she and Su Rui would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, as these ruffians from the Qinglong gang would not kindly escort them back to their hotel. Li Jiong chuckled, seemingly envisioning the night's indulgences, determined to keep Shui Ruyun at ease. Should she grow wary and refuse to drink, it would complicate matters significantly. It was quite simple, really. All present were genuine men. "Let us do it this way, Su Rui," he proposed. "We shall drink in rounds, with each of you taking half a cup." It was evident that Li Jiong was intent on getting Su Rui intoxicated to facilitate his advances towards Shui Ruyun. Su Rui remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the substantial cup before him, containing no less than 2 yang of liquor. If Shui Ruyun were to drink half a cup each time, that would amount to a significant consumption of high-proof liquor. Who could possibly withstand such a quantity? Li Jiong's intentions were far from honorable. Shui Ruyun's smile faded slightly as she replied, "Mr. Li, our collaboration is indeed a cause for celebration. Had I known of your propensity for alcohol, I would have brought along some of my colleagues with greater tolerance. Today, however, it seems rather difficult. Perhaps I could partake of 1/3 of the cup, while Su Rui takes half. What do you think?" Before Li Jiong could respond, one of his subordinates eagerly interjected, "What does Shui Ruyun mean by that? The deeper our bond, the more we must drink. If you refuse to join us, it implies a lack of respect for your brothers and Suker Company. To disdain Suker Company is to disdain the Qinglong gang, and to scorn the Qinglong gang is to scorn our esteemed Mr. Liang." In the face of such rhetoric, Shui Ruyun felt increasingly beleaguered. Reasoning with these individuals was futile, as they were nothing more than uncouth ruffians devoid of sophistication. She began to regret her decision to attend this gathering. Su Rui cast a cold glance at the group across the table, remarking, "What is all the shouting about? Is it merely a ploy to get us to drink more? Must you speak in such convoluted terms?" Beneath the table, Shui Ruyun discreetly kicked Su Rui, urging him to exercise caution. Impulsiveness was ill-advised at this moment. "Are you not a man?" shouted Huang Mao, sitting beside Li Jiong, as he slammed a bottle of Wuliangya onto the table with a flourish. "If you are a man, then drink with me." Su Rui appeared visibly irritated, glaring defiantly. "If we're drinking, then we must uphold our reputation as employees of the biking group. How could we possibly show weakness in front of Suka Company?" His reaction resembled that of an impulsive youth. Provoked, he charged forward in indignation. Upon hearing Su Rui's words, Li Jiong was instantly elated. After all, youthfulness often accompanies a certain naivety. This reckless young man seemed oblivious to the darker aspects of society. If he could be intoxicated, then Shui Ruyun would be left alone, and he would have no trouble maneuvering her into his bed. Upon realizing that Su Rui had fallen for the bait, Shui Ruyun anxiously attempted to signal him, but he stubbornly refused to glance her way. Li Jiong, catching on, signaled to Huang Mao, who promptly uncorked a bottle, retrieved a tall glass, and filled it generously for Su Rue. The glass appeared to contain no less than half a gin, filled with potent liquor at 52 degrees. A swift gulp could easily leave someone inebriated. Seeing that her subtle signals were ineffective, Shui Ruyun resorted to nudging Su Rue with her foot under the table. Yet, Su Rue remained unresponsive, his gaze fixated with excitement on the glass of liquor. Undeterred, Shui Ruyun continued her playful kicks, which seemed lighthearted, almost as if she were teasing him. From a distance, one might mistake their interactions for flirtation. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Rue's mouth as he reached beneath the table, gently resting his hand on Shui Ruyun's thigh. Though separated by a thin layer of fabric, he could distinctly feel its alluring softness. This woman, oozing temptation from every pore, was undeniably captivating. When Su Rue's hand grasped her thigh, Shui Ruyun froze momentarily, extending her own hand to pry his away. However, her strength was no match for his. No matter how she exerted herself, she could not dislodge that audacious hand. The two continued their clandestine antics beneath the table, oblivious to the rest of the gathering, who remained unaware of the unfolding drama. Does she think I am such an easy woman? Shui Ruyun fumed internally, intending to pinch Su Rue's hand in retaliation. But to her surprise, he merely pinched her thigh before relinquishing his hold. Quite the delightful sensation, Su Rue chuckled softly, a remark meant solely for her ears. In response, she shot him a playful yet reproachful glare, a look so enchanting that it captivated Li Zhilong and the others, who were visibly smitten. What an extraordinary woman! Their gazes revealed that they recognized the undeniable chemistry between Shui Ruyun and Su Rue. Their relationship was far from a mere hierarchical one. As Li Zhilong contemplated the prospect of losing the woman he desired to some pretty boy, his expression darkened. Anyone who dares to steal my woman will face dire consequences. He grimaced, seizing Huang Mao's glass and filling it with the same amount of liquor. Come, Su Rue, you seem like a real man. Let us drink to this together. Su Rue felt a pang of frustration at the insinuation of his masculinity. What do you mean I look like a man? Am I perceived as a pretty boy? If you were a woman, your brother would certainly show you what it truly means to be a man. However, upon witnessing Li Zhihong's ostentatious demeanor, Su Rue promptly dismissed that repugnant thought. Shui Ruyun, observing from the sidelines, felt a shiver of trepidation, despite her remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Even she would likely struggle to withstand half a gin of baijiu in one go. The executives of Suk Group all bore affiliations with the Qinglong gang. And if Su Rue were to succumb to inebriation, Shui Ruyun's situation would undoubtedly become perilous. Brotherly, seeing you today brings me an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if we have known each other for ages. I shall drink this in your honor, Su Rue proclaimed, lifting his cup and tilting his head back, swiftly downing half a cup of liquor. The individuals from Suk Group appeared somewhat taken aback, realizing that Su Rue indeed possessed considerable courage. After finishing, Su Rue wiped his mouth and exhaled a breath of warmth, saying, Brotherly, it's your turn. Li Zhihong chuckled heartily, exclaiming 3 times, Good. He too raised his neck and downed half a gin of baijiu. Although Li Zhihong considered himself to have a robust tolerance for alcohol, consuming that much in one gulp swiftly left him feeling lightheaded, and his countenance flushed crimson. Su Rue then opened another bottle of Wuliangya, filling both his and Li Zhihong's cups to the brim, each receiving another half gin. Observing the evident inclination for his brother to be overindulged, Huang Mao quickly seized the cup, saying, Brother, drink less. Let me take this one for you. Unexpectedly, Li Zhihong dismissed the gesture, slapping Huang Mao on the head and, with a breath of alcohol-laden air, retorted, You little brat, don't spout nonsense. My tolerance is excellent. I don't need you to shield me from liquor. You all, fill your goblets and join me in drinking with Brother Su. Li Zhihong commanded. Upon hearing that they were to consume half a gin in one go, the subordinates all wore grim expressions. If they were to alternate overwhelming Su Rue, it might be manageable, but to drink collectively in such a manner was indeed daunting. Li Zhihong raised an eyebrow and glared. What are you all dawdling for? Drink up. Anyone who refuses will be dismissed immediately. Su Rue laughed heartily. Brotherly is indeed a man of spirit. Now, for this second cup, I toast to all my brothers. Taking the lead, Su Rue stood, tilted his neck back, and allowed another half gin of baijiu to flow down his throat. Having already consumed his share, if the others failed to follow suit, it would surely imply a lack of masculinity on their part. To falter at the table would be unthinkable. Li Jihong laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Brother Su, you truly align with my temperament. It is rare to meet someone so forthright. Come, let us all drink together. Thus, Li Jihong, accompanied by his 7 subordinates, each consumed half a jean. At that moment, both Li Jihong and Su Rui had filled their stomachs with a full jean of liquor, leaving the former with a spinning head, heavy eyelids, and a burning sensation in his stomach. It is worth noting that this was a jean of potent Wuliangya, consumed on an empty stomach with no food to cushion it, which was indeed quite uncomfortable. Su Rui cast a glance at Shui Ruyun, his gaze remaining clear and unwavering. He then turned to the door and called out, "Waiter, fetch a few cartons of milk for Brother Li to soothe his stomach." It is well known that milk can mitigate the effects of alcohol. If one drinks half a jean of milk before indulging, their resilience to spirits is significantly heightened, rendering 3 or 4 liang of liquor almost imperceptible. Upon hearing Su Rui's thoughtful suggestion, Li Jilong burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Su, you truly know how to care for your elder. But come now, we men don't drink milk. Such a thing is for women. If we're to drink, let us do so to our heart's content. Fill my glass again." "Brother, you've already had too much," protested Huang Mao, his tongue thickening. Despite his bravado, he faltered after merely half a jean. "You're talking nonsense," Li Jilong retorted, slapping Huang Mao. "I've hit it off with Brother Su. What is a little drink to us? You all should take a lesson from Brother Su. Come, let us have another round together." Reluctantly, the others complied, pondering how much longer they could sustain this pace. Su Rui clapped his hands and laughed. "Brother Li is indeed a man of fortitude. Whatever you drink today, I shall match it." Li Jilong thumped his thigh and declared, "Excellent, Brother Su. Your spirit suits my taste perfectly. You drink, I drink. Let everyone join in." With their leader setting the tone, no one dared to refuse, and they grimaced as they downed another half jean, each now having consumed at least a jean of liquor. After 1.5 jeans, Li Jilong felt his eyelids grow heavy and struggled to keep them open. Gasping, he said to Su Rui, "Brother, this is my first encounter with such a drinking approach. It is not merely pleasant, it is exhilarating beyond measure. I haven't felt this joyful in ages. Where shall we go to enjoy ourselves afterward?" The destination mattered little. What was paramount was that they indulge in revelry today. Alcohol is indeed a remarkable elixir, capable of transforming 2 complete strangers into bosom friends ready to lay down their lives for one another in a mere 5 minutes. "Ah, you have character. I like that." Li Jilong laughed heartily, revealing a set of large, yellow teeth. Su Rui approached with a large cup of liquor, pulling up a chair beside Li Jilong, draping his arm around the man's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie, and grinning as he said, "Brother Li, it is my fortune to meet someone as generous as you. Your prowess must afford you a notable position within the Qinglong gang, I presume?" Li Jilong chuckled, his voice slightly slurred from the alcohol, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. "You're quite perceptive, my brother. My standing in the gang is respectable enough. But now that I'm aligned with the Beacon group, I believe my influence will only grow. At that time, I hope you'll keep an eye out for me regarding any business opportunities. I'll be sure to refer clients your way as well. We can mutually benefit from this arrangement. What do you think?" Li Jilong harbored no lofty aspirations. His long-term goal was merely to rise within the Qinglong gang. Should he one day attain the position of deputy leader, it would far exceed his current ambitions. "Brother Li, our connection is as if we have known each other for ages. Even if you had not mentioned it, I, Su Rui, would still take this course of action. In truth, business matters are but fleeting clouds. The bond between brothers is the most genuine. To have a friend like Brother Li, I would willingly relinquish my position at Beacon Group. Splendid, truly splendid. What a good brother." With a mouthful of alcohol-laden breath, Li Ziyichlong exclaimed, his furry black hand patting Su Rui's shoulder repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the enchanting beauty, Shui Run, seated across from them. Su Rui smiled softly and remarked, "Brother Li, I hold the esteemed leader of the Qinglong gang, Li Yang, in high regard. I wonder when I might have the opportunity to meet him." As he spoke these words, a flicker of light danced in Su Rui's eyes, and he discreetly glanced at Shui Ruyun. The latter responded with a flirtatious wink and subtly gave him a thumbs up. Upon witnessing such an alluring expression from the enchanting woman, Su Rui, having consumed a considerable amount of liquor, felt a surge of heat rising within him. It is no wonder that people say alcohol can lead to reckless behavior. Indeed, the intoxicating effect of alcohol, when combined with the allure of a beautiful woman, can possess an unparalleled potency over men. If you wish to meet him, it is not as simple as it seems. Although our leader convenes a gang meeting only once a month, he is a creature of habit, indulging nightly at the Kadi Entertainment City. At this point, Li Zh-Long lowered his voice conspiratorially, leaning closer to Su Rui's ear. Brother, I share this with you because we resonate so well. I wouldn't divulge this to just anyone. Our boss has an extravagant and spacious private room at Kadi Entertainment City, where beautiful women grace his presence every evening. Upon hearing this, Su Rui's gaze flickered once more, a smile curving upon his lips. So, Brother Liang possesses such refined taste? Kadi Entertainment City is reputed to be among the finest entertainment venues in Ninghai. Indeed, Li Zh-Long laughed heartily. I seldom have the opportunity to enter. Once, I accompanied the boss inside, and it was truly an intoxicating paradise. Those women are incredibly uninhibited, although I too seek companionship each night. It pales in comparison to what the boss experiences. I don't even measure up to a fraction of his allure. With a subtle smile, Su Rui raised his voice to address the assembly. Brothers, today I feel a profound camaraderie with you all. It is rare to forge such a bond with such wonderful companions. Why not allow me to treat you all? Let us indulge ourselves at Kadi Entertainment City for a delightful evening, shall we? These individuals were either mid-level or lower-tier members of the Qinglong gang. And given the high costs associated with Kadi Entertainment City, it would likely require a month's wages for them to indulge there even once. Thus, they would rarely enter such upscale establishments, where the company of women would cost no less than 1,000 each. Upon hearing Su Rui's invitation, their eyes gleamed with excitement. With a wealthy patron among them, who would not seize the opportunity? Who would not wish to experience the opulence and allure of Kadi Entertainment City? The crowd was stirred, their eager gazes fixed upon Li Zh-Long, clearly anticipating the unfolding events. Observing this, Su Rui rose from his seat, once again slamming his hand on the table, and proclaimed, Brothers, tonight I shall treat you all. Order as much fine wine and as many beautiful women as you desire. 1, 2, or even 5 companions each for a night of indulgence. How does that sound? Upon hearing Su Rui's words, the enchanting Shui Riyun shot him a playful glare, her expression a captivating blend of mock reproach and flirtation. The 7 men were even more exhilarated by Su Rui's proposition. Having never experienced the lavishness of the Kadi Entertainment City, what man would not wish to revel in such pleasures? And to have 5 lovely companions without spending a dime, such a stroke of fortune felt like a gift from the heavens. However, Li Zh-Long, as a mid-level leader within the Qinglong gang and a pivotal figure, felt conflicted. He pondered whether visiting the Kadi nightclub tonight to meet Brother Liang would convey a lack of dedication to the gang and his responsibilities, instead presenting an image of indulgence and revelry. This would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Despite having imbibed quite a bit, Li Zh-Long maintained a semblance of clarity. After all, rising to this level within a vast underworld organization was not something a fool could achieve. Perhaps I should reconsider. Let us enjoy our drinks tonight and save the outing for another day, when I can host you at a different nightclub. What do you say? Su Lao Di, you must grant me your presence, lest you diminish my standing. His words extinguished the flickering hopes of his subordinates, who had just begun to feel a spark of excitement, only for it to be swiftly snuffed out. With the location of Liang now disclosed, Su Rui opted not to press further, instead stating, Brother Li, it seems we have clicked well tonight. Without further ado, I raise my glass in tribute. With that, he filled his cup to the brim once more, downing yet another half a gene. If he consumed this, it would mark 2 genes for him that evening. Yet, apart from the ever-alert Shui Riyun, it appeared no one noticed that Su Rui, despite a slight alteration in his speech tempo, remained remarkably composed, his face unflushed and his demeanor steady, with a smile that seemed entirely natural. All right, Li Zh-Long exclaimed, you timid fellows, take a good look at how gallant Su Lao Di is. Let us not bring shame to the Qinglong gang. Brothers, fill your cups to the brim. Very well, let us fill them. In the blink of an eye, more than half a case of Wulianya had vanished. Cheers, Li Zh-Long declared boldly, draining his glass first. Su Rui smiled and tilted his head back, as though indulging in mere water, though he truly felt quite full. Once that cup was downed, nearly all members of the Qinglong gang, save for Su Rui, had succumbed to the table, drooling and lost to unconsciousness. Although Su Rui appeared quite alert, the scent of alcohol emanating from him was undeniable. He approached Shui Riyun and sat beside her, seemingly a bit inebriated. Gently patting her smooth thigh with his hand once more, he inquired, "How do you feel? Have I disappointed you this time?" To Su Rui's surprise, Shui Riyun did not shy away from his touch, and an unusual sensation began to rise from the depths of her heart. His hand felt strangely warm and oddly comforting. "You've had too much to drink today. Do you want to go to the restroom and throw up for a while? Come, I'll help you," Shui Riyun offered as she attempted to stand and support him. However, Su Rui grasped her arm firmly, refusing to get up. "Sister, I say, enchanting sister, it's not every day we meet, and this is fate. Why don't we have a toast? Half a gene for you, half a gene for me. What do you think? Stop joking. Do you take me for one of those ruffians from the Qinglong gang?" Shui Riyun replied, both exasperated and amused, pinching Su Rui's arm. "You're quite the mischievous brother. No matter how good my tolerance is, I can't match yours. You've already drunk enough for today. Let's go. I'll take you back to rest. Which hotel are you staying at? Why rest? Haven't we already discovered Li Yang's whereabouts? To avoid prolonging the night, let us head to the Kaidi Entertainment City to find him," Su Rui declared nonchalantly. Shui Riyun was taken aback. "You've already consumed 2 gene of baijiu. Do you really think you can still confront him? You can barely walk straight." Su Rui pouted, his tongue seeming a bit heavy. "What is the problem? This little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. We can drink again at Kaidi Entertainment City, deepen our sibling bond, and then confront Li Yang about why he sent someone to assassinate Lin Aoshua." "Absolutely not." Shui Riyun became anxious at Su Rui's reckless suggestion. "What are you joking about? Do you know who Li Yang is? He is the leader of the entire Ninghai underworld, the head of the Qinglong gang, one of the top 20 criminal overlords in all of China. Just the 2 of us confronting him would likely result in severe consequences, if not worse. He might very well toss us into the Ningjiang River to feed the fish. Sister, rest assured, nothing will happen while I'm here. If I were afraid of that guy Li Yang, would my life have been in vain?" "Su Rui, you've had too much to drink," Shui Riyun persistently urged. "Do I look intoxicated to you? I'm speaking clearly, my mind is sharp, and I'm not even flushed," he retorted, glancing down at Shui Riyun's ample bosom, a surge of heat igniting within him, causing his face to flush. "Only those who are truly drunk believe they are sober. I cannot allow you to confront Li Yang today. It's far too dangerous." Shui Riyun was resolute, and it was understandable. Any rational person would choose not to proceed, as there were few like Su Rui in the world. Su Rui finally relented, exclaiming, "Very well. If you choose not to accompany me, I shall find a moment another day to confront that little girl, Lin Aoshua, and settle the score with him. Suit yourself, as long as you refrain from going today. That is sufficient." The disparity in strength between the 2 parties was glaringly evident. A shadow of doubt flickered across Shui Riyun's face. She believed Su Rui was emboldened by alcohol to utter such words, thus assuming that once he sobered up tomorrow, he would surely refrain from provoking Li Yang. However, Shui Riyun could not have anticipated that Su Rui's mind was now clearer than hers. A mere local thug like Li Yang was hardly worth his concern. The prospect of eliminating him was as effortless as squashing a grasshopper, were it not for the constraints imposed by certain domestic regulations. Su Rui would have acted without the need for any justification or evidence, had he not been wary of attracting unnecessary trouble through overt actions in the country. It is likely that he would have already marched in with a formidable sniper rifle, ready to confront Li Yang. Shui Riyun suggested, "Let us return home. I shall give you a ride." "No, it is far too early to head back at this hour," Su Rui replied, appearing somewhat dazed as he propped his head with his hand, his speech slightly stilted. "In any case, I refuse to go back." Shui Riyun, feeling helpless, proposed, "Shall I take you to a place where we can continue drinking?" "Of course, that sounds delightful. You haven't had a drink yet this evening, have you? Perhaps we could indulge in a couple more before departing?" Su Rui gestured towards the bottles of Wuliangya on the ground. "Let us forego that, otherwise we shall have no one to drive us home," Shui Riyun remarked. "Come, I will take you to a place that guarantees your enjoyment. Consider it my way of thanking you for your assistance today." Su Rui's gaze wandered over Shui Riyun's figure as he teased, "Fairy sister, how do you intend to express your gratitude? As we are but a solitary man and woman here, why not pledge ourselves to one another?" Shui Riyun playfully punched Su Rui on the shoulder, retorting, "Such fanciful notions. I am a woman of virtue. There has yet to be a man worthy of my devotion after all these years." "Is that so?" Su Rui replied, casting a skeptical glance at Shui Riyun's well-endowed physique. "If no man has ever explored this treasure, how could it possess such ample allure?" "Let us delay our departure for a moment," Su Rui suddenly declared. Rising to his feet, He approached the inebriated Li Jihong, rummaging through his belongings until he retrieved his phone. Scanning the contacts, he located Li Yang's number, taking a fleeting glance before shutting the device. For Su Rui, merely seeing the number once was sufficient for it to become indelibly etched in his memory. Standing at the entrance of the Max Bar, Su Rui gazed at the flickering neon lights, a peculiar expression crossing his face. After leaving the Taste House and the hotel, he had been brought to this establishment by the enchanting Shui Ruyun. Observing the bar's sign, a smile danced in Shui Ruyun's eyes as she nudged Su Rui with her elbow, saying, "Come on, you've had your fill today, but I have yet to indulge. Shall we head inside for a couple of drinks?" For reasons unknown, witnessing Su Rui's spirited drinking contest with the members of the Qinglong gang stirred within Shui Ruyun a desire to partake in more herself. A sense of envy blossomed in her heart, wishing she too were a man. If only she were, her life's path would undoubtedly have taken a different course. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of my mother's passing, and for Shui Ruyun, this time of year is perpetually steeped in sorrow. She has always found herself alone at home, drowning her sorrows in drink. Su Rui remains oblivious to this. Had he taken a moment to observe the depths of her eyes, he might have uncovered the subtle traces of her concealed grief. Perhaps it was the resonance of Su Rui's own background that stirred her heartstrings. Or perhaps it was merely the impending anniversary that weighed heavily on her. Regardless, today, Shui Ruyun yearned to indulge herself, to become thoroughly intoxicated, shedding all her shackles and forgetting her discontent. This man had known no home since childhood, and despite having both parents, why had she inherited such profound pain? Those memories of her youth, those harrowing experiences, Shui Ruyun was reluctant to revisit. Observing Shui Ruyun lost in thought, a flicker of light danced in Su Rui's eyes as he gently patted her arm. "Fairy sister, you may drink as much as you desire tonight. I shall not only accompany you, but also ensure you return home safely." Shui Ruyun turned in astonishment, her demeanor consistently composed. Could it be that Su Rui had discerned some hint of her turmoil? The emotions she harbored deep within had never been voiced. Su Rui smiled softly. "I truly did not perceive anything." Shui Ruyun felt a moment of speechlessness. Was this not a confession of guilt, a clumsy admission of his awareness? Upon entering the bar, the deafening music enveloped them, compelling one to abandon restraint and dance wildly. "Let me order for you," she said, gracefully taking a seat at the bar. 2 glasses of Zhu Yen Shui. As Su Rui beheld her curvaceous figure as it contoured to the chair, he felt a heat rise within him. This enchanting woman was utterly captivating. Zhu Yen Shui, what a name for a drink, he mused, sensing an undercurrent of melancholy in its title. Sitting beside her, he contemplated the name, his gaze flickering once more. "Here, give it a try," Shui Ruyun said, accepting the 2 glasses of deep red liquid from the server. They appeared eerily reminiscent of blood. As Su Rui gazed upon the drink, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of sorrow emanating from it. This was a profoundly sad concoction, crafted by someone undoubtedly burdened with suppressed grief. Lifting his glass, he examined the vivid crimson liquid. "This drink carries a poignant essence," he remarked. At these words, Shui Ruyun's body quivered ever so slightly, a subtle tremor that did not escape Su Rui's notice. He smiled faintly before taking a small sip of the ruby liquid, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing into a contented expression. As Su Rui savored the wine, Shui Ruyun sensed an air of nobility radiating from him, an authenticity that could not have been feigned. Such grace must surely stem from the marrow of his being. "It's rather pleasant," she commented. "At first, there's a hint of bitterness and spice, but once swallowed, it leaves a lingering aftertaste." Su Rui took a gentle sip and remarked, "This is quite an impressive design." Upon hearing his words, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickered in Shui Ruyun's eyes, and her usual boundless allure seemed to vanish. "This is a cocktail I designed, and I named it myself," she stated, her words striking with an undeniable gravity. "You designed it?" Su Rui expressed mild surprise, having already deduced that the creator of this cocktail must possess a bittersweet past, a flavor crafted only by someone with a profoundly unique life experience. This was not mere bravado on Su Rui's part. Rather, it stemmed from his acute olfactory sensitivity and discerning palate. He had not anticipated that the initial designer of this drink was Shui Ruyun, the enchanting diva, the dynamic marketing director of the biking group, who harbored such a past and sentiments. Indeed, he had sensed something amiss with her earlier outside the bar. "This is quite unexpected." Su Rui set his glass down and gazed into Shui Ruyun's eyes, asking, "How is it that you are the creator of this cocktail? Do you know any of the investors here?" "Because this is my bar," Shui Ruyun suddenly replied, revealing this news to a colleague for the first time. Ordinarily, she would not have disclosed her ownership of a bar to her co-workers, yet for some reason, upon hearing Su Rui's remarks and gazing into his seemingly sincere eyes, she felt compelled to share. "Who would have thought? My dear enchantress, your fortune is indeed considerable. This bar could easily fetch millions. Why not take me in as your kept man?" Su Rui chuckled as he sipped his drink again. "If I could truly take you in as my kept man, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune for me. Just one of your contracts would surpass my entire fortune," Shui Ruyun replied, sharing a knowing smile before raising her glass to clink with Su Rui's. This time, Su Rui did not savor the drink, but rather downed it in one go. Shui Ruyun followed suit, and as the crimson liquid cascaded down her throat, a hint of desolation crossed her delicate features. "Su Rui, can you dance?" Shui Ruyun suddenly inquired. "I can fight, but my dancing skills are quite rudimentary, nearly at a beginner's level," Su Rui responded, looking into her eyes. "Why? Do you wish to dance?" "Yes. You can be my dance partner," Shui Ruyun replied, taking hold of Su Rui's arm and leading him toward the vibrant heart of the crowded dance floor. As they entered the dance area, the crowd parted to make way for them. Those familiar with the venue recognized Shui Ruyun. Aware that this alluring woman was the queen of the bar, the true empress of the night scene. Being led by her, Su Rui felt an unusual warmth blossoming within him as her soft hand grasped his. He couldn't help but admire the gentle sway of her hips and the alluring curves of her form, leaving him with a parched sensation in his throat. In this vibrant night venue, countless individuals idolized the proprietor, Shui Ruyun, as a goddess. Equally unknown is the number of men who congregate here nightly, coveting her irresistibly alluring figure. Her bosom and curves are undeniably tempting. For these seasoned patrons, her allure possesses a lethal charm. Each evening, they gather here. And although they may not experience her intimacy, the mere act of gazing upon her is a pleasure in itself. At this moment, witnessing Shui Ruyun take the initiative to grasp a man's hand ignites a fire of jealousy in the eyes of the onlooking men, a blaze that threatens to engulf Su Rui entirely. The adage that beauty brings disaster holds true. After merely holding hands, Su Rui becomes the target of their envy. Yet for him, this predicament is a bittersweet joy. If glances could slay, Su Rui would be riddled with wounds, his blood surging forth like a fountain. He chuckles inwardly, realizing he is at the mercy of this enchanting temptress. Sometimes, possessing too much charm truly becomes a dilemma. What was once a stroke of fortune has morphed into a calamity of romantic mischief. Su Rui, while being led by Shui Ruyun, gestures triumphantly at the seething men around him, as if to declare his victory. A peace sign, how cheeky. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Ruyun has guided him to the center of the dance floor. The previously crowded throng has now retreated, creating a space of approximately 5 meters in diameter solely for the two of them. As the spotlight shines upon them, the rest of the room fades into darkness, rendering them the focal point of everyone's attention. The accompanying music abruptly halts, and after 5 seconds, a more vigorous and passionate melody begins to play. The bar staff, attuned to the preferences of their beloved boss, have prepared her favorite tune in advance. Suddenly, a lively Latin rhythm fills the air, fiery and untamed. As Su Rui listens to the prelude, he feels a stirring deep within, an itch, a warmth, as if something is about to burst forth. With the music, Shui Ruyun casually places her hand on Su Rui's shoulder. Their faces are merely 4 fingers apart, about 10 centimeters, and he can distinctly sense her breath. Fragrant with a hint of alcohol, utterly captivating. "Sister, though the atmosphere is electrifying and all eyes are upon us, I must confess, I cannot dance," Su Rui says with a wry smile. Though he feels the urge to dance, the memory of a certain girl who adored dancing looms large in his mind. He recalls watching her twirl gracefully on stage, only for a bullet to shatter her youthful life. Certainly, the dancing Su Rui refers to is worlds apart from conventional interpretations. "No worries," she reassures him. "As I mentioned, just accompany me." Shui Ruyun whispered sweetly into Su Rui's ear, her breath mingling with a faint scent of alcohol, serving as a catalyst for his suppressed sensations. It dawned on Su Rui, rather dishearteningly, that accompanying Shui Ruyun in her dance did not necessitate any expertise in movement. She seemed to perform a seductive pole dance while he merely stood there, playing the role of the pole itself. As the music began to play, Shui Ruyun transformed into a figure of fervor, circling around Su Rui and executing a myriad of captivating movements, tossing her head, swaying her waist, and accentuating her curves. Each gesture was intensely alluring, imbued with a wildness that radiated sensuality and a hint of rebelliousness. In that moment, observing Shui Ruyun move rhythmically to the music, Su Rui found himself ensnared in a moment of bewilderment. Indeed, the exterior of Shui Ruyun exuded wildness and charm, resembling a siren enticing men. Yet, beneath this vibrant faade, within the depths of her occasionally revealing gaze, Su Rui discerned a trace of sorrow. This subtle sorrow was profoundly concealed, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Shui Ruyun, the esteemed director of the marketing department at Baiken and the proprietor of Max Bar, seemed to channel her pent-up emotions through her infinitely sensual and enchanting dance. She was breathtakingly beautiful. This was the essence of femininity. Bold and audacious, she ignited desires. One could easily envision an intimate encounter with her. Her physique was tantalizing. If only his wife possessed half her allure, he would be entirely content in life. The thought of having her beneath him, experiencing the exquisite pleasure of such a connection, was utterly intoxicating. Should she shed her garments and perform such intricate movements on a bed, the surrounding lecherous gazes and their crude remarks would be inescapable. Shui Ruyun's dance had already stirred a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Most patrons of the nightclub were lonely souls, driven by unfulfilled desires. Some even seeking fleeting encounters or one-night stands. After all, such experiences were thrilling, devoid of responsibility, and met the most basic physiological and psychological needs. Some were aware of Shui Ruyun's status as the bar's owner, while others remained oblivious. Yet, the sight of such a remarkable woman naturally invoked a primal instinct of possession, a testament to male nature. After all, a nightclub is a realm of exhilaration. To simply drink without engaging would render the experience meaningless. Furthermore, for any normal man, the allure of beauty surpasses that of alcohol. Pole dancing, as the name suggests, involves a beautiful woman utilizing a pole to create seductive movements, blending elements of belly dance, classical, modern, and jazz dance, a form of dance rich in allure. To be the pole is indeed a fortunate circumstance, for it allows contact with a woman's enticing curves, her bosom, thighs, and hips, often feeling the embrace of her legs as she slides down. Countless men may envy the steel pole of a pole dancer, yet now, Su Rui has realized the aspirations of the majority of men. Shui Ruyun occasionally drapes her thigh over Su Rui's arm, at times pressing her bosom against his waist, engaging in moments of intimate contact, while at other times, she dances teasingly close to him. Su Rui can distinctly feel the allure of Shui Ruyun's body in their close encounters, to the extent that her ample chest often compresses against his own. The soft and invigorating sensation ignites a fervor within Su Rui, compelling him to take deep breaths in an effort to suppress himself. Otherwise, a rather embarrassing tent would surely form in his trousers. After all, a man's physical reactions are instinctual. They cannot be controlled by mere thought or strong will. With so many eyes upon him, Su Rui must maintain his composure and avoid humiliation. Shui Ruyun herself is bewildered by her behavior this evening. Perhaps she seeks to alleviate her worries, or perhaps Su Rui's background resonates with her own experiences. Yet, he is merely a man she has known for 2 days, and she has revealed so much of herself to him. The mere thought of it seems surreal, and she questions whether this is truly her. For so long, she has concealed her true self behind layers of deepest disguise, sometimes believing that this facade has become her true nature. The traumas of her childhood have compelled her to continue this charade, yet such pretense is exhausting. One cannot live as an actor forever. If an actor becomes lost in their role, they cease to live and become a mere shell. Thus, whenever Shui Ruyun feels fatigued, she requires an outlet for her emotions. And the Max Bar serves as her sanctuary. Dancing is her preferred method of release. After every passionate performance, drenched in sweat and breathless, she experiences a profound sense of relaxation, both mentally and physically. The tension that has been coiled within her loosens slightly, bringing immense pleasure. Surrounded by glances of envy, anger, and admiration, Su Rui's expression becomes peculiar. Based on past experiences, if a stunning woman of such caliber were to orbit around him, engaging in extraordinary closeness, he would have long succumbed to his fervent desires, possibly pressing her to the ground and resolving his physical urges right then and there. Yet, Before Shui Ryun's fiery dance, he feels a peculiar restraint, as if she were his nemesis. In her presence, must he simply remain as a passive pole? Is it not overly emasculating and frustrating? As the music crescendos, Shui Ryun's movements grow wilder and more fervent. Thus, the torment endured by Su Rue intensified. For as Shui Ryun executed a provocative movement, a certain part of him came into intimate contact with her exquisitely rounded posterior. The sensation was ineffably exquisite. Even Su Rue, a man of remarkable composure, found himself trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, such movements were entirely natural for Shui Ryun, devoid of any intentionality. However, to the onlookers, the act was imbued with an undeniable allure. In that instant, many were struck by an overwhelming surge of excitement, and numerous gazes burned with fiery intensity, as if they wished to obliterate Su Rue and take his place. As the music reached its crescendo, Shui Ryun ensnared Su Rue's neck with her arms, her legs elegantly coiling around his waist with a forceful grace. Simultaneously, as her limbs encircled him, Su Rue instinctively embraced, or rather, supported the voluptuous form that countless men yearned for. The moment his hands made contact, Shui Ryun's body quivered, and Su Rue was engulfed in a delightful sensation that coursed through him, igniting every nerve. However, his pleasure was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming weight within him, as a fiery heat surged from his abdomen. In this intimate posture, a certain part of him was pressed closely against hers, separated only by the thinnest layers of fabric. In this position, Shui Ryun's alluring form pressed against Su Rue's thigh, evoking a sensation that sent his spirit soaring. It was an experience no man could endure. With one arm wrapped around Su Rue's neck, her other arm extended backward, her body arching at a considerable angle, revealing an irresistible silhouette. Suddenly, the music came to an abrupt halt, and the two bodies froze in that moment. Su Rue, in that instant, felt that the dance was far too brief, leaving him yearning for more. If the music could extend twofold, threefold, or even tenfold, he would not tire. After all, the beauty before him could only be described with words like breathtaking and captivating. In the presence of such a stunning woman, time inevitably seemed to fly, especially with someone so alluring. As the performance concluded, the nightclub fell momentarily silent before erupting into a cacophony of applause and cheers, interspersed with whistles laden with playful innuendo. Bravo! That was magnificent. Can the enchanting lady grace us with another performance? We are still in awe. You dance splendidly. I wish to bear your children, if you would permit it. The crowd's admiration was solely directed toward Shui Ryun, leaving Su Rue feeling somewhat miffed. After all, this was a duet, and though he may have played the supporting role, he too exerted effort. Why did the audience show such partiality? Although I am not a beauty, I am certainly a handsome fellow, am I not? Why is it that those young ladies do not spare me a glance? In a moment of ire, Su Rue tightened his grip on Shui Ryun's hips, his 5 fingers sinking into her exquisitely soft flesh. The sudden squeeze caused Shui Ryun to involuntarily shudder. Fairy, are you not yet willing to leap down? Have you not been held enough? Su Rue said with a mischievous smile, squeezing her again as he gazed into her near visage, the delicate makeup, the crystalline eyes, the prominent nose, the enticing lips, and the fragrant breath escaping them, all appeared so vivid and real. Life in the mundane world is indeed quite beautiful. Simplicity is the essence. Though life here may be somewhat mundane in its ease, it is far superior to the violent days of the dark world abroad, lacking so-called glory, yet rich in authenticity. Much like the lyrics of Pooh Shu South's song Ordinary Road, I have traversed mountains and seas, crossed through throngs of people, once possessing everything that swiftly dissipated like smoke. I have known disappointment and loss, wandering without direction until I realized that ordinariness is the only answer. Of course, Su Rue's introspection was fleeting. He was inherently an optimist. Even when he felt a twinge of melancholy, it dissipated almost instantly. A sensitive, brooding young man is ill-suited for this world and would hardly thrive under the shadowy skies of the West. Under Su Rue's gaze, Shui Ryun felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. She quickly jumped down, adjusted her attire, and composed herself, smiling as she remarked, "My dear brother, you jump quite well. What does my pole dancing even compare to?" Su Rue teased, adding, "But Fairy, not only do you jump well, your touch in certain areas is rather delightful." With a chuckle, he admitted that the gentle grasp had nearly sent him into a fervor. Pondering this, he found himself bemused by how his composure had waned. You truly are a naughty boy. Next time, if you don't behave, be careful, for fairies can be quite fierce, Shui Ruyun retorted playfully, feeling a bit embarrassed yet unwilling to back down. Yet, only she knew that this feeling of embarrassment had long been absent from her life. Reflecting on her earlier wild actions and passionate dance moves, Shui Ruyun found it difficult to face Su Rue. It was not merely embarrassment. Even the cheeks of this marketing director felt slightly flushed. Thankfully, the dim lighting concealed her unusual state. Otherwise, how could she continue to tease Su Rue without being teased in return? Recalling her earlier exuberance, Shui Ruyun found it hard to believe. Indeed, while she could perform those dance moves with a pole, when had she ever done so in front of a living person? Sometimes, her dual nature felt like a ticking time bomb, causing quite the headache. Those unfamiliar with her might mistakenly believe she is a woman of loose morals. The staff at the bar could easily misinterpret her demeanor. However, Shui Ruyun remains utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. Having thrived in such an environment thus far, she pays little heed to how others perceive her. Their judgments are of no significance compared to the value of life itself. If one spends their existence solely for the approval of others, molding themselves into what others wish to see, is that not a profound loss of self? Living authentically for oneself is the most vital pursuit in this life. If the opportunity arises, I would love to dance with you again, Su Rue suddenly remarked. Gazing into Su Rue's sparkling eyes, Shui Ruyun felt a stirring within her heart, and she nodded, responding with a charming smile, certainly, if fate allows. We may collaborate once more. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, I could take on the role of your pole. Our roles could be exchanged. The notion of Shui Ruyun as a pole left Su Rue momentarily speechless, igniting a wave of fervent desire within him. A figure so voluptuous. A pole like no other before or after. To dance and embrace around such a pole, what bliss would that entail? What man could be so fortunate? Come, let us find a cozy booth, and I shall treat you to a couple of drinks, along with some snacks, as I have hardly eaten tonight, Shui Ruyun said, pulling the entranced Su Rue along. They chose a relatively quiet booth, and Shui Ruyun beckoned the waiter, personally selecting several delectable desserts. Su Rue, you shall cover the bill today, as a show of support for your sister's establishment. Observing Shui Ruyun lounging comfortably on the sofa, Su Rue raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Sister Fairy, did we not agree earlier that you would treat me to a drink? Why must I pay now? This is your bar, don't be too stingy. Indeed, we had a prior agreement, and I did treat you to that drink earlier. Now it's your turn to host. Very well, Su Rue conceded, unable to resist the allure of such a stunning beauty, especially one of her caliber. At that moment, they were oblivious to a portly man seated on the second floor of the bar, puffing on a cigar while casting a dark gaze downward. His eyes reflected the figures of Su Rue and Shui Ruyun. Who can tell me who that man is? The cigar-smoking man's voice was deep and foreboding, like an inescapable storm cloud. Those around him understood that when Shui Ruyun executed the final dance move, embraced by Su Rue, his eyes nearly sparked with fury, and he decisively snapped the Cuban cigar in half. Seventh brother, this pretty boy is making his first appearance in this bar. We have never seen him before. How dare that woman disregard us? Seventh brother has been a loyal patron of this bar for so long, attending nightly to support her. Not only does she rarely show up, but she also brings along a pretty boy. What does this mean? A man, impeccably dressed in a suit with a fair complexion. Interjected with a flourish, in my opinion, Brother Chi has been far too lenient with this Shui Ruyun. Women should not be coddled. The more one indulges them, the less they appreciate the earnest intentions of men. You know nothing. Brother Chi shot him a glare, causing the man to immediately retract, lowering his head with an awkward smile. Brother Chi, I merely wish to stand up for you. This Shui Ruyun, relying on her beauty, shows you no respect. Should you give the word, I shall rush over and deal with her. What do you intend to do with her? Brother Chi regarded his subordinate with a cold stare, his tone ominous. Oh, I meant nothing of the sort, Brother Chi. Please don't misinterpret, the subordinate hastily clarified, secretly wishing to suggest that he would have her pushed down right there. Thankfully, he refrained from uttering those words, for Brother Chi had long regarded this woman as off-limits. Having set his sights on her for quite some time, he knew that if he spoke carelessly, he would surely face dire consequences. Who among you can uncover the identity of that pretty boy? I shall reward you handsomely, Brother Chi declared, extinguishing his cigar and lightly drumming his fingers on the table. His right pinky adorned with a substantial gold ring, emblematic of a nouveau riche demeanor. Brother Qi, I believe we need not investigate further. Instead, why not send a few men to teach this fellow a lesson, one that renders him incapable of caring for himself? It would be ideal if he were rendered a eunuch, thus ensuring Shui Ruyun would no longer associate with him. What are your thoughts on this method? Brother Qi savored a sip of red wine, swirling the glass as he replied, this approach does hold merit. Why do some women persist in being so obtuse? Exhausting a man as patience? When the facade is torn away, it benefits no one. This Brother Qi, known as Zhang Qibing, was a figure of some repute in the local culinary scene of Ninghai, a prominent owner of several chain restaurants with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Ever since he first laid eyes on Shui Ruyun at the Max Bar a year ago, he had been utterly captivated, frequenting the establishment each night to shower her with attention, requesting songs, sending flowers, and even once offering her a car. Yet, Shui Ruyun consistently rebuffed the advances of this affluent suitor with frosty indifference, much to Zhang Qibing's chagrin. Today, upon witnessing Shui Ruyun engaged in an intimate dance with another man, he felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal wash over him. The woman he had ardently pursued for so long had not even granted him the slightest touch or glance. While this pretty boy was allowed to embrace her freely, no man could endure such humiliation. Proceed with your plan as you suggested. Find someone to handle this fellow discreetly. Zhang Qibing commanded, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. Having carved out a niche in Ninghai's business landscape, he had undoubtedly engaged in numerous unsavory dealings. Employing thugs to eliminate or incapacitate competitors was a common occurrence. Rest assured, Brother Qi, you may remain upstairs and observe. I shall ensure Shui Ruyun is delivered to you, no? To your bed. Obediently, the subordinate chuckled, his eyes gleaming with desire at the mere mention of Shui Ruyun's name. Indeed, that woman is the object of desire for every man. Currently, this fellow is scheming about how to take advantage of Shui Ruyun before handing her over to his boss. Do not let me down. Zhang Qibing sat upstairs, glancing in the direction of Shui Ruyun, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply and thought, she is mine, ultimately mine. There is no escaping. You have repeatedly embarrassed me, and I will ensure you beg for mercy in bed. With that, Zhang Qibing pulled out a small paper bag from his pocket and poured out a blue pill. He swallowed the pill with a sip of water, desire gleaming in his eyes. Tonight, with the help of this little blue pill, I shall make you lose your senses. Su Rui, observing Shui Ruyun sitting across from him, took a gentle sip of his drink. This woman is truly a rare gem. Due to her vigorous dancing moments ago, her clothes had turned damp, clinging to her form and enhancing her allure. The bar was filled with lingering gazes directed at them. Su Rui glanced around and remarked, it is always perilous when a woman, especially a beautiful one, appears in such places. Shall I take that as a compliment on my looks? Shui Ruyun replied with a charming smile, playfully tucking her hair behind her ear. Why is it that men's and women's points of focus are always so different? Su Rui shrugged helplessly. Shui Ruyun smiled slightly. In truth, I have practiced Taekwondo for a few years. Typical ruffians are no match for me. Did you not notice how they merely gawked, with few daring to approach? Once, a rogue attempted to harass me and ended up with a broken well. You know. Who would have thought you could be so fierce? Upon hearing this, Su Rui felt a chill run through him, and it was not without reason. Any man would feel weak at such a declaration. Thankfully, he had not made any inappropriate moves. Otherwise, he might have been in trouble. At that moment, Su Rui couldn't help but recall the icy bottle of water Lin Aoshua had splashed on him at the airport. Do beautiful women often resort to such harsh measures? What peculiar inclination is this? Of course, there are usually bouncers at the bar, so there is generally no need for the ladies to intervene. Unless they are in a foul mood, Shui Ruyun, who managed a successful bar in the bustling city, replied with a smile. Just then, Su Rui noticed several men approaching, wearing sinister grins, clearly with ill intentions. Sister, I believe you can handle one rogue, but with several coming at once, do you think you can manage? Su Rui blinked, appearing ready to watch the unfolding drama. It certainly looks problematic, Shui Ruyun thought, noticing the drunken men's eyes roving over her. Frowning slightly, she turned to Su Rui and said, Brother, seeing that someone intends to harass your sister, aren't you going to lend a hand? Su Rui curled his lips in disdain, remarking, with my frail physique, how could I possibly contend with these individuals? Perhaps I should witness my sister's prowess instead. After all, she danced so vigorously earlier. I wonder if she still possesses the strength to engage in a scuffle. As he spoke, Su Rui's gaze wandered over Shui Ryun's form, her white shirt clinging to her, dampened by perspiration, rendering it nearly translucent, a vision of undeniable allure. The notion of a woman glistening with sweat exudes a certain sensuality, while a man in the same state is often met with disdain and disgust. How profoundly unjust this world can be. At that moment, Su Rui was reminded of the physical contact they had during her pole dancing performance, those soft, curvaceous sensations igniting a stirring within him. Particularly the final moment when she leaped and wrapped her legs around his waist, a memory that lingered enticingly. This woman is indeed an exquisite gem. A group of men, clutching their glasses, staggered over to the sofa in front of Shui Ryun, their eyes gleaming with desire as they admired her beauty. Among them, a man clad in a suit, with a fair complexion, settled directly opposite Su Rui, a smug smile plastered across his face, convinced of his own charm. Yet, as he spoke, his rogue nature was laid bare. My dear lady, I must say, your dance was quite impressive. The way you moved. I couldn't help but want to give you a playful smack. How about it? My friends and I are quite affluent. Would you care to join us for a little dance? No, not just any dance. One without attire, perhaps? We could indulge in a group performance. Ha! What do you say? Beautiful? We're in high spirits tonight. Don't spoil our fun. Shui Ryun flashed a seductive smile, though it bore an icy undertone. She cast a glance at Su Rui, only to find him engrossed in the ceiling, savoring his drink, displaying no inclination to defend her. What an infuriating man. Internally chastising Su Rui, she composed herself and addressed the rogues with a cool demeanor. Gentlemen, I am Shui Ryun, the proprietor of this establishment. Is there an issue with my service that prompts such remarks? If our hospitality has fallen short, I sincerely apologize. With that, she lifted her glass, gesturing slightly before taking a delicate sip. From Su Rui's perspective, her action appeared somewhat dismissive. Naturally, there was no need for excessive formality when dealing with such ruffians. In his view, even the notion of entertaining them was entirely superfluous. Since the facade was bound to crumble sooner or later, why prolong the pretense? Was that not a torment unto oneself? Ah, so you are the proprietress. No wonder your dance was so captivating. Every move was irresistibly enticing. I wonder if you have some free time tonight. How about joining us for a little fun? The words were shockingly crude, uttered in a public setting, clearly intended to provoke. Please, have some decorum. If you are here to enjoy a drink and have a good time, feel free to indulge. However, if you seek to cause trouble, kindly take your antics elsewhere. Shui Ryun's expression turned frosty. The proprietress appears quite formidable. Ah, my fiery temper. How absurd it is to act like a harlot, yet wish to maintain a faade of virtue. If you choose to operate this bar, do not be surprised when others seek casual encounters. If you indulge in pole dancing, do not be astonished when men desire your company. Yet you dare to utter words of self-respect. It seems the one lacking in dignity is you. At this moment, the loquacious fellow cast a sidelong glance at Su Rui, who sat there casually, legs crossed, savoring his drink with a serene smile, not uttering a single word. Brother Chi must feel utterly humiliated to have lost to such a coward. Women have been subjected to our teasing to this extent, yet they dare not utter a peep. What a desperate situation to resort to such feeble company. Such remarks are blatantly crude. Any reasonable person would be infuriated. Yet, unexpectedly, Shui Ryun's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at Su Rui, seemingly seeking his counsel. Sister, please do not keep looking at me. I am eager to witness your taekwondo skills. Su Rui murmured softly, still wearing a smile. Shui Ryun concealed her icy demeanor, revealing a playful reproach as she said, Brother, do you truly wish to stand by and watch as they humiliate your sister? Women can be remarkably fearsome creatures, changing their expressions with astonishing swiftness. What is displayed on their faces often belies their true emotions. Hey, what are you two up to? Can't you be a bit more serious? So what's it going to be? Will you accompany us to bed tonight? If you refuse, my friends, and I might just take you by force. The man in the suit leaned forward, his foot planted on the coffee table, his face bearing a menacing expression, quite brazen in his demeanor. Just as Shui Ryun was about to retaliate, Su Rui gently thumped his glass down upon the table, exclaiming, What did you say? Repeat that. You're courting death, aren't you? A mere pretty boy dares to speak to me like that? It seems I need to show you what. This subordinate of Brother Chi had boasted before him about incapacitating Su Rui on the spot, failure would lead to humiliation, especially since he'd brought several companions along. Surely, they could overpower a lad who did not appear particularly strong. However, before he could finish his taunt, the red wine from Su Rui's glass splashed across his face. With a shriek, the wine stung his eyes, the alcohol igniting a fierce pain. If one lacks the strength, one should refrain from mingling in such circles, lest the consequences be dire, Su Rui stated coolly. Now, you must compensate me for this glass of red wine. I'll pay your mother. He retorted. Brothers, let us go. I'll make sure this guy pays for throwing wine on me. He must have a death wish. Yet, before the chatterbox could finish, Su Rui swiftly brought a wine bottle crashing down upon the fool's head. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered against his skull, leaving him uncertain whether the crimson flowing down was blood or wine. In any case, his head and face were drenched in red. The once arrogant man could no longer maintain his composure. With a roll of his eyes, he promptly fainted. To comprehend the situation, it is essential to note that the bottles of this red wine are crafted from thick glass, signifying exceptional quality. A mere strike could potentially inflict severe injuries, perhaps even a concussion. Su Rui's actions startled the remaining ruffians, leaving them in a state of bewilderment as they gazed at their leader, unsure whether to assist him or not, rendered immobile in their astonishment. Su Rui clapped his hands, surveying the astonished expressions of the thugs, and nonchalantly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to test the quality of my wine bottle?" With a roar, the remaining thugs charged towards Su Rui, realizing that they were operating under the watchful gaze of Brother Seven. To be knocked out in such a manner would be utterly humiliating, and they feared for their positions. Unperturbed, Su Rui cast a sidelong glance at Shui Ryun and calmly rose to his feet. At that moment, a thug's fist was already hurtling towards his face. Su Rui effortlessly seized the offending fist, lifting his left hand to strike precisely at the thug's elbow joint. A sharp crack echoed as the thug's arm bent unnaturally, causing him to writhe on the ground in excruciating pain, his cries becoming almost inhuman. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Rui grasped the arm of the second thug, executing the same technique. One after another, the third, fourth, and fifth thugs fell, 5 of them sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, while another lay unconscious from the impact of the wine bottle. They posed no threat to Su Rui whatsoever. Shui Ryun's brow twitched slightly, her eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. Su Rui's strikes, seemingly simplistic and devoid of pattern, were, in fact, the most efficient and advantageous form of combat. Each movement was devoid of embellishment, precise and incisive, indicative of a practitioner whose martial prowess had reached its zenith. Upon hearing the commotion of the altercation within the bar, many patrons ceased their dancing and gathered to witness the spectacle. Shui Ryun remained unperturbed, accustomed as she was to such scenes in her line of work. She leaned slightly to a nearby waiter and instructed, "Have the security throw these 6 individuals out. Remember their faces. If they dare return, break their legs." Her words carried a subtle chill, exuding an aura befitting a person of authority. "Understood, boss." Several burly security personnel immediately entered, hauling the injured thugs out. Naturally, they would apply a bit of extra force discreetly, perhaps breaking another arm or two, as such occurrences are all too common in the realms of organized crime and nightclubs. In the absence of robust bodyguards to maintain order, fights frequently erupt, leading to ongoing complications. To be a successful proprietor, one must possess a certain ruthlessness, an undeniable truth recognized in both the legal and illicit spheres, whether one operates a nightclub or a legitimate business. Upstairs, Zhang Qibing observed as his subordinates were so effortlessly dispatched by Su Rui, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. They were nothing but useless, inept fools. I did not spend such a vast sum to support you all, only to be humiliated like this. Zhang Qibing seethed, gritting his teeth as he forcefully extinguished the half-smoked cigar in the ashtray. "Brother Seven, what shall we do? This fellow appears formidable. We are merely empty-handed and cannot confront him," one of his subordinates lamented. "Cannot confront him?" Zhang Qibing, incensed, struck his subordinate across the face. "My woman has been taken by this dandy, and you dare suggest I cannot act against him? Not only must we confront him, but we must annihilate him. If we cannot engage him barehanded, then we shall employ knives. I refuse to believe he can withstand that." Zhang Qibing declared furiously. "Why do you think I gathered you all? Did I spend such a fortune for naught? Shui Ryun, I entrusted you to find this dandy, and soon you shall see my wrath." The thought of the exquisite beauty he coveted potentially entwined with this dandy ignited a fierce rage within Zhang Qibing. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Summon our men. Follow Shui Ruyun. Tonight, I shall ensure this dandy is incapacitated, and Shui Ruyun will be on her knees before me." "Yes, brother," his subordinates replied, exchanging glances before departing to fulfill his command. Meanwhile, Su Rue and Shui Ruyun continued to sip their drinks leisurely, as if the recent commotion involving the thugs had been nothing but a minor interlude. For a beauty, it seemed abnormal to not be the subject of attention. "By the way, do you know if there are any skilled racers in Ninghai?" Su Rue inquired. Recalling a detail from earlier, he remembered how Shui Ruyun had seemed quite knowledgeable about the local underworld during their previous conversation. Perhaps she could provide the information he sought. "Racing? I must admit, I am not well versed in that arena," Shui Ruyun replied, her disinterest evident. "Have you heard if there are any formidable racers around Liang?" Su Rue's mind drifted to the elite racer from that fateful night, a source of irritation. Had that rascal not shown up, he would have uncovered the mastermind behind the kidnapping by now. Shui Ruyun furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling something. "However, there is an underground racetrack in Ninghai. Generally, skilled racers frequent it, and I've heard it can be quite chaotic. There are rumors of stabbings related to gambling on races, though I have never been there myself." Su Rue nodded in agreement. Indeed, underground racetracks tend to be rife with disorder, akin to gambling dens. Especially abroad. Many view racetracks as havens for crime, places where drugs are consumed, fights break out, and robberies occur, alongside the most primal of activities. It is a realm of utter madness, where no one dares to intervene or impose order. The underground racetrack serves as a microcosm of the dark underworld. "Where is this racetrack located?" he asked. "Approximately 40 kilometers away, at the junction of Ninghai and Qingzhou, lies a hilly region with an extensive winding mountain road. At night, it is notoriously chaotic. Even the notorious gang leader Liang cannot extend his influence there. It is said that the total stakes of gambling each night can reach several tens of millions." Hearing this figure, Su Rue's eyes flickered with intrigue. Such sums, even in the shadowy realms abroad, would be considered substantial for a racing circuit. It appears that the offspring of officials and the affluent in Huaxiao are becoming increasingly wealthy. Upon learning that Su Rue intended to visit the racing circuit, Shui Ruyun's expression softened with worry. "If you must go, I strongly advise against going alone. Bring along a few capable companions. Many individuals there may be armed, and violent incidents are not uncommon." Su Rue smiled slightly. "This is not a concern for me. They are merely a few entitled rich kids, after all. I don't need backup. No one surpasses my skills." Shui Ruyun cautioned, "You should still exercise caution. Although your abilities are impressive, that place is a sanctuary for the wealthy and powerful. Many activities they cannot engage in by day may freely occur at night, unbound by legal constraints." "Very well. I shall prepare adequately and visit these individuals soon," Su Rue declared, finishing his glass of red wine. "Let us go. It's getting late." "I'll drive you home," Shui Ruyun said, her gaze lingering on Su Rue. Su Rue raised an eyebrow. "Why should you take me home? I'd prefer to escort you instead. At the very least, I should know where this enchanting siren resides, making it more convenient for nighttime visits." With a coy smile, Shui Ruyun replied, "All right. You may take me home first, but since we've both been drinking, who will drive?" "I'll drive. Don't worry, I'm not inebriated. And the traffic police won't be out this late to check," Su Rue reassured her, omitting the fact that even if the police were to stop him, they would find nothing amiss. "Very well, but do drive cautiously," Shui Ruyun responded, skeptical, knowing he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. How could he possibly remain sober enough to drive? It seemed implausible. Despite her doubts, Su Rue appeared remarkably alert, seemingly unaffected by the alcohol. "Siren, there is something I'm unsure if I should say before leaving the bar," he remarked, glancing back at the bustling dance hall. "Now that you've called me sister, what could be inappropriate to discuss?" Shui Ruyun mused. After the events of the evening, she felt an inexplicable closeness to Su Rue, a connection that was deeply rooted within her, despite its lack of rationale. Though they had only just met, Shui Ruyun felt as if they were old acquaintances. Whether in conversation or otherwise, there was no sense of awkwardness between them. Such places are best avoided by young women. Su Rue gently patted Shui Ruyun's waist. Shui Ruyun raised her head in surprise and glanced at Su Rue. Upon meeting his clear and bright gaze, she immediately lowered her head, letting out a gentle sigh before saying, "Well, I don't often come here, and today has indeed been a bit wild. Su Rui remembered how Shui Riyun had danced like a madwoman earlier, unable to suppress a smirk as he thought, that is not just a little wild. It's utterly outrageous. Shui Riyun continued, however, it's the first time in all these years that someone has referred to me as a girl. It feels quite peculiar, considering I'm practically a middle-aged woman. Dear sister, you have no idea. In the eyes of men our age, mature women are always far more alluring than young girls. Those teenagers may appear fresh and delicate, but they lack the depth and allure that women like you possess. Su Rui said earnestly, with a hint of playful fantasy. As if he were genuinely comparing the two. Shui Riyun was amused, her laughter ringing like a bell. You, my dear brother, have quite the sweet tongue. Although I know you're not being entirely truthful, it does bring me joy to hear it. Feeling slightly aggrieved, Su Rui replied, I'm not speaking falsehoods, all right? I never tell lies. At that moment, a famous saying flashed through his mind. When I speak sincerely, you think I'm joking. When I truly joke, you believe I'm serious. Upon receiving the keys to Shui Riyun's car, Su Rui took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. As he pressed the gas pedal, the vehicle surged forward with astonishing speed. There was no trace of a drunken driver here. He was far more alert than a sober person. Shui Riyun looked at Su Rui in astonishment, then at the streaks of light outside the window. Her lips parted slightly, but she remained silent. Despite the car's rapid pace, she felt no dizziness or discomfort. The acceleration and deceleration were remarkably smooth, devoid of any abruptness. Having some knowledge of automotive performance, Shui Riyun knew that achieving such speed and sensation required years of practice. Only a harmonious connection between man and machine could accomplish this. Yet, Su Rui appeared to be merely in his 20s. How could he possess such extraordinary driving skills? At that moment, Shui Riyun felt increasingly mystified by Su Rui. The more she interacted with him, the more enigmatic he became. The less she understood this man, the more her curiosity compelled her to connect with him. An endless cycle. An unresolvable loop. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of her mother's passing. After the emotional release of the evening, Shui Riyun's mood lightened considerably. She rolled down the car window, allowing the cool breeze to dance through her long hair, which fluttered wildly inside the vehicle. Some strands even brushed against Su Rui's face, sending a delightful shiver through him. As he gazed at the enchanting Shui Riyun beside him, Su Rui felt an undeniable sense of joy. It seemed to him that the evening was slipping away all too quickly. He unconsciously eased off the accelerator, causing the car to decelerate gently. Of course, Shui Riyun remained oblivious to this change in speed, and Su Rui himself was unaware, which could only imply that their companionship was rather pleasant. However, regardless of how slow Su Rui drove, this road ultimately had an end. After all, this was merely their first outing alone. There were still many days ahead. Shui Riyun resided in a duplex apartment situated in the 4th ring of Ninghai. Those who could afford such accommodations in Ninghai could be considered part of the middle class. However, Shui Riyun was a senior executive at Baikan and also managed a bar, so her living situation was hardly surprising. After parking the car in the garage, Shui Riyun smiled and asked, Brother, would you like to come up to my room for a visit? Su Rui pondered seriously for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps not. I truly fear that you might devour me. I have guarded my purity for so many years. I cannot fall prey to a temptress like you. Shui Riyun chuckled heartily, her laughter causing her graceful figure to sway enticingly. Unbeknownst to her, as she laughed, the soft contours of her chest undulated, presenting a captivating wave-like allure. At that moment, Su Rui could not help but recall their previous encounter on the dance floor, where she had performed a wild and sultry pole dance. The memories of their numerous physical contacts and the occasional glimpses of her astonishing beauty flooded his mind once again. This woman was truly a rare gem, and Su Rui felt he could no longer remain there. If he stayed any longer, he might succumb to the inner devil that urged him to satisfy his physical desires right then and there. He had resolved that during his time in Ninghai, he would not indulge in any romantic entanglements. Women, once involved with, were akin to a drug, difficult to detach from. Su Rui also understood that, given his current circumstances, he was not in a position to entertain any romantic relationships. It was not that women were a burden, rather, his identity could bring unnecessary dangers to any woman in his life. Honestly, sister, let me ask you once more. Do you want to come upstairs for some tea and a moment of relaxation? There are plenty of guest rooms at my place, and you are welcome to stay overnight if you wish, she suggested enticingly. The thought of spending the night alone with this enchanting woman made Su Rue feel an urge to blush, and he licked his lips, caught in a whirlwind of internal conflict. After much contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. He needed to maintain his clarity of judgment and a clear mind. He could not allow himself to be swept away by a woman so soon after arriving in Ninghai. Temptress, I think I'll pass. I can just take a taxi back later. You should rest early, Su Rue replied, turning away. He quickly pulled out a tissue, rolled it up, and stuffed it into his nostrils. When he removed it, it was already stained with blood. Indeed, had he delayed turning away for just one more second, he would have exposed himself to Shui Ruyun in an embarrassing moment of a nosebleed. Gazing at Su Rue's retreating figure, Shui Ruyun offered a bewitching smile, one laced with a hint of complexity. She gently closed the garage door and remarked, "It has been quite some time since I encountered such an intriguing younger brother. He truly is a remarkable individual." Su Rue had not ventured far. Merely a few meters away, he noticed the lights illuminating the upper room. Shui Ruyun stood at the window, waving goodbye, and he reciprocated the gesture, feeling reassured enough to depart. At that moment, Su Rue's eyes caught sight of two vehicles, two black Buick LaCrosses. These cars had parked shortly after their arrival in the community and remained stationary until Su Rue exited the building, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Their nighttime presence, motionless and shrouded in secrecy, naturally aroused suspicion. As Su Rue approached, the doors of both vehicles swung open simultaneously, revealing 8 imposing figures, 7 hulking men and 1 bleeding individual. Ah, how true it is that one does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Had they not been sufficiently punished earlier? Were they now seeking further confrontation? A cold smile crept across Su Rue's face. The bloodied man was none other than the one he had previously struck with a wine bottle during their altercation at the bar. Indeed, it was him. Brothers, if we take care of him, our boss will reward us handsomely tonight. This pretty boy even dared to pursue Shui Ruyun. Our boss is quite displeased with him. Whoever manages to eliminate him shall not go unrewarded. The injured man declared, his eyes glinting with malevolence upon spotting Su Rue. However, he was quite the chatterbox. As his pre-fight monologue seemed interminable, Su Rue's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied coolly, and who might your boss be? Such grandiose claims. Are you not concerned that the wind will cause you to stumble over your own words? What our boss is to you is of no concern. Worry instead about how you will meet your demise. The loquacious man retorted defiantly. Su Rue smirked. I find that perplexing. You claim your boss intends to harm me. Yet I have done him no wrong. It is you who initiated this confrontation. Do you truly believe I would let you go unscathed? Su Rue grasped their intention clearly. These individuals were merely pawns for their boss, who had taken an interest in Shui Ruyun, while he was simply seen as an obstacle to be removed. The chaos of this large city was indeed palpable. I shall not hesitate to inform you that our boss wields considerable power. Should you choose to retreat gracefully, we shall not trouble you further. Our boss has decreed that no one is to disrupt his plans for this evening. Otherwise, they shall face dire consequences. The loquacious man threatened, revealing that he was unlikely to abandon his verbose nature. Young man, should you remain obstinate, we will have no choice but to turn our blades upon you. It will not merely be a matter of losing a limb. My companions and I are seasoned in bloodshed. We shall have you dismembered and disposed of in the sea to feed the fish, another burly man added ominously, showcasing that verbosity was indeed infectious among them. I have an aversion to threats, Su Rue remarked nonchalantly. It seems the security in Ninghai is rather lacking. Otherwise, how could there be so many gangs? Ah, you dislike being threatened, yet my brothers here intend to threaten you. When you struck me with that wine bottle, did you envision this moment? The talkative one sneered, as if he could already envision Su Rue's downfall. At that moment, several individuals brandished the concealed knives they had hidden behind them, the gleaming daggers shining brightly in the night. I shall inquire once more, who is your boss? If you divulge this information now, you may find a more favorable outcome. Otherwise, I assure you that both your arms and your third leg will be rendered useless. Such a splendid evening. Yet this persistent group has evidently irritated Su Rue. Enough of your prattle. You dare to threaten me? Tonight, I intend to create an opportunity for my boss to pursue Shui Ruyun, and you dare to obstruct my plans? Before he could finish his sentence, an indescribable pain surged between his legs. The intense agony caused his body to curl up like a shrimp, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Indeed, it felt as if a tremendous force had obliterated his most vulnerable region. He trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excruciating pain. His vision blurred, and he nearly lost consciousness. Su Rui's swift kick landed precisely between his legs, and as he knelt, Su Rui seized his hair, delivering a forceful knee strike. Bang! Su Rui's kneecap collided intimately with the frail nasal bone of the bleeding man, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. Blood erupted across his face. After delivering the knee strike, Su Rui swiftly stepped back, ensuring not a single drop of blood splattered upon him. At this moment, those surrounding them had yet to comprehend the speed of Su Rui's movements. Their comrade lay unconscious on the ground, bloodied and unresponsive. I shall ask a second time. Who is your boss? If anyone answers first, I shall spare them. Otherwise, each of you will suffer a fate far worse. One that will forever render you incapable of manhood. Su Rui wore an air of irreverence, his expression dripping with disdain, as if he were confronting mere children playing house rather than a group of formidable men. The remaining 7 hesitated, not out of fear, but rather due to the shocking display of Su Rui's prowess. He had incapacitated one of their own in an instant, a display of strength that was truly terrifying. Even if they all attacked together, they were uncertain of their ability to match him. I grant you 3 seconds to respond. The first to answer shall be unharmed. Rest assured, I keep my word. Brothers, together now. Let us incapacitate him. If we eliminate this pretty boy, our boss will reward us handsomely. If we let him escape, our boss will not spare us. Upon hearing these words, the group finally ceased their hesitation, lunging forward with their knives aimed at Su Rui. A band of fools. Do you truly believe that numbers alone guarantee victory? Su Rui's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he stepped forward, unafraid of the daggers aimed at him. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a dual strike, his punches effortlessly cutting through the glinting blades to collide with the nasal bones of 2 adversaries. The impact was precise and unerring. Blood erupted across their faces, and they let out anguished cries, their bodies flipping backward as if unable to withstand the force behind Su Rui's blows. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Rui pursued the 2 as they were propelled through the air, seizing their arms. With a swift motion of his right foot, he pivoted and delivered powerful kicks to their elbow joints. The audible crack of shattering bones sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. The grotesque sight of the 2 men's arms bending at unnatural angles was nothing short of horrifying. These individuals were merely street thugs, far from the true menace of organized crime. Yet, after witnessing Su Rui's display of raw power, the remaining members of their group were struck with fear, frozen in place, too intimidated to retaliate. In this brutal world, one must exhibit greater ferocity than their opponents. Weakness only invites further oppression. These burly men, seasoned fighters from their school days to the present, had never encountered anyone with such formidable skill and speed. In mere moments, 3 of their own had been incapacitated before they could even comprehend the situation. I asked for the 3rd time, who will answer my previous question? Su Rui's voice resonated with authority. My patience is finite. If you do not respond, your fate will mirror theirs. Nay, it may be even more dire. I will reiterate. I keep my word. Realizing some individuals do not learn until faced with the consequences, Su Rui lamented the need for excessive dialogue. A swift and brutal assault would have sufficed. As 3 seconds elapsed without a response, he surged into the crowd, grasping 2 men and forcefully bringing their heads together with a resounding thud. The chilling sound echoed as both men rolled their eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness. This was a testament to Su Rui's restraint. Had he applied more force, their skulls would have shattered, leaving no chance for survival. Just as he regained his footing, the remaining 3 men hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, I will tell you everything. Just ask what you wish to know. They were genuinely terrified, fearing they would be the next victims. The various fates that had befallen their companions were too painful to witness. They knew that enduring such suffering themselves would be unbearable. Now, kneel and explain everything clearly. As soon as Su Rui spoke, the 3 individuals hastily knelt on both knees. At that moment, the thought of the saying beneath a man's knee lies gold was far from their minds as they sought to avoid punishment. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Su Rui's eyes. You petty thugs from Ninghai truly lack sophistication. To label you as part of the underworld would be an insult to that term. Now, tell me, who is your boss? Our boss is Zhang Qibing, the proprietor of the Jiamei chain hotels. One of them replied. Su Rui raised an eyebrow. The owner of Jiamei chain hotels? What interest does he have in me? He has long set his sights on Shui Riyun. Upon seeing you together with her today, He became consumed by jealousy and sought to eliminate you. One of the burly men timidly explained. Oh, what does he intend to do to Shui Riyun? Su Rui continued to inquire coldly. Our boss wishes to dispose of you first, and then, this very night, he plans to force himself upon Shui Riyun, claiming her as his own. The previous incident at the bar was also orchestrated by him. As he was seated on the second floor, another man eagerly interjected, fearful of incurring Su Rui's wrath. Su Rui shook his head, reflecting on the notion that beauty can be a source of calamity. Women of striking beauty often find themselves in peril, as countless predatory males lurk in the shadows, misjudging the tranquility of society, which is anything but peaceful. And where is your boss now? Our boss is currently at his private apartment, awaiting news. The moment we succeed, he will rush over, they replied. Su Rui smirked. Provide me with the address of his private apartment. Only a few of Zhang Qibing's subordinates were privy to the location of his private apartment, as it was not a residence intended for his family, but rather a haven for his rendezvous with mistresses or to indulge in illicit affairs. Each time he sought the company of a woman, Zhang Qibing would retreat to this safe haven, for no matter how the police pursued, they could never discover its whereabouts. After witnessing Shui Riyun's captivating dance at the bar, Zhang Qibing felt an insatiable itch within, a burning desire that refused to dissipate. Consequently, he resorted to taking a Viagra, hoping to unleash his prowess upon Shui Riyun later that evening. However, to his dismay, the effects of the drug were overwhelmingly potent. Within half an hour, he found himself in excruciating discomfort, desperately in need of release. At that moment, with his subordinates still failing to secure Shui Riyun, Zhang Qibing had no choice but to contact a woman who frequently attended to his needs. Intending to relieve himself in his apartment while awaiting news of success from his men. After a refreshing shower, Zhang Qibing emerged from his room clad in a bathrobe, only to find the escort had already shed her outer garments, donning enticing lingerie as she posed seductively on the sofa. Zhang Qibing chuckled, puffing out his ample belly, and loosened his bathrobe, standing before the escort as he said, "Ensure that you serve me well tonight, and I shall not let you go unrewarded." The young lady was a longtime client of his. Upon encountering Zhang Qibing, she smiled softly and stood up, but a fleeting glance of disdain flickered in her eyes as she beheld his corpulent belly. Thus, certain inappropriate scenes unfolded within the confines of the room. Devoid of any aesthetic appeal, Zhang, the proprietor, was indeed in high spirits. At that moment, a mocking voice unexpectedly echoed from behind Zhang Qibing, startling him beyond measure. What was happening? The villa's doors and windows were securely locked. From whence did that voice emanate? Fear gripped Zhang's heart, rendering him momentarily frozen, and a certain part of him, once steadfast, instantly succumbed to languor. It was likely that after this encounter, he would forever bear the shadows of this experience, possibly even suffering from some functional impairment. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Qibing turned to see a man casually seated on the sofa, legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. How had this individual entered without a sound? Zhang, now unclothed, would have to dash to the kitchen even to find a knife. And this man's silent arrival was clearly sinister in intent. What? You were just seeking someone to harm me, and now you wish to feign ignorance? Zhang, you truly have a forgetful mind. Would you like me to jog your memory? Su Rui, with an expression of derision, resembled a cat toying with a mouse. He instructed the young lady, "You, go to the adjoining room and shut the door. You are not to emerge without my command." All right, the lady nodded eagerly, hastily donning her clothing and dashing to another room, exposing her fair back to Su Rui. However, he held no interest in such a sight. You are the man beside Shui Riyun. Zhang Qibing finally recognized that Su Rui was the so-called pretty boy she had mentioned. This realization confirmed his fears. Su Rui clapped his hands. Zhang, since I am here, it signifies that all your subordinates have been incapacitated by me. Shall we discuss tonight's affairs in earnest? My subordinates have been incapacitated? What do you wish to discuss? Zhang Qibing was engulfed in terror, realizing that since his men had failed, Su Rui was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. He had gravely misjudged the situation. Do not be afraid, Zhang. A man must own up to his deeds. Since you initiated this, do not shy away from acknowledgement. Let us negotiate the terms. Su Rui lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, and continued. Since you dared to send others to do away with me, be prepared for their return to eliminate you. What? What do you want? Observing Su Rui's calm demeanor while he covered himself with a bathrobe, Zhang Qibing felt an overwhelming sense of dread swell within him. I have stated it clearly. We are here to negotiate the price. Zhang, what do you believe you are worth? What do you mean by that? How much am I worth? In his state of fear, Zhang Qibing trembled uncontrollably. In truth, my intention is rather straightforward. How much do you believe your life is worth? Upon hearing this from Su Rui, Zhang Qibing felt his entire body go limp, devoid of strength. To purchase one's own life. What was this man implying? Did he intend to take his life? Allow me to make an offer. If you find it agreeable, accept it. If not, we can negotiate further. Suggested Su Rui with a glint in his eye. Could you not be a bit clearer? Zhang Qibing trembled, his voice quivering. I genuinely do not comprehend what you are saying. Let me elaborate. Su Rui continued earnestly. What do you believe your left hand is worth? How about your right hand? Your left foot, right foot, kidneys, lungs, liver, heart, brain, ears, nose, and eyes? I require you to assign a price to each of these. Don't be reckless. We live in a society governed by law. If you persist with this, I will call the police. Su Rui chuckled disdainfully. Do you think that, having the audacity to sit here, I fear your threats of calling the police? Even if the authorities arrive, I assure you, this miserly individual will already be in pieces long before they could intervene. I fail to understand why, having reached this dire juncture, you still cling to your money. You are on the verge of losing your life. Or, to put it more gently, you are about to become a disabled person, devoid of limbs. Suddenly, Su Rui produced a gleaming knife from seemingly nowhere, its blade glinting ominously under the light. Zhang Qibing, stripped of his defenses, felt a chill run through him, not just between his legs, but throughout his entire being. Su Rui sat upright, hands crossed over his knees, exuding an air of gravitas. I prefer to create opportunities for mutual benefit in a fair and transparent manner. How about this? I won't extort exorbitantly. Do you believe 500,000 is a fair price for your left hand? If you deem it so, transfer the funds to my account. If not, I shall sever your left hand and dispose of it in the toilet. Alternatively, if you find that option too distasteful, I could simply throw your left hand to the dogs. Although Su Rui wore a smile, his tone dripped with mockery, sending shivers down Zhang Qibing's spine. 500,000. That seems excessive. Zhang Qibing stuttered, eyeing the knife in Su Rui's hand. His entire fortune barely exceeded 100 million. 500,000 for a left hand seemed outrageous. And what about the additional costs for his nose, eyes, ears, liver, kidneys, and heart? He feared that even a few billion would not suffice. In truth, business is quite simple. It is a matter of mutual consent. Boss Zhang, you must surely grasp this fundamental principle. What do you think? Gazing at the knife swirling in Su Rui's hand, its blade reflecting a cold shimmer, Zhang Qibing felt his legs weaken with fear. He dreaded that this man, who spoke with such conviction, might indeed sever his left hand, leading to a grim fate. Do not hesitate any longer. These are your own organs. Why hesitate to spend money on them? Besides, I am not a patient man. Su Rui spoke, swiftly delivering a backhand slap that sent the plump Zhang Qibing sprawling onto the sofa, 5 vivid blood marks blooming upon his face. In that moment, Zhang Qibing felt as though his head had been struck with a hammer, a searing pain coursing through him, as if half his body had gone numb. To strike a lean man requires a fist, but to strike a corpulent one necessitates a palm. I sincerely hope our collaboration unfolds in a harmonious and amicable atmosphere. Yet you persist in challenging my patience. Consider this merely a minor lesson. I assure you, should you hesitate again, the next thing to strike you will not be my hand, but this knife. With that, Su Rui deftly twirled his finger, and the blade in his grasp lodged itself into the coffee table with the precision of an arrow, leaving only the hilt exposed. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Qibing was truly taken aback. What kind of speed and strength must it require for such a knife to pierce through solid mahogany, as though it were mere tofu? At that moment, Zhang Qibing harbored no doubt that this man, with a mocking expression, could effortlessly sever his hand. He was certainly not being threatened idly. The words held weight. I truly detest hearing others prattle on. Su Rui furrowed his brow, stating, 5 million for a hand. What do you think? Though he found the price rather exorbitant, in order to preserve his own appendages, Zhang Qibing reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, 5 million it is. As long as you refrain from severing my hand. All right, the previous price has been agreed upon. Now, it is time to discuss the right hand. 7 million, a firm price. Su Rui continued, nonchalantly resting his leg. Zhang Qibing felt on the verge of tears. What is happening? Wasn't the left hand 5 million just a moment ago? Why has the right hand increased by 2 million? Su Rue replied, Today, I am not in a particularly foul mood, so allow me to elucidate. First, I possess the authority to set your price. When I declare several million, it is precisely that. Consider yourself fortunate that I did not assign an astronomical sum for your right hand. 7 million should still be within your means, correct? Second, as a right-handed individual, your right hand is more dexterous and crucial, naturally making it more valuable. Do you believe your right hand, after years of labor, is not worth an additional 2 million? No, this is sheer extortion. Zhang Qibing was utterly unwilling. After all, this money was hard-earned. To relinquish 200 million for both hands felt easier than robbing a bank. With a sharp crack, Su Rue delivered another decisive slap, showing no hesitation or mercy. He had grown weary of exchanging words with Zhang Qibing. At times, physical language proved to be far more persuasive. The freshly struck cheek of Zhang Qibing bore yet another blow, crimson marks layering upon crimson, rendering his face a ghastly sight, as though scorched by an iron. All right. I agree, 7 million it shall be. Zhang Qibing felt he had encountered a devil, though he remained cautious. What difference does it make if I agree now? Once the bank transfer is complete, I shall promptly report this to the police. They will undoubtedly believe the funds were extorted, and I have committed this man's visage to memory. It will be a simple matter to retrieve the money later. After all, such coercive transfers amount to extortion. Under the influence of this psychological pressure, Zhang Qibing began to exhibit an unnaturally compliant demeanor. No matter which organ Su Rue mentioned next, he readily acquiesced to the proposed price, devoid of any inclination to negotiate. Very well, given your commendable behavior of late, I shall offer you a bundled deal, a total of 120 million. Your organs are indeed quite valuable, Mr. Zhang, Su Rue remarked with a sardonic grin. 120 million. Upon hearing this staggering sum, the muscles in Zhang Qibing's face uncontrollably twitched. Such an amount exceeded his entire net worth by more than double. It would take several lifetimes of toil to amass that fortune again. What a farce! Rather than handing over that sum, he might as well leap to his demise. All right. As long as you are willing to spare me, 120 million it shall be, Zhang Qibing replied, feigning compliance while struggling to suppress his inner fury. Excellent. Since we have reached an amicable agreement, let us proceed with the transfer, Mr. Zhang. Please provide me with your bank account number, and of course, the password as well. At this juncture, Su Rue paused, casting a knowing glance at his counterpart, and grinned. Mr. Zhang, perhaps you believe that after this transaction, you can report me to the authorities, thinking they will investigate the transfer records and conclude that I have extorted you. However, I must regrettably inform you that you are overly optimistic. The police will undoubtedly turn a blind eye to your plight. Zhang Qibing was taken aback. Perceiving this individual as attempting to intimidate him, why would the police not intervene? Yet, this remark inadvertently revealed his underlying thoughts. Su Rue smiled faintly, choosing not to press further. Now, please find a blank sheet of paper and write down the agreement we have just established. I shall dictate, and you shall transcribe. I, Zhang Qibing, owe Mr. Su Rue 120 million Chinese yuan. Should I fail to fulfill this debt, I willingly offer up my left hand, my right hand, and my, well, you know. As he penned the last 3 words, Zhang Qibing's brow quivered violently, and a chill coursed through his legs. He glanced at the dagger embedded in the rosewood coffee table. The mere thought of it being wielded against him sent a cold sweat down his spine. Does this note hold any legal weight? This was Zhang Qibing's foremost concern. Very well, you may now disclose your bank account number and password, Su Rue urged, adding, and do not entertain thoughts of deception. I will ascertain their authenticity with a simple inquiry. Initially, Zhang Qibing contemplated fabricating a number to mislead Su Rue, intending to alert the authorities once the man sought verification at the bank. However, given Su Rue's insistence, he abandoned that notion. He relayed the accurate figures without any attempt at concealment. At this moment, Su Rue dialed a number. Hello. Could you verify whether this bank account number and password are legitimate? What on earth are you doing? It's the middle of the night. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Why are you asking me to check some ridiculous account and password? A disgruntled voice responded from the other end, clearly irked by the late-night disturbance. Do as you wish. But if you don't, I might just abandon this task in Ninghai, Su Rue remarked nonchalantly, a cold smile gracing his lips. After all, he held the leverage over the other party, ensuring that the old fellow would assist him without hesitation. Upon hearing Su Rui's words, the other side immediately perked up, hastily shaking his head and exclaiming, "No, no, please, whatever you say goes. As long as you continue to protect the Beacon Group, everything is negotiable. This is for the stability of our great nation." "Stability, my foot," Su Rui scoffed. "You merely wish to exploit me as free labor." Having his intentions laid bare, the voice on the other end chuckled awkwardly. "What was it you needed my help with again?" "Very well, I shall provide you with this account number and password. Please verify it for me. I know you can access anything through your system." After Su Rui recited the account details, the other party confirmed that both the account number and password were correct. "You are indeed honest," Su Rui remarked, casting a casual glance at the shivering Zhang Qibing, who stood there, unsure if he was trembling from cold or fear. "Now, can you tell me how much money is in that account?" Su Rui continued his inquiry. 57 million, under the name Zhang Qibing, came the immediate response, indicating that this query was rather straightforward. "Indeed, that is the one. Transfer the entire 57 million to my account." "You know the number. I haven't changed it," Su Rui instructed. "What? You want it all transferred to your account? Are you certain you are not attempting robbery?" The voice on the other end now sounded suspicious, aware that 57 million could lead to a death sentence. "Death sentence? What nonsense. 57 million is merely office expenses for your department on a single mission. It's hardly a drop in the bucket. And with you standing in my way, who would dare come after me? Who would dare to convict me? They would be courting disaster by opposing the most formidable law enforcement in our nation. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Rui replied with an air of ease. "The most formidable law enforcement in our nation?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qibing trembled even more. "I cannot engage in actions lacking principles. The amount involved is far too substantial, and I have no knowledge of Zhang Qibing's dealings. In short, this is quite difficult for me to handle. Given your considerable influence, perhaps you should find another solution?" The other party sounded quite distressed. "Allow me to clarify. This Zhang Qibing attempted to have me killed tonight, and I tracked him to his residence. I am merely asking for some funds to calm my nerves, without demanding his life. Does that seem unreasonable to you?" A cold smirk danced in Su Rui's eyes. "What? He sought to have you killed?" The tone on the other end became instantly serious. "Very well, I will transfer the funds immediately. As for how you deal with this individual, that is entirely up to you. Just keep me informed of the outcome. I assure you my subordinates will not interfere." The voice conveyed a strong sense of support for Su Rui. "Ah, splendid. It appears you are quite generous. Our years of friendship have not been in vain." Su Rui chuckled with satisfaction. The conversation between Su Rui and the mysterious figure left Zhang Qibing thoroughly shaken. Who on the other end of the line could possibly be? What kind of violent organization could authorize the transfer of 57 million at a mere utterance? The audacity of the individual on the other side was astonishing. As they swiftly uncovered his account name, was it true that he might lose everything tonight? Of course, when someone intends to harm you, one cannot afford to be overly courteous. "I'm currently not in Ninghai. Do you require my subordinates to assist?" Listening to the voice on the phone, Su Rui felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. This old chap was one of his few friends in China, and though he hadn't seen him in ages, he found himself missing his voice. Yet, as valuable as friendship is, extorting wealth took precedence. Earning 100 million in a single night was a tempting prospect. And Su Rui wished he could encounter more oblivious individuals like Zhang Qibing. With a cold smile, Su Rui remarked, "Enough of this idle chatter. Has the money been successfully transferred?" "I have yet to receive a notification. The transfer is complete, 57 million. You can check now. The notification should arrive shortly," Zhang Qibing replied, nearly in tears. His phone had been incessantly buzzing. Could it be that all the funds had been drained? How could that be? Wasn't it customary for transfers above 1 million to require prior approval? Why had this one succeeded so effortlessly? What kind of person was he dealing with? Yet, this individual owed him a total of 120 million. Wasn't he 57 million a meager sum? Upon hearing Su Rui's words, the muscles of the man on the other end twitched involuntarily. Which unfortunate soul had crossed paths with Su Rui, seemingly courting disaster? Su Rui would undoubtedly demand a king's ransom, leaving nothing but bone shards in his wake. Retrieve this person's identity information immediately, and locate all their accounts across major banks, stocks, funds, and futures. Transfer every last penny to me. I will not spare a single cent." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qibing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the world around him seemed to darken. He had initially harbored grand plans. His bank card held 57 million. And even if he relinquished it all to Su Rue, he still had some reserves in other financial markets, enough liquidity to weather the storm. However, Su Rue was cunning beyond measure. How had he managed to find such a formidable ally, capable of tracing all his accounts in the financial markets? With such capabilities, was there any semblance of privacy left for him in the presence of this man? Wait, I not only need those assets, I also want all real estate and property registered under his name. I know that even without property deeds, your system can facilitate the transfer. Once the transfer is recorded in your system, the Property Bureau will automatically complete the change of ownership, rendering the deeds mere scraps of paper. Send everything to me now. Do not delay. Su Rue was indeed relentless, seemingly intent on extorting Zhang Qibing to the point of desperation. The voice on the other end of the phone sighed. If the higher-ups were to discover my complicity in these matters, I would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, since he seeks to confront you, it is only natural for him to bear the consequences. Su Rue raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Zhang Qibing, listening on the other end, was already in a state of shock. He had never heard of any department possessing the capability to alter information in the background, rendering all property and ownership certificates void. If such a thing were indeed possible, it would be utterly terrifying. Who was this man before him? How could he possibly have access to such an immensely powerful and enigmatic department? Why had he been foolish enough to provoke this individual? Regret washed over him as he lamented his previous decisions, realizing that had he foreseen this outcome, he would have never sought out that enchantress, Shui Riyun. Reflecting on his experiences in Ninghai, a faint sorrow flickered in Zhang Qibing's eyes. He had started as a petty thug, working as an underling before building his own influence, acquiring his first fortune through unscrupulous means, and gradually developing his current enterprises. The journey had been far from easy, though his own beginnings were not entirely pristine. He believed that his current holdings were the result of over a decade of hard work. Yet, this young man had merely uttered a few casual words, effortlessly dismantling everything he had struggled to achieve. This was a complete upheaval of Zhang Qibing's understanding of the world. He felt a profound sense of unwillingness, an innate dissatisfaction. Watching his wealth slip away, any individual would feel the same despair. However, what could he do? The man before him exuded an overwhelming strength. Was he still that seemingly timid and frail pretty boy from earlier? Su Rue, seated comfortably on the sofa, observed Zhang Qibing's expressions intently. What's the matter? Boss Zhang, do you feel a sense of injustice? Are you yearning to have someone eliminate me? No, not at all. Zhang Qibing hastily waved his hands, a flicker of panic in his eyes. I must inform you, this is the fate you have brought upon yourself. Before you decided to act against me, you should have considered the repercussions. If you do not experience a modicum of hardship, you will remain oblivious to the fact that there are always greater powers in this world. After a brief pause, Su Rue continued, remember, there are individuals you can never provoke. Unfortunately for you, I am one of them. As he spoke, Su Rue's expression remained calm, yet it radiated an undeniable aura of dominance, an essence deeply rooted within him that could not be feigned. Zhang Qibing's face reflected sheer astonishment. He was at a loss for words, utterly speechless. He was genuinely taken aback by Su Rue's presence, which emanated such a formidable atmosphere through a mere expression. This pretty boy was undoubtedly more formidable than he had ever imagined. Su Rue observed the expression of Zhang Qibing with keen interest, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. 57 million in savings, along with several properties in real estate, barely amounts to 100 million. Such a sum would scarcely create a ripple in the vast ocean of capital outside. Have you lost your sense of self in Ninghai? Su Rue spoke the truth. In today's world, 100 million yuan holds little significance in the era of grand capital. Not only internationally, but even many county-level development zones within the country have set an investment threshold of over 100 million. However, to Zhang Qibing, these words resonated differently. The muscles in his face trembled violently. This man was not merely a devil, but a shameless one at that. He devoured everything without leaving a morsel behind, not even a drop of broth. And here he was, delivering his cold remarks. At that moment, Zhang Qibing had resolved to call the police, determined to resolve the issue to protect his dwindling fortunes. In this country, matters that cannot be resolved through official channels often lead to private resolutions, and those that remain unresolved privately eventually find their way to the authorities. It is a simple yet complex cycle. Let us come to a definitive conclusion, Zhang Qibing. Su Rue stated suddenly, his tone calm. What conclusion can we reach? You have taken all my possessions. What more do you desire? Do you intend to silence me forever? Zhang Qibing's gaze fell upon the knife embedded in the coffee table, fear seeping into his heart. To lose 100 million in one fell swoop was swifter than a bank heist. You are correct. I do wish to silence you. Su Rue's words sent shivers down Zhang Qibing's spine, for he sensed an unmistakable aura of lethal intent emanating from him. I have taken 100 million from you, leaving you destitute. If you claim not to harbor any resentment towards me, I suspect even you would find that hard to believe. Since you already despise me so, why should I allow a potential threat to linger in this world? Su Rue smiled faintly, his fingers gripping the knife's handle as he withdrew it from the table. The blade's glint piercing Zhang Qibing's eyes once more. Spare me, please. I assure you, I could never harbor hatred towards you. Today's events are entirely my own doing. Should I ever entertain any ill intentions again, you have every right to return and kill me. Furthermore, if you were to murder me and the police discovered it, that would be a death sentence. You've already acquired the money. I will not raise a word of it. I beg you, spare my life. As he spoke, Zhang Qibing began to appeal to reason and emotion. It seemed he truly feared Su Rue. It is a matter of mutual consent. I do not worry about your potential retaliation. To be frank, in my eyes, you are no different from an ant. What concern is there for revenge? Have you ever witnessed an elephant fear an ant's vengeance after stepping on it? As he uttered these words, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Rue's eyes. Indeed, after enduring many years in the shadowy realm of the West, he has encountered countless minor characters like Zhang Qibing. If he so desired, he could have effortlessly severed the man's throat without uttering a single word. After all, what was Zhang but a mere insect? To the sun god Apollo of the dark world, he was inconsequential. However, even if he refrained from killing him, he could not allow himself to be left with any potential threats. I shall not take your life today. Finally, after toying with the knife for some time, Su Rue uttered a phrase that offered Zhang Qibing a modicum of reassurance. Yet my mercy does not grant you the liberty to seek revenge or act as you please. You ought to be aware of my capabilities. Should you entertain any thoughts of targeting Shui Ruyun after this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. This time, your life cost 100 million. Next time, I doubt you will find another 100 million to save yourself. As he spoke, a chilling light emanated from Su Rue's eyes, piercing directly into Zhang Qibing's own. Under that intense gaze, Zhang felt utterly exposed, as if Su Rue could see through his very essence, sending a wave of dread coursing through him. The icy fear penetrated his bones, causing him to shudder uncontrollably, and beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Yet, he had no time to wipe them away, hastily assuring, "Rest assured, I will not commit such acts again. I will gather my belongings and leave Ninghai at once. As long as you remain in Ninghai, I shall not set foot here again." Su Rue nodded, his tone icy as he replied, "I hope you can keep your word. Furthermore, you are currently left with nothing. You will not take a single cent with you. Everything in this house belongs to me, including the safe you have hidden in the corner." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qibing stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He had intended to discreetly pocket the hundreds of thousands from the safe to fund his resurgence, but now that glimmer of hope was dashed. Who exactly was this man? How could he see through every secret? The safe was concealed so well, its exterior so meticulously disguised. How could he possibly know? "I have stated that everything in this room is mine, and you are forbidden to take anything," Su Rue reiterated coldly. "Do you not comprehend?" Some may perceive Su Rue's treatment of Zhang Qibing as excessively harsh, considering he had already extracted nearly $1 billion in assets from him. Yet, to Su Rue, this was entirely justified. When one errs, they must pay the price. Consequences must follow wrongdoing. Otherwise, if the cost of crime remains low, the crime rate in this world would soar. Su Rue adhered to his principles resolutely. Zhang Qibing's fate was a result of his own actions. There was little pity to be found. As he donned his clothing and exited the room empty-handed, Su Rue approached the door. Addressing the trembling young lady concealed in the corner, "The ordeal is over. You may leave now." Then, Su Rue unexpectedly pulled out 200 yuan bills from his wallet and said to her, "This may be significantly less than your usual fee, but consider it a token of my appreciation. Once you leave, keep your lips sealed." The young woman, trembling with fear, gazed at Su Rue, hardly daring to accept the money. Those mere 200 yuan felt akin to a hot potato. Observing her quivering demeanor, Su Rue, somewhat displeased, remarked, What are you so afraid of? I am not going to harm you. Take the money and leave. Just pretend you have never been here. The woman scrutinized Su Rue closely, eventually convinced he was not deceiving her. With hurried gratitude, she departed, not daring to touch the 200 yuan. Her life was far more valuable than money. After all, this man had effortlessly reduced the formidable boss Zhang Qibing to a state of utter disgrace. Her fate would surely be dire. Leaving promptly was her best course of action. By now, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Su Rue glanced at his watch, shut the door, and turned to exit Zhang Qibing's residence, a mere house, insignificant in his eyes. Upon stepping outside, Su Rue intended to return to his lodging at the Oriental Pearl Hotel. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to furrow his brow as he hailed a taxi headed for the Lin family manor. It was late at night, and most of the roads were remarkably quiet. Even in this bustling metropolis, the night had a serene calm. On the way to Lin family manor, few cars passed by, and the bright streetlights illuminated the straight avenue. Su Rue's mood remained relatively buoyant, despite having gone without sleep for quite some time, and there was little sign of fatigue etched upon his brow. Gently patting his thigh, Su Rue muttered to himself, "Here I am, awake in the dead of night. It seems this task is hardly an enviable one. That damned scoundrel has assigned me this ridiculous errand. This old fellow surely fancied himself a titan of the Western underworld, believing he possessed the capability to resist the restless Western forces, which is why he summoned Su Rue." However, Su Rue was reluctant to reveal his identity in Huaxia, as it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary complications from many in this land. He had not returned to this country for a long time, as it held numerous memories he preferred to forget. Of course, had it not been for those past events, his life would not have strayed so far from its intended path, arriving at its current state. Yet sometimes, a single thought can effortlessly alter the course of one's destiny. If he were to continue as a soldier, obediently adhering to discipline and regulations, perhaps a promising future awaited him. Nonetheless, he was inherently inclined to shatter rules, and expecting him to follow the prescribed rules set by predecessors or superiors was an insurmountable challenge. Individuals like Su Rue, adept at breaking rules yet inept at abiding by them, often inadvertently become the architects of such regulations. Su Rue understood that should those from the Western underworld appear, the revelation of the sun goddess' presence in Huaxiao would merely be a matter of time. The taxi halted at a considerable distance from the Lin family estate. Su Rue alighted from the vehicle and chose not to take the main road, instead traversing the verdant strip along the roadside, moving within the shadows of the trees. Throughout this journey, Su Rue's movements were remarkably light and silent. Even his footsteps made no sound. A passerby would hardly discern the presence of a person moving stealthily amidst the thicket. Despite the undergrowth and low shrubs littering the greenery, Su Rue navigated the obstacles with ease, as if treading on level ground, deftly avoiding any impediments without a hint of hesitation. As he approached within 500 meters of the Lin estate, he spotted two figures ahead. These individuals appeared somewhat furtive, clad in black attire suited for nocturnal operations, and moved with utmost caution, clearly harboring some ulterior motive. The style of their garments evoked a sense of familiarity in Su Rue, for such outfits were commonly donned by operatives in the shadowy realms of the West, a design not yet available in Huaxia. This revelation confirmed that these two were indeed from the Western underworld. With this deduction, Su Rue's expression grew increasingly stoic. He trailed the duo for several hundred meters, and remarkably, they remained oblivious to his presence. These unfortunate souls had unwittingly encountered the master of pursuits, observing their trajectory leading directly to the Lin family estate. Su Rue's demeanor sharpened, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. As the saying goes, where there is mention of a villain, there he arrives with remarkable swiftness. Su Rue prided himself on his professional integrity and his unwavering commitment to fulfilling his promises. He had vowed to see this task through to completion, embodying the principle of the sun god Apollo. To speak is to act, and to promise is to perform. It was evident that these two individuals were seasoned operatives of the night, moving with a near-silent grace. Their every action marked by professionalism that far surpassed the clumsy amateurs often found domestically. Their intent toward the Lin estate was clearly nefarious. Despite Su Rue being a mere few dozen meters away, the pair remained entirely unaware as they approached the estate's perimeter. Rather than scaling the wall immediately, they activated some portable device, meticulously inspecting everything around the boundary, moving with caution as they wielded their instruments. Eventually, they paused at a corner of the wall, exchanging glances and nodding. Before pointing upwards and, akin to spiders, they stealthily ascended the wall, soundlessly. Witnessing their actions, Su Rui's eyes flickered with a cold light, for he too possessed the skills required for such climbing. Ah, so they have finally arrived, these restless souls. Su Rui felt a twinge of relief that he had chosen to come tonight. Had he not, allowing these two to approach the Lin estate would have yielded dire consequences. It was evident that the situation had escalated to a critical juncture, with the Western underworld stirring restlessly, in pursuit of this so-called trichloramine. Driven by greed and the allure of substantial monetary gain, they were capable of committing acts that transgressed the very fabric of human morality. It appears that this so-called Lin family manor is indeed quite easy to breach. The two individuals are scaling the wall, a sense of ease washing over them. The organization entrusted them with this task, placing great importance on their capabilities. This mission promises to secure vast and immeasurable benefits for the organization, and upon completion, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now, as they approach the completion of their task, all that remains is to infiltrate Lin family manor, locate the young lady Lin Aoshua, and abduct her back to the west, after which they could return to collect their accolades with peace of mind. In truth, throughout the entirety of this endeavor, they have not regarded the difficulty of the task with due seriousness. After all, the underworld of Huaxiao and the dark realms of the west exist on entirely different levels. The former pales in comparison to the latter. These two individuals are somewhat renowned experts within the organization, believing that capturing a woman in Huaxiao would be a trivial undertaking. However, unbeknownst to these so-called experts, their every movement was being displayed clearly on the screens within the security monitoring room of the Lin family villa. Using the counter-surveillance cameras he had brought, Su Rui had installed them in all the blind spots of the manor. The moment a shadow appeared on the footage, an alarm would sound, but this alert could only be heard within the monitoring room and in the bedrooms of Lin Fuzhong and Lin Aoshua. At that moment, Lin Aoshua, clad in her nightgown, lay on her bed with her eyes gently closed, occasionally fluttering her eyelashes in deep slumber. Suddenly, the sharp, urgent beeping roused her from her dreams. Rubbing her eyes, Lin Aoshua's expression grew serious. She quietly slipped out of bed and approached the alarm, gently pressing it to silence the noise. It was evident that this device had been left by Su Rui, intended to notify them in case of danger. Little did she expect that, with Su Rui absent today, this device would be put to such immediate use. In the main monitoring room, the alarm also sounded softly yet distinctly. The head of security, sensing imminent danger, promptly summoned his team. Just then, Lin Fuzhong, dressed in his nightgown, arrived at the door of the monitoring room. "Did you all hear the alarm?" Lin Fuzhong inquired calmly. "Yes, boss, we all heard it. I've also seen the figures on the video. Mr. Su is indeed formidable. He has encompassed all previous blind spots within the surveillance range. We have detected intruders immediately," came the response. "This group of intruders may not be simple. You must all assemble and respond with caution. Do not underestimate the situation." Lin Fuzhong, experienced and composed, remained steady under pressure. Although he was unaware of the true capabilities of the Western underworld, he recognized that the strengths abroad were indeed shrouded in mystery. The dispatch of two individuals to Lin family manor certainly bore ill intentions. Whether to steal the formula for Sanjiao ammonium or to kidnap Lin Aoshua. Regardless of the scenario, Lin Fuzhong would not allow such events to transpire. "All right, quickly proceed. Leave two individuals to protect the young lady, while the rest must eliminate the intruders." As Lin Fuzhong spoke, his voice grew increasingly grave. "I mean to eliminate only the dead, not the living." "Indeed," the security captain replied, releasing the safety on his handgun, equally somber. After years of navigating the competitive business landscape, rising from a mere salesperson to his current stature, Lin Fuzhong relied not only on intellect and acumen, but also on a more resolute approach. He understood that there are times when one must be uncompromising, ensuring that everyone recognizes your stance. This principle of conduct bore a resemblance to Su Rui's philosophy. Lin Aoshua had also arrived at the threshold of the surveillance room. Even clad in loose pajamas, her curvaceous figure was unmistakable. At that moment, Lin Fuzhong turned to see his daughter in her sleepwear. Momentarily taken aback, he said, "Aoshua, why are you out here? Return to your room. It is safer there. I will arrange for two people to protect you immediately." Lin Aoshua shook her head, remaining silent. She approached the monitor, observing the two figures adeptly scaling the wall, her eyes betraying a flicker of indecision and complexity. Perhaps this was all her fault, had she managed to secure the patent for the compound triamterene discreetly. Keeping it under wraps, the Western underworld would not have cast such covetous eyes upon it. An innocent man suffers for possessing jewels. Yet Lin Aoshue chose to publish her groundbreaking research in the most prestigious scientific journal. Her intent noble, to elevate the reputation of Baiken and make the world aware of its existence, given that the journal's circulation was immense and its influence far-reaching. Had she known that this compound could be synthesized into a new type of drug for the West, she would never have so brazenly showcased this volatile discovery. However, regretting now was futile. All they could do was to tread carefully, with no other recourse available. Fortunately, the surveillance equipment brought by Su Rue proved effective. The two individuals sensed the presence of Lin's family's other monitoring devices, but failed to detect the covert counter-surveillance cameras that Su Rue had personally installed. Reflecting on this, Lin Aoshue felt a wave of trepidation. She was relieved that Su Rue's equipment had functioned, for had those two intruders quietly entered her bedroom, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Clenching her fists, she drew a sigh from Lin Fuzhong, who gently placed a hand on her shoulder and remarked, "My daughter, you are about to witness another facet of society. You have always believed in a fair and sunny world where capital reigns supreme, but let me tell you, it is not as you perceive. There exists something far more decisive than capital." Lin Aoshue continued to fixate on the monitor, coldly retorting, "You truly seize every opportunity for a lecture." Taken aback, Lin Fuzhong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Unprepared for such a response from his daughter in this tense situation, Lin Fuzhong had encountered such situations before. Although he felt a twinge of anxiety, fear eluded him. Conversely, this was Lin Aoshue's inaugural experience, and her tightly clenched fists betrayed a heart far from the calmness her countenance suggested. After all, a girl's courage often pales in comparison to a man's, especially in her first encounter with such circumstances, where inevitable nerves and trepidation arise. The fact that Lin Aoshue managed to maintain her composure to this extent was indeed remarkable. At that moment, the security team of the Lin family stealthily encircled the two figures clad in black as they prepared to scale the wall. On the rooftop of the Lin villa, a sniper rifle, meticulously stationed at Su Rue's behest, silently emerged. While this marksman could not rival a professional special forces soldier, he was more than adequate to deal with intruders attempting to breach the wall. Su Rue had designed an entire protocol for the Lin family security team. Should they adhere to it, even a significant disparity in strength could be surmounted, ensnaring some experts from the shadowy realms of the West. As the two enigmatic figures neared the wall's summit, Lin Aoshue felt her heart race. Though her exterior betrayed no sign of distress, her breathing quickened noticeably, and the curves of her chest rose and fell with greater intensity. At that juncture, the voice of the security captain resonated from the control room. "Boss, we are ready and can act at any moment." Just as Lin Fuzhong was about to respond, a figure abruptly materialized on the surveillance screen, darting forth with the agility of a leopard from several meters away, moving with a speed that was nothing short of electric. In an instant, the figure reached the base of the towering wall, halting abruptly. The sudden transition from motion to stillness was visually stunning. Lin Aoshue's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief, for she recognized that familiar silhouette, Su Rue. With a swift motion, Su Rue extended his hands, grasping the ankles of the two climbers, and with a powerful tug, he sent them crashing to the ground. Disoriented from the force of the fall, the two men attempted to rise and retaliate, only to receive a heavy blow to the forehead from Su Rue, rendering them incapacitated and unable to rise again. Upon recognizing Su Rue's form, Lin Fuzhong was first taken aback, then filled with an uncontainable admiration. At such a critical moment, Su Rue had appeared. What did this signify? It indicated that this man had been quietly safeguarding the Lin family estate all along. In that moment, Lin Fuzhong felt not only admiration but also profound gratitude. Despite not being related by blood, Su Rue had offered such steadfast protection. Reflecting on this generosity, Lin Fuzhong believed he himself could not have done the same. Having heard tales of the mysterious origins and formidable prowess of individuals from the Western underworld, Lin Fuzhong had initially prepared to instruct the security team to fight valiantly that night. Yet, with Su Rue's timely intervention, the weight of anxiety that had burdened him was finally lifted. "Stand down, Retreat to your posts, Lin Fuzhong commanded into the intercom. Boss, why? We are about to take action, the security captain inquired with confusion. I instructed you to withdraw, so why all the unnecessary chatter? Although Lin Fuzhong's tone was somewhat impatient, a smile was clearly evident in his eyes as he gazed at the figures on the surveillance screen, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." As he spoke, Lin Fuzhong cast a special glance at Lin Aoshue. As his daughter, Lin Aoshue had never witnessed her father praise a young man so highly. Su Rui was the first to receive such commendation. A tumult of emotions surged within her as she observed the figure, her heart a maelstrom of conflicting feelings. Lin Aoshue was not adept at expressing herself. Only she understood her thoughts, leaving others unable to decipher them. Aoshue, please invite Su Rui to dinner sometime and express your gratitude, Lin Fuzhong suggested. Lin Aoshue remained silent and turned to leave. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Lin Fuzhong chuckled contentedly. Her lack of dissent indicated her acceptance. Outside the wall, Su Rui observed the two individuals on the ground, clutching their heads in pain, and remarked with a cold smile, "What's the matter? Have you black spiders lost your composure?" Upon hearing this, the two ceased their moans, struggling to sit up, their legs still weak. They had no idea how this person had delivered a blow that almost rendered them incapacitated. "Black spider? What are you talking about? We don't understand." One of them feigned ignorance, yet the shock in his eyes betrayed him. Who was this person that could approach them silently and name their organization? "Stop pretending," Su Rui retorted with a sneer. "I recognized you from your climbing movements. Who else but an elite from the Black Spider could execute such feats? Are you also from the dark underworld of the West?" Although the darkness obscured his features, it was clear that Su Rui bore the visage of an Oriental man. "This is not something you should know. Go back and inform Koshchelny, that scoundrel, that if he dares to send anyone to Huaxiao again, the Black Spider headquarters should prepare for a bloodbath." Bloodbath. Upon hearing this, both Black Spider members felt an unmistakable, palpable intent to kill emanating from the young man before them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. A bloodbath at the Black Spider headquarters? In the entire Western underworld. How many could claim the authority to utter such words? It was crucial to understand that among numerous factions, Black Spider ranked prominently in the second tier. Although not on par with the 12 Olympians under Zeus, it was still a formidable and respected organization that most forces would avoid upon encounter. What audacity did this man possess to boast about a bloodbath at the Black Spider headquarters? Nevertheless, the two were perceptive, sensing the lethal aura radiating from Su Rui. They recognized that he had indeed emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Thus, despite acknowledging the possibility of bravado, they dared not underestimate him. Moreover, the prowess of the opposing party was truly remarkable. With such ghostly speed, traversing the headquarters of the Black Spider with ease seemed entirely feasible. "Do you doubt my words?" Su Rui discerned everything from the expressions of the two men before him and calmly stated, "If you do not believe me, feel free to call that scoundrel Koscielny. I shall speak with him directly." Su Rui harbored no intention of ending the lives of these two individuals, should they perish in Huaxia. The Black Spider would undoubtedly dispatch more operatives, resulting in perpetual unrest for the Lin family. Furthermore, Su Rui possessed a profound understanding of the forces within the Western underworld. If the Black Spider failed to conquer the Lin family, other factions would surely seize the opportunity, for the competitive spirit there far surpassed that of Huaxia's gangs. While the Black Spider was a second-rate force, if one of the 12 celestial gods were to be provoked, the situation could escalate dramatically. Thus, eliminating them would lead to far greater complications than sparing their lives. "Do you recognize this?" Su Rui shook his head and retrieved a small, exquisite box from his pocket, tossing it in front of the two men. One of them, suppressing his pain, opened the box to reveal a dazzling golden sun medal. Even in the darkness, its brilliance was blinding. The two men found it hard to believe their eyes. "My lord, we are truly damned. We had no idea that His Excellency Apollo's 12 guardians were present in Huaxia. We beseech your forgiveness for our offense." The two masters of the Black Spider hurriedly knelt, their foreheads striking the ground repeatedly. They understood that if this individual was indeed one of the 12 celestial gods, a guardian of the sun god Apollo, then extinguishing their lives would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The radiant golden sun medal was said to be a privilege reserved solely for the 12 guardians under Apollo's command, and it was exceedingly rare for anyone to have laid eyes upon it. Despite having never seen it before, they were unequivocally certain that it was not a counterfeit. In the Western underworld, the reputation of the sun god Apollo was legendary, and none dared to offend him. Even Zeus would show him a measure of respect. Indeed, this gentleman's 12 guardians possessed the undeniable authority to speak of annihilating the Black Spider's headquarters. Moreover, convey one more message to Koscielny. Su-Rue tucked the golden sun medal back into his breast pocket and coldly declared, "Inform him that the affairs of the sun god in Huaxia must remain confidential. Otherwise, he shall personally visit and sever Koscielny's head from his shoulders. As you command, as you command. We shall deliver your message." The two men nodded vigorously. Harboring no thoughts of resistance in the face of the radiant guardian of the sun god Apollo, they simultaneously resolved that, regardless of what transpired, this matter would remain buried within them. Apart from their leader Koscielny, they would never mention it to a fourth party. They had no desire to awaken one morning to find themselves in a state of dismemberment. Gratitude is extended to the leader for rewarding the efforts of Brothers 6-2-4-5-6-5-3-1-4. As after a fortnight of struggle, we have finally ascended to the pinnacle of the urban new book rankings, though we remain in 5th place overall. While we may not rival the formidable Mars deity, surely we can surpass others. As the malevolent celestial being departs the rankings early next month, might we not strive for the first position? Why are you still lingering? Su-Rue coldly remarked. The two, upon hearing this, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, hastily rising to leave, nearly stumbling several times along the way. They could never have anticipated that the renowned sun god guard would appear before them, and miraculously, they had escaped with their lives. This outcome left the legs of the two adept members of the Black Spider utterly weakened. Lin Aoshue did not stray far. Upon returning to her bedroom, her curiosity proved too great to suppress, and she yearned to witness how Su-Rue would handle the two. Without a moment's hesitation, she returned to the monitoring room, where she beheld Su-Rue's leopard-like agility, the gleaming golden medal, and the two Western Dark World masters bowing to him fervently. However, due to the distance, she could not discern the details of the medal. Once Su-Rue departed, she instructed, "Make a backup of this video and deliver it to my car by tomorrow morning." Lin Fuzhong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Aoshue, what do you need this video for?" Lin Aoshue had already turned away, leaving him with a casual remark, "Just to have a look." Lin Fuzhong was left speechless. Could his daughter not speak more courteously in front of so many subordinates? At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su-Rue awoke promptly. Despite having gone to bed late the previous night, he did not indulge in the luxury of sleeping in. While he might appear somewhat nonchalant, he possessed an extraordinary ability for self-discipline, never allowing himself to yield to indulgence regardless of time or place. After completing 500 push-ups and 500 squats, he took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and set out for breakfast. Unlike the previous day, he hoped to encounter once more the charming policewoman with a ponytail clad in white athletic attire. There was an indescribable feeling. Su-Rue felt an uncanny familiarity with the officer named Yi Binglan, convinced he had crossed paths with her at some point during his many years. Unfortunately, this time at the breakfast stall, he did not encounter Yi Binglan, leaving him to return home in disappointment. He texted Lin Fuzhong to decline the offer of a ride in his RV, opting instead to take the bus and subway to work. He relished this ordinary mode of transportation, enjoying the freedom it afforded, despite occasionally feeling a bit cramped, as it was authentic. Sauntering towards the company entrance, he fortuitously encountered the financial vice president, Zhou Ank. Even clad in professional attire, she exuded a delicate grace reminiscent of a Jiangnan woman, truly a rare gem. Upon spotting Su-Rue, Zhou Ank appeared delighted and waved at him, saying, "Good morning, Su-Rue." The nearby security guards were rendered speechless. They had never witnessed Zhou Ank initiate a conversation with another man. This woman was quite renowned in Ninghai, with numerous admirers, especially on Valentine's Day when the roses she received could fill a truck. This was no exaggeration. After all, Beacon Group prided itself on being a haven for beautiful women, necessitating additional vehicles during such occasions to transport the roses, making it a remarkable sight in Ninghai. Security guard Chen Dao nudged his colleague with his elbow, fixated on Zhou Ank, and remarked, "Look at our esteemed son-in-law's charm with the ladies. It's only been 4 or 5 days. And yet he is already familiar with the president, assistant Xia, director Shui, and deputy director Zhou, all exquisite beauties." Another guard nodded in agreement, expressing his envy. "Indeed, how we wish to possess the same allure as our son-in-law." Chen Dao, with utmost seriousness, stated, "To savor what is before us while coveting what is beyond. He truly is a model for our generation." The morning air was crisp and refreshing, and Su Rue felt his spirits lifted. "Su Rue, I'll be taking a year's leave next month to return to my hometown, Liantong Town, for a few days. Would you accompany me?" Zhou Eng's eyes sparkled with evident hope as she spoke. In truth, her invitation was wholly sincere, having left home at a young age. She held deep affection for the picturesque Jiangnan water town. Meeting someone familiar with Liantong filled her with immense joy. The two security guards, overhearing this, were nearly speechless. Zhou Eng had boldly invited Su Rue to return to her hometown with her. This was astonishing. The woman, pursued by countless men, was now actively courting another. Furthermore, it was significant that Su Rue was the son-in-law of the group and the president's partner. Did Zhou Eng wish to partake in that fortune? The guards exchanged glances, fixated on Su Rue, eager to observe his reaction. "Well, if I am free, I would certainly love to see the beautiful Liantong town," Su Rue replied with a smile. Upon hearing Su Rue utter the words "beautiful Liantong town," Zhou Eng's already bright eyes shone even more. The water town held profound significance for her, and hearing Su Rue speak of it filled her heart with delight. "Let us head up quickly. Once I confirm the dates, I will call you in advance," Zhou Eng said, playfully tucking her hair behind her ear, exuding endless charm. "All right," Su Rue responded, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman as they walked side by side into the group's lobby. From behind, they appeared quite harmonious together. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Chen Dao observed Su Rue's retreating figure with envy. He glanced at his right hand, sighing. His fingers had been his sole companion for many years. When would he no longer have to rely solely on himself to solve his problems? In the president's office, Lin Aoshue reviewed the video from the previous night, her lips pressed together in a serious expression. However, amidst this solemnity, a flicker of brilliance would occasionally dance across her eyes. Lin Aoshue replayed the video repeatedly, a ritual that had now persisted for an hour. During this time, she magnified the image numerous times, striving to discern the nature of the resplendent golden metal and to understand why, upon its revelation, two formidable experts from the dark realms of the West were rendered utterly aghast. Yet, due to the limitations of lighting and the angle of capture, Lin Aoshue could not ascertain the metal's appearance. After shutting off the video, she massaged her temples. Her mind was filled with the image of Su Rue, descending like an angel in a moment of peril the previous night, a thought that frequently distracted her, preventing her from achieving a state of productivity. Opening her browser, she typed golden metal into the search bar, but yielded no results. Frustrated, she turned off the monitor and settled onto the sofa, positioning herself comfortably before retrieving her tablet to peruse the news online. However, upon encountering certain articles, a look of astonishment crossed her face, followed by an increasing sense of intrigue. After discovering similar reports across numerous pages, her exquisitely cold visage unexpectedly broke into a rare smile. Meanwhile, in the bustling office of the marketing department, one could not help but marvel at the figure of Tang Milan. It was truly beyond words. What was that line of poetry, viewed from different angles? It appeared as mountains rising and falling, differing in height and distance. Her form was a splendid crescendo, descending one peak only to ascend another. Absolutely sensational. What? You are unaware of the beauty mark on her derriere? How absurd. Are you not the leader of the fan club? How could you not know this? Su Rue lounged in the office, casually chatting with Chao Tianping, who was nearing tears, lamenting that even as the fan club leader, he had no way of knowing whether a top-tier star had a beauty mark on her backside. At that moment, the phone for the business group of the marketing department rang. "Hello, may I ask who is calling?" As it was an internal line, Chao Tianping refrained from introducing himself. Yet he did not recognize the short number. "Have Su Rue come to my office," came a cold voice from the other end, followed by an immediate hang-up. "Who is this? So high and mighty?" Chao Tianping gripped the receiver, his expression one of indignation. "What happened?" Su Rue inquired with curiosity. "A woman called, demanding you come to her office, and then she hung up abruptly, exuding a formidable air. I have no idea who she is or which office she refers to." Su Rue shot a glare at Chao Tianping. "Do you know why, despite your age, you remain merely the leader of the business group?" "Why?" Chao Tianping was taken aback, unsure why Su Rue suddenly posed such a question. "Because you are truly hopelessly foolish," Su Rue sighed dramatically, expressing exasperation before striding towards the president's office. Observing Su Rui's departing figure, Chao Tianping finally grasped the implication, smacking his forehead in dismay. I truly am an idiot. In the entire company, aside from the president, who dares to speak to Su Rui in such a manner? Chao Tianping, slow to realize the situation, continually sighed. Before entering the CEO's office, Su Rui felt a flicker of doubt. What business did the icy Lin Aoshua have with him? Had he offended her recently? Upon pushing the door open, he found Lin Aoshua engrossed in a technical report delivered by the RD department. In this era, possessing exceptional professional skills while managing an entire corporation was no small feat. Lin Aoshua truly had her challenges. Seated at her desk, she revealed her alabaster neck and glistening earlobes, an exquisite sight indeed. Undoubtedly, Lin Aoshua deserved her title as the most beautiful woman in Ninghai's business realm, having ample credentials to substantiate it. What brings you here, Miss Lin? Su Rui maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, noticing a fruit platter on her desk. He casually grabbed a banana, peeled it, and tossed it into his mouth. Take a look at this, Lin Aoshua offered a tablet. Seemingly unfazed by Su Rui's lack of decorum, not even raising an eyebrow. Curiously, he accepted the tablet, observing a photo of the two of them. While chewing on the banana, he remarked, "Who is this? I feel like I've seen them before. The photo is well taken." Lin Aoshua cast a faint glance at him and replied, "Isn't that you?" Su Rui slapped his forehead, realizing the absurdity of his oversight. The dashing figure in the photo was indeed his own. I wondered who was so handsome. Turns out it's me. Ha ha. His laughter abruptly ceased as Lin Aoshua remained impassive, her expression betraying no emotion. The man in the photo was himself, while the woman was Yi Binglan, the captivating police officer he had fortuitously encountered just the previous morning. Of course, referring to this chance meeting as an encounter felt somewhat inappropriate. Serendipity seemed more fitting, albeit a tad pretentious. Yet who could blame her for being a beauty? In many instances, stunning women seem to possess exclusive privileges. What is the story behind this photo? Su Rui scrutinized the collection of images, noting that none captured a direct gaze at the camera. They were evidently candid shots. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, though well taken, "It lacks professionalism. Look, this area needs lighting. This pimple on the skin should be edited out, and this section could use some smoothing." Listening to Su Rui, Lin Aoshua felt exasperated. What was wrong with this guy? Why was his focus always so misaligned with that of others? Did she summon him merely to discuss photographs? Rarely. She ran her fingers through her hair, her inner turmoil evident. "Su Rui, please be quiet." Finally losing her patience, she lamented, "How can a grown man be so self-absorbed? Do you really expect me to retouch candid shots for you?" Upon hearing this, Su Rui sheepishly closed his mouth. "You're getting angry." Lin Aoshua struggled to suppress the urge to throw him out of her office. "I'm not angry at all," Su Rui replied innocently. "I'm just a calm person. How could I possibly be upset over a poorly taken photograph? Am I really that petty?" Thus, Lin Aoshua truly felt as though she was merely creating trouble for herself. Why did she even make that call moments ago? Was she not simply torturing herself? Lin Aoshua raised her head, took a deep breath, and attempted to calm her nearly frenzied emotions before inquiring, "How can you be so despicable? What is your secret? Am I truly despicable?" Su Rui consistently rejected this notion, for the term hardly bore a positive connotation. Lin Aoshua replied coldly, "I have a strong aversion to conversing with individuals who cannot recognize their own identities." "Then why have you summoned me?" Su Rui scratched his nose, perplexed. "If you, the icy maiden, do not wish to see me, why call me here? Is this not a way of creating discomfort for yourself?" Ah, women are indeed enigmatic creatures, their thought processes utterly beyond comprehension. It turned out that Su Rui and Yi Binglan had collaborated to apprehend a thief, an event captured by passers-by and swiftly circulated online, quickly becoming a trending topic on Weibo. Within a mere day, it had ascended to the second position on the trending list, with the first place occupied by the sensational news of a renowned director being caught soliciting prostitutes for 3 consecutive days, a scandal destined to hold the spotlight indefinitely. The remarkable juxtaposition of the man's gallant demeanor and the woman's spirited elegance made for a striking pair. Amidst the chaos of a thief brazenly snatching a handbag, only they had the courage to intervene, their spirit of heroism resonating with many. Particularly after Su Rui's intervention, the thief was not easily subdued, leaving a profound impression on the onlookers. Consequently, some users on Weibo affectionately dubbed Su Rui and Yi Binglan Ninghai's divine couple. On the Weibo comment section, first floor, wow. That man is incredibly handsome, exuding such masculinity. Seeing him makes me want to marry him, doesn't he it? Second floor, I concur with the first comment. If one is to marry, it should be a man like him. Those who merely spectated without aiding are utterly worthless. Third floor, the previous comments are quite absurd. I suspect the first and second commenters are merely daydreaming. He already has a girlfriend. Perhaps you should reflect on whether you could ever surpass that heroine? Fourth floor, in comparison to that man, I believe the heroine deserves greater praise. Not only is she a woman, but she also bravely intervened when faced with injustice. Furthermore, she possesses an enviable figure and striking beauty. Fifth floor, to the previous commenter, are you only captivated by her looks? Such shallow perspectives. We ought to focus on character and virtue. Though she is undeniably beautiful, just look at that figure. Oh my, it's simply irresistible. The comments on Weibo numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Su Rue skimmed through a few pages and found himself both amused and bemused. The netizens were indeed a source of entertainment, their banter on Weibo delightfully amusing. What do you wish to say? Lin Aoshua asked coldly. Observing Su Rue set his tablet down with a wry smile. This woman, when she spoke, was truly difficult to interpret, her expressions seldom betraying her emotions. It was merely a trivial matter, a simple act of assistance, hardly worth mentioning. When Su Rue uttered these words, he appeared remarkably nonchalant, truly exuding the demeanor of a seasoned expert. Lin Aoshua, however, subtly curled her lips in disdain. This fellow, just moments ago, was brimming with self-importance. And now he feigned modesty, clearly an act. Indeed, scarcely a second had passed before Su Rue donned a look of feigned regret, stating, however, it would have been even better if the photo could have been more flattering. A line of exasperation crept silently across Lin Aoshua's smooth forehead. Simultaneously, in the office of the criminal police team, Yi Binglan, who had toiled throughout the night, exhibited signs of fatigue. Leaning against the sofa, she prepared to take a brief respite. Habitually, she scrolled through Weibo before resting, only to discover that her photographs had already ascended to the trending topics. Gazing at the images in the accompanying comments, Yi Binglan found herself both amused and perplexed. What was merely a trivial act had unexpectedly transformed into a trending topic and made her a person of interest. The scene of Su Rue hurling bricks into the river flashed before her eyes, and, thinking of it, she couldn't help but smile. He was indeed an interesting character. She wondered if fate would grant them a chance to meet again in this lifetime. In Yi Binglan's heart, Su Rue was just an ordinary passerby. As she was about to close her phone for a moment of rest, it vibrated with a notification. Upon opening it, she found a text message that read, "This is Su Rue. Have you seen the photos online today?" Staring at the name, Yi Binglan was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Su Rue? I don't recall giving you my number. How did you acquire my contact information? That old lady insisted on our contact details." "I memorized yours when you wrote it down," came Su Rue's response. Yi Binglan, bemused, could only send a sweating emoji in reply. Su Rue responded with a silly grin emoji, without any accompanying text. At that moment, Lin Aoshua felt a twinge of annoyance. She had intended to converse with Su Rue. Yet this fellow had brushed her aside, engrossed in his texting and merriment. "Aoshua, I would like to request a day off today. Do you think that would be all right?" Su Rue set down his phone and peeled a banana, grinning as he spoke. Lin Aoshua had initially planned to invite Su Rue to a meal as a proper gesture of gratitude for his brave actions the previous night. But before she could even open her mouth to extend the invitation, he had preemptively asked for a day off. Lin Aoshua lifted her gaze, her elegantly shaped brows arching slightly, a gesture reminiscent of Su Rue, indicating that they both shared a penchant for raising their eyebrows. She rarely took the initiative to treat others to a meal. She couldn't let him slip away before she even had the chance to ask. "A day off? For what purpose?" Lin Aoshua inquired coldly. "For, personal matters, Aoshua. It's not convenient for me to disclose," Su Rue replied. "Do you require my assistance?" Lin Aoshua asked casually, her icy demeanor concealing any underlying emotions. Upon hearing the words "need help," Su Rue's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had mistakenly consumed something strange, staring at Lin Aoshua, as though she were a complete stranger. "What troubles you? Why do you gaze at me in such a manner?" Lin Aoshua inquired, feeling a sense of discomfort under Su Rue's intense scrutiny, a peculiar sensation stirring within her, as a faint blush began to grace her cheeks. Though her complexion was slightly flushed, it was by no means a sign of shyness. This ice-cold beauty had no inkling of what it meant to feel bashful. Of course I must look at you this way. I find it hard to believe you could utter such heartwarming words. You have no idea how profoundly touching your earlier remark was. In this era, where warm-hearted men are in vogue, it seems you too embody the essence of a warm-hearted woman. Su Rue exclaimed, clutching his heart with a playful demeanor. Indeed, Su Rue spoke from the heart, genuinely astonished that the seemingly frigid Lin Aoshue could deliver such an impactful statement. Perhaps her icy exterior belied a warm and tender spirit within. Consequently, he found himself rather taken aback. Such traits, undoubtedly, would require time to uncover. When Lin Aoshue had uttered that simple inquiry about needing assistance, Su Rue's reaction was akin to Columbus discovering the New World. Previously, he had perceived Lin Aoshue as the type of person who, even if the sky were to fall, would remain indifferent as long as it did not affect her. However, that one simple sentence had completely overturned his preconceptions. You are indeed a warm-hearted woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshue's expression darkened, and she felt an overwhelming urge to remove her high heels and strike Su Rue on the head with them. When did I ever become a warm-hearted woman? Where did that term even come from? In that moment, she could only muster the urge to retort, warm-hearted my foot. First of all, I am not a warm-hearted woman. Secondly, I merely asked if you needed assistance. There was no need for such flattery, Lin Aoshue replied coolly. Hearing this, Su Rue mused inwardly. Is this girl genuinely oblivious or just pretending not to understand? I am clearly teasing you, yet you interpret it as praise. With a sheepish smile, Su Rue responded. Oh dear, how could I possibly trouble Comrade Aoshue with such matters? I merely have a personal issue to attend to, nothing too complex. Recent events had only deepened Lin Aoshue's curiosity about Su Rue, as she sensed he was shrouded in layers of mystery, each unveiling revealing even more enigma. Particularly after witnessing how effortlessly he had intimidated figures from the Western underworld the previous night, her interest in his past had intensified. Upon hearing Su Rue's words, Lin Aoshue elegantly arched her brows once more, gracefully closing her folder and intertwining her fingers. As it happens, I have some free time today as well. I would like to treat myself to a day off. If Mr. Su does not mind, I would be delighted to accompany you in handling some matters. Historically, the icy Lin Aoshue had never shown curiosity towards any man, but now she had undeniably broken that mold. The more she peeled back the layers of mystery surrounding him, the more compelled she felt to understand this man, a curiosity that was indeed intoxicating. For women, resisting such temptations of intrigue was often an insurmountable challenge. Once again, Su Rue found himself astonished. Since his acquaintance with Lin Aoshue, he had never witnessed the girl utter such an extended sentence from beginning to end. Could it be that she had taken some peculiar medication? Typically, her speech consisted of mere fragments, 1 or 2 words at most. So what had prompted this abrupt change today? Lin Aoshue was not merely a formidable woman engrossed in technology and management. She yearned for a life of her own. However, her demeanor was rather frigid, making it difficult for others to approach her. Indeed, she seldom regarded others with any significance, possessing a pride that was uniquely her own. Are you suggesting that you wish to accompany me today? Su Rue asked, incredulity evident in his voice. I have not taken a break for an entire month and wish to relax today. I do not have many friends, so it seems fitting to spend this time with you, Lin Aoshue replied with her characteristic coldness. Despite the inherent warmth in her words, her delivery rendered them devoid of charm. Sigh, what a pity. Do not even think about refusing me. Lin Aoshue observed Su Rue's expression and preemptively countered his thoughts. Su Rue felt a wave of despair. While the idea of being seen with such a stunning beauty as Lin Aoshue was undeniably appealing, the presence of this ice queen beside him would undoubtedly lead to discomfort. Moreover, should he encounter another beautiful woman along the way, he would find himself utterly incapable of initiating a conversation. The most potent catalyst for rivalry among men is indeed a woman. If Lin Aoshue were to accompany him while shopping, Su Rue would undoubtedly become the target of envy among men. As a man, he could never hope to fathom the thoughts of women, for they are the most mysterious and formidable beings in existence. Lin Aoshue swiftly tidied herself up and placed a call to her father, Lin Fuzhong. Chairman, I will be out today attending to personal matters and will not be at the company. If anything arises, we can discuss it upon my return. While at the office, Lin Aoshue never referred to Lin Fuzhong as father, but rather as chairman. No one could decipher the thoughts swirling in the mind of this cold woman. Every time she addressed him in such a manner, Lin Fuzhong could only manage a wry smile. Yet, over time, he had grown accustomed to it. However, Lin Aoshue's phone call left Lin Fuzhong somewhat perplexed. In his mind, his daughter was the epitome of a studious achiever and workaholic. During her school years, she seldom allowed herself a moment of respite, dedicating all her spare time to study and research. After entering the workforce, Lin Aoshue devoted herself wholeheartedly to the research and development of new products, as well as the management of the entire group, her diligence eliciting a pang of sympathy. What could possibly be troubling her today that she would proactively request a day off? This was a most unprecedented occurrence. Lin Fuzhong could not help but be astonished. Is there something you need? Do you require my assistance? Lin Fuzhong inquired, still somewhat uneasy. Chairman, this is a personal matter. Please refrain from inquiring during work hours. Lin Aoshue replied, her tone as frosty as ever. Su Rui stood by, nearly bursting into laughter. He could easily imagine the chairman's expression at that moment, likely turning a shade reminiscent of pig liver, utterly delightful. How could he possibly face his own daughter after such a remark? In comparison, Lin Aoshue had been relatively courteous. Lin Fuzhong sighed with a wry smile, saying, all right, my precious daughter, I shall grant you a day off, but I have one condition that you must agree to. Lin Aoshue raised an eyebrow. What is your request? Speak. After a brief pause, Lin Fuzhong continued, you may take the day off, but you must bring Su Rui with you. Only then will I feel at ease. Otherwise, I shall revoke the leave. Lin Aoshue arched her lovely brows and cast a glance at Su Rui, replying, fine, before abruptly hanging up the phone. Lin Fuzhong, holding the receiver, listened to the busy tone, unable to suppress his laughter. Once the call ended, Lin Aoshue declared, let us go. It seemed the young lady was quite serious. Su Rui couldn't help but chuckle, my dear lady, why must you insist on accompanying me? The places I frequent are rather unrefined. Surely, someone as elegant as you wouldn't wish to visit such locales. Lin Aoshue furrowed her brows slightly. What? Do you look down on me? Or do you find me distasteful? What places you can visit, I cannot. With that, she stood up. Su Rui intended to retort, but in the next moment, words escaped him as he beheld her enchanting figure. Today, Lin Aoshue donned a creamy white dress, adorned with a gleaming platinum necklace that accentuated her flawless, snow-white neck, rendering her even more graceful. With no other adornments on her hands or ears, her natural beauty shone through, reminiscent of a pristine lotus. Untouched and noble like a white swan. Such descriptors involuntarily sprang to Su Rui's mind. While most professional women would typically wear makeup to work, Su Rui could distinctly see that Lin Aoshue had not applied a trace of cosmetics. Even in her barefaced beauty, she possessed an astonishing allure. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that her countenance appeared rather frosty, exuding an aura that could be summarized in 4 words, stranger, keep your distance. Of course, in Su Rui's interpretation, this bore another implication, do not attempt to pursue me. Lin Aoshue observed Su Rui's reaction, puzzled as to why he had previously opposed her company, but now wore a look of astonishment. What is wrong with you? She inquired, noting that her words today had been notably more abundant than usual. I am utterly captivated by your beauty, Su Rui replied earnestly. His words were genuine, yet they reminded Lin Aoshue of the hours he had relentlessly pursued her on the plain, prompting her to cast him a cold glance and say, let us move. With that, she strode ahead, while Su Rui trailed just 2 steps behind, his gaze fixated on the gentle sway of her figure, a smile creeping back onto his face. Although this young lady may not appear overweight, certain key areas are indeed quite impressive. If someone with her physique and looks were to stroll down the street, one can only imagine the commotion it would incite. As Su Rui and Lin Aoshue walked side by side into the bustling office lobby of the marketing department, they noticed everyone casting glances their way. Particularly, Chao Tianping was enthusiastically winking and giving Su Rui a thumbs up. Su Rui reciprocated with a wink, reveling in the moment. Shui Ruyun, the mature and alluring head of the marketing department, had left the blinds of her office open. Through the unclouded glass, she clearly observed Su Rui and Lin Aoshue walking together, which prompted her to lower her eyelids. Seemingly lost in thought about the previous night's escapades at the bar, those wild moments now felt almost surreal. What a remarkable young man, she mused, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was only a few years older than Su Rui, shaking her head to dispel her wandering thoughts. Shui Ruyun recalled that today marked the anniversary of her mother's passing. Years ago, she had witnessed her mother bleed to death, powerless as she stood beside her. Back then, her mother, a striking one, 75 meters tall, weighed scarcely over 70 pounds, a once vibrant beauty now reduced to skin and bones. These memories were indelibly etched in Shui Ruyun's mind. Though she was but a girl at the time, she could neither forget nor dare to forget. For to forget the past would be to betray it. Mother, are you well over there? Shui Ruyun leaned back in her chair, gazing at the ceiling of her office, her eyes filled with an infinite melancholy. If others were to witness her in such a state, they would surely be astonished. The typically enchanting head of marketing revealing such a sentimental disposition was indeed unexpected. It was Su Rui's privilege, for over the years. He was the only one to have seen Shui Ruyun display such vulnerability. As they exited the office with Lin Ao Shui and descended into the underground parking lot, Su Rui suddenly inquired, "Comrade Lin Ao Shui, have you ever taken a bus?" A bus? Lin Ao Shui was puzzled by the question, only to realize that she had not taken a bus or subway in many years. Ever since her father's company began to flourish, she had been shuttled everywhere in a car, even during her university days. Reflecting on it, she felt rather unfamiliar with public transportation. It's been a long time, she admitted candidly. Su Rui glanced at Lin Ao Shui's not-so-tall high heels and nodded, a devilish smile gracing his lips, one that seemed quite enticing. "How about we forego your luxury vehicle today and take the bus from the company's main entrance? What do you think?" Lin Ao Shui was taken aback for a moment, but then surprisingly nodded in agreement. This left Su Rui astonished. "Are you serious?" In truth, Su Rui was merely jesting. He had no delusions that Lin Ao Shui, a lady born with a silver spoon, would ever consider taking a crowded bus. The public transportation in Ninghai was notoriously congested, especially during peak hours, where the commuting conditions were nothing short of abysmal. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ao Shui regarded Su Rui with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, silently contemplating. "Was it not you who inquired about this? I acquiesced to your question, and now you doubt its veracity? Are you unwell?" Choosing to remain silent, she briskly walked ahead of him, her bag in hand. Unbeknownst to her, despite not knowing what awaited her and Su Rui that day, there lingered a flicker of anticipation for the forthcoming events. Indeed, Lin Ao Shui failed to recognize this burgeoning feeling within her. Anticipation, a term so simple yet foreign to her heart for an extended period. How intriguing, Su Rui mused to himself as he observed Lin Ao Shui's retreating figure, hastening to catch up with her. His decision to utilize the bus and subway was rooted in practical considerations. In an international metropolis like Ninghai, the road infrastructure could scarcely accommodate the volume of vehicles, leading to severe traffic congestion during peak hours. Even in the absence of gridlock, journeys could languish interminably. While public transportation offered little in the way of comfort, it paradoxically saved time. Considering the use of a private car, one could find themselves ensnared in a traffic jam for an hour or two, with no recourse for urgent needs. What if Lin Ao Shui felt an urgent need while trapped in a vehicle? The thought elicited a mischievous glint in Su Rui's eyes. Indeed, he resolved to seek out a congested route next time, imagining the sight of Lin Ao Shui's typically frosty demeanor flushed with embarrassment. The very notion thrilled him. How delightfully wicked. As Su Rui meandered along, lost in his whimsical reverie, he failed to notice a lamppost looming ahead and collided with it unexpectedly. The sound of his head meeting the post resonated with a dull thud. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clutching his head, an expression of dismay etched across his face. Lin Ao Shui turned to see Su Rui, nursing the spot of impact, uttering pained exclamations. The corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly, revealing a smile she herself had not registered. At the bus stop, a multitude awaited the arrival of their transport, predominantly ordinary office workers. None could rival Lin Ao Shui. Adorned in exquisite attire, her beauty striking, and clutching a handbag worth several tens of thousands. Such a woman, one would assume, ought to be whisked about in the luxurious vehicles of esteemed businessmen or officials, not queuing for a bus. The other women nearby, previously standing in proximity to Lin Ao Shui, gradually shifted away, for she was simply too radiant. She stood there like a pristine swan amidst a flock of wild ducks, and the other girls, overshadowed by her brilliance, could only cast envious glances before discreetly retreating. So noble, so beautiful, and possessing a dazzling aura, a woman of her stature ought to be a princess of the realm. How could she possibly be reduced to taking the bus? Many are intrigued by Lin Aoshua, yet an equal number are captivated by Su Rue, who stands beside her. In stark contrast to this dazzling woman, Su Rue appears rather ordinary, despite his commendable appearance. However, his unremarkable aura cannot bridge the chasm that lies between him and a woman of such swan-like grace. Were Su Rue to overhear such sentiments, he might well be incensed to the point of hemorrhaging. What do they mean by stating he cannot measure up to this woman? Am I not handsome in my own right? Am I not a notable figure traversing the shadowy realms of the West? How could I possibly be deemed unworthy of Lin Aoshua? Are you all blind, or simply myopic? At that moment, the bus arrived, and throngs of people surged forward, jostling for prime positions. This is a quintessential aspect of life in Huaxia, even in a cosmopolitan city like Ninghai. Those waiting for the bus abandon the notion of queuing in their eagerness to secure a seat. In the chaotic scramble for seating, those who fail to secure a spot must endure a bumpy journey, standing unsteadily, which can be quite excruciating, especially in the event of traffic congestion. Lin Aoshua had not taken a bus in quite some time and had forgotten the frenzy of such an experience. The current level of madness exceeded her expectations as a princess of the Lin family. Numerous individuals surged past her, nearly toppling her over. As they utilized every limb to propel themselves onto the bus, each one more fervent than the last. Observing this scene, Lin Aoshua could not help but slightly furrow her brow. The reality was indeed far removed from her imagination. Standing beside her, Su Rue calmly remarked, "This is merely a characteristic of Huaxia. As the daughter of a prominent figure, you are accustomed to being chauffeured. For many, the commute to work may span 2 or even 3 hours, and if they fail to secure a seat, they'll find themselves standing and jostling all the way, utterly drained by the time they arrive at work." Upon hearing Su Rue's words, Lin Aoshua's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Moreover, the situation is particularly arduous during the evening commute. After a long day of toil, the last thing one desires is to stand for 2 or 3 hours, swaying with the bus or subway. For those laboring here, life is not easy. Today, consider this an opportunity to witness the genuine fabric of society. Su Rue smiled. The genuine fabric of society? Lin Aoshua pondered this phrase briefly and then nodded, noncommittally. She glanced at Su Rue, observing his smile directed at the crowd, and for reasons unknown, her previously furrowed brow gradually unfurled. It seemed that Su Rue was somehow different from his usual self, though she could not articulate how. "Come, we should board, otherwise we may find ourselves without even a standing spot." Many experience such mornings daily, and it is quite normal. They have grown accustomed to it. If you squeeze in a few more times, you might even come to appreciate the sensation of riding the bus. Lin Aoshua shook her head and replied, "I doubt I will ever come to enjoy this feeling. But one must approach these matters with a spirit of tolerance and understanding," Su Rue interjected. With a heart full of tolerance and understanding, Lin Aoshua found herself pondering whether Su Rue was imparting a lesson to her, a sign of his inclination to teach. Yet, inexplicably, she did not feel any aversion towards his words. On the contrary, she found them rather agreeable. "If you wish to avoid them, I can shield you," Su Rue declared, without waiting for Lin Aoshua's consent, as he encircled her with his arms, effectively trapping her in a protective embrace. The young woman's body stiffened instantly. Step aside, he continued. Of course, his arms did not make physical contact with her, for had they done so, she would certainly have been displeased enough to consider fleeing. "Please do not take offense. My intentions are solely to protect you from unwarranted advances. You are remarkably beautiful, and I cannot fathom how many lecherous men would relish the opportunity to take advantage of you," Su Rue remarked with a smile. Lin Aoshua furrowed her brow slightly, not denying the truth in his words. Indeed, she had not crammed into a bus for many years, and she was loath to allow her clothing to come into intimate contact with others. For a woman who values cleanliness, the stench of sweat after a crowded bus ride was utterly intolerable. In that moment, she couldn't help but lament her impulsive decision to accompany Su Rue onto the bus. However, it was too late to reconsider, and being the strong-willed woman she was, she feared being ridiculed by Su Rue should she turn back. Thus, she gritted her teeth and continued to push forward onto the bus with his assistance. This scenario illustrated that women are not only enigmatic beings, but also paradoxical in nature. Fortunately, the small space created by Su Rue's arms was remarkably secure. No one could breach this simple barrier, and his strength was considerable. ensuring that anyone who came into contact with him was pushed aside. Thus, he successfully escorted Miss Lin Aoshue onto the bus unscathed, having failed to board earlier. The duo found themselves without seats in the fully occupied bus, making it exceedingly challenging to find a stable spot to stand. Su Rue continued to encircle Lin Aoshue with his arms, allowing her to stand as comfortably as possible. "Miss, do you regret coming out with me now? If so, feel free to express it. I will not mock you," he inquired. Lin Aoshue shot him a cold glance and retorted, "What is there to regret?" Grasping the overhead strap, she remained steady, while Su Rue maintained his protective hold around her. Despite the bus's sharp turns and jostling, his feet remained firmly planted on the floor, as if rooted to the spot. "You may release your grip now," Lin Aoshue said, glancing at his arms. "Safety first. I am your personal bodyguard." Su Rue resolutely declined her request. "Let go," she insisted frostily. "I have mentioned that I am here to protect you. Just look beside you. The moment I loosen my grip, those unsavory men will undoubtedly come crawling, without a doubt." Upon hearing this, Lin Aoshue glanced around and chose to remain silent. Rather than engaging in physical contact with those around her, she preferred being enveloped by Su Rue. To outsiders, her posture appeared rather peculiar, as if she were nestled in Su Rue's embrace, their faces almost touching. Unaccustomed to such a stance, Lin Aoshue turned her face to gaze out the window. At that moment, Su Rue found himself in a delightful quandary. Lin Aoshue's silky hair was merely 10 centimeters from his nose, and a slight dip of his head would reveal her delicate, snow-white neck. Such a stunning beauty was before him, and to claim that Su Rue harbored no enticing thoughts would be disingenuous. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils, igniting a tingling sensation within him. Reflecting on how he had relentlessly pursued Lin Aoshue on the plane, only to be doused with a bottle of cold mineral water, he marveled at the surreal turn of events. This exquisite beauty was now riding the bus in his embrace. Suddenly, the bus jolted violently, causing Lin Aoshue to lose her balance and lean back. Though she held onto the handrail, the proximity to Su Rue made her movements inevitable. Her back pressed against his chest, and in that moment, her curvaceous form made intimate contact with him. The extraordinarily soft and supple sensation caused Su Rue's body to tense up instantly, a wave of warmth radiating from his abdomen throughout his being. Unbeknownst to Lin Aoshue, who was oblivious to the nature of her contact, the mere friction was already driving her to distraction. Had she known that her well-defined curves were brushing against Su Rue in such a manner, the ice princess would surely have been overwhelmed with embarrassment. Once she regained her footing, she turned to Su Rue and said, "Could you please stand a bit farther away?" Observing the icy glare in Lin Aoshue's eyes and the faint blush gracing her alabaster neck, Su Rue chuckled and replied, "Miss Lin, you are truly unaware of the fortune you find yourself in. Look around. If I were to lower my hands, the people nearby would all crowd around you. You have no idea how much attention you draw. A swan like you stands out remarkably in this bus. If I were to let go, countless individuals would undoubtedly jostle to get closer to you." Lin Aoshue surveyed the envious gazes around her, uncertain how to respond. She chose to remain silent, allowing Su Rue to continue holding her. Although to outsiders it seemed as though she was nearly resting in his embrace, what did it matter? If anyone from the Bicon group were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. Their typically frosty CEO was openly held by Su Rue on a bus. To them, this would be a groundbreaking news story of tsunami-like proportions. Observing the silence between the two individuals, Su Rue glanced at Lin Aoshue's flawless profile and spoke. "You know, Aoshue, it wouldn't hurt for you to accompany me occasionally, perhaps to squeeze onto a bus or a subway. For someone of your elite status, always traveling in luxury cars or planes, it seems rather disconnected from reality." Disconnected from reality? Lin Aoshue silently echoed the phrase in her mind. To live authentically, one must have a genuine sense of grounding, a sensation that perhaps you are missing. Su Rue, with the demeanor of a philosopher, spoke in an enigmatic tone. Taken aback by his words, Lin Aoshue furrowed her brow. She never anticipated Su Rue would comment on her lack of down-to-earth experiences at this moment. Indeed, she often found herself distanced from the common populace. Yet, everyone possesses their own lifestyle. Why should she choose to take public transport when she owned a car? That would be sheer folly. Seeing the contemplation in Lin Aoshue's eyes, Su Rue smiled gently and continued, "You spend your days either at home, in the office, or in the lab, following a monotonous routine. It may appear fulfilling, but what lies beyond that? Is your life destined to be perpetually busy? Lin Aoshue remained silent. After a brief pause, Su Rue pressed on, you tend to overfill your schedule without allowing for moments of emptiness. By the way, do you know how to write the term emptiness? Lin Aoshue, unwilling to engage further with him, replied, of course I do. Then you must learn to embrace emptiness. Just as I do. Like you? She questioned. In moments of leisure, I often find myself in train stations, observing the ebb and flow of people. Each traveler's face reveals a tapestry of emotions, and with time, one can discern their stories through their attire, demeanor, and expressions. Moreover, whenever I visit a new place, I delight in taking the local bus to explore the city, at just a couple of dollars. It offers an unparalleled way to discover the entirety of a location. What travel agency could possibly compete with such affordability? Though Su Rue's words carried a semblance of seriousness, they also exuded an air of pretentiousness. Lin Aoshue, intrigued by this unconventional perspective, lifted her gaze to meet his, genuinely surprised. In her life, she had never encountered such a worldview, which brought with it a refreshing sense of clarity. The ability to articulate such thoughts indicated that he was far from a mere frivolous scion. After all, a man capable of effortlessly escaping peril from numerous adversaries could hardly be deemed ineffectual. As she observed Su Rue from such proximity, Lin Aoshue even caught the subtle fragrance of his breath, pleasant and unobtrusive, unlike some men whose breath reeked heavily. Lin Aoshue remained unaware of the subtle shift in her feelings towards Su Rue. However, her impression of this man was no longer as negative as it had initially been. At least, his moments of bravery and depth were undeniably captivating, a potent allure for an ordinary girl. The bus, as fate would have it, was a place where whimsical tales often unfolded. At that moment, the robust bus driver executed a fierce turn to avoid a nearby taxi, causing most passengers to lose their balance. Lin Aoshue was no exception. Her high-heeled foot twisted, and she found herself tumbling into Su Rue's embrace. As she felt the softness of his body enveloping her, Su Rue instinctively tightened his hold, preventing her from falling. Strangely, his feet seemed rooted to the floor, maintaining his balance even without holding onto the handrail. In that moment, Lin Aoshue's hand inadvertently pressed against Su Rue's soft chest, their bodies nearly intertwined. The position was undeniably intimate. Though Lin Aoshue had never encountered such a situation before, she understood its implications. Hastily, she pushed away from his chest, straightened her clothes, and said, please do not do that again. Su Rue, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Miss Aoshue, you are truly turning kindness into folly. If I had not supported you, you would have fallen. Can a gentleman like me allow a stunning beauty to stumble before my eyes without intervention? As he spoke, Su Rue reminisced about the moment he had held Lin Aoshue's slender waist. The sensation lingered, leaving him yearning for more. Lin Aoshue felt a strong urge to roll her eyes, but merely let out a faint huff without responding, while internally she mused, you, with your so-called gentlemanly demeanor? Surrounded by so many people, she would not have fallen anyway. Su Rue seemed to perceive her inner thoughts, grinning as he said, indeed. You could have fallen onto someone else, but our relationship is rather close, isn't it? Rather than let others take advantage of you, why not let me enjoy the privilege? A wise rabbit does not graze near its burrow, yet when the grass comes to it, only a fool would refuse. His playful remarks about the rabbit and the grass left Lin Aoshue with a flushed face, prompting her to ignore him further. With a glare, she fell silent. To alleviate the awkwardness, Su Rue asked, why don't you inquire where I am taking you? Lin Aoshue raised an eyebrow. Where are we going? Su Rue replied, we are heading to Xihua Street. What for? Lin Aoshue asked in surprise, knowing that Xihua Street was relatively far from the city center, situated in a peripheral area. You will find out soon enough. I wish to revisit a place where I once lived. As he uttered this, a flicker of a different emotion glimmered in Su Rue's eyes. Lin Aoshue's keen observation did not miss the subtle hint of melancholy that crossed the man's visage. What could have prompted such an expression to surface so suddenly? Was his usual nonchalance merely a fade? Any man, or rather, any man of decent appearance and considerable ability, who reveals such a wistful demeanor possesses an undeniable allure for women. Su Rue was no exception. The emotion he unconsciously displayed had profoundly affected Shui Riyun the previous evening, and now it stirred something within Lin Aoshue as well. Influenced by this sentiment, she refrained from further inquiries. This seemingly icy woman was oblivious to the stirring of her own heartstrings. What hidden narrative lay behind the enigmatic Su Rue? At that moment, Lin Aoshua's attention was drawn to a scene not far away. Standing 2 meters beside her was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, with prominent cheekbones and a broad forehead. She carried a rather decent handbag and was gazing out the window. Unbeknownst to her, a hand had stealthily slipped into her bag like an eel, deftly rummaging until 2 fingers extracted a wallet. This entire operation was executed with such finesse that it produced no sound, akin to a fish gliding through water. The middle-aged woman remained utterly unaware, a testament to the thief's remarkable skill, undoubtedly a seasoned pickpocket. The other passengers were either engrossed in the view outside or absorbed in their mobile devices. Only Lin Aoshua noticed this unfolding drama. Pointing in the direction of the thief, Lin Aoshua coldly declared, "There's a pickpocket." Upon hearing her exclamation, all eyes turned to follow her gaze, just in time to see the thief pinching the wallet, having just liberated it from the woman's handbag. At the critical moment when his theft was about to succeed, Lin Aoshua's interruption exposed his misdeed, witnessed by the entire carriage, inciting his wrath. He glared at Lin Aoshua and shouted, "What do you want? What do you want? I'm just doing my job, you know? Why are you meddling in my affairs? Are you bored? If you have nothing to do, I could make it worth your while." The offensive words ignited a flicker of anger in Lin Aoshua's icy gaze. The pickpocket, undeterred by the attention of the onlookers, relied on his extensive experience in this line of work. He knew that most people would rather not involve themselves, preferring to remain uninvolved. The more aggressive he appeared, the more effective it became. If he showed any sign of weakness, the bystanders might unite against him. Moreover, this thief was a local veteran. He never operated alone, and 2 accomplices were poised to assist him on the bus. His tone was initially menacing, but upon noticing Lin Aoshua's exquisite beauty, his demeanor shifted. "Oh, I thought someone was being brave and righteous. It turns out she is a stunning beauty. Alas, how delightful. My dear friends, I find myself in a state of solitude, filled with desires seeking an outlet, and here arrives a captivating beauty at my doorstep." Lin Aoshua's expression grew increasingly frigid. "With so many people on the bus, what do you intend to do? Stealing in broad daylight, and yet you dare to speak so boldly." "I am indeed speaking boldly. What are you going to do about it?" "I shall inform you that this very bus is my source of income. If you sever my means of livelihood, I shall not rest until I have my revenge." A pickpocket, brazenly confronting a bystander in the presence of so many witnesses, truly exemplifies the decline of societal morals. The audacity of such a thief is astonishing. Lin Aoshua admonished fiercely. Su Rue observed Lin Aoshua, noting the unwavering spirit of this woman, brimming with a sense of justice, as her gaze flickered. "You repeatedly accuse me of being a thief, yet which of your eyes has witnessed my transgressions? Who can vouch for you? Who would dare to testify on your behalf? Is it you? Or perhaps you?" The thief, with his bleached hair, scanned the passengers, and those who met his gaze hurriedly averted their eyes, fearful of attracting the attention of this menacing figure. "Ha ha ha, you lack even a single witness, yet you dare to slander me," he jeered. "Watch how I deal with you today." As he perceived the silence enveloping the bus, Lin Aoshua's heart sank even lower than her expression. She pointed towards the middle-aged woman whose bag had been stolen and declared, "This lady can attest to the fact that you have pilfered her wallet." The thief, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and brandished a knife towards the middle-aged woman, saying, "Oh really? You claim you can testify? Then show me and my associates that I am indeed a thief." The middle-aged woman, glancing at her missing wallet and then at the thief's menacing face and glinting knife, felt a surge of fear and hastily retorted, "That is not my wallet. You must be mistaken." Lin Aoshua was nearly driven to despair by her response. Her expression was one of shock, for the woman's reaction was utterly beyond belief. This middle-aged woman was truly a conundrum, having been rescued by Lin Aoshua. She showed no gratitude and instead turned the tables. It was infuriating. Had she known better, she would have refrained from intervening. What has become of people today? Can an entire bus full of individuals not unite against a knife-wielding pickpocket? Human nature is inherently selfish, and modern society amplifies this tendency. The actions of this middle-aged woman profoundly shook Lin Aoshua's worldview. At that moment, she recalled a recent news story she had encountered on Weibo, concerning a television crew conducting experiments across the nation to observe people's reactions to theft. In a certain northeastern province, they conducted 16 tests, and the results were heartening. Each group of trials saw courageous bystanders rising to defend the victim, and each was a fierce warrior. The actors portraying the thieves were often left bruised and battered, unable to continue filming. As Lin Aoshue pondered over the northeastern province, a sense of bewilderment washed over her. Why did the people in Ninghai exhibit such starkly contrasting reactions? After all, we are all compatriots of Huaxia. I see you are a thief. You have stolen her bag, Lin Aoshue insisted stubbornly. Throughout the ordeal, Su Rui remained silent, observing Lin Aoshue's demeanor. In her bright, expressive eyes, he discerned a glimmer of something profound, justice and tenacity. At that moment, Su Rui's perception of Lin Aoshue underwent a complete transformation. This girl, who usually exuded an icy demeanor devoid of warmth, now appeared remarkably genuine and grounded. Previously, Su Rui had viewed Lin Aoshue as someone indifferent to the world around her, seemingly unaffected by calamities unless they directly impacted her. However, now, as the passengers in the packed carriage remained silent in the face of the pickpocket, she fearlessly stepped forward. Gazing into Lin Aoshue's cold yet sparkling eyes, Su Rui felt a gentle stirring within a soft corner of his heart. Do you see? Your words hold no weight. Not a single passenger will attest to your claims. Little girl, I must warn you, if you seek to disrupt my livelihood today, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. What do you intend to do? Lin Aoshue replied with a frigid tone. I see your clothes and bag are both designer brands. I shall strip you of your garments and sell them at a second-hand market. Let's see where this pristine lamb can escape. He grinned lewdly, his hands rubbing together as he slowly approached, his gaze shamelessly scanning Lin Aoshue's curvaceous figure, his expression grotesque. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the carriage. Do you dare to harass my woman? Are you not afraid of becoming a eunuch? Su Rui finally spoke. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Aoshue lifted her head and shot him a cold glance. Who is your woman? Su Rui's expression darkened. Did this woman possess no understanding of the situation? Her emotional intelligence seemed to plummet to zero. He was merely trying to defend her, yet she undermined his efforts. Su Rui glared at Lin Aoshue. Now everyone from Baikan knows I am the son-in-law of the group. What? Lin Aoshue was oblivious to the scandalous rumors swirling about her and Su Rui. Stunned by his declaration, she found herself at a loss for words. The brazen pickpocket erupted in laughter. Young man, do you wish to experience the sharpness of this knife? The lady has declared you are not her boyfriend. What are you pretending to be, the big bad wolf? Do you believe I won't leave a few bloody holes in your body? At that moment, the pickpocket waved his hand, and two more thuggish-looking individuals squeezed out from different parts of the carriage, revealing the collaborative nature of this gang, explaining the audacity of the brazen thief. As Lin Aoshue observed the three individuals approaching slowly, her brow furrowed in increasing concern. Just as she prepared to dial the authorities, her gaze fell upon Su Rui, the man who had astounded her with his remarkable prowess the previous night. Even the seasoned experts of the Western underworld seemed feeble in his presence. How much chaos could these petty thieves on the bus possibly incite? Now that he had intervened, the entire incident could reach its conclusion. What Lin Aoshue failed to recognize was that the sensation swelling within her heart bore a scholarly name, a simple three-character term, a sense of security. She glanced at Su Rui, nudging his solid abdominal muscles with her elbow, saying, I'll leave it to you. Su Rui couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I intended to handle this myself. But why did you undermine my efforts? With you having dismantled my platform, how can I take the stage? Lin Aoshue rolled her eyes and retorted, I didn't dismantle anything. I merely rejected your attempt to take advantage of me. Very well. I shall be magnanimous and let it go. However, if the scene becomes too overwhelming, you might want to avert your gaze, she added, with a beauty beseeching his aid. Su Rui felt compelled to showcase his valor. After all, Lin Aoshue had come out with him to handle matters, and any misstep would render him unable to explain to Lin Fuzhong. Most importantly, in Su Rui's lexicon, a beautiful woman must never be wronged, especially one as kind-hearted as Lin Aoshue. The blonde thug, noticing Lin Aoshue and Su Rui whispering together, dismissed the trio entirely, fury igniting within him as he swung his knife with a clang against the armrest, sending sparks flying. Damn it. They disregard me and flirt right in front of my eyes. They're courting disaster. With that, the thug advanced, brandishing his knife boldly towards Su Rui. The other two rushed forward, reaching for Lin Aoshue's clothing, their true intent being to humiliate the striking beauty rather than merely tugging at her garments. If they could indulge themselves through her exquisite form, that would be a bonus, given that these ruffians found solace only in their right hands each night, or, if fortunate, in the company of a modestly priced escort. Before the thug's knife could reach its target, he felt an iron grip seize his hand with unyielding force. Despite his frantic struggles, he found himself utterly immobilized. Su Rue had extended a hand, effortlessly grasping the thug's arm that clutched the knife. With a slight exertion, audible cracks echoed from the thief's arm. The blonde thief let out a pained howl, his face contorting in agony as he sensed his bones being crushed by an overwhelming force. It seemed that imminent deformation loomed. If this continued for even a second longer, he would surely suffer a catastrophic fracture. Instinctively, the thief relinquished his grip, and the knife clattered to the floor. You too, halt as well, otherwise his hand will be rendered useless. Do you believe me? Upon witnessing their accomplice restrained, the two individuals showed no regard and continued their frenzied pursuit of Lin Aoshue. They believed that if they could subdue her, Su Rue would be deterred from retaliating. However, they failed to anticipate that their actions would enrage Su Rue beyond measure, prompting him to withhold no mercy. With increased force, a resounding crack echoed through the carriage, unmistakably the sound of the thief's forearm fracturing. A piercing scream escaped the yellow-haired thief, rendering him unconscious, for such an excruciating experience was unbearable for anyone. After incapacitating the yellow-haired thief, Su Rue swiftly pivoted, positioning himself before Lin Aoshue and blocking the two henchmen. If you wish to meet your demise, I shall not intervene, Su Rue declared, then propelled his hands forward, seizing their arms and twisting them with a rapidity akin to wringing a towel. How could a normal person's arm withstand such a brutal manipulation? Under Su Rue's tremendous strength, the connection between their upper arms and shoulders emitted a horrifying crunch, a sound that made one's teeth ache in sympathy. With a series of sickening cracks, both shoulders were wrenched from their sockets. While the two did not lose consciousness, they clutched their shoulders, howling in agony, their humanity seemingly stripped away. Those who engage in wrongdoing shall meet their end. Do not presume upon my leniency. Su Rue coldly addressed the trio. I will count to 3, and you shall all leap from this vehicle. Delay, and you shall face the consequences. With that, he kicked the yellow-haired thief in the lower back, prompting another round of pained wails as he jolted awake, suffering anew. I will begin my count in 3 seconds. Should you still be aboard this bus by the end of my count, do not say I did not warn you. 3 seconds, a daunting prospect. As the bus continued to speed along, if they leapt from the window, even if they survived, they would likely sustain grievous injuries, leaving them bedridden for months. The 3 men glanced outside, their hearts gripped by terror at the relentless flow of traffic. I do not wish to repeat myself, Su Rue stated coldly. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Su Rue completed his count, and upon hearing the final number, an overwhelming dread washed over the trio. They watched as Su Rue advanced toward them, frantically pleading, Hero, spare us. We will jump, we will jump. Get out. Su Rue threatened, feigning a kick. Yes, we're jumping. Without hesitation, the 3 petty thieves used their remaining functional arm to wrench open the window, disregarding the bus's continued motion, and leaped out in a panic. The bus driver, still possessing a flicker of compassion, slammed on the accelerator just as they exited, sending the vehicle hurtling forward. Clearly, under such circumstances, the outcome for the 3 would be dire, and soon, anguished cries echoed from behind as the bus sped away. One unfortunate soul, upon leaping out, collided directly with an approaching Santana, the vehicle's wheels inadvertently rolling over his leg. With a sickening crack, it was likely that his leg suffered a shattering fracture, leaving him without hope of recovery. Following the ejection of these individuals from the vehicle, a profound silence enveloped the cabin for several seconds, only to be shattered by a thunderous applause. Observing those who had previously shrunk away in trepidation, now fervently clapping, Su Rue remarked with irritation. Where were you all just moments ago? Now you know to applaud. His words instantly silenced the cabin, the clappers turning crimson, wishing for a place to hide. Su Rue's scornful remarks were a direct slap to their faces. Lin Aoshue too let out a cold huff, her disdain unmistakable. A vehicle full of grown men, too cowardly to speak up against a couple of pickpockets. You are no better than a bunch of timid girls, Su Rue declared. Lin Aoshue glanced at him but remained silent. At that moment, the middle-aged woman whose purse had been stolen approached, fixating on the wallet Su Rue had retrieved from the thief. That is my wallet. Please return it to me at once, she implored. Su Rue, holding the wallet of considerable value, chuckled and replied, My dear lady, you explicitly stated that this was not yours just moments ago. Surely I did not mishear? I believe everyone in this vehicle heard you as well. You heard me correctly. That is indeed my wallet. Please, hand it back. The woman's face flushed with embarrassment. Her earlier display undeniably pitiable. Hand it back? Why do you speak to me in such a tone? Su Rue sighed deeply, choosing not to return the wallet. What has become of society? I risked my life to reclaim this wallet, and not even a word of thanks escapes your lips. Do you truly believe I would return it to you? Regardless, that wallet belongs to me. The woman was becoming increasingly indignant, Su Rue's words striking her like a slap. Before he could continue, Lin Aoshue abruptly seized the wallet, without uttering a word, and hurled it out of the open window. Just then, a bus drove by, crushing the wallet beneath its wheels, rendering it utterly unrecognizable. That girl possesses a unique spirit. Observing Lin Aoshue's boldness, Su Rue silently applauded her. Everyone heard you claim that wallet was not yours. It might genuinely belong to that thief. Thus there is no need for us to keep it, Lin Aoshue stated coldly, her anger evident. How could you do this? There was a substantial amount of money in my wallet. The woman cried, pounding her leg in distress. Enough. Why did you not voice such concerns to the thief? Individuals like you are not deserving of sympathy. You deserve to be stolen from. Lin Aoshue's disgust was palpable, and she had never intended to conceal it. You will pay for my wallet. The woman shouted at Lin Aoshue, suddenly animated. Desiring to leap from the vehicle to retrieve her wallet, the middle-aged woman succumbed to the vile individuals while justifying her ire towards those willing to assist her. If you don't silence yourself, I shall toss you out of the window, just as I did with those earlier miscreants, Su Rue remarked disdainfully. Recalling Su Rue's earlier confrontation with the man sporting yellow hair, the enraged woman felt a twinge of fear, yet she dared not raise her voice against him. Instead, she unleashed her wrath upon the driver. Hurry and stop. I must retrieve my wallet, she bellowed with venomous fervor. The driver cast a cold glance through the rearview mirror before responding. Regrettably, we just passed the station, and it is impossible to stop now. The next station is still 5 kilometers away. Damn it. All of you are insufferable. The woman stomped her feet in frustration, radiating an aura of bad luck. Surrounding passengers instinctively drew away, seeking to avoid her ire. Approaching her, Su Rue coldly stated, Should you utter another sound, I will unceremoniously expel you through the window, just as I did with those before. Sensing the gravity in his tone, the woman indignantly turned away, silenced. At the next stop, as the bus came to a halt, she hastily exited, summoning a taxi to return in search of her wallet. Following the tumultuous incident on the bus, Lin Aoshue and Su Rue no longer felt the prior awkwardness. Although the bus remained crowded, Lin Aoshue felt an unexpected sense of security envelop her. Nestled within the circle Su Rue created around her, even if she remained unaware of the implications of such a feeling. It must be said that the eldest daughter of the Lin family displayed a certain sluggishness in her reactions to certain matters. With the bus still densely populated, it swayed and turned several times, inevitably leading to incidental contact between Su Rue and Lin Aoshue. Sometimes it was their arms, other times their backs, or even their hips. For Lin Aoshue, these moments were profoundly uncomfortable, each contact causing her to tense up, yet she found herself unable to articulate a reason to resist. Ultimately, she preferred this closeness to Su Rue over the unwanted attention from other lascivious gazes. Thus she endured. For Lin Aoshue, this situation was disconcerting. For Su Rue, it was sheer delight. How exhilarating it was to be in close proximity to such an exquisite beauty. If he could, he would wish for this bus ride to stretch into eternity, never reaching its destination. Oh, how splendid it would be to indulge in the company of beautiful women endlessly. The other men on the bus regarded Su Rue with a mix of envy and resentment, their eyes lingering on Lin Aoshue before darting to their own partners or wives. They lamented internally, questioning why others could travel with a stunning beauty while they were left to accompany companions far less appealing. The disparity among men felt overwhelmingly unjust. At long last, as the bus began to empty, the crowd thinned, yet Su Rue remained steadfast, encircling Lin Aoshue with unwavering presence. He remained utterly still, akin to a monk in meditation, regardless of how the bus twisted and jolted. The young lady from the Lin family, gazing intently out the window, eventually sensed something amiss. As the bus ventured beyond the city limits, the number of passengers dwindled, leaving numerous vacant seats. Yet, Su Rue continued to encircle her. Clearly aware of the empty spaces, his actions unmistakably intended to take advantage of her. How infuriating. Lin Aoshua huffed softly, then coldly declared, "Release your hand. I wish to sit down." Su Rue had already noticed the abundance of seats beside him but feigned ignorance, as Lin Aoshua had remained silent. However, with her direct statement, he could no longer brazenly hold her. "Oh, I hadn't noticed the vacant seats. Please, take a seat," he said, masking his embarrassment with bravado, his face betraying no shame. Lin Aoshua promptly chose a seat and turned her gaze back to the window. For reasons unknown, she found herself uncomfortable in this position. Longing for the ease of her previous standing, it was a rather peculiar sensation. "Hey, Aoshua, look over here," Su Rue called out to her, gesturing animatedly. The term Aoshua had long ceased to bother her. Rather than engage in a futile argument, she decided to let this annoying fellow have his moment. Glancing curiously at him, she watched as he grinned mischievously. "Are you feeling unsatisfied with this bus ride? We'll be disembarking at the next stop, and then we'll have to switch to a subway train, which will be even more crowded than this bus." Lin Aoshua's expression darkened. It seemed Su Rue was once again attempting to exploit the situation. Why had she ever acquiesced to his demands to take the bus and subway instead of driving? It felt like self-imposed suffering. Yet, with no turning back now, she gritted her teeth and persevered to avoid his mockery. "All right, we've arrived. Let us disembark." As the bus came to a halt, Su Rue appeared to step forward to assist her, but Lin Aoshua saw through his intentions and hastily exited the vehicle. "Why don't you need my support anymore?" Su Rue remarked, bemused. "I am not incapacitated. Do you truly think I cannot walk? Hey, you little rascal. Why must you turn kindness into a burden? If it weren't for your high heels making it difficult to walk, I wouldn't have bothered to offer you my assistance." Su Rue retorted with a hint of exasperation. Stepping off the bus, Su Rue found himself reminiscing about the sensation of encircling Lin Aoshua, the proximity allowing him to appreciate the delicate nape of her neck. It felt as refreshing as sipping a cold beverage. Her skin was as smooth and fine as if she had spent her days immersed in milk, akin to satin in its texture. Su Rue even worried that if he were to touch her too firmly, he might inadvertently mar her flawless complexion. As the two alighted from the bus to transfer to the subway, it was somewhat unfortunate that this subway station was relatively remote. Consequently, the train was not as crowded as the bus, leaving Su Rue with no opportunity to savor the fragrance of Lin Aoshua, who stood merely 2 meters away from him. Not only was he unable to make physical contact, but he could not even catch a whiff of her delicate scent. However, unbeknownst to Su Rue and Lin Aoshua, shortly after they had boarded the subway, several roaring motorcycles came to a halt at the bus stop from which they had just departed. The riders appeared to be unsavory youths, one of whom was none other than the pickpocket Su Rue had compelled to leap from the bus. "How odd, we arrived a moment too late. I wonder where that man and woman have gone," he pondered. It seemed that they were part of a gang. After being left behind, incensed and humiliated, they pursued the bus on their motorcycles, only to fall slightly behind, allowing Su Rue and Lin Aoshua to escape. "No matter. I've memorized the faces of those 2 scoundrels, especially the woman. Her beauty is unforgettable," the young delinquent snarled. "Very well, I shall wait here for them until night falls. I refuse to believe these 2 won't show themselves. Damn it, I was forced to jump from the bus, and Xiao Lu ended up with a broken leg because of it. This vendetta must be avenged." As he spoke, a lewd expression crossed the pickpocket's face. The mere thought of Lin Aoshua's exquisite visage and enchanting figure sent a thrill through him. His claim of seeking revenge for his comrade was merely a facade, concealing his true desire to possess the woman. "After such a long journey on the bus and subway, do you not feel more in touch with the common folk?" Su Rue remarked with a grin, observing Lin Aoshua's demeanor. She chose not to respond, for she had no desire to engage with him. His insinuation suggested that she was aloof and detached from the struggles of ordinary people, which irked her. He consistently seized every opportunity to belittle her. "Yes. Where are we headed now?" Lin Aoshua replied, clearly dismissive. Having exited the subway station, the surroundings were markedly different from the city, lush and vibrant, devoid of towering skyscrapers, and imbued with a refreshing atmosphere. "I wish to seek out some history," Su Rue suddenly declared, gazing at the road ahead, currently under renovation. "What history?" Lin Aoshua queried, perplexed. His words had completely derailed her train of thought. I seek my own history. Su Rui responded with a playful smile at Lin Ao Shui. What do you say? Are you interested in learning about my past? If you have any second thoughts, we could still take a taxi back. I assure you, I won't mock you. Humph. Lin Ao Shui scoffed, striding ahead of Su Rui. Hey miss, wait a moment. It has been years since I last visited this place. I hardly recognize the path. If you walk too fast, I might get lost. Lin Ao Shui turned her head and replied, I know this area. You know it. What do you mean? Even a distinguished young lady like you would venture into such a remote place? Su Rui wore an expression of disbelief. Lin Ao Shui replied nonchalantly, 2 years ago, Viken initiated a real estate project right here, and just 5 kilometers away lies a branch factory of Viken, which I supervised during its construction. How could I not be familiar with it? That explains a lot, Su Rui mused, stroking his nose. It seems this young lady is indeed remarkable. Do you recall if there is an orphanage nearby? He inquired. An orphanage? Lin Ao Shui furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, pondering seriously before saying, I truly have no recollection. It's hardly surprising, though. I haven't returned in nearly 2 decades. Ninghai has developed so rapidly over the years, transforming year after year. Where could I possibly locate anything from 20 years ago? It's likely that everything has been demolished and relocated. And perhaps even the former headmaster has long since passed away. As Su Rui surveyed the surroundings, the broad asphalt roads and the newly erected skyscrapers, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Lin Ao Shui observed Su Rui's expression, her feelings complex and difficult to articulate. After a moment of silence, she gently asked, Were you once a resident of that orphanage? Su Rui chuckled and replied, Indeed. To be honest, I am a true Ninghai native. Nowadays, a household registration in Ninghai is incredibly valuable. A sham marriage could net one 1,000,000. Had I grown up here, I might have even become a millionaire by now. While saying this, Su Rui was blissfully unaware that his assets far exceeded the 1,000,000 mark, having recently extorted nearly 100 million from Zhang Qibing. To him, wealth had transcended mere numbers, becoming a concept altogether. I see, Lin Ao Shui remarked, taken aback by Su Rui's background. It was astonishing that someone who appeared so nonchalant had emerged from an orphanage. His history was utterly inconceivable. It is crucial to remember that all children in orphanages are orphans, devoid of parents or relatives, raised by the collective embrace of society. Children who grow up in orphanages often harbor feelings of inferiority. Some become withdrawn, while many others display indifference or aggression, lacking familial love and care. They might venture into society at a tender age, finding themselves adrift on the streets. Unless some fortunate children are adopted by affluent families or well-off middle-class households. The future for the rest remains bleak, relegated to the shadows of society. Understanding this, Lin Ao Shui felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. It seemed the young lady from the Lin family had forgotten the last time she felt such profound emotion about a matter. What is the name of the children's welfare institution you mentioned? I could attempt to help you locate it, Lin Ao Shui suddenly offered. Su Rui glanced at her, surprised. And before he could respond, she continued, Of course, I cannot guarantee that I will find it, but I do have some connections in Ninghai that might yield a clue. After a brief pause, Lin Ao Shui continued, Furthermore, in this world, anything that has ever existed will inevitably leave traces behind, especially in the case of a welfare institution. If it has been demolished, there will undoubtedly be subsequent developments. Even if 2 decades have passed, clues should still be traceable. These 3 sentences collectively comprised a substantial number of words, which was quite rare for the Lin family's young lady, who typically spoke in terse phrases. Hearing this, Su Rui gazed deeply into Lin Ao Shui's eyes and earnestly remarked, Comrade Ao Shui, you are, in fact, a good person. Although this was meant as a compliment, Lin Ao Shui perceived it differently. What did he mean by suggesting she was a good person? Did she appear to be a bad person on the surface? What an annoying fellow. In Su Rui's eyes, Lin Ao Shui was initially an icy beauty, lacking patience and possessing a rather aloof and impatient disposition. However, after today's interactions, he realized he had been entirely mistaken. Perhaps Lin Ao Shui was not as frigid as she seemed. She possessed a heart eager to assist others, merely requiring time to open up. For reasons unknown, she had either actively or passively closed her heart, concealing her warmth beneath a facade of coldness. Please tell me the name of the orphanage, and I will have someone investigate where it has been relocated, Lin Ao Shui continued, perhaps moved by Su Rui's background. Today, she appeared less frigid than usual. Ninghai Fourth Children's Welfare Institute, Su Rui recalled, albeit uncertainly. That should be its name, the Fourth Welfare Institute. As memories faded like smoke, many events drifted away with the wind, leaving behind only fragments of dust in his recollection. When he mentioned the name, he shook his head, saying, Ninghai has quite a number of orphans. There are at least 4 or 5 welfare institutions. While Su Rui spoke, Lin Aoshue had already dialed her assistant's phone. Find out if there is a place called Ninghai Fourth Children's Welfare Institute, originally located on Xihua Street. Where has it been relocated now? After hanging up, Su Rui looked at Lin Aoshue with a wry smile. Aoshue, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. I hadn't even finished my sentence, and you had already placed your call. Lin Aoshue replied, time is money, and efficiency is life. I dislike wasting money, and even more, I abhor wasting life. This statement perfectly encapsulated Lin Aoshue's character. Observing her demeanor and expression, Su Rui felt an inexplicable sense of pity rising within him. Aoshue, do you not realize that life does not always have to be lived at such a frenetic pace? What do you mean by fast-paced? He continued. In truth, life can afford to slow down a bit and allow us to take a more leisurely approach. Su Rui displayed an air of a reclusive sage, his expression imbued with a cheeky charm as he remarked, you may perceive our lives as a journey. If one rushes through, the scenic beauty along the way remains unseen. Only by strolling leisurely and savoring each moment can the vistas unfold before your eyes, allowing those profound insights the time they require to be recorded. Should one persistently charge ahead, many serene and beautiful experiences may be lost. Even if you ultimately reach your destination and attain the success you desire, you may find that the accompanying treasures are woefully scant. Conversely, should you choose to slow your pace during the journey, you might acquire far more than what is merely sought at the end. Lin Aoshue scoffed, retorting, there you go again with your preaching. In truth, Su Rui's pretentious words, coupled with his playful demeanor, bore little semblance to genuine admonition. With a mischievous grin, Su Rui replied, this is not preaching. I am merely sharing my reflections with you. Whether you choose to embrace them is entirely up to you. If not, simply disregard my words. Lin Aoshue shot him a glance, clearly disinterested in engaging with this self-satisfied individual. Observing her demeanor, Su Rui erupted into hearty laughter, a smile radiating with uncontainable delight. The more he interacted with her, the more he discerned that Lin Aoshue was not as frigid as she appeared. She merely concealed her true self. Shattering that icy exterior would reveal the warm currents flowing beneath. Yet, this young woman seemed reluctant to allow her warmth to surface in the presence of others. 10 minutes later, Lin Aoshue's phone rang, presumably her assistant calling with updates regarding the Fourth Children's Welfare Institute. As she listened, her brow furrowed slightly in concern. Su Rui leaned in with a playful grin and said to her, Sister Aoshue, may I offer a suggestion before you respond? What suggestion? Lin Aoshue arched an eyebrow. My suggestion is that you refrain from furrowing your brow in response to any situation. If you continue to do so, deep lines will form before your age warrants them, which could greatly detract from your beauty. Lin Aoshue regarded Su Rui, her lips twitching before she uttered four words that left him utterly astonished. Mind your own business. At her words, Su Rui's smile froze on his face, his expression akin to one who had just ingested something quite distasteful. What did you say? The Fourth Children's Welfare Institute has been demolished for 19 years? Upon hearing that figure, Su Rui found it hard to believe. In this rapidly changing era, 19 years could transform the landscape entirely. The teachers and directors from that welfare institute had likely long since vanished from the scene. Searching for them now felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Although he had some connections he could leverage, Su Rui was reluctant to reveal his presence in China. Such exposure would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain unsavory elements from the Western underworld. He wished to avoid causing even the slightest ripple in this ancient Eastern nation. Su Rui was not particularly afraid of Koscielny. He had once done the lad a favor. If Koscielny dared to reveal his whereabouts in Huaxia, Su Rui would indeed go to the headquarters of the Black Spider and take his head. 19 years. This number echoed in Su Rui's mind, and an expression of incredulity suddenly swept across his face. For if he had not miscalculated, it had been precisely 19 years since he left that orphanage. Could it be that shortly after his departure, the orphanage was demolished? Indeed, 19 years ago, a devastating fire had engulfed that children's welfare institution, nearly destroying it entirely. The government did not allocate funds for reconstruction at the original site, but instead dispersed the teachers and children who had miraculously escaped the flames to several other welfare homes. Tragically, many children and teachers suffered burns and perished in that inferno, and the exact cause of the fire was never determined. Leaving uncertainty as to whether it was arson or an accident, Lin Aoshue relayed all the information her assistant had gathered to Su Rue. Hearing of such misfortune befalling the orphanage where he had spent several years stirred an uncomfortable sensation within him. After all, the teachers and the director had treated him well. It would indeed be a great loss if they had perished in the fire. Although he could not recall his childhood companions clearly, the thought of them perishing in the blaze was unbearable. 19 years had passed since the orphanage was consumed by flames, and Su Rue was uncertain whether to feel fortunate or mournful. Finding anyone after such a long time would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an insurmountable challenge. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Rue stood in silence for a good 10 minutes, while Lin Aoshue observed him quietly, a flicker of complexity in her gaze. As long as Su Rue remained silent, she would not speak first. That was simply her nature. Su Rue gazed at the now dull sky, sighed deeply, and turned to Lin Aoshue. Forcing a smile, "Let us call it a day. We should head back. I hadn't held much hope for this matter, and it seems even more elusive now." Lin Aoshue, noticing Su Rue's evident disappointment, felt a twinge of concern. "There's no need to give up. We can think of other methods. Perhaps we might still find something." "It's all right. I will figure it out myself," he replied. Lin Aoshue nodded, and after spending the day together, any initial hostility she felt towards Su Rue had dissipated. Although his brash demeanor could often provoke her distaste, she had grown more accepting. Su Rue looked at Lin Aoshue and asked, "How about you? Are you hungry? After running around with me for so long, you must be a bit tired." Lin Aoshue nodded, responding, "I'm fine." Though her expression remained cool, there was a subtle softness in her tone that had not been there before. This slight warmth, though hard to detect, marked a significant transformation for Lin Aoshue, who had previously been the epitome of an ice queen. Today, Su Rue imparted a novel sensation to her, leading Lin Aoshue to perceive that this man was markedly different from the one she had previously known. This psychological shift within her became even more pronounced when she observed Su Rue's dejection upon failing to locate the orphanage. Thus, she proposed, "To express my gratitude for your company today, allow me to treat you to a meal. What do you think?" Su Rue, ever the optimist, quickly set aside his earlier discontent. "Indeed. Is there anything in particular you wish to eat?" Lin Aoshue pondered seriously before uttering a single word, "Anything." A frown creased Su Rue's forehead as he responded, "Can you handle spicy food?" Lin Aoshue contemplated earnestly once more and replied, "That works." A second frown formed on Su Rue's brow, leading him to inquire, "What about meat?" Lin Aoshue, equally serious, responded, "It doesn't matter." Su Rue's forehead now bore a multitude of creases, and just as he was about to pose another question, Lin Aoshue interrupted, "There's no need for further inquiries. This line of questioning is utterly tedious and devoid of significance." Su Rue was taken aback, exclaiming, "Lin Aoshue, you are being unreasonable." "In what way am I unreasonable?" Lin Aoshue regarded him as if he were foolish. Su Rue lamented, "I attempted to ground you today, taking public transport, riding the subway, even catching a thief, and it seems you have entirely disregarded my teachings." Lin Aoshue shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What do you mean by that? Food is of paramount importance. How can it be trivial? The essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, constitute a quarter of our existence, and yet you treat it with such indifference, as if it is of no consequence. Is this the attitude of someone who truly cherishes life?" Su Rue, firm in his stance, asserted, "I do cherish life, but your criteria for appreciating it are flawed." Lin Aoshue's voice remained icy, seemingly lowering the ambient temperature. "I insist you feel the chill. I absolutely must have something spicy today to dispel your coldness." Su Rue, with unfiltered candor, spoke his mind. Yet, Lin Aoshue appeared unfazed by his unfriendly tone, seemingly accustomed to his manner of interaction. Certainly, had any other man spoken to her thusly, the esteemed Miss Lin would have long since turned away with a frosty demeanor. "A bit of spice to warm the chill," she mused, "for reasons unknown." A subtle smile graced Lin Aoshue's otherwise frigid visage, a smile that unfortunately went unnoticed by Su Rue. This breathtaking smile would have caused any man to halt in his tracks, yet it remained undetected. What sparks might ignite when an iceberg meets the warmth of summer? When the capital encounters Seattle, or Antarctica meets Equatorial Guinea. Very well. Since your silence implies consent, I shall take charge of our lunch today. You mustn't express dissatisfaction later. Su Rui's mind began to devise a plan to teach this icy woman a lesson. 15 minutes later, Lin Aoshue gazed at the words on the sign, momentarily taken aback. Sichuan hot pot. Su Rui, observing Lin Aoshue's fair skin, provocatively remarked, eating spicy food can cause breakouts. So, are you brave enough to join me in challenging the extreme spiciness? Lin Aoshue merely pursed her lips, shot him a disdainful glance, and strode inside without a word. Su Rui, watching the gentle sway of her hips, chuckled and said, "Such a unique personality. I like it. If I don't make you cry from the spice today, I shall not be called Su Rui." The Sichuan hot pot was bustling with patrons. Su Rui and Lin Aoshue chose a window-side booth, a cozy two-seater typically reserved for couples. However, Lin Aoshue viewed it as merely an ordinary meal in her daily life, devoid of any special significance. Yet, upon her entrance, her radiance illuminated the entire dining hall. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, far surpassing any starlet seen on television. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. Moreover, her striking features paired with a frigid demeanor exuded an air of allure that seemed both captivating and untouchable. Noticing the many gazes directed towards Lin Aoshue, Su Rui felt a surge of pride. This was the advantage of being in the company of a stunning woman, a kind of borrowed glory that made him feel distinguished. "May I take your order for the broth? We have mild, medium, and extra spicy," inquired a young male server, who nearly stumbled over his own feet upon glimpsing Lin Aoshue's beauty. Such was the power of a woman that could render a man momentarily clumsy. Su Rui looked up, smiling, and asked, "Just how spicy is the extra spicy?" "Extra spicy is exceedingly hot. If you are not from Sichuan, I would advise against choosing that broth," the server replied, stealing another glance at Lin Aoshue, his cheeks flushing as he lowered his gaze. "Aoshue, if you hesitate, now is the time to back out," Su Rui provocatively challenged her. She merely let out a cold snort, disregarding him entirely. Her disdainful grunt was laced with scorn and mockery. The server, observing the exchange, thought to himself how this man lacked any decorum, failing to appreciate the exquisite beauty before him. Such a lovely lady deserved gentle inquiries about her preferences, not this brashness. Su Rui, seeing through the server's thoughts, grinned and said, "My friend, do you have anything spicier than extra spicy?" "Extra spicy? I've heard of extraordinarily spicy wings and pig trotters, but this is the first time I've encountered a request for extraordinarily spicy hot pot broth," the server replied, bewildered. Su Rui explained with a smile, "You see, my girlfriend and I have an exceptionally high tolerance for spicy food. Generally, the spiciness in hot pot restaurants fails to meet our standards. Thus, I inquired whether you offer an extraordinarily spicy option, one that is 3 times hotter than your already fiery standard." Upon hearing the mention of my girlfriend, Lin Aoshue lifted her gaze to Su Rui, seemingly inclined to offer an explanation. However, she swallowed her words, having already experienced this man's shamelessness. Consequently, she felt no desire to elaborate on such matters. 3 times spicier than exceedingly spicy? The waiter glanced at Lin Aoshue, and then at Su Rui, pondering how such a stunning woman could be involved with this man, an exquisite flower blooming amidst dung. He believed he should be superior to this fellow. Were Su Rui to hear these thoughts, he would likely bristle with indignation. Of course, there are both advantages and disadvantages to being accompanied by a beautiful woman. If a woman is exceptionally attractive, people tend to assume the man is either extremely wealthy or a pampered rich heir. The waiter was perplexed. If she truly was his girlfriend, shouldn't he cherish and care for her? How could he bear to expose her to such extreme spiciness? Thus, out of a sense of protectiveness for the lovely lady, the waiter could not help but cautiously inquire, "Sir, is this lady capable of eating something that spicy? I've noticed her skin is quite delicate. Wouldn't consuming excessively spicy food cause her to break out?" Su Rui shot the waiter a cold glance and replied, "My girlfriend's complexion is not your concern. Her skin is well cared for by me. Can't you see how radiant she is?" Upon hearing the word radiant, Lin Aoshue's face immediately darkened. She did not fully grasp the implications of the term, merely finding it somewhat ambiguous. Preoccupied with corporate management and research, she was not well versed in such lewd nuances. Had she truly understood the connotation behind Su Rui's words, she would have likely confronted him fiercely. Such an utterance was indeed crass and utterly deserving of a reprimand. Nearby diners, upon hearing Su Rui's remark, nearly choked on their food, each internally exclaiming, "This man is squandering a treasure. How can such a beautiful woman be bestowed upon him?" The surrounding patrons silently bled from their hearts, imagining countless scenarios in which they vanquished Su Rui for his audacity. How wonderful it would be if they could have such a stunning woman as their girlfriend, even for a single day? Rendered speechless by Su Rui's retort, the waiter finally conceded, "Very well. I shall consult the chef to see if such an extreme level of spiciness can be achieved." It was not a matter of merely trying. It was imperative that it be accomplished. Su Rui beckoned the waiter closer, then extracted 200 yuan bills from his wallet and placed them in the waiter's hand. "Consider this a tip, and should you succeed, there will be additional rewards." In the realm of Huaxia, tipping is a rare practice, and the waiter, elated, recognized that these 2 notes equated to over 2 days' wages for him. Furthermore, once the task is accomplished, there are additional rewards. The mere thought of this outcome filled the waiter with immense excitement. At that moment, he was completely unfazed by Su Rui's prior reprimand. Instead, he cheerfully declared, "Sir, rest assured, I shall fulfill the task. It's merely a matter of extreme spiciness, even if it's the superlatively fiery version. I can procure it with just your word." With that, the waiter dashed away, exhilarated by the prospect of earning 200 yuan effortlessly, a delight for anyone. Observing Lin Aoshue across the table, who remained silent with a frosty demeanor, Su Rui schemed cunningly in his mind. "Humph, you little minx. When asked what you wish to eat, you casually respond with indifference. I shall order the spiciest broth and see if you truly remain unfazed. Let's hope you don't end up weeping and lamenting with an upset stomach." After a while, the infernally spicy broth was finally brought to the table, its pungent aroma wafting in from 3 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Su Rui felt his nostrils and throat ablaze with the fiery scent. This was no mere hot pot experience. It was an exercise in self-inflicted torment. As the waiter approached with the intensely spicy broth, every diner cast curious glances toward their direction, overwhelmed by the potent scent. Who among them had ordered such a fiery concoction, and could they withstand it? Upon seeing the bubbling crimson broth, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Aoshue's expression. Su Rui grinned mischievously and teased, "What do you think, Aoshue? Are you having second thoughts? This is what you deemed casual dining. So I took the liberty to order freely. Do not waste food. You must finish it." Lin Aoshue shot him a cold glare and replied, "If we are to eat, then we shall eat." With that, the spirited young lady unceremoniously dumped the fresh vegetables, tofu, and meatballs that the waiter had brought into the simmering broth. As the bubbling liquid danced with fervor, a playful grin appeared on Su Rui's face. Once the ingredients were cooked, he eagerly placed a few chopsticks full into Lin Aoshue's bowl, saying, "Give it a try. This infernally spicy broth will surely be unforgettable." Lin Aoshue steeled herself and took her first bite. It seemed manageable at first, but with each subsequent mouthful, her palate was overwhelmed by the fiery flavor, and upon swallowing, her stomach ignited with heat. In truth, she had a high tolerance for spice. Typical spicy dishes posed no challenge. However, it seemed that the waiter, having pocketed Su Rui's money, had amplified the spiciness threefold, leaving Lin Aoshue struggling. By her 5th bite, her ears began to buzz. The heat was simply unbearable, reminiscent of childhood instances when she accidentally bit into a raw chili pepper. Let us see if this iceberg can be melted by the heat of the chili. Su Rui thought with wicked amusement. Unable to endure the fiery onslaught any longer, Lin Aoshue set down her chopsticks, reached for a tissue to wipe away her tears, and then poured herself a glass of juice, downing it in one go. However, the potency of the infernally spicy broth was overwhelming, and the juice offered little relief. Glaring fiercely at Su Rui, she poured herself another full glass and once again drained it in one breath. Su Rui also filled his bowl with a serving of vegetables, savoring each bite leisurely, seemingly unaffected by the spiciness of the chili. Observing Lin Aoshue's slightly flushed face and the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, he couldn't help but express a tinge of regret, saying, "Ah, had I known, I would have wagered with you. This feels rather unfair." Lin Aoshue shot him a glare, retorting coldly, insidious. In his heart, Su Rui mused, "This little girl, does she not fear my wrath? If she continues to speak so nonchalantly in my presence, I have far more explosive surprises awaiting her." After all, the stakes of their previous wager had yet to be settled. After downing 3 glasses of juice, Lin Aoshue finally felt the spiciness in her mouth begin to subside slightly. How about this? If you concede, I'll order a non-spicy broth for you. What do you think? Su Rue chuckled with a hint of mischief, reveling in the satisfaction of having subdued Lin Aoshue. To her, his expression was utterly insufferable. Lin Aoshue gazed at Su Rue, who was relishing his meal, wishing she could submerge his head into the spicy broth for 10 minutes just to relieve her frustration. Before Lin Aoshue could respond, a loud bang resonated from the neighboring table as a man slammed his palm down forcefully, bellowing, "Bastard!" His outburst immediately drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Such brazen behavior. Is there no respect for a beautiful woman? Surely, even the simplest notion of cherishing beauty should not be lost on anyone. If no one else would step up as her protector today, then I shall take on that role. It is not merely the presence of the protagonist dining with the leading lady that invites provocations and disturbances. Rather, the true reason lies in the sheer beauty of these women. A captivating visage can easily attract unwanted attention, and passers-by may either be foolish or lecherous, unable to resist such temptation, thereby instigating unnecessary conflicts. Ah, how intriguing, dear Aoshue. Just observe the magnetic allure of a beauty. No matter where you go, men are drawn to you. Should I congratulate you, or perhaps offer my heartfelt congratulations? Su Rue remarked, rubbing his nose with a grin. Lin Aoshue shot him a disdainful glance before lowering her head, completely uninterested in the commotion around her. The man who had slammed the table appeared to be in his 30s, burly and coarse-featured, with a face marked by excess weight. His hair was cropped short, adorned with a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger around his neck, and he wore a conspicuous gold watch and ring, an unmistakable sign of a nouveau riche. The combination of so much gold only served to amplify his crassness. "My friend, do you have something to say?" Su Rue asked, maintaining a cheerful demeanor despite perceiving the man's hostility. "What do you think I have to say?" The man greedily eyed Lin Aoshue. Then, with a feigned air of righteousness, he rebuked Su Rue. "Brother, are you suggesting we sit together and try this outrageously spicy broth? Why not share a meal? After all, meeting is the beginning of friendship. As the ancients once said, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" The portly nouveau riche slammed the table once more, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Is this any way to treat a beautiful woman? Look at her, so lovely and enchanting. It truly breaks my heart to see her in such a predicament. How could you force her to consume something so spicy while you revel in your own amusement? Do you possess even a shred of kindness?" The words "breaks my heart" emanating from the mouth of this rotund man filled Su Rue with an inexplicable wave of intense nausea. This individual seemed inherently designed to repulse others. With a mocking expression, Su Rue gazed at him and retorted, "Whether I am kind or not is of no concern to you." These 4 words were freshly acquired from Lin Aoshue, undoubtedly a perfect example of immediate learning. The corpulent man grew even more incensed. "Look at you. How dare you speak so brazenly to a lady? Where has your decorum vanished to? Are you even a man?" After his tirade, he turned to Lin Aoshue, courteously producing a business card and bending slightly to present it to her. "Beautiful lady, I am the proprietor of the D Cote bar across the street. If you would like, you may join me at my table, rather than remaining in the company of this ill-mannered, uncouth brute. What do you say? Perhaps we can engage in further, more intimate conversation." The implications of his final statement were unmistakably suggestive. Unbeknownst to him, if he stood side by side with Su Rue, it would be difficult to determine who was truly more uncouth. Lin Aoshue cast him a glance, preparing to respond. But the sight of Su Rue's mischievous grin caught her attention. Thus, the esteemed young lady of the Lin family, in a rare display of wit, remarked. That would depend on his opinion. The he she referred to was, of course, Su Rue. "Oh, so you wish to inquire my opinion?" Su Rue felt an overwhelming sense of delight. When had the Lin family heiress ever sought his counsel? This sensation was undeniably gratifying. Su Rue looked at the rotund man and inquired, "Do you honestly think I would agree? My girlfriend is extraordinarily beautiful. Would you consider it safe to place her at your table? Your appearance is that of a scoundrel, and I certainly do not wish to wear a green hat." Upon hearing the term green hat, Lin Aoshue's expression darkened once again. Ever since meeting Su Rue, her face had been marred by such expressions more frequently. Unfortunately, she found herself digging a pit for him, only to fall into it herself. In verbal sparring, Lin Aoshue would never match Su Rue's prowess. "Very well, let us compete. If I win, this lovely lady will accompany me to that table and be free from your ridicule and humiliation. What do you say? Ridicule and humiliation? Su Rui raised an eyebrow in surprise at Lin Aoshua's choice of words. Aoshua, have I truly humiliated you? That term seems rather misplaced. It's a misrepresentation of reality. The burly man appeared to be losing his patience. Hurry up with your terms. How shall we compete? Is it by wealth, by numbers, or in a fight? I will compete with you in any manner. As long as you are willing to engage, I am confident I will prevail. The proprietor, Zhang Hao, has recently achieved modest success, having opened a bar that has proven quite profitable. The primary reason for his success lies in the substantial tribute he has paid to Li Yang's gang over the past few years, ensuring that he has the protection of those in the underworld, which naturally discourages any disturbances to his business, allowing it to flourish. Consequently, in recent years, he has increased the amount he submits to Li Yang annually, as he deems this expenditure worthwhile. Of course, wealth often corrupts. The majority of men, upon acquiring wealth, find their greatest pastime to be the pursuit of women. Unexpectedly, during a casual outing for Hot Pot, he encountered Lin Aoshua, having dallied with numerous women, white-collar workers, university students, and promiscuous ladies. He had never before seen a woman with such an air of cold elegance. Her breathtaking beauty and the noble demeanor reminiscent of an ice queen were simply enchanting. The moment Zhang Hao laid eyes on Lin Aoshua, he felt an overwhelming urge to claim her as his own. Should Lin Aoshua hear the term wife of the stronghold, she would likely deliver a fierce knee strike, rendering him incapable of any romantic pursuits for the rest of his life. Really? Why should I compare myself to you? Su Rui observed this man with a bemused smile. It remains true that beauty can bring misfortune. Having a stunning woman by one's side often attracts undue trouble. Thus, men should be cautious in choosing overly beautiful women as wives, as they may invite unnecessary complications. Zhang Hao, confident in his wealth, vast beyond what an ordinary man could possess, regarded Su Rui, who appeared to be just an ordinary man, presumably of modest means, and felt assured that he was no match for him. Su Rui, smiling, stated, "Let me reiterate, if you are a man, do not be timid. You must agree to whatever demands I make." Naturally, when faced with a captivating woman, one would not shy away. With a resounding clap on the table, Zhang Hao declared with bravado, "Very well. Let us compete. I shall match your every challenge without hesitation." "All right, but remember, you said it. No backing out." Su Rui replied with a mischievous grin, pointing to the steaming pot of intensely spicy broth on the table. "Let us see who can finish this infernal spicy broth. For the first round, let us start with 3 cups each. What do you think? 3 cups of the exceedingly spicy broth. This concoction is outrageously fiery." A nearby server, overhearing their conversation, felt that the world had become utterly insane, as he had just instructed the chef to amplify the usual spiciness to several times its standard level. Most ordinary people would struggle to endure even a taste. How could they possibly drink it down without going mad from the heat? Zhang Hao felt a twitch of apprehension as he gazed at the bubbling pot, inhaling the pungent aroma that filled the air. Could this broth truly be consumed? Would it result in any dire consequences? Indeed, just the scent alone was overwhelmingly spicy, yet in the presence of a woman he admired. What man would dare to show fear? To concede before the contest even began would be utterly humiliating. The protagonist, resolute in seeking confrontation, thought that surrendering would be akin to embracing oblivion. After all, if he were to concede now, he might as well abandon all aspirations of running his own bar, becoming a mere subject of ridicule. Upon hearing Su Rui's words, a crowd swiftly gathered, eager to witness the spectacle of 2 individuals competing against a hellishly spicy hot pot base. Many had already begun to capture the moment on their mobile devices, and some had even activated their recording functions. Such is the nature of people today, who revel in the thrill of chaos. Encountering such an exhilarating event while dining is truly a delight. Su Rui, seizing a spoon and a glass, poured 3 generous servings for himself and Zhang Hao, presenting them on the table. "So, will you drink or not? Regardless of whether you consume them swiftly or slowly, as long as you finish these 3 glasses, I shall not deem you defeated. What say you?" The transparent glasses contained a vibrant, striking red liquid. "Drink? I fear not," Zhang Hao retorted boldly. "But let me make this clear, beautiful lady, should I triumph over this fellow, you must join me at that table for dinner." He glanced at Lin Aoshua, hoping for a flicker of encouragement from her eyes. Yet, Lin Aoshua merely cast a frosty glance his way before lowering her head, seemingly disinterested in the impending contest. Did she not realize that she was the wager in this game? Her icy demeanor concealed her thoughts, leaving everyone guessing about her true feelings. Su Rui's casual demeanor belied the peril of the 3 glasses of infernally spicy broth. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Even a mere drop of chili oil entering the trachea could induce excruciating torment. He lifted his glass, casting a provocative glance at Zhang Hao, and with the nonchalance of drinking water, tilted his head back, allowing the fiery, crimson broth to cascade down his throat. The ease with which he consumed it resembled the refreshing act of sipping ice-cold beer in summer. The atmosphere grew hushed, the onlookers left in stunned silence. What sort of anomaly was this? This man had just downed an entire glass of excruciatingly spicy hot pot broth in one go. The mere scent of it was enough to induce a burning sensation. How could he not feel the discomfort as the liquid scorched his esophagus? This was nothing short of a reckless gamble with his life. After finishing, Su Rui slammed the glass onto the table and turned to the astonished Zhang Hao with a hint of impatience. Your turn, my friend. If you wish to win over the lady, it won't be an easy feat. You challenged me, so don't back down. Otherwise, I might lose respect for you. Zhang Hao inhaled deeply, glancing at Lin Aoshua. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I do not brave the spicy broth, how can I hope to win her favor? Moreover, he had initiated the challenge. Retracting now would jeopardize his standing in this circle. However, Zhang Hao was no fool. He understood that recklessly consuming the broth could indeed be fatal. Therefore, he mimicked Su Rui's actions, taking a substantial sip, but instead of swallowing immediately, he cautiously savored the fiery liquid in his mouth, swallowing it in careful increments. Yet, despite this, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, his mouth filled with a burning sensation, and even his forehead throbbed with heat. Each swallow required an immense effort to suppress the urge to cough. By the time he finished that substantial gulp, his face was flushed, as if a flame were surging upwards from his stomach. Su Rui, reclining with his legs crossed and tapping his toes, smiled and said, "So, how is it? If you can't handle it, just concede. I won't force you." At this juncture, the outcome was already evident. Su Rui drank a cup of spicy soup with apparent ease, his face unflushed, his heart steady, neither coughing nor panting, while Zhang Hao struggled with just a sip. If he continued in this manner, it could very well lead to an embarrassing incident. However, Zhang Hao was a man of pride, unwilling to back down, especially in front of the exquisite Lin Aoshua and the numerous onlookers. Any man would desire to uphold his dignity. There's no need to push yourself if you can't drink. I won't think less of you, just a tad embarrassed at most, Su Rui remarked, observing Zhang Hao's crimson countenance as he made a gesture with his pinky, smiling all the while. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, were filled with schadenfreude. At that moment, a young man shouted at Zhang Hao, "Come on, drink up. If you're a man, down it. Don't back down." With the crowd egging him on, others began to jeer, leaving Zhang Hao feeling utterly humiliated. The sight of the half-full glass of crimson broth was indeed daunting. Yet, he had no choice. After all, he had foolishly proposed this contest in the first place. Trembling, Zhang Hao lifted the cup, but the moment he caught a whiff of the fiery aroma, he lost all desire to bring that spicy concoction to his lips. Under the intense stimulation of the chili-infused liquid, he began to cough violently. Indeed, even a deep breath in the presence of such a potent broth could prove fatal. Su Rui's intentions were truly nefarious, making Lin Aoshua partake in such a dish, showing no mercy for the first beauty of the Ninghai business world. "Not drinking? Have you conceded?" Su Rui observed with a smirk at the meddlesome Cheng Yaojin, whose antics failed to impress him. If it weren't for Lin Aoshua's presence, he wouldn't even be inclined to acknowledge him. Naturally, were it not for Lin Aoshua, this person wouldn't have been foolish enough to approach. Turning to Lin Aoshua, Su Rui spoke gently. "Let us go. I'll take you somewhere else to dine. I promise not to put you through this next time, all right?" Lin Aoshua cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent and noncommittal. Su Rui, feeling somewhat disheartened, thought to himself that he was merely imparting a lesson. She should accept her education gracefully. This time, he would treat her to something exceedingly spicy, and next time, something overwhelmingly pungent. He was curious to see how long she would remain compliant. Zhang Hao, fuming, slammed the cup down on the table, exclaiming, "You're cheating. You can handle spice. I'm from the south and can't eat chili." Su Rui cast a disdainful glance at the chili water in his cup and remarked, How am I being unreasonable? It was you who initiated this provocation, my friend. I drank one full cup while you barely managed half, and yet you accuse me of cheating. How embarrassing for you. Honestly, betting with someone like you makes me feel ashamed. Zhang Hao, staring at the chilly water on the table, found himself at a loss for words. He had completely lost this challenge and now bore the shame of being labeled a coward. How would he continue to navigate this territory? It was crucial to remember that most patrons in this restaurant were familiar with him. Boss Zhang's reputation was quite formidable in the vicinity. In less than an hour, the entire street would likely be buzzing with tales of his chilly water ordeal. Without sparing Zhang Hao a glance, Su Rui turned to Ling Aoxue and said, "Let us go." Ling Aoxue promptly turned and left the table. Su Rui stole a glance at her retreating figure before playfully patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Grinning as he said, "Brother, if you wish to attract women, you have much to learn. Go home and drink a pound of chilly water daily. Next time, I assure you, I won't be your match." Zhang Hao's face, dark and flushed like pig liver, betrayed his incredulity. Drinking a pound of chilly water every day would surely ruin his prostate. Once Su Rui and Ling Aoxue exited the restaurant, a subordinate approached and asked, "Boss, what shall we do? Should we gather some men to deal with this pretty boy?" Zhang Hao, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to his subordinate's face and retorted, "Don't embarrass me. Go back." Outside the restaurant, Ling Aoxue turned to Su Rui and coldly remarked, "Is this amusing to you?" Su Rui shrugged, feigning innocence. "What do you mean? Is it the spicy hot pot, or using you as a wager?" Ling Aoxue was left speechless. This man was truly insufferable, reaching new heights of annoyance. His crude humor was utterly distasteful. She decided she no longer wished to engage with this thick-skinned individual and, with a click of her heels, turned to leave. Noticing the frosty demeanor of the stunning beauty, Su Rui seemed oblivious to the fact that he had crossed a line and leisurely caught up to her. Grinning as he said, "Sister Aoxue, I promised to take you out today, and I intend to see it through. I cannot abandon you halfway." Ling Aoxue halted and looked at him, stating, "I'm hungry." Su Rui's heart soared with delight. She was finally speaking up. He quickly responded, "I promise. I won't be trying to trick you this time. There's a place I've heard serves delicious food, but Haven Tea tried myself. It's the perfect opportunity for us to explore together." Ling Aoxue eyed him skeptically, yet she followed behind him. Su Rui couldn't help but laugh heartily, filled with pride. If others knew that within just a few days he had managed to charm the icy heiress of the Baikon group, he would certainly bask in a sense of glory. Indeed, for a man, conquering a woman is one of the most thrilling and vain pursuits. Hehe Street is a bustling culinary haven in Ninghai, featuring not only local delicacies but also a variety of snacks from across the nation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. During lunch and dinner, it draws numerous office workers, professionals, and students eager to indulge their cravings. Amidst the bustling crowd at the street corner, Lin Aoxue stood there, her expression tinged with surprise. "Is this truly the place you wish to bring me?" Su Rui inquired. "Indeed, how does it feel?" Lin Aoxue retorted, turning on her heels and departing. "Can one even dine in such a locale?" In her eyes, every dining space along this street was open air, with most patrons consuming their meals while on the move. For Lin Aoxue, who had been nurtured under the tutelage of noblewoman education since childhood, this scene struck her as profoundly unsanitary. Dining should be an experience in a clean and tranquil environment. The previous hot pot restaurant had already tested her limits, let alone these outdoor food stalls. Su Rui observed Lin Aoxue, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Oh, Lin Aoxue, you truly squander my earnest guidance today. Some experiences may not appear appealing at first glance, yet they can offer unexpected pleasures. Without personal experience, one lacks the authority to judge, a simple truth that you, as the esteemed executive president of a major corporation, ought to comprehend. If so many can indulge, why not you? Should any misfortune arise from your dining, I shall bear the responsibility, understood?" Su Rui continued, his words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. "If you are here, then embrace it. Some lifestyles remain uncharted by you. Life would be dreadfully monotonous if it were solely composed of Western cuisine and fine wine, would it not?" Surprisingly, Lin Aoxue did not react with anger to Su Rui's remarks. Her footsteps faltered momentarily before she replied, "All right, I shall heed your advice." Upon hearing those 3 words, Su Rui was overwhelmed with delight, his sense of vanity soaring, for it was no small feat to elicit such a response from the icy Lin Aoxue. He promptly approached a stall selling stinky tofu, and ordered a generous portion. As he watched the dark, pungent tofu expand in the hot oil, then placed into a box and drizzled with a special sauce, garnished with spices and cilantro, Su Rue could hardly suppress his salivation. Conversely, Lin Aoshue recoiled from such fare. Yet Su Rue firmly insisted she join him. Pinching her nose, she declared, "I refuse to eat this, truly. Refusal is not an option." Su Rue grasped her wrist to prevent her escape, commanding, "Open your mouth." Lin Aoshue furrowed her brow, breaking free from his grip, resolutely refusing to comply. "Trust me. This may smell foul but tastes delightful, I assure you. Otherwise, why would so many be partaking on this street?" The term "trust me" elicited an odd expression from Lin Aoshue. In her life, only her parents had ever uttered those words to her, and as she matured, her father ceased to do so due to her increasingly frigid demeanor. Hearing those words again from Su Rue stirred a complex array of emotions within her. "Quickly, enjoy it while it's hot. It's bursting with flavor," Su Rue exclaimed, taking a bite and speaking with his mouth full. Lin Aoshue gazed at the dark, sauce-laden stinky tofu, her mouth firmly shut. Indeed, for a young lady born with a silver spoon, consuming stinky tofu was quite the challenge. In Lin Aoshue's eyes, this dark and uninviting substance was hardly food. "Don't move. I shall eat it myself." Lin Aoshue was acutely aware that since she had come this far, she must partake in the experience. Otherwise, Su Rue would undoubtedly not let it go. When did the young lady of the Lin family start to care about others' opinions? Gathering immense courage, Lin Aoshue skewered a piece of stinky tofu with a toothpick and placed it in her mouth. The moment she bit into it, the juices oozed from the tofu, and a delightful aroma filled her mouth, starkly contrasting with its foul exterior. After finishing the first piece, Lin Aoshue's expression was not overly distressed, and her brows relaxed somewhat. Su Rue, grinning, inquired, "How is it? What do you think?" Although Lin Aoshue found the flavor quite delightful, she retorted, "It's just average." "Oh, really? Then I shall take care of the rest, since you don't fancy it. I won't force you," Su Rue replied with a chuckle. Lin Aoshue, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained silent but picked up another piece with the toothpick. "Now we're getting somewhere. I must tell you, there are many more delights on this street that you have yet to taste. Today, I will guide you through them all," Su Rue proclaimed with a sense of accomplishment. Having been raised in a noble environment, Lin Aoshue reluctantly agreed to experience the sensation of eating while strolling along the street. 10 minutes later, Su Rue held 5 skewers of grilled meat in one hand and a small bowl of noodles in the other, consuming the skewers while slurping the noodles directly from the bowl without the aid of chopsticks. Lin Aoshue's appearance was not much better. She held a skewer of grilled chicken wings in her left hand and a skewer of grilled pork belly in her right. Though she chewed slowly, her lips glistened with grease. Under normal circumstances, Lin Aoshue would never find herself in a situation where she had greasy lips from eating, yet on the street, she surprisingly conformed to local customs and appeared to relish the food. Su Rue felt a sense of pride. "Little girl, if you heed my words, there will be delicious food for you. If you misbehave, you'll endure unbearably spicy dishes." Holding the bowl of noodles, Su Rue asked Lin Aoshue beside him, "So, would you like to try a bite?" Lin Aoshue glanced at the noodles, which were generously sprinkled with chili, yet the bright red broth appeared extraordinarily enticing, exuding an alluring fragrance. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the disposable chopsticks she had just acquired at the noodle stall and deftly picked up a mouthful of noodles, slurping them directly into her mouth. In the past, it would have been unthinkable for Lin Aoshue to eat in such a manner, yet now everything had transformed into reality. A goddess is indeed a goddess. Even the act of eating noodles seemed to exude sensuality. Su Rue watched as the noodle was drawn into Lin Aoshue's mouth, feeling a twinge of envy, wishing he were that noodle to savor the taste of her lips. As Su Rue meticulously executed his plan to bring the goddess down to earth, one must admit that his intentions were rather devious. "So how does it taste?" Su Rue inquired. Lin Aoshue nodded, a few droplets of the vibrant broth splattering onto her cheeks. Su Rue handed her a napkin, saying, "Wipe your face, dear goddess." Lin Aoshue took the tissue, pulled out her phone, and examined her face. A few dark lines suddenly crossed her forehead. When did she become so neglectful of her appearance? Just as Lin Aoshue was about to wipe away the specks of oil adorning her face, Su Rue suddenly grasped her wrist and said with a smile, "Comrade Lin Aoshue, do you realize how beautiful you look right now?" "Beautiful?" Lin Aoshue thought Su Rui was mocking her. How could there be anything beautiful about this? This was far more enchanting than her previous cold, aloof demeanor as the president. It was a lifestyle she had never experienced before, characterized by a simple phrase that resonated with the common folk. Throughout the day, Su Rui had repeated those 3 words countless times. Lin Aoshua nodded, then shook her head. She nodded because, with her high intelligence, how could she not comprehend Su Rui's meaning? She shook her head, however, because she found his latter statement perplexing. Why was she not at her most beautiful when she was clean, noble, and elegant? Why was it now, with her face glistening with grease, that she was deemed beautiful? What kind of perception did this man possess? Men could never fathom a woman's thought process, and women would forever struggle to grasp a man's aesthetic sensibilities. If Lin Fuzhong were present, he would surely be astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could never have anticipated that his daughter, who typically wouldn't even glance at street vendors or deign to try a humble diner, could undergo such a remarkable transformation in a single day. Was this truly his precious daughter, who had once been the chillingly elegant president of the Beacon Group? Regardless, this was a delightful change for Lin Aoshua. Su Rui had not expected such a profound effect today. He had successfully grounded her, transforming a celestial being into a more earthly figure, which was rather gratifying. Of course, while it was acceptable for a fairy to descend from her ethereal realm, it would be a tragedy if she landed with a thud and became a mere bumpkin. In this regard, Su Rui certainly had a somewhat wicked sense of humor. Lin Aoshua, whether driven by a sudden craving or enchanted by this novel experience, after sampling various delicacies, ordered a steaming bowl of beef offal soup, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Su Rui, grinning, took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. To onlookers, they appeared as a close couple. From several dozen meters away, a man sat in a car, holding a camera, incessantly clicking the shutter at the pair. Perhaps engrossed in her beef offal soup and oblivious to Su Rui's gesture of wiping her sweat, Lin Aoshua did not object. The two strolled through the street food market for a solid 2 hours, and by the end, they could hardly consume another morsel. Lin Aoshua's previously icy demeanor had softened, and there was a hint of lingering satisfaction. How do you feel? Su Rui's question was simple, yet it contained multitudes. At that moment, he felt somewhat like a guide nurturing a protagonist. Was this akin to a nurturing game? Lin Aoshua nodded contentedly. Not bad. The young lady, despite her evident satisfaction, wore an expression of indifference. At times, Su Rui even wondered if she might be somewhat emotionally paralyzed. Otherwise, why wouldn't she smile when it was appropriate? And why did she persist in her anger when it was unwarranted? Was it truly so difficult to smile? Frankly speaking, for Lin Aoshua, this was indeed a considerable challenge. Although she excelled in the business realm, she had always preferred to avoid social interactions, particularly with those who were duplicitous and smooth-talking. She would scarcely acknowledge their presence. Glancing at his watch, Su Rui noted that it was only a bit past 1 o'clock. Having eaten and drunk sufficiently, he declared, "I must take you for a stroll. We still have half a day off to make the most of." Lin Aoshua nodded, saying little else, simply following Su Rui as they ambled forward. Overall, the day was proving pleasant for her. The two arrived at a quaint park at the heart of the city. The afternoon sun bathed the surroundings in a gentle, warm light that enveloped them in a cozy embrace. "I'm tired. Let us rest for a while," Su Rui suggested, leading Lin Aoshua to a grassy patch. Without a hint of decorum, he reclined on the grass, crossing his legs and resting his hands behind his head. "Ah, this feels delightful," he exclaimed, his entire being relaxing into satisfaction. Lin Aoshua surveyed the lawn, the shade of the trees, and the occasional passers-by, hesitating before ultimately deciding against sitting down. Observing her reluctance, Su Rui patted the empty space beside him and urged, "Come on, lie down and take a nap. It's quite comfortable here, with a gentle breeze and warm sunlight. This is the essence of a leisurely life." He ruminated for a moment before quoting, "Stealing a moment of leisure, neither envying the mandarin ducks nor the immortals." Was that how the verse went? Hearing Su Rui's playful lines, a faint smile graced the corners of Lin Aoshua's lips. As she lifted her gaze, she witnessed the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Life, once it finds a crack, allows the sunlight to seep through. Therefore, one must not shut themselves off, but rather open their hearts. This simple truth eludes many. Still, Lin Aoshua hesitated. Such a casual posture felt too unrefined for her. Strolling and pausing occasionally was acceptable, but to lay on the grass without concern for her appearance, especially with her legs crossed, was an insurmountable challenge. However, Lin Aoshue was overthinking it. Su Rue hadn't suggested that she cross her legs. Why do you doubt my words? Su Rue implored earnestly. Here, no one knows you as the heiress of the Lin family, nor as the president of Baiken Group. Remember, you are not the lofty female executive who must fend off various threats. You are simply an ordinary girl, or rather, a beautiful ordinary girl. Do you understand? You are just an ordinary girl. Upon hearing this, a flicker of an enigmatic expression crossed Lin Aoshue's face. The subtle gleam in her eyes, directed at Su Rue, was utterly captivating, harmoniously complemented by the warm sunlight surrounding them. Beneath the shade of a tree on a certain day in a certain month, your gaze shimmered like the afternoon sun, soft and enchanting. I speak earnestly. No one here recognizes you, and there is no need for you to maintain that aloof demeanor. Perhaps it has become second nature to you, but what harm is there in indulging occasionally? Have you forgotten the words I once shared with you? To empty oneself, to let go. These phrases still seem lost on you. Su Rue, with an air of incessant lecturing, spoke, yet Lin Aoshue offered no rebuttal. After all, this ice-cold beauty dismissed even her father's admonitions. Comrade Aoshue, if my previous words failed to touch your heart, then remain here and watch me bask in the sun. I generally take extended naps, Su Rue declared, promptly closing his eyes, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Lin Aoshue stood beside him for 2 minutes, observing his comfort, and an almost imperceptible envy began to stir within her. Of course, her expression revealed no change. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Aoshue approached Su Rue, adjusted her attire, and gracefully settled beside him with her legs elegantly crossed. At the instant Lin Aoshue sat down, Su Rue, feigning sleep, ever so slightly opened his eyes. He distinctly observed the devilishly smooth curves of her figure, accentuated by her skirt. This woman truly epitomized exquisite beauty. If he could begin to guide her properly from this moment forth, endless amusement awaited him. It appeared that Su Rue needed to devise a meticulous training plan for himself. With his elbows resting on the grass, Su Rue propped himself half upright, the dappled sunlight illuminating his smiling visage. Just lie down. Sitting like this is fine for a moment, but it becomes uncomfortable over time. I can tell your cervical spine isn't in the best condition, he remarked. Lin Aoshue shot him a surprised glance, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, years of desk work had inflicted considerable strain on her neck, and her cervical issues had gradually worsened, often leading to neck pain and insufficient blood flow to the brain, resulting in frequent dizziness. Lin Aoshue nodded, softly acknowledging his observation, and then mimicking Su Rue's posture. She gently reclined, her hands cradling her head. At that moment, from his vantage point, Su Rue could clearly see that the prominent curves of Lin Aoshue's figure had not softened upon lying down, indicating the remarkable elasticity of her form. In such a profoundly atmospheric moment, Su Rue truly ought not to let his thoughts stray to disrupt the ambience. However, Lin Aoshue's beauty was breathtaking, and he found it impossible to restrain himself. She is simply too beautiful, Su Rue mused, unable to contain his admiration. What did you say? Lin Aoshue inquired, catching his heartfelt remark. Nothing at all. Just close your eyes and sleep. It's warm here, and you needn't fear catching cold. Rest assured, with me here, no one shall intrude upon your peace. Su Rue thought excitedly, inwardly exclaiming that he could indulge his eyes. Lin Aoshue, having witnessed Su Rue's prowess firsthand, harbored no doubts about his capabilities. She recalled her earlier encounter at the airport, where her knee strike had gone unanswered. Lin Aoshue closed her eyes, feeling the dappled sunlight warming her entire body, the glow reflecting an orange-red hue through her eyelids, enveloping her in a sense of comfort. Having never experienced such a sensation before, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her face, a sight that caused Su Rue's heart to flutter. Observing from the side, Su Rue felt his breath quicken. One of Lin Aoshue's hands rested behind her head, while the other shielded her eyes from the sunlight, which would otherwise disrupt her slumber. At that moment, she sensed someone gently pulling her hand away, followed by an object covering her eyes, blocking the orange-red sunlight that filtered through her eyelids. Su Rue had plucked a large magnolia leaf and softly placed it over Lin Aoshue's eyes. She did not open her eyes, seemingly aware of Su Rue's gesture. On this tranquil afternoon, the grassy meadow, the shade of the trees, and the leaves would forever remain an eternal landscape in Lin Aoshua's heart. Although her usual sleep quality was not high, this particular nap was remarkably peaceful, lasting over 2 hours. When she finally opened her eyes groggily, she found Su Rue sitting beside her, gazing at her with a warm smile. Waking up in the gentle embrace of sunlight and seeing someone smile at you is truly an extraordinary feeling. Lin Aoshua was not an emotional woman. She would not analyze the source of this delightful sensation or attempt to find the perfect word to describe it. She simply felt her spirits lift upon seeing Su Rue's smile. After a moment of daze, Su Rue asked Lin Aoshua whether they should take a taxi or the bus back. Recalling their earlier ordeal of squeezing onto a crowded bus, Su Rue assumed Lin Aoshua would prefer a taxi, but to his surprise, she nodded and said, "Let's take the bus." This unexpected response intrigued Su Rue, indicating a delightful change in the young woman. Standing up and adjusting her clothing, Lin Aoshua was about to leave when she noticed the magnolia leaf resting quietly at her feet. Glancing once more at the grassy field, the shade, and the dappled sunlight, she bent down, picked up the leaf, and carefully placed it in her bag. As it was not yet rush hour, the bus did not exhibit the same level of congestion as in the morning. Once aboard, they were fortunate to find 2 adjacent seats available. Su Rue gestured, and Lin Aoshua took the window seat, with Su Rue sitting closely beside her. Their arms inadvertently brushed against each other before quickly retracting. Su Rue hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased with himself. After all, the narrow bus seats were an excellent setting for creating moments of intimacy. Lin Aoshua gazed at the fleeting shadows outside the window, remaining silent throughout the journey, while Su Rue contentedly observed the ebb and flow of passengers within the bus, both enjoying the moment. Life often rushes by, making it rare to fully savor a leisurely time. In life, if one is solely focused on personal goals and hurries along the path, one may indeed miss a multitude of splendid sights. This truth, even without Su Rue articulating it, was palpable to Lin Aoshua. From the subtle shift in her gaze as she looked out the window, Su Rue could discern everything. After disembarking from the bus, the two walked side by side, slowly making their way back to the Lin family estate. The guards outside were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the young lady of the Lin family walking on her own. It was well known that she was always chauffeured, never walking unaccompanied. What could possibly be the reason for this today? Well, having ensured your safe return, I shall take my leave and not impose on your family for dinner, Su Rue remarked playfully. Of course, should you insist on my presence, I dare say I would not turn you down. Lin Aoshua cast a glance at him, her expression softening ever so slightly, though this gentleness was nearly imperceptible. Very well. I shall not keep you. You may return alone. With that, she turned away, not uttering another word, and proceeded towards the villa. Ah, Lin Aoshua, Su Rue exclaimed in frustration, stamping his feet. This girl was truly something. He had accompanied her throughout the day. Surely that warranted some acknowledgement. After all the guidance he had offered, not a single word of thanks escaped her lips. He was merely being courteous. Yet she genuinely chose not to invite him to dinner. Was such behavior not rather ungracious? Nevertheless, despite his annoyance, Su Rue would not stoop to following Lin Aoshua into the villa just to mooch a meal. Her transformation throughout the day had already filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Mother, I am home, Lin Aoshua declared as she entered the villa, noticing her mother engrossed in a television program. It was an unprecedented moment for her to initiate conversation. Lin Mama, upon hearing her daughter speak, felt as though the sun had risen in the west. Typically, her daughter was aloof, rarely engaging in conversation at work, and often retreating to her room upon returning home like a hermit. What had prompted this sudden eagerness to share? Meanwhile, Su Rue had no particular plans and meandered about until he stumbled upon a nearby IKEA, which he eagerly entered. He had always been fond of IKEA's model rooms. While the spaces were modest and the furnishings not particularly luxurious, they exuded a warm ambience. Although he did not hold high standards for his living arrangements, one ought to have some aspirations, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, to be frank, Su Rue had a particular fondness for IKEA's Swedish meatballs. He indulged in a generous serving each time he visited, enjoying both the affordability and authenticity of the flavors. Such is the nature of a foodie, always thinking of food, no matter where they roam. For those who do not rent or buy in bustling cities, it is difficult to comprehend the serene pleasure of wandering through an IKEA. Su Rue found himself enchanted by the various small model homes, occasionally testing the sofas or squeezing the mattresses, relishing the comfort. If given the choice, he would happily spend an entire afternoon here, engrossed in his phone, free from disturbance in this tranquil haven. Ah, this place is delightful, he mused to himself. He resolved that next time, he would bring Lin Ao Shuer along, allowing her to experience the charm of living in a small urban dwelling. In this city where every inch of land is incredibly valuable, the Lin family possesses a manor, which is a testament to their wealth and opulence. However, I must ensure that this bourgeois young lady experiences the life of the common folk. Su Rui made his way to the IKEA restaurant, ordering a slice of cheesecake, a plate of Swedish meatballs, and a glass of cranberry juice. He found a seat by the window, slowly savoring his meal while gazing at the scenery outside. Typically, he consumed his meals with great haste, making it rare for him to eat so deliberately. This meal cost merely a little over 30 yuan, akin to a fast food price, as many patrons visited IKEA specifically to experience its dining offerings. However, just as Su Rui was about to place a meatball in his mouth, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The silhouette was strikingly alluring, almost devilishly so, and when she turned her face, her angelic visage dazzled Su Rui's eyes. It was Xia Qing, the assistant to the chairman of the Baikon Group, whom he had not seen for the past 2 days. For someone as enchanting as her, Su Rui felt that even a mere 2-day absence felt like an eternity. Upon noticing Su Rui, Xia Qing approached him with a warm and unexpected smile, gracefully striding over while carrying her plate, captivating the attention of many onlookers. "Hello, Su Rui. What a coincidence to find you here," she said as she set her plate on the table. "If there are no other patrons, may I sit here?" Following the incident by the river that night, Xia Qing's demeanor towards Su Rui had notably softened. For reasons unknown, that evening's events had drawn them closer, making them feel like old friends with no lingering barriers or unfamiliarity. "Of course, I came alone," Su Rui replied, gesturing for Xia Qing to take a seat. Naturally, he was elated to have a beautiful companion for his meal. Just as Lin Aoshu had departed, Xia Qing arrived. What serendipitous luck to encounter both of Baikon Group's most renowned flowers. Observing that Xia Qing had ordered only a tiramisu and mashed potatoes, Su Rui inquired, "Is that all you're having? Will that be enough to satisfy you?" Xia Qing gently sliced a piece of tiramisu, placing it in her mouth and nodding. "Yes, I usually don't eat much for dinner. I likely won't finish the mashed potatoes either." Su Rui discreetly glanced at Xia Qing's ample bosom, contemplating how such minimal sustenance could possibly sustain such a generous figure. "Do take care not to lose any of that due to dieting. It would be a tremendous waste," he mused silently. Unbeknownst to Xia Qing, she could not fathom Su Rui's inner thoughts. Nor would she suspect that this seemingly earnest man was currently preoccupied with thoughts about whether a diet might first affect her breast size. "Su Rui, what brings you to IKEA?" Xia Qing asked, taking a delicate sip of her coffee. "I enjoy browsing through home furnishings in my leisure time. I often did so while abroad. Furthermore, the meatballs here are particularly to my taste. I often visit this place to explore and see which layouts appeal to me." Xia Qing smiled softly and said, "Today, I wish to purchase a workbench. I will have them pack it up and deliver it to my home shortly." Every girl harbors dreams of her ideal home, and they strive to decorate it in a manner that reflects their tastes. The numerous model rooms at IKEA undoubtedly provide them with excellent references. "A workbench, you say? Let us stroll together later. I would be glad to assist you in selecting one, and I can also help with the assembly once we return." To be of service to such a lovely lady, Su Rui was more than willing, cheerfully expressing his eagerness. "That's splendid. After we finish eating, let's browse for a bit. And then I would appreciate your company while I set it up. How about I treat you to a late-night snack tonight?" "Of course. I would be delighted to indulge in your late-night culinary offerings," Su Rui thought to himself, relishing the prospect of sharing a meal with such a charming companion. However, he couldn't help but feel that the phrase "your late-night snack" sounded somewhat peculiar. After enjoying their meal, the two continued their leisurely exploration at IKEA, discussing the merits of various beds, sofas, and workbenches. To the casual observer, they appeared as a couple preparing to furnish a new home. Moreover, Su Rui was astonished to discover that he and Xia Qing shared nearly identical opinions on their furniture selections and room decor, showcasing an extraordinary level of rapport between them. This realization delighted Su Rui, and it was evident that Xia Qing was in high spirits as well. Once the staff at IKEA had packaged the workbench Xia Qing had chosen, they hailed a taxi to leave, with the delivery vehicle soon to follow. In the prime area of Ninghai, Xiaqing had opted to rent a luxurious apartment rather than purchase a property. The rent for such serviced apartments was undeniably steep, accessible only to elite professionals like Xiaqing, who held the position of assistant to the chairman of a major corporation. Ordinary office workers could only look on enviously. Observing the opulent hotel-style apartment, Su Rui remarked, "Xiaqing, you are quite the affluent young lady. It's not as extravagant as you think. If I were truly wealthy, I wouldn't be living in a place like this," Xiaqing replied with a smile, glancing around. "I prioritize tranquility. The environment here is pleasant, and the population is sparse. They say you should invest in a good neighborhood as much as in a home. The residents and management of this community are quite admirable, which is why I chose to reside here. You could easily purchase a unit here," Su Rui mused. Although he was uncertain about the salary of an assistant to the chairman at Baiken Group, he suspected it was quite impressive. "Well, with my salary, I could indeed save for a down payment, but I would require a loan as well. I prefer to wait. After all, if I were to marry in Ninghai and start a family, this place would be a bit cramped. Currently, living alone seems fine, but it would undoubtedly feel crowded in the future." "That makes sense," Su Rui conceded, finding her reasoning quite sound. However, the thought of soon seeing the interior of this alluring beauty's sanctuary stirred something within him. For some reason, Su Rui had a penchant for appreciating the rooms of beautiful women. Certainly, it is not merely Su Rui. It is likely that all men share such inclinations, akin to how many boys during their school days yearn for the opportunity to visit the girls' dormitory. Much like Lin Ao Shui's room, Xiaqing's chamber is equally immaculate. It consists of a living room and a bedroom, where the living area is furnished solely with a sofa and a modest computer desk, while the bedroom features only a bed. Such accommodations in this prime location of Ninghai command exorbitant prices, with many individuals toiling their entire lives without amassing enough for a down payment. Seated upon the sofa, Su Rui inhaled the faint, delightful fragrance wafting through the living room, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. At that moment, Xiaqing poured a glass of juice for Su Rui and remarked, "I will need your assistance to assemble the workbench shortly." "What a trivial matter. It is no trouble at all. This is but a small task for me," Su Rui replied, blinking his eyes. The two engaged in casual conversation, reminiscent of long-lost friends, effortlessly exchanging words without the strain of seeking topics or feeling awkward. Before long, the workbench arrived, and Su Rui, undeterred by the presence of the installation workers, removed his jacket and donned his shirt, eagerly beginning the assembly himself. Xiaqing had already changed into comfortable home attire to assist him, and as the delicate fragrance enveloped Su Rui, he felt a sense of masculine authority, with Xiaqing naturally embodying the role of the lady of the house. Of course, the primary reason for his conviction lay in Xiaqing's exquisite beauty and alluring figure. Had it been Feng Jie instead, Su Rui would have undoubtedly fled, abandoning any pretense of being the man of the house. "Hand me the screwdriver. Pass me the screws. Bring me the table legs," Su Rui commanded in succession, and Xiaqing diligently assisted him, their collaboration seamless. Noticing the beads of sweat trickling down Su Rui's forehead, Xiaqing tenderly retrieved a tissue to gently dab at his perspiration. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware that her gesture was exceedingly intimate. As Su Rui lifted his gaze to observe Xiaqing earnestly tending to him, he felt an exhilarating sensation. How remarkable it was to have such a beautiful companion by his side. At that instant, Xiaqing crouched beside Su Rui, her arms raised to wipe his sweat. When he lowered his head, he inadvertently caught a glimpse down her neckline. Su Rui could swear that it was entirely unintentional. It was merely that Xiaqing's loungewear was a tad ill-fitting, with a neckline slightly too loose. Peering down, a profound and alluring valley materialized before him. Although he could see only a fraction of the peaks, that mere glimpse was enough to take his breath away. Su Rui found it utterly bewildering how a girl with such an angelic visage could possess such a fiery physique. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to swoon. The workbench, seemingly simple, proved to be quite the endeavor to assemble, taking Su Rui a full hour to complete. Observing the perspiration-soaked Su Rui, Xiaqing expressed a hint of remorse, saying, "You have truly worked hard. Why not take a shower here?" When Xiaqing uttered those words, it was purely from a place of goodwill. Her intentions were quite innocent. However, to Su Rui's ears, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. Imagine a stunning beauty inviting you to bathe in her home. What could that signify? Isn't it a tad too suggestive? Su Rui's mind was embroiled in a conflict. Faced with such an enticing proposition, should he acquiesce or decline? Bathing at the beauty's abode, what would follow? Would it lead to sharing a bed? Contemplating Xia Qing's angelic visage and alluring figure, Su Rui seriously considered that perhaps conquering this enchanting woman might not be such a bad endeavor. Thus, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, after such exertion, I am drenched in sweat and truly yearn for a bath." In truth, it was still merely spring. Being soaked was a bit of an exaggeration. Only someone with a cleanliness obsession would act so fastidiously. Su Rui's desire to bathe at this moment was undeniably hypocritical and shameless, akin to a drunken man whose intentions lie elsewhere. Xia Qing rose, saying, "All right, I shall fetch you a towel." As she departed, her graceful figure was simply mesmerizing, drawing Su Rui's gaze and rendering him unable to look away. Although this young woman was highly educated, her awareness in this regard was rather lacking. Su Rui shamelessly concocted excuses for himself, believing he must take practical action to impart a valuable lesson to her. If he were a man with ulterior motives, her invitation to bathe would indeed be akin to a lamb entering the lair of a tiger. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock suddenly echoed. Xia Qing, approaching the bedroom, felt her body tense at the sound. Su Rui, equally astonished, exchanged a glance with her. The owner was still in the room, yet someone was attempting to unlock the door. Was it a thief? Su Rui gestured for silence and quietly approached, gently tapping her arm to reassure her. Xia Qing nodded obediently, seeing Su Rui's demeanor. She recalled the night he had leapt into the river with her, and her heart calmed considerably. Then, Su Rui stealthily positioned himself behind the door, ready to deliver a formidable surprise as soon as it opened. Indeed, the door swung open, revealing a gaunt man adorned with a gold chain and clad in a tank top, resembling a monkey with hair cascading to his shoulders. Clearly, not someone of respectable vocation. Before Su Rui could act, he heard Xia Qing exclaim in surprise, "Landlord, why are you here?" "Ah, I had some free time this evening, so I thought I would check on my property to see if everything was in order." The thin man chuckled, his eyes darting over Xia Qing, occasionally sparkling with admiration. Xia Qing's brows furrowed in displeasure as she retorted, "However, even if you wish to inspect the room, you ought to inform me beforehand. I live here alone. You unlocking the door without notice compromises my safety. Furthermore, since you have rented the property to me, you should no longer possess a key." Xia Qing expressed her displeasure, stating, "You cannot even fulfill the most basic responsibilities of a landlord." Indeed, had this situation occurred with any other young woman, she would surely be equally upset. The gaunt landlord chuckled smugly, proclaiming, "I possess as many keys as I desire, for this is my property, and you are merely a temporary occupant. You have no right to interfere with my actions." As he spoke, his eyes momentarily wandered to Xia Qing's ample bosom, and he gulped, his lecherous gaze unmasked. At that moment, the thin landlord remained oblivious to Su Rui, who stood silently behind the door. "Could you not respect the privacy of others?" Xia Qing retorted, her anger palpable. Indeed, it was quite dangerous for her, a young woman alone at home late at night, should the landlord decide to barge in with several men. Just moments ago, she had mentioned to Su Rui that the residents of this community maintained a high standard of decency and privacy, but now, within the span of an hour, her words had been utterly undermined, a blatant mockery. The thin landlord sneered, "Xia Qing, you ought to be cautious with your tone. Do you believe I cannot have dozens of keys made, distributing them to men at will, allowing each of them access to this room? You are being utterly unreasonable." Xia Qing exclaimed, indignant. "At this rate, I will have to consider reporting you to the authorities." "Why escalate things to that level?" The landlord chuckled at her reaction. Although the arrival of the police would pose little threat to him, perhaps merely resulting in a mediation, he understood it could ultimately jeopardize his schemes. "Actually, I have other matters to discuss," the landlord continued, settling onto the sofa and glancing at the makeshift workbench. He smiled. "Xia Qing, are you comfortable living here?" Xia Qing replied coldly, "It is satisfactory, but if you persist in this manner, I will have to contemplate terminating my lease." "Terminate your lease? Why would you vacate a perfectly good residence?" he asked, feigning innocence. "Rest assured, I am merely here to check on the living conditions and to inform you of an important matter." "What matter?" she inquired. "Next month, the rent will increase by 1,000 yuan. "An increase of 1,000 yuan? Xia Qing exclaimed, taken aback by such an exorbitant hike. "Why is that?" I just signed a year-long contract last month, during which you cannot raise the rent. If you deny this, I can present the contract to an arbitration agency for clarification. Xiaqing was thoroughly displeased. This thin landlord had a penchant for stirring up trouble and relishing in making others uncomfortable. His intrusion today had undeniably crossed a line. Xia? I am the landlord, and I can raise the rent as I see fit. Look around. Every other property in the vicinity is more expensive than yours. Do not bring up contracts with me. I can easily retract my agreement. If you choose not to rent this place, there are plenty of others eager to take it. Xiaqing furrowed her brow, distinctly detecting the scent of alcohol emanating from him. How can you be so unreasonable? Xiaqing actually harbored a fondness for this apartment. Having resided here for quite some time, she had developed a slight attachment to it. However, the landlord's insufferable behavior infuriated her. He had audaciously raised the rent. And although she had endured the previous increase, he had the audacity to impose yet another hike within a month. This was utterly outrageous. The gaunt landlord glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention in the corridor. Once satisfied, he shut the door and leered, "Of course, Miss Xia. If you agree to a certain condition, I can refrain from raising the rent." What condition? Xiaqing was perplexed by the landlord's intentions. Su Rui, unable to bear the situation any longer, found the landlord's conduct utterly detestable. Had it been in accordance with Su Rui's temperament, he would have confronted the man long ago. However, Xiaqing signaled him with a glance, urging him not to intervene just yet. The condition he proposed was rather simple. Tonight, you must keep me company, engaging in conversation about life and aspirations. We could chat all night long. What do you think? Not interested. You are unwelcome here. Please leave. Xiaqing clenched her fists, clearly on the verge of an explosive reaction. The gaunt landlord, reeking of alcohol, brazenly stated, "This arrangement is beneficial for both of us. You'll have company, and you can save some money while alleviating your loneliness. What is not to like?" Indeed, alcohol emboldened the timid. The landlord had long coveted Xiaqing's beauty but lacked the courage to act upon his desires. Now, emboldened by drink, he could hardly contain himself upon seeing Xiaqing in her alluring loungewear, his lascivious thoughts surging. "Please show some respect. I warn you, if you do not leave immediately, I will call the police," Xiaqing declared, brandishing her phone with a fierce tone. Yet, the landlord paid her no heed. He boldly plopped onto Xiaqing's sofa, propping his legs up and leering at her with a predatory gaze. "You are stunning, truly stunning. If you keep me company tonight, I want to raise the rent. If you spend a week with me, perhaps I might even waive all your rent. What do you say? Does that sound like a good deal to you?" With a smug expression, he continued, "Waiving thousands in rent for merely spending a night with me is quite the bargain. Wouldn't you agree?" As he spoke, vivid images of sharing a bed with Xiaqing danced in his mind, provoking a torrent of lustful thoughts. "I would pay you to accompany a man to bed. Would you accept?" Su Rui's voice suddenly pierced through the tension, cold and resolute from behind the door. The gaunt landlord jumped in surprise, having not anticipated another presence in the room, especially that of a man. "Who the hell are you? Ruining my plans at this hour." The landlord spat, glaring at Su Rui. "Who am I? I am your worst nightmare." Su Rui retorted fiercely, "Dare to speak ill of my girlfriend, and I swear I will break your legs." Whenever Su Rui found himself alone with a beautiful woman, he would invariably assert that she was his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Xiaqing's cheeks flushed momentarily, yet she bore no ill will, for she understood that he was merely standing up for her. In the presence of that odious landlord, it was essential to speak in such a manner to exert greater intimidation. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over Xiaqing. Fortunately, Su Rui was there tonight. Otherwise, if the landlord were to make any unwelcome advances, the consequences could be dire. Su Rui, too, had thought of this, and thus his gaze toward the landlord turned even more menacing. The landlord, seemingly oblivious to the ferocity in Su Rui's eyes, turned his attention to Xiaqing and snarled, "I have made it clear that this house is only to be rented by you alone. When did I allow you to bring another man to stay here?" Xiaqing, with a grave tone and an even graver expression, replied, "Firstly, you did not specify that the house could only be rented by me alone. Secondly, even if you had, inviting a friend over for a visit does not constitute a violation of your so-called rules. Your behavior tonight has grossly overstepped acceptable boundaries. I urge you to maintain some decorum, or I will have no choice but to call the police." This marked the third instance that evening in which Xiaqing had mentioned involving the authorities. Su Rui found himself somewhat at a loss. What was it about women that they seemed to wield such a phrase with such frequency? It appeared to hold an air of intimidation, yet in reality, it bore little true threat. Call the police? Go ahead. The landlord chuckled derisively, as if he found amusement in her words. Do you have any idea that the head of the police station is my brother-in-law? Just yesterday, I took him to a massage parlor. When you call, do you think he will side with you or with me? Standing behind the landlord, Su Rue coldly interjected, as for who he favors, I am quite eager to discover that. In truth, individuals like you are hardly worth involving the police. It would be a monumental waste of time. Here is my proposition. I will grant you 1 minute. If you do not leave, I shall show you no mercy. How brazen you are! Do you believe that I once summoned a few friends to break your legs and toss you from the top floor? Let me tell you, I was quite the troublemaker in my youth. The landlord slammed his hand down on the sofa in fury. Observing this fool, Su Rue felt an inexplicable surge of indignation. He turned to Xia Qing and said, if things get a bit bloody, you might want to step into the room for a moment. Xia Qing shook her head. It's all right. In that instant, she recalled the night on the bridge when Su Rue methodically broke the fingers of that scar-faced man. She had felt no fear then. A stark contrast to how she might have reacted in the past. That scene had likely been far bloodier than the current predicament, having experienced such violence once. She felt emboldened for the second and third time. She understood that Su Rue was about to take action, and for reasons unknown. Her typically law-abiding self felt that this was justified. The landlord deserved a thorough lesson. Furthermore, Xia Qing added a particularly empowering remark. Feel free to have your fun. I shall handle the cleanup afterward. Su Rue gazed at Xia Qing's angelic visage, his eyes brimming with admiration. This young lady was perhaps far from the fragile persona she projected. Indeed, to thrive in such a vast city, beneath her delicate exterior lay an indomitable spirit. The slender landlord, rising to confront the advancing Su Rue, scoffed disdainfully. Hey, I've toiled here for years and have feared no one. Ask around. Who on this street can match me in a brawl? Before he could finish his taunt, a resounding slap landed on his face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Su Rue intentionally refrained from striking his nose, wary of the blood that might splatter onto the sofa and carpet, making a mess for Xia Qing to clean later. Yet, despite the single slap, he delivered it with such force that it could have induced a moderate concussion. The landlord, appearing no more than 80 to 90 pounds, was the epitome of frailty, seemingly on the verge of being utterly drained. Engaging in all manner of vice, gambling, drinking, and worse, he was no match for Su Rue's might, who sent him crashing to the ground. The unfortunate man's forehead collided violently with the table leg, leaving him dazed and disoriented, as if a swarm of bees buzzed incessantly in his ears. How dare you act the rogue? Have you no sense of propriety? You think you can waltz into a young lady's room at night? And to brazenly use the front door with a key? Do you have a death wish? Each word from Su Rue was punctuated with a curse, a reflection of the landlord's earlier insults. As he spoke, he crouched down, seized the landlord's long hair, and unleashed a flurry of slaps, delivering a barrage of over 30 strikes. Xia Qing, watching from the sidelines, felt a sense of vindication. In her past, she had always been the obedient girl, never having witnessed a fight, let alone participated in one. Yet, during her recent encounters with Su Rue, such altercations had become commonplace. At that moment, she discovered a wild yearning within herself. Encountering such despicable individuals ignited a desire for Su Rue to unleash a more ferocious reprimand upon them. By heavens, my hand aches from this. After delivering more than 30 slaps, the once slim landlord had transformed into a grotesque figure, his face swollen and distorted, resembling that of a pig. His cheeks ballooned as if stuffed with dumplings, his eyes resembled those of a panda, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Lying on the floor, he was utterly incapacitated, his mind thoroughly befuddled by Su Rue's onslaught. Should he ever regain consciousness, it would be hours before clarity returned. With a disdainful disregard for his dignity, Su Rue dragged the wretched man to the restroom, gripping his long hair and forcing his head into the toilet bowl. Then pressing the flush button. One must admit, the length of hair made it exceedingly easy to grasp. Had the man been bald, Su Rue would have exerted much more effort. The water gushed forth. The turbulent water from the toilet cascaded forcefully over the landlord's long hair. The icy deluge instantly stimulating his cerebral cortex, rendering him acutely aware. Xia Qing observed as Su Rue pressed the landlord's head into the toilet, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, for this toilet was typically her sanctuary alone. Are you going to change your ways? Do you even comprehend your mistake? Su Rue grasped the landlord's soaked, lank hair and lifted his head, inquiring. The landlord, having been thoroughly beaten to a state of confusion, was utterly disoriented. Another dozen slaps from Su Rue would surely render him unconscious. Yet, Su Rue's relentless dunking revived him considerably. You're asking for death, aren't you? Do you not realize who I am? My sister's husband is the chief of this precinct. Once I leave here, I will ensure your demise. The landlord retorted, still defiant and panting. Since you intend to kill me upon your departure, I can no longer allow you to leave. Su Rue shook his head, regarding the landlord with a look of pity. The vast majority of fools meet their demise through sheer ignorance, much like you. If you had shown a modicum of sense, perhaps you could have spared yourself some suffering. Alas, it is too late. As he spoke, a chilling tone permeated Su Rue's voice, and for reasons unknown. The landlord shuddered involuntarily upon glimpsing Su Rue's expression in the bathroom mirror. Your transgressions today are exceedingly grave, should the punishment be lenient. I fear you would remain unrepentant. Thus, Su Rue seized his hair once more and forcefully pressed his head back into the toilet. Rising to his feet, he firmly pinned the landlord's head down with his foot, rendering any attempts at resistance futile. When he once again activated the flush, the landlord's entire head was submerged beneath the swirling water, leaving him gasping for breath. Yet Su Rue remained unmoved, refusing to relent despite his desperate flailing. Furthermore, with his head blocking the drain, the water level in the toilet remained high, nearly engulfing him entirely. Is this going to end badly? Xia Qing inquired, a hint of concern lacing her voice. If Su Rue inadvertently caused a fatality, matters would escalate dramatically. No, I know my limits. Su Rue assured her with a reassuring glance. The landlord felt the encroaching darkness of suffocation, instinctively desiring to open his mouth, only to find that doing so would result in a rush of icy water flooding in. He had lost track of how long he had been submerged, but it felt as if his lungs were about to burst from the pressure. With not a breath of air to be had, his brain descended into a fog of semi-consciousness. In a primal response, the landlord opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Boom. With that breath, the furious torrent surged into his trachea. Their essay saying, "Those who seek trouble will find it, and you are the epitome of this truth." Su Rue's gaze remained fierce. The emaciated landlord felt as if he were on the brink of suffocation. His spirit seemed to drift ever further away, as though an invisible black hole were drawing him in. Despite his desperate struggles, he was utterly powerless to regain control. The choking sensation was overwhelming. With so much water having surged in that, under normal circumstances, there was a significant chance he could have drowned. At that moment, Su Rue finally released the frail monkey's foot, seized his hair, and forcefully yanked him upward, then slammed him brutally onto the bathroom floor. Instantly, the frail monkey felt a rush of fresh air enter his lungs. However, with so much water having invaded his windpipe, he could not breathe freely. He could only clutch his throat, curled up on the ground, coughing violently. For a full 5 minutes, he continued to cough, as if he were on the verge of expelling his very lungs. The agony was unbearable, and even Xia Qing, standing nearby, felt a pang of discomfort. Some individuals truly deserve their fate. Rather than living peacefully, they seek out torment. Su Rue regarded the pitiful figure sprawled on the floor with not a shred of sympathy. Had he not been present that night, and had Xia Qing been home alone, the consequences would have been dire. It is crucial that the costs of crime are not diminished simply because they failed in their attempts. Lighter punishments would serve no deterrent purpose. The frail monkey landlord had ceased his criminal actions purely due to external circumstances, not from any genuine remorse. Now reduced to the state of a dying dog, he dared to utter threats? Just moments ago, he had boasted about summoning his sister-in-law as police chief husband to deal with Su Rue. Did he truly believe that if he uttered similar threats again, he would not be drowned here and now? Lying helplessly on the floor, the frail monkey felt the very real fear of having nearly drowned, and Su Rue's ferocity exceeded all his expectations. In the past, whenever he invoked the name of his sister-in-law as police chief husband, others would retreat, displaying submissiveness. Yet, Su Rue was evidently different. He displayed no fear whatsoever and had instead reduced the frail monkey to such a wretched state. Did this man not fear retaliation? From the instinct of survival, the frail monkey was genuinely terrified. He feared that Su Rue would once again toss him into the toilet and flush him mercilessly, forcing him to relive that near-death experience. However, upon seeing Xia Qing standing nearby, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he summoned courage. Perhaps he believed that a man must not lose face before a beautiful woman, otherwise, he would never have a chance to bask in her favor again. Driven by desperation, he gasped and defiantly exclaimed, "If you don't believe me, let me call my sister-in-law as husband to deal with you. You've reduced me to this state, and he will certainly not let you off lightly." Su Rui shrugged his shoulders in resignation and replied, "Very well, if one does not court death, death will not come. Since you are intent on inviting your demise, it appears this is the only course left. I shall first drown you, and then I shall drown your sister-in-law as husband. Let us see how he investigates me afterward. You dare. This is murder. This is a crime." In the midst of the slender monkey's terrified gaze, Su Rui seized his ankle and hoisted him aloft with an effortless motion. Although this gaunt figure weighed no less than 100 pounds, Su Rui casually suspended him in midair. "If you seek death, I shall not hinder you," he declared, and with a single hand, he lifted the thin landlord once more, submerging him forcefully in the toilet. As he pressed the flush button again, this unfortunate individual was treated like a mop, his long hair serving as the most suitable mop head. "Is there any toilet cleaner in the house?" Su Rui inquired, turning his face towards Xia Qing. She nodded affirmatively. "Yes, there is a bottle of Mr. Clean." With that, Xia Qing retrieved a bottle of cleaner from the cabinet and handed it to Su Rui, albeit perplexed about his intentions. Did he mean to scrub the toilet? "Very well, I'll use this bottle first. You can buy another tomorrow." With that, Su Rui grasped the thin landlord's legs in one hand while unscrewing the cap of Mr. Clean with the other, pouring the remaining half bottle of blue liquid into the toilet. Instantly, the restroom was filled with a potent, pungent aroma. He then pressed the flush button once more, and the vibrant blue liquid swirled throughout the toilet bowl. However, the landlord's long hair was obstructing the drain, leaving his head fully submerged in the diluted toilet cleaner. This time, Su Rui intended to make him gasp for breath. Indeed, after nearly 2 minutes had passed, the thin monkey's frantic struggles began to wane, his lungs feeling as though they would burst. Unable to hold his breath any longer, he inhaled sharply, only to find that this time, the substance entering his trachea was not mere toilet water but the highly irritating cleaner. The cleaner was on an entirely different level compared to water, containing a multitude of acidic components. The intensity of his choking far exceeded his worst fears, rendering him in a state akin to life and death. Those who have never experienced such a scenario can scarcely imagine the sensation of inhaling toilet cleaner into their trachea, especially in such a sudden deluge. It was far worse than death itself. Consider the discomfort of choking on a chili pepper. The agony of inhaling toilet cleaner was magnitudes more intense. Su Rui threw him back onto the floor and clapped his hands, standing aside. The thin landlord coughed violently, as if he might expel his very heart and lungs, tears streaming down his face. It felt as though his entire trachea had been torn asunder. As the coughing subsided, even his voice became hoarse. "How does it feel? Still daring to boast?" Su Rui taunted, "With a brother-in-law as a police chief. Have you forgotten who you are?" If this thin landlord remained oblivious, Su Rui had 100 methods lined up to torment him further. Xia Qing approached the thin landlord, coldly stating, "I have never encountered a landlord like you. I will be moving out tomorrow, and I shall never reside in this house again." The emaciated landlord lay prone on the ground, coughing violently, devoid of any strength to respond. Su Rui intercepted Xia Qing and inquired, "Why should we move?" This left Xia Qing perplexed. Given the landlord's outrageous behavior, could she possibly continue residing here? Su Rui shook his head, asserting, "Evil cannot triumph over good. Just because he acts like a bully, must we vacate? We cannot let fear dictate our actions." Xia Qing was somewhat bewildered. The landlord was indeed a lecher, and had Su Rui not been present that evening, the consequences could have been perilous, with the relationship between them completely severed. Why was Su Rui reluctant to let her leave? If you cherish living here so much, why not purchase it and transform it into your own private property? That way, this landlord would no longer have the authority to disturb you, Su Rui proposed. The notion of ownership had crossed Xia Qing's mind before. She was undeniably fond of the house, yet had been hesitant to commit. Hearing Su Rui's suggestion ignited a spark of interest within her, though she still hesitated. Surely, he wouldn't entertain selling, would he? Besides, I previously mentioned that a small apartment might feel cramped once I marry. Su Rui waved dismissively, Let's buy it first. Consider it an investment. We can always upgrade later. Since you adore this place, why not make it yours and eliminate the nuisance of that wretched landlord? Xia Qing glanced at the frail landlord and asked, but will he agree to sell? Su Rue observed the man, who continued to cough violently, the noxious fumes evidently having taken their toll, ensuring a miserable night for him. The toilet cleaner contained acidic components with mild corrosive properties. Though he hadn't inhaled much, it would be enough to cause him discomfort for days. He wouldn't dare refuse, Su Rue declared. If he does, we shall toss him into the toilet. Approaching the frail landlord, Su Rue grasped his hair and said, we wish to purchase your property. What do you think? Nod if agreeable, shake your head if not. The landlord shook his head vigorously, incredulous at the proposition. Though a native of Ninghai, he owned only 3 or 4 properties, and this particular residence, being in the most desirable location with the greatest potential for appreciation and highest rental income, was akin to discarding a golden goose. Without the rental income, how would he sustain himself? Su Rue held no sympathy for such a character. He would ensure the landlord was thoroughly tormented, refusing to grant him any respite. This was his principle. Ah, you refuse, do you? Upon seeing the landlord's head shake, Su Rue yanked his hair again, forcefully dragging him towards the toilet. The frightened landlord, still coughing, exclaimed, I'll sell. Whatever you say, I'll agree. Very well. What do you value this property at? A sly smile crossed Su Rue's face. 220,000. The landlord's eyes darted around. 220,000? Are you extorting me? Su Rue gave the landlord a hefty slap on the head, a forceful gesture indeed. This evening, Su Rue was undeniably in his element. 2 million? The lanky man inquired tentatively, genuinely fearful of receiving another blow from Su Rue. His throat burned intensely, the acrid scent of toilet cleaner making him nauseous. I believe the price should be adjusted slightly. Just 1 digit needs to be changed, Su Rue remarked, stroking his nose. Change 1 digit? 2 million? Despite his discomfort, the lanky landlord couldn't help but calculate the price, nodding in agreement. All right, 2 million is acceptable. Though 100 reluctant thoughts raced through his mind, he acquiesced. For Su Rue's fearsome demeanor instilled a paralyzing dread within him. Selling this property sooner rather than later was not entirely a terrible option. 2 million? Do you take us for fools? Su Rue struck him once more. The lanky man protested, but didn't you say you wanted to change 1 digit? I said I would change 1 digit, but did I specify which one? Su Rue countered. The lanky man's confusion deepened. Which digit had he altered? Well then, I propose we purchase this property for 100,000. Are you satisfied with this price? 100,000? The landlord's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Su Rue. This seemingly refined individual exhibited an unexpectedly violent disposition, reminiscent of a bank robber even in the context of real estate. Transitioning from 2 million to 100,000 indeed involved altering just 1 digit. 100,000 was scarcely sufficient to purchase a restroom here, let alone an entire house. Were they dreaming? Before the lanky landlord could finish his protest, Su Rue delivered a powerful kick to his face, shattering his nasal bone. Blood spewed forth, splattering across his visage and the tiled floor. Fortunately, being in a restroom, it would soon be washed away. Clutching his bloodied face, the lanky man writhed in agony, shouting, Damn it, 100,000 won't even buy a restroom. You think you can buy a house with that? Are you out of your mind? Is there no place in this world for reason? Unperturbed, Su Rue replied, Might makes right. This principle is universal. Just as you considered no rationale when you intended to act against Xia Qing, did you think of a place for reason then? This is merely a case of returning the favor in kind. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The lanky man lay motionless, acutely aware that any further retort would likely provoke another brutal assault. His nasal bone lay fractured, and he wondered where the next blow would land. 100,000 is the price. Will you agree or not? If you refuse, in 5 seconds, I will take this house for free, and you can believe that. Su Rue's patience waned. I believe, but could you grant me a moment? Can I return tomorrow to sign the contract? The lanky man, despite the pain, was becoming increasingly lucid, formulating a plan. The best strategy was to retreat. Tomorrow to sign the contract? Absolutely not. Xia Qing, download a property sale contract online now. We shall conduct this transaction tonight, effective immediately. Once Su Rue decided to act decisively, he proved to be no less formidable than Lin Ao Shui. As for the transfer of the property title, there was no need to delay until the next day. It could be arranged effortlessly. Su Rui smiled as he spoke. Isn't this a bit too swift? The sale of a house necessitates proper registration. The thin monkey pleaded. Can we postpone it until tomorrow? You think I am oblivious to your intentions? You wish to defer until tomorrow to enlist your brother-in-law's assistance, don't you? Su Rui mercilessly exposed the thin monkey's motives. But that is futile. I will finalize all matters tonight, and I assure you, this house will belong to Xiaqing shortly. The thin monkey was on the verge of tears, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. He had merely indulged in a few drinks this evening, hoping to flirt with the beautiful tenant of this house, only to find himself in this predicament. Not only had he received a severe beating, but he was also on the brink of losing the property. Xiaqing had initially intended to vacate the premises immediately, despite her fondness for the place. Dealing with such a landlord felt perilously unsafe. However, since Su Rui was insistent on purchasing the property, she had no choice but to acquiesce. For reasons unknown, Xiaqing found herself inclined to heed Su Rui's counsel. This man, unperturbed by the underworld, would surely not fear the retaliation of petty thugs, which brought her a sense of comfort. As for the sum of 100,000, it far exceeded Xiaqing's expectations. As she had planned to acquire the house at market value, I shall ask you once more, for 100,000, will you sell this house? Su Rui, ever amiable, always sought the opinions of others before embarking on any assertive dealings. I need to think it over. The thin monkey shook his head vigorously. Surely, this house was worth at least 2 million. A mere 100,000 could not even cover a bathroom. Was this fellow a fool, or did he think he was one? The landlord had completely forgotten how he had been tormented by Su Rui before, nearly drowning with his head forced into the toilet. Even now, he could still catch a whiff of the formidable scent surrounding him. 90,000, Su Rui remarked with a dismissive glance. What? How did it drop by another 10,000? The thin monkey was taken aback. 80,000, Su Rui stated nonchalantly. How did it return to 80,000? 70,000. Su Rui's tone carried a hint of mockery. If you utter one more word, I shall deduct another 10,000 and see if I can reduce the price to 0. This is absurd. 60,000. All right. I beg you, please stop. I concede. The thin monkey desperately pleaded, his face smeared with blood, appearing more comical than terrifying. Then it's settled. Su Rui winked at Xiaqing. Let us proceed with the signing. Su Rui was not a benevolent individual. He would not leave room for his adversaries. Otherwise, he would not have carved out such a significant domain in the tumultuous and shadowy world of the West. Since Xiaqing cherished this house, he would generously gift it to her. Had it not been for the thin monkey's excessive bullying, he might have considered purchasing the property at a fair market price. Regrettably, this landlord has brought upon himself his own demise, leaving no room for reproach towards Su Rui. When one errs, one must bear the weight of their mistakes and pay the requisite price without exception. Moreover, Su Rui harbors a keen interest in extorting others. The lanky man, known as Li Daqing, is a native of Ninghai. After his family's property was demolished, he received 3 apartments and a substantial sum of money, which he used to purchase this hotel-style apartment. Now, he idles away his days, with the monthly rent sufficient for his leisurely lifestyle. Undoubtedly, many original inhabitants of large cities enjoy such advantages. After the government demolishes their homes, these individuals often emerge as millionaires or even billionaires. With trembling hands, Li Daqing signed the contract, his eyes glistening with tears, uncertain whether it was due to the torment inflicted by Su Rui or the reluctance to part with his apartment. All right, Xiaqing, this apartment is now yours, Su Rui said, patting her shoulder before handing her the signed contract. Xiaqing held the property sale agreement, her expression somewhat perplexed. Was this apartment truly hers already? It felt rather strange. 60,000 yuan for a hotel-style apartment in a prime location was akin to winning the lottery. Isn't there a need to go to the real estate service center for the transfer? She pondered. Signing an agreement was one thing, but the property deed still required proper procedures at the relevant government department. What if this lanky man decided to renege later? Su Rui smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot about that. Wait here, I'll sort it out right away. Upon hearing this, Xiaqing was taken aback. What was Su Rui up to? Could he actually handle matters at the housing authority? Meanwhile, Li Daqing slumped over the table, wiping away his tears, and pleaded, could you leave him a way out? Is it possible to raise the price a bit? Raise the price? Shut your mouth. Su Rui shot him a fierce glare. Li Daqing, upon hearing this, immediately fell silent. Su Rui dialed a number, and as soon as the call connected, an irate voice came through. Why do you keep calling me at this late hour? Calling you at night signifies my regard for you, old man. Don't forget, you currently have a weakness in my hands, Su Rue replied with a smile. I knew you weren't calling for anything good. What is it? The voice continued with discontent. I need your assistance in changing the ownership of a property, Su Rue said, glancing at Li Daqing. Upon hearing this, Li Daqing's demeanor shifted dramatically, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Are you here to seize properties? Just 2 days ago, I transferred several houses into your name, and now you want to change them again. Have you come to acquire a house each day? The volume on the other end of the line rose sharply, startling Su Rue, who rubbed his ears and replied, Are you going to make the change or not? This time, it's not for me. The property deed must bear someone else's name. At that moment, Li Daqing's expression mirrored that of Zhang Qibing, as if he had just consumed something unpleasant and was utterly overwhelmed. Xiaqing stood beside them, equally incredulous. What kind of connections did Su Rue possess to orchestrate such dealings? Wasn't this procedure in violation of regulations? What Xiaqing remained unaware of was that, in Su Rue's lexicon, rules were merely meant to be broken. After a brief conversation on the phone, Su Rue hung up and turned to Xiaqing, instructing her to visit the Housing Administration office tomorrow with valid identification to complete the necessary paperwork. And what about me? Li Daqing's face was a mess of tears and mucus. As for you, 60,000 will soon be transferred to your account, Su Rue said, gripping the collar of this wretched individual and lifting him off the ground as one would a small chick, his voice dripping with menace. Leave your bank account details. Then get as far away from me as possible. I never want to see you again. If I lay eyes on you once more, I swear I will kill you. Su Rue held no kindness for such ill-intentioned individuals. They needed to be dealt with harshly, leaving them to feel the pain deep within their bones. As he spoke, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from him, piercing Li Daqing's eyes like a physical force. Trembling, Li Daqing was overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety. The near-death sensation he'd just experienced flooding back into his mind. Yes, I want to show my face again, I promise. Terrified, he stumbled away, nearly crashing into walls in his frantic escape. Once the skinny monkey had departed, Su Rue smiled at Xiaqing, self-assuredly remarking, No need to thank me. It was a mere trifle, a simple act. Xiaqing had no intention of expressing gratitude, still grappling with the surreal nature of the situation. Indeed, exchanging 60,000 for a house felt profoundly unreal. It would likely take her days to fully process. Are we being a bit too ruthless? She mused, adorably furrowing her brow in contemplation. How could that be the case? Su Rue could see right through her. Xiaqing was inherently kind-hearted. If it had been someone else in her position, they would have reveled in what was essentially a windfall. He was originally trying to take advantage of you. Had I not intervened, you can imagine the outcome. His goal has been thwarted, which is not merely a legal cessation of a crime, as you surely understand. Xiaqing nodded, though she still struggled to find peace with the situation, as she did not possess Su Rue's ruthless disposition towards adversaries. This was indeed the essence of feminine compassion. However, if one were to have a woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's by their side, even the most beautiful would find no suitors. Su Rue offered a comforting smile. Rest easy. This is what you rightfully deserve. And it is he who must pay the price. He did not expect Xiaqing to grasp his perspective immediately, for this girl had likely never encountered such circumstances before. After all this commotion, are you hungry? Shall I treat you to a late-night snack? Xiaqing smiled apologetically. Feeling somewhat indebted to Su Rue for his help in setting up the table, engaging in a scuffle, and then bizarrely acquiring a house. It's rather late. We need not go out, she replied. Su Rue chuckled. Let us save it for another day. You can treat me to a grand meal then. How does that sound? All right, it's a promise. Xiaqing, with a hint of joy, remarked, Let me know when you have time. I shall treat you to a meal at the Junlan Kempinski Hotel. Su Rue raised an eyebrow in response. Must it be such an extravagant place? A single meal there would cost more than this workbench. That simply won't do, Xiaqing replied. The price of your apartment could afford us several sumptuous feasts at the Junlan Kempinski. Very well then, let us find a time to indulge in a grand meal there. Su Rue glanced at the disheveled bathroom, scratching his head with a chuckle. It seems you will need to dedicate some time this evening to tidy up. It'll only take about 10 minutes. It's quite simple. After exchanging a few casual words with Xiaqing, Su Rue took his leave. Leaving the presence of such a captivating woman stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Patience is a virtue, Su Rue reminded himself. stealing another glance at Xia Qing's delicate visage before bidding her farewell through gritted teeth. As he descended the stairs and turned back to look, Xia Qing stood by the window, waving at him. He reciprocated the gesture with a wave of his own, departing with an air of nonchalance. In Xia Qing's eyes, Su Rui appeared to be cloaked in moonlight. Such an evening, accompanied by such luminescence, would likely be etched in her memory for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Song Ili sat in his office, scrutinizing stack after stack of photographs, his face betraying an uncontainable fury. Each image depicted Lin Aoshue and Su Rui together. The Lin Aoshue in these photographs was a far cry from her usual icy demeanor. Her expressions had softened considerably. Clearly, it was the man named Su Rui who had wrought this transformation. As Song Ili perused the images, his fury reached a boiling point upon seeing Lin Aoshue sipping a bowl of beef offal soup, while Su Rui wiped the sweat from her brow. Bastard! Wretch! Song Ili had long harbored aspirations to win Lin Aoshue's affections, but she had always treated him with indifference. While this had previously irked him, it had not incited true anger, for Lin Aoshue was known to be aloof with everyone. However, the situation had now changed. For this man, Lin Aoshue was willing to dine at a roadside stall. Song Ili felt as though he might explode with rage.